Luli thought this day would be as ordinary as any other. Racing cars in the daytime, going to bars at night, living like an old hand who treated life itself as a game. Until a heavy dump truck slammed into him and sent him hurtling toward another world. Blue Star. In the Magic Capital on the 27th floor of the Jinbo Tower sat Lingjing Technology, a game company. Soft sunlight curled like silk tugging at the heartstrings. Independent games can never make as much money as Reskin Pato in online games. Strange mutterings gradually drowned out the mechanical roaring buried deep in his mind, and Luli's consciousness slowly surfaced for bewilderment. Do you even understand games to dare point fingers? Noisy so noisy. Do you understand business to dare make decisions? What's wrong with being a game design major? Can that compare to my 20 years of experience in the industry? This guy just won't shut up. Luli shook his head as if it were about to explode, muttering under his breath. He felt as if something were desperately trying to burrow into his mind. He looked up. The office was crowded with people. At their head stood a middle-aged man with slicked back hair, eyes wide, staring at him in disbelief. What did you just say? I said. Luli drew out his voice. You talk too damn much. You're annoying. His mood had dropped to absolute zero. He had finished absorbing the original owner's memories. Luli, his father was Lu Qishan. Lu Qishan was a modestly renowned game designer in the industry determined to carve out the last pure sanctuary in the sickly gaming scene of Blue Star, a place that lived up to players' dreams. Lingjing was the temple where Lu Qishan had set out to realize that ideal. Unfortunately, a month ago, a car accident took both him and his wife, leaving nothing but sorrow behind. The company Lingjing, under his name, was inherited by his only son, Lu Li. That was why this crowd of so-called elites had packed into Lu Li's private office and cornered the original owner at his own door. Led by Han Chung, the old hands had been dissatisfied with this green kid who had not even graduated from university, taking charge of Lingjing after Lu Qishan's accident. They used workplace psychological manipulation to force him to give up management rights and hand over half of his shares. Otherwise, they would slack off and sabotage everything, destroying his father's life's work. The original owner had a soft temperament. Endless compromise only bought him even more overbearing and unreasonable demands. Now Han Chung held himself like the man truly in charge, completely disregarding Lu Li. Today he was openly abusing his power to force a palace coup. Under his incitement, the other employees slacked off every day. Their games had already been overrun by scripts and essentially abandoned. Once flourishing Lingjing had declined with every day since Lu Li took over, nearly to the point of collapse. Lu Li's fists clenched tighter and tighter. To coerce a Nodiate graduated youth with the future of the company, his father's life's work, was unforgivably vile. Such trampling, such filth. How could he not be furious? Lu Li watched her attitude. One of the old hands, an elderly man with graying hair, stepped out with a stern face to back him up. No matter what Manager Han is of your uncle's generation. He fought side by side with your father to build this company. That is why he earns a 7-figure annual salary. After sorting through the memories, Lu Li was ready to properly discipline this group of ingrates who bit the hand that fed them. Young people are hot-tempered, we understand that. But swearing at others is still wrong. Yet another so-called voice of reason stepped forward. Manager Han is only thinking of the company. In the end, the old man made the final pronouncement. How about this? Apologize to Manager Han, then sign the equity transfer agreement, and this matter will be over. From a moral high ground, they pressed down with seniority, then nitpicked his attitude, shamelessness taken to its extreme. Lu Li could only laugh. Apologize. He thinks he deserves that. A trace of disdain flashed in Lu Li's eyes as he looked at the old man and said coolly, and you, an old man trading on your years, think you're qualified to point fingers. Did you not even finish elementary school? A wholly owned company, and you vermin think you can lay hands on it. You are worth nothing. A swarm of sewer-dwelling vermin doing nothing but shady deeds. How dare you dream of defiling the temple where my father sought to realize his ideals? You brat, you lowlife. The few old men flushed their faces, turning red then white as they tried to retort, only to find that after being civilized for so many years they had forgotten how to curse back. Lu Li directly pushed them aside and walked out of the office to face the crowd. If you want to leave with them, I won't stop you. Lingjing will not feed freeloaders, nor will it tolerate any act of betrayal. Those who choose to resign, settle your pay with finance and leave cleanly. On the desk behind Lu Li, a hidden camera's indicator light flickered, faintly recording everything that happened in the office. He had no intention of relying on this group of slackers with no loyalty. He wanted to build a highly efficient team that he himself could command. Leaving, then leave. The company's already going downhill and still putting on airs. Someone in the crowd raised his voice at first, and a chorus immediately followed. Exactly. You should just go back to school. The workplace isn't for naive rookies. If we follow you, I'm afraid we won't even get next month's salary. We're leaving. Screws in a machine never see their own place clearly. They believe themselves irreplaceable. Lu Li gazed calmly at these unfamiliar faces. This outcome was exactly what he expected. Han Chung strode over and burst into unrestrained laughter. Without us, Ling Jing is nothing but a rootless duckweed. You won't last. You'd better sell early before it crashes in your hands. He spread his hands to the crowd. Don't worry, everyone. EO Kaitian Studio next door has already agreed to take in all of us who resign. There's no need to worry about having nowhere to work. Since the mask had been torn off, there was no need to hide anything. As he was about to leave, Han Chung patted Lu Li's shoulder and said in a chilling tone, I hope in the future you can stay this tough. Lu Li watched Han Chung even take the cleaning lady Annie Huang with him, then rubbed his forehead as he started tallying up the company's details. Having lived a second life, staying a salted fish would be an insult. In his previous life, as a laid-back game designer, reviving the current Ling Jing would not be difficult. But Lu Li's ambitions went far beyond that, because this world had virtual games. VR virtual games. Riding the sword upon the wind, slaying demons between heaven and earth. Protocol 3, protect the Iron Rider. Do androids dream of electric sheep? Praise the sun. Care for a round of Gwent. If he could meet those titles again within virtual games, it would be a sight to behold. Ding. God-tier schemer game production, system booting. Just as Lu Li's emotions were running high, a cold, mechanical, lowly-like voice echoed in his mind. This inexplicable sense of familiarity, his duck-voiced waifu. Could it be that I've been too obsessed with that Borduck LP lately, so the system tailored its voice to match my tastes? Truly worthy of the title Schemer. Lu Li steadied himself. Once he confirmed it wasn't an illusion, he took the initiative to speak. Duck, tell me about your functions. God-tier schemer game production system initialized. The host may collect players' emotional value through games released under the bound company and use it to exchange for games or items. After a long pause, came only silence. Where's my big newbie gift pack? He waited for a long time with nothing further, then grew anxious. Ding! Detection complete. Host possesses superb game construction skills. Skipping novice phase and triggering hidden mission. Players rage smash keyboards 01000. Reward absolute control. The aloof Duck's voice remained utterly emotionless, yet it sent ripples through Lu Li's heart. Absolute control. Absolute control, just as perfect pitch is vital to a genius singer, absolute control is the game producer's perfect pitch for narrative. A priceless gift. Lu Li's breathing grew a little rapid. If gameplay was the skeleton of a game, then the script was its soul. The skeleton set the foundation, the soul determined the height it could reach. This reward was equivalent to granting the otherwise ordinary Lu Li an innate talent, opening up limitless possibilities for the ceiling of his creativity. A bright sunny boy smile spread across Lu Li's face. The players of Blue Star were in for a treat. Time flowed past like a favorite film, ending in a rush without even needing to be fast-forwarded. When Lu Li stepped out of Banya's system space, supporting the waist of the 18-year-old body he now inhabited, and having finished learning about her functions, the sky outside had already begun to turn yellow with evening light. 5:30 quitting time. The bell chimed. At that moment, the glass door of the office was knocked on. Please come in. Lu Li looked at the newcomer, impeccably dressed, gold-rimmed glasses, carrying the air of someone from a bank or the finance industry. The visitor clearly did not come with friendly intentions. I am Wang, ruling deputy branch manager of the Handan Road branch of Huaxia Bank. You are the new legal representative of Ling Jing. Yes, I will be frank. Chairman Liu has a large mortgage loan with our bank that is about to mature. Clearly pressed for time, Wang Rulin spoke rapidly. The purpose of my visit is to request that Ling Jing provide additional assets as collateral. How much time is left? Lu Li gave Wang Rulin a brief glance, then lowered his head and continued working. Irritated at being ignored, a flicker of anger rose in Wang Rulin's heart. Half a year, but considering Ling Jing's bankruptcy risk, the bank can only grant half that time. There's a great deal of flexibility in such matters. Only companies with particularly poor credit would have their loans called in early. Then why should I provide any additional collateral at all? In response to Lu Li's challenge, Wang Rulin merely replied, "Coolly, those are the bank's regulations." The true soul of Ling Jing had always been Lu Qishan alone. Lu Li, Wang Rulin sneered inwardly. He was one link in the banking connections that Han Cheng had carefully greased, and he likewise looked down on Ling Jing's new master. A mere puppet. "No, you may go back." Lu Li issued a clear order to leave. "President Lu, as far as I know, you personally own a Maybach if. Get out." Lu Li cut Wang Rulin off without hesitation. He understood perfectly why the man had come. But he, Lu Li, was no soft persimmon to be kneaded at will. Wang Rulin clearly had not expected such an attitude from Lu Li. After a moment of stunned silence, he too dropped all pretense. 3 months. Just 3 months, then. Shut out in humiliation, Wang Rulin returned to the bank, where 3 middle-aged men in suits had been waiting in the VIP room for quite some time. "Manager Wang, how did it go?" Han Cheng stepped forward to greet him. It was this scoundrel who had revealed Ling Jing's financial woes to the bank, sabotaging Ling Jing's risk assessment. That arrogant brat. Wang Rulin's expression was sour. "In 3 months, I'll see how long he can keep jumping about." 3 more months. Han Cheng's face stiffened. He wished Ling Jing could collapse this very instant. Beyond his hatred for Lu Li humiliating him in public, there was also the project he held in his hands. It was a Ling Jing project, and only if Ling Jing went bankrupt could he use it openly and legitimately. "Are you questioning the bank's rules?" Wang Rulin shot him a glance. "I wouldn't dare. The bank, after all, must act strictly according to regulations. But you are under no such obligation." How could Han Cheng fail to understand Wang Rulin's hint that he resort to underhanded tactics? A cold sneer formed in his heart. "Lu Li, I thought you were the meek, slow-burning type. Never imagined you would be as arrogant as your old man, with a touch of scheming darkness besides. Only without true strength, such arrogance would only hasten Ling Jing's demise." Wang Rulin's sudden visit had completely disrupted Lu Li's plans. He had originally intended to settle down and create a breakout masterpiece, then stride high profile into the player's field of vision. Now he was forced to consider Ling Jing's very survival. For a single person to develop a game that breaks 10 million in sales within 3 months was sheer fantasy. But with the system, anything was possible. This was the confidence that allowed him to stand up to Wang Rulin. The method to save Ling Jing was simple in theory. Within 3 months, launch a reasonably successful game and demonstrate Ling Jing's competitiveness. If the sales rose, all problems would be resolved. However, when Lu Li checked Ling Jing's accounts, they were emptier than a widow's bare legs next door. And the reputation that Ling Jing had built up over the years had been almost completely squandered in the past few months. Even if it were ego, if they left the game unmaintained for too long, not even Olma's own mother could save it, let alone a small company like Ling Jing. No money and no reputation. If they wanted sales, they could only rely on brutally solid quality. What Lu Li lacked most was time to polish a game's quality. 3 months was absolutely insufficient. Only one shortcut remained: absolute control. Lu Li needed to complete hidden missions in a short time to enhance his own capabilities, then use the remaining days to create a game with truly strong sales. Since the hidden mission required the player to become a keyboard-smashing maniac, the game naturally had to be designed along the lines of Torment, cough stress relief. As for the game content, it needed to be pared down to something small, yet exquisite, even to the point of discarding elaborate content and focusing solely on gameplay that drove players to the brink. With no money, he could only take the eye-catching route. At present, Blue Star was in the midst of a booming live-streaming era. A gameplay that grabbed attention might yield unexpected returns. Gradually, the prototype of a game took shape in his mind. If you are a man, jump 100 floors. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. This game, nicknamed the Go Home Simulator, had once sparked a jumping craze across TerraStar. When the effort invested and the reward gained were wildly disproportionate, players' emotions could be ignited at the slightest spark. Especially when, after pouring in all their concentration, they ended up back at the starting point. The pressure borne by the keyboard and mouse would at that moment soar to the limit. At any moment, a player might transform into Gaia God of smashing devices. With the game decided, what followed was the tedious production process. The night passed without further incident. On his very first day, after crossing worlds, Lu Li pulled an all-nighter. He had always been a workaholic. Moreover, some of Blue Star's advanced technologies utterly fascinated him, such as the Tianwen game editor, whose intelligent AI editing module dramatically reduced development time. As for the hair-pulling bugs, those simply did not exist. Besides that, this editor also served as a free exchange platform for game designers everywhere. Designers could trade resources on equal footing or spend money to purchase essential high-quality assets, such as original artwork and polished music from the shared resource library. It was remarkably convenient. The free resources Lu Li dug out from the editor were exactly what he used to assemble this game. It was a pixel art style to begin with, so there was little need to fuss over assets. He used them as they came. The key lay in the core gameplay design, which required Lu Li to code it personally. By conservative estimate, it would take 2 days. On Terra, Lu Li alone had needed 3 weeks to finish this game. Here it would take just 3 days to put on the shelves. With such convenient tools, Blue Star's game industry ought to have been flourishing. In reality, the opposite was true. For a long time, games on Blue Star had been stigmatized. Only after breakthroughs in VR technology did people begin to realize the importance of the gaming field. Precisely because of this, Lu Li, armed with memories of his previous life, now possessed a far broader stage. His ambition was not excessive. He merely intended to become #1 in the world. Oh, letting out a long stretch, Lu Li prepared to clock out and go home. Just as he walked out of Lingjing's main doors, he collided head-on with a figure rushing in haste. Ouch! Zhongjinsi, a college student, rushed into the spiritual realm while running, having been delayed by a morning commitment, and collided directly with Lu Li. "Are you okay?" Lu Li asked. "I'm fine," Zhongjinsi replied, softly struggling to get up, but she couldn't muster the strength due to the pain in her knee. "You just hit your knee against the door. It doesn't look like you're fine." Lu Li searched his mind for memories of this employee. She seemed unfamiliar. It seemed they had never met before. He examined the girl, who was dressed in loose clothing, appeared young, and kept her head down, making it hard to see her face, though her long hair was notably smooth. And in turn, it wasn't even autumn recruitment time. Could it have been an introduction from someone mature? "What's your name?" Looking at this person who was only half a head shorter than me, Lu Li thought to himself, at 183 centimeters, she must be at least 172 centimeters tall, yet she looked timid. Still suffering from social anxiety, huh? "Zhongjinsi, is there anything wrong?" "No," Zhongjinsi said quietly. "You can barely stand and still say you're fine. Sit down and let me see." Lu Li said. Zhongjinsi did not sit and awkwardly lingered at the door. "I want to eat you," Lu Li explained. Only then did Zhongjinsi slowly sit down, unable to suppress a gasp as her knee injury was pulled. "Still saying you're fine." "Wait for me." Lu Li returned to his office to get the first aid kit, then came back to Zhongjinsi to prepare some iodine for her. "I'll take care of it myself." Zhongjinsi seemed very shy and resisted Lu Li's actions. "Lu Li Shuja." "All right, you handle it yourself. I'm happy to take it easy," he said, and turned to leave without a hint of hesitation. Leaning quietly in the corridor of the stairwell, the moonlight outside was bright. Lu Li lit a mosquito coil, and the blue smoke began to rise as his gaze drifted away. This shy employee reminded him of memories from his past life. However, those memories were already very vague, leaving only an elusive feeling lingering in his heart. Unrequited love is truly beautiful. Beautiful girls really smell nice. Such a soft girl must be so comfortable to hold in one's arms. Love is such a wonderful thing. Youth is so heart-stirring. But so what? Women will only affect my speed in drawing my sword. With his fingertips crushing the cigarette, but Lu Li exhaled a breath of stale air. Who talks about love after crossing over? I just want to make money, build a career, break the biases of the game. Lu Li returned to the lobby and saw Zhongjinsi sitting properly on a small stool. "Can you still walk?" Lu Li asked in a deep voice. "Yes." "Then take a couple of steps for me to see." Zhongjinsi obediently stood up and limped slowly. Forget it. We'll give you the day off today. You go home and rest first. The company doesn't need anyone to guard it right now." Lu Li waved his hand, helplessly wanting to be a good person since he was the one who caused the trouble. Moreover, he wanted to extract some information from this old employee, as he knew too little about the spiritual realm. Faced with Lu Li's unrefusable actions, Zhongjinsi was drenched in sweat. The Jinbo building is located on Handan Road in Yangpu District with convenient transportation all around. West along Handan Road is the Handan campus of Magic City University, and to the east is Wujiacheng. As she went downstairs, the morning light was bright and the aroma of various foods wafted from the stalls on the roadside. At KKF, Lu Li placed a tray in front of Zhong Jinsi. "Why didn't you come yesterday?" Lu Li took a big bite of his hamburger, seemingly casually probing. "Taking over a new company requires some reliable talents." "I had something at school," Zhong Jinsi replied quietly. "You're a student? Forget it, the company is closed, so it doesn't matter what your identity is." "The company hasn't closed down," Zhong Jinsi softly retorted while chewing her food. "The bank sent someone to pressure us for debts yesterday afternoon, didn't you see?" Zhong Jinsi fell silent, her expression slightly dim. "I'm sorry, little brother. I can't even fulfill your last wish." "Oh, there's a secret." Lu Li raised an eyebrow, but didn't ask further. As long as he could ascertain that she wasn't a hidden pawn left by Han Cheng, that would suffice. As for secrets, who doesn't have secrets? Who would broadcast their 36F publicly? Would you? Lu Li certainly wouldn't. After sending Zhong Jinsi back to Magic City University, Lu Li went home for a good long sleep. When he woke up, he continued the production process of If You're a Man, Jump 100 Layers. 3 days flew by in an instant. With the help of the Tianwen game editor, character textures, a slightly heavy retro BGM, and simple sound effects were created along with a brief description of the game's background. Like stacking building blocks in an orderly fashion, Lu Li developed this small game of less than 300 megabytes. Overall, it was unremarkable, just a jumping game, but every step's length and connection had been meticulously designed. Any miscalculation during a player's jump would result in falling to the bottom. This rhythm of ups and downs could easily become the last straw that broke the camel's back, destroying the player's spirit. It seemed simple with no save load function and no real-time saving feature, so any moment of complacency from the player could lead to disastrous failure. Lu Li opened the Steam platform and uploaded the game using the account from the spiritual realm. The promotional slogan read the Jump King platform is high and perilous, strive to be the first in search of a beautiful girl. Price 20 yuan, a discount 50. After completing this, only a handling fee of $100 remained. If sales exceeded 500 copies, the $100 will be credited back, ensuring game quality. Gabin really understood gaming. As soon as the new game was uploaded to the spiritual realm, Han Cheng received the news. "How's the quality?" He looked at the analyst beside him. "I just played it a bit. The game is lackluster apart from being a bit difficult to control, and it's good if it sells more than 500 copies. The analyst, named Zhang Xiaohu, was a former employee of the spiritual realm and a capable aide to Han Cheng, skilled in researching market trends and grasping popular hotspots. Hearing this, Han Cheng squinted his eyes, so it's just a fast boy, useless apart from being quick. Initially, he was startled to hear that a new game was launched in the spiritual realm, thinking Lu Li had real skills. Now, the misunderstanding was cleared. "Supervisor, about that project," Zhang Xiaohu asked cautiously. "Let's wait a bit." Looking at the stagnant sales of If You're a Man, Jump 100 Layers for a long time, Han Cheng gazed out the window, cursing Lu Qishan in his heart. "Why didn't you finish the last 20 of the script before dying?" The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the evening breeze was gentle. At night, the Jinbo building was brightly lit. After finishing dinner, Lu Li returned to the company. Looking at the piece with a sales rank of 1, he shook his head. This type of game really wouldn't have much sales unless it caught the live streaming wave. He went to the Sharp platform, found the Zhaga live stream room, but Zhaga hadn't started his broadcast yet. He directly edited the text in the fish bar, "I want to hear the voice of ZGNB in this game, mysterious link." After doing all this, Lu Li showed a sunny smile like a big boy again. Zhaga loved some quirky little games, so finding him as a trigger point was a good idea. When Zhaga, sitting in front of the computer, just started the broadcast, he had no idea that someone was already keeping an eye on him. Tonight, the torment belonging to Zhaga has begun. It's 8 o'clock in the evening. The sky over the Mongolian grassland is still faintly bright. Zhaga opened the camera for the live stream. Zhaga's streaming content is quite casual. If viewers recommend games, he will give them a try, but if not, he'll play mainstream games. His take on mainstream games lacks uniqueness, yet his streams of some smaller games perform exceptionally well. Once a passionate viewer recommended Deck Girl, and the simple-minded Zhaga streamed a trial of it, resulting in a spectacular show that day. Half an hour later, the live stream was suspended for 3 days. However, instead of losing popularity, it gained even more, and the slogan ZGNB was shouted during this time. Jacques, what are we playing today? I haven't heard the story of ZGNB for 10 hours. Do you want me to go in, Jacques? Are we playing with Zyweir today? Doge. Having already suffered a loss once, Jacques wasn't going to make the same mistake again. Seeing that the barrage had few serious suggestions, he immediately opened the fish bar. This was also his source of inspiration. I want to hear the voice of ZGNB in this game, Mysterious Link. Just as he was scrolling, a post with a particularly explosive title caught his attention. He hovered the mouse over the link and only clicked it once he confirmed there was no red exclamation mark. It was a small game on the Steam platform. If you're a man, jump 100 levels. How cool is that? Jacques' competitive spirit was ignited. It's 50 off on the first day, only $10 to buy. What a bargain. Without hesitation, he paid and downloaded it. Ding. The sound of successful game download rang out, and Jacques focused on the game interface. Isn't this just a jumping platform? Today's hot girl is definitely mine. As Jacques opened the game, a rather crude, pixelated scene came into view: a jumping platform, a blue-helmeted warrior, a campfire, a tent, and an old man with a white beard. The trees in the background were lush with steps faintly visible above. The background music had a bit of a retro feel. Jacques tried to maneuver the warrior left, right jump wrap. No, there were only 3 actions: left, right, and jump. The jump could be charged by holding down, and it was very simple. My assessment is that the discount makes sense. Seeing this, the audience couldn't help but comment, "This is really crude. What kind of game is this, made by which soul artist?" The publisher Lingjing, is it the one I know? You read that right, this company is going downhill after losing its sole leader. I really liked playing Lingjing's Titan Frontier War. Such a pity I never got to see the sequel. You mentioned Lingjing, and I have an impression, oh, it's indeed a pity. No wonder this game has a cheap feel to it. Let's experience it first and see if there's a familiar taste. Jacques pressed the spacebar, slightly charged the jump, and leaped out of the deep pit at the starting point to the second step, while the vertical map simultaneously updated. The smoothness of the jump is decent. The downside is that you can't control the landing point during the jump, requiring a bit of prediction. Lightly pressing the jump key, Jacques easily jumped to the 3rd step on the far left. The 4th step is on the far right. I need to charge a bit. Very simple. Mentally counting for 0. 5 seconds, Jacques released the charge. The warrior jumped high and then fell freely in a parabolic arc between the 3rd and 4th steps. Smack! The warrior fell to the 1st step. Hey, this is quite interesting. Jacques was not discouraged by the failed attempt. Instead, his fighting spirit was ignited. The charge was a bit short. He'll definitely get it next time. Back at the 3rd step, Jacques charged for about 0.8 seconds, and when he released the jump key, he could already feel the fresh air of the 4th step. Bang! The dull sound shattered Jacques' fantasies. Because he jumped too high, he was suppressed in his bouncing height by the hidden 5th step above, falling at a 45-degree angle between 2 platforms from the 3rd step. Smack! The clumsy warrior fell heavily in front of the old man with a white beard. A few days ago, I caught a fairy. Do you want to sneak a peek? Jump to 100 levels. Haha! Old man, you're laughing too loudly. You're disturbing me. Seeing the scene, Jacques felt an unnamed anger rising within. The slap to the face came too quickly. The audience couldn't keep up with the rhythm. After a moment of silence, the barrage exploded. Puff, aha! A bit of prediction: this free fall is quite clumsy. This game is quite interesting. Cause of death, very simple. Can it really be like this? Jacques wasn't deterred. After 2 previous trial-and-error attempts, he had basically figured out the game's anti-pattern settings. He was confident he could avoid these traps. This time he jumped 17 levels in one go. At this point, the game's background changed from lush trees to withered yellow trunks with platforms covered in moss replaced by bare gray branches. The distance between platforms had subtly changed and the landing points had narrowed. Is this the 2nd level? Jacques instantly regained his confidence. Ton. Following this rhythm, he jumped 3 more levels. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Sweat began to bead on Jacques' palm as he pressed the charge key. Jump crack. Just then, the foreshadowing of the narrowed landing points appeared. He saw the helmeted warrior, hands on his knees, as if spring-loaded, suddenly sprang up, grazing the left edge of the 20th level platform. The most distant distance in the world is not being able to stay beside you. Smack! Ah! As the scoundrel moved brushed past the platform, his heart skipped a beat as if it had missed half a rhythm. Again, it seemed that there was a strange magic at play. The more he couldn't jump, the more he wanted to. Just like that, the scoundrel slowly fell into the meticulously woven psychological trap set by Lu Li. The more he invested himself, the more painful it became. The more cautious he was, the more mistakes he made. Each connection of layers on the platform appeared to have no pattern, yet they were all filled with Lu Li's careful calculations. For players to successfully clear the levels, they must master more than 20 different power-up timings. And this does not even include the platform changes brought by background transitions. The earlier maps, such as trees, branches, walls, and castles, merely had smaller landing points, while later platforms like the Sky City and Snow Mountain had not only ice-covered areas, but also slanted ramps at a 45-degree angle. This design is simply inhumane. A tiny error could directly nullify the efforts put into the previous dozens of layers, and even the scoundrel's resilient heart couldn't withstand it. In the earlier attempts, he could comfort himself by saying he was unfamiliar with the game rules, but after dozens of tries, the scoundrel's face had turned ashen. On the contrary, as his words dwindled, the popularity of the live stream soared. Slap! Another fall. Upon seeing the familiar tent and the chattering old man, the scoundrel froze for a moment. Excuse me, is the host performing a pantomime? When playing games, you must smile, don't frown. The gaze gradually darkens. Back to the starting point again. Host says something, I'm a bit scared. For a full 2.5 hours, the audience witnessed the transformation of Jia Ge from a playful grin, calm composure, slightly furrowed brows, serious gaze, ashen face. Some even worried that Jia Ge would bottle up his frustrations, advising him to end the stream. Fine, brothers. I'll just make a slight adjustment to the charging time, and I can get past level 55. Jia Ge stared intently at the screen, only glancing at the bullet comments with peripheral vision during the moments of free fall. At this moment, he was just a step away from the snowy mountain platform beneath the starry sky, carefully savoring the feel of the previous attempt at this position, pressing the charge button with his slightly sweaty thumb. Boom tilde. The moment he released it, the warrior was propelled forward, landing precisely on the snow-covered platform. So slippery. As soon as he landed, Jia Ge realized the difference of this new scene and platform. The ice was very slippery, and the warrior landed with momentum, easily slipping off the platform, if not careful. However, Jia Ge, accustomed to similar games, had a strategy. After jumping, he would hold the directional key to adjust the landing angle, and the moment he landed, he would quickly tap the opposite key, causing the warrior to change its inertia trajectory, achieving a unique kind of break. However, the moment Jia Ge relaxed his mindset, while jumping from the 66th level facing a 45-degree slope, he failed to control the braking force upon landing, directly launching off the platform in the opposite direction. Phew! Thank goodness. After taking a deep breath, the protagonist felt relieved, realizing he hadn't fallen directly in front of the old man like returning home, or else he would have wished to smash his head against a brick wall. Thud. After regaining his composure, the protagonist continued to leap. However, perhaps due to fatigue, his heartbeat quickened as he approached the ice skating steps. Thud, thud. As he returned to the previous position, the protagonist's grip tightened, and even his thumb pressing down on the charging button began to tremble slightly. Creak. Oh no. The warrior had charged for a bit too long, and once again he brushed against the steps, plummeting down in a parabolic arc. Again, the heart of the scoundrel bleeds. His breath quickens. Yet the more anxious he becomes, the more mistakes he makes. After only a few steps, he falls once more. Jia Ge's blood instantly congealed. No. The warrior continued to plummet down the steps along with the remnants of Jia Ge's sanity. He no longer cared about his image, letting out a heart-wrenching roar from his throat. As he descended, he witnessed the snow-capped mountains under the night sky, the castle wreathed in candlelight, and the dim, obscure, crumbling walls ultimately returning to the symbolic green trees. The warrior lay on the 18th step like a dead dog, his backside raised. Jia Ge's eyes were bloodshot at this moment. He had given up on thinking, stubbornly leaping from the 18th step, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. The outcome was predictable. I can't believe this. He had never admired the vibrant red maple leaves from such a close distance, as if they were the fresh blood continually dripping from his heart, or the entire night he spent in vain. At that moment it felt as if nothing held any meaning. The white tint, the dim yellow campfire, and the boisterous laughter of the old man. All of it returned to the original starting point. The glaring large characters appeared exceptionally eye-catching at that moment, and Jago felt as though all his strength had been drained, slumping weakly in his chair. The retro music still resonated with tranquility, yet in Jage's ears it felt as piercing as a needle. The old man's hearty laughter seemed to mock him for being a useless person. Even the campfire looked annoyingly irritating. Hee-ha-ha. Jago, with an unkempt appearance, grasped his messy hair and hoarsely voiced, "As the ancients say, if heaven is to bestow a great responsibility, it must first torment one's heart, and will labor one's muscles and bones, starve one's body, and impoverish one's self." So, pausing for a moment, the usually gentle Jago transformed into a typical warrior, going completely berserk. "Please be sure to find me the designer's contact information. Please." The live broadcast effects exploded instantly. Countless GIFs soared into the air, filling the entire streaming room. "It's over, the kid has gone insane. Game name, just call a drop. Back to the original starting point, your green face in my memory. I think I know why that old man. Is there wonderful princess, do you deserve this man? Do you know what he's been through? Broken voice, I know how to play this game, charge up, and then go home, annual funny." As the barrage of comments surged passionately, Jago sat there, as if petrified, his eyes already unfocused. After so long of playing the mini-games, he had never seen such an inhumane design. Clearly, it was a very ordinary jumping game. The core gameplay remained unchanged, but with just a slight alteration in the jumping mechanics, the game had completely deteriorated. It transformed from a casual puzzle into "I am an idiot." It seemed that the designer's original intention was to torment players rather than creating it for mentally stable players. In a state of emptiness, Jago pondered a lot. Ultimately, the only thing echoing in his mind was "I am an idiot." How come this author hasn't gone to jail? How'd I end up playing this game so foolishly? The game is really fun. I am an idiot. 3 minutes later, Jago recovered from his slumped state, his gaze sharpened. "Thank for the rockets from Jago. Let's try again." "Thank you for the 100 cards from Brave Jago, not afraid of difficulties." "Thank you all for the paid gifts and free gifts, thank you." Suddenly realizing that this game might not be so friendly, Jago gradually regained his rationality, but for the effect of the live broadcast, it was top-notch. With a viewership that had never exceeded 5,000 tonight, he directly broke 1 million, almost catching up to his sister. However, Jage's live stream was all about being casual. Even if the viewership was booming today, he did not cling to the popularity. "Brothers, it's time to end the stream. See me clear the game tomorrow." Aside from not wanting to break his fixed biological clock, Jago was afraid that if he played another round, he would be too excited to sleep tonight. After the stream, Jago did not turn off his computer. He went to the comment section of "If you're a man, jump 100 floors." This game is full of malice, very poor review. First of all, the distribution ratio of high jumps and long jumps is uneven. He wrote nearly 500 words detailing his blood-curdling experience, accusing the designer of being inhumane. Before pressing the confirm button, Jago suddenly paused, thinking, "I can't be the only one suffering this misery. Why should I? I want to give it a big thumbs up. By the way, I'll invite my sister to play with me tomorrow." Hey, I was being serious yesterday, no exaggeration. With slightly swollen eyes, Lulu opened the live stream, as usual, and chatted with her viewers. "What time did Zhuang finish the stream?" "It should be close to midnight. I got up in the night and saw him. I noticed something was off with him." Lulu vividly described the scene from last night. "His face was particularly pale, staying up late, and playing the kind of game that is particularly harsh on the heart. Suddenly I saw his eyes." She gestured at the corners of her eyes. Both eyeballs were not aligned, it looked a bit unfocused. "Wow, I think you shouldn't get too carried away. It's all for fun. But he shouldn't go overboard. It really affects health, I feel." That said, Lulu opened the Steam platform, found "If You're a Man, Jump 100 Layers," and immediately downloaded it. The viewers in the live chat from last night expressed, "Remember not to get too carried away. It's an exam." "Who are you, beautiful?" ZGMB. "When it comes to causing trouble, my brother Ja is not afraid of anyone." At this time, the gleeful Ja came up behind Lulu and immediately made a recommendation. "Sister, really. It's super simple, just a separate jumping platform, storyline, evil spirit type, you understand, right? It's really fun." Lulu turned her head with some concern, her beautiful eyes filled with skepticism. "You seem quite happy." Ding. The sound of successful game installation rang out and the professional trapper was about to succeed. How do you play this? Lulu asked as she opened the game. Left and right, then press space. These 3 keys, the longer you hold space, the higher you jump, Ja explained in meticulous detail. Lulu, a high-achieving student from a prestigious university, quickly grasped the concept and began her jumping journey. Thud thud, she easily jumped over the starting points pit and, feeling a bit rusty, reached the 3rd step. This is so easy. Slap. Before she could finish her sentence, the brave soul attempting the 4th step fell in a parabolic arc. This is the most common mistake for beginners, not accurately controlling the distance and the timing of the spacebar charge. There was a brief silence in the live stream for 2 seconds, and the chat immediately lit up. This is so easy, slap. Face slap at the speed of light. Ha ha ha, tricking your sister. No wonder they're siblings, the way they died in the first trial, and what they said were identical. There are particularly many space judgment points in this game, at least 20. Jacques generously shared everything he learned last night, hoping Lulu would quickly fall in love with the game. That's easy for me. Lulu patiently operated while digesting the details, Ja explained. Her progress was faster than Ja's. She only slipped once in that small trap on the 4th step and easily jumped to the platform on the left the 2nd time. Ah, not bad. Ja behind her gave a thumbs up. Hey, is that crow okay? It's fine. Okay. Lulu smoothly jumped to the 10th layer, and the 2nd background image was right before her eyes. Hey. As she jumped, she sighed, as if immersed in the experience. Ja looked surprised and gave Lulu his affirmation, his eyes filled with admiration for strong players. You have talent. Lulu picked up the conversation. Do you believe I can't go down? I can't go down, I can only go up. Thud whoosh slap. As if cast by a spell, after boasting mistakes were bound to occur, and Lulu was left speechless. She blinked her eyes and continued her journey from the 3rd step. Thud slap. The cruel laughter of the old man echoed, leaving Lulu feeling somewhat numb. The frequency of slaps in this game is simply too high. Taking a deep breath, she jumped again from the starting point. This time she successfully reached the background of the dead tree trunk, where the landing platform had narrowed, increasing the difficulty. Yes, just like that. Feeling the rhythm of the spacing charge, Lulu jumped up earnestly, occasionally stopping to blink frantically, calculating a brainstorm in her mind. Jump. Pia. It was as smooth as Draven's QEQ followed by WQR combo, successfully making her way home. Jacques Gu covered his mouth and ran out of the frame behind Lulu, who suddenly trembled as if she had fallen from a great height. It was very immersive. The viewers in front of the screen were laughing uncontrollably. It was too funny. Make sure to visit home often. Jacques, stop pretending. Just laugh if you want. Laugh. Do you think he dares? The small jump can't be too small, and the big jump requires attention to the upper steps at the same time. Jacques' voice came from off-screen as he continued to impart skills to Jia. Right, I understand that it can't be too small or will slip down. In familiar positions and familiar operations, Lulu had no idea how many times she had stood on the 33rd step of the 3rd background following suit. There is a particularly high obstacle between 33 and 34 to the left, requiring her to shift to the right platform and leap over the obstacle from there, but the platform overhead completely restricted the jump's height. She must not bump her head on the overhead platform, or she would be rebounded by the collision mechanism. She could only make small jumps. However, there was also a distance between the 2 platforms. If the force was too weak, she would not reach the shifting platform and would fall. She couldn't make it too small either. Moreover, there was only one chance which tested her mentality. Last night, Jagu had spent over half an hour here, and his mentality had changed around this position. So when Lulu fell below the 33rd level, his psychological defenses completely shattered. A small jump that was smaller, but not fully, so successfully shifted to the adjacent platform, and Lulu let out a long sigh of relief. Hey, I think I understand the mechanism now. She paused her movements and explained the biggest difference between this game and similar platform jumping games is that once the player jumps, the outcome is already determined. Traditional jumping games allow for slight alterations in direction or even position during the jump, but in this game, once determined players can only watch themselves fall due to pressing down a bit too hard, akin to a quadratic function in mathematics. Fearing the audience wouldn't understand, she even used a piece of paper to illustrate in front of the camera. The player's starting position is the parameter on the axis, while the time taken to charge the jump is the magnitude of the coefficient. Every time you use the jump key, you're calculating this formula. This game allows players to experience the so-called real-time physical feedback. Therefore, when playing this game, it is more fitting to view it as solving a problem. Viewing the assessment of jump distance, determining jump strength, executing the jump, and the final outcome as the process of reading the question, solving it, and arriving at the standard answer in a materialized way. Experiencing the real feedback of mathematics through the game isn't that beautiful. No wonder she is a top student. Her thinking process is different. The audience was left in a daze, not comprehending a single word. However, a mountain of theoretical knowledge. Does it really work in practice? Lulu smiled faintly and continued the challenge. However, the top student could not escape the fate of being tormented. After 3 hours of continuous battle, Lulu successfully overcame the nightfall, snow mountain, the sky city, and the dimly lit church. One difficult stronghold after another, finally arriving at the towering tower that imprisoned the princess. The tower is shaking, which means the princess is heavy. At the junction of the ice ladder and the base of the tower, Lulu's childlike fantasies immediately drew a burst of laughter from Jago. The princess is right at the top of this tower. At that moment, the obstacle in front of her was a very narrow blue pillar. The warrior's body was as wide as 2 pillars with platforms on either side that could only support half of the warrior's body. Lulu was currently on the left side of the blue pillar, facing right, gathering her strength, and jumped. Thud, the warrior traced a perfect arc in the air above the blue pillar, falling downwards without any pause. The nightfall, snow mountain, the sky city. The backgrounds she had watched countless times flashed before her eyes, simultaneously creating a small crack in her unshakable psychological defense. Pia, the warrior, fell heavily onto the hanging lamp in the dimly lit church. Lulu fell silent, a faint signature smile on her face, but it felt a bit out of place compared to her usual self. Half an hour later, Lulu arrived at the junction, once again with the tower's peak symbolizing the rescue of the princess above her and an endless abyss below. The closer she got to success, the heavier the cost of failure became, making it easier to shatter the player's last shred of rationality. But she had to go all in. Summarizing the experience of the last fall, she gathered strength, jumped, and the moment she landed, she immediately tapped the direction key towards the opposite side. Step. She stabilized above the pillar. Lulu was not overly surprised. After adjusting her mindset, she continued to climb. This time she had to succeed. Thud, thud, thud. With a series of skilled and confident triple jumps, she was closer to success. Lulu's gaze was determined, her mind filled with countless moments of gathering strength and jumping models. Once she fully planned out the gathering time, landing point, and jumping direction, she pressed her thumb on the spacebar. As usual, gather strength, jump. Boom! Suddenly, the tower shook violently and the warrior was still suspended in midair. The originally precise landing point deviated slightly the moment the warrior landed, causing the warrior to jump out of the tower. The warrior shattered Lulu's half-hour accumulation in a second, also breaking her psychological defense. With a tremor in her voice, Lulu mumbled, oh no. The warrior was still falling, and it wasn't until the long-lost maple leaves appeared that the descent finally stopped. In the shot, Lulu seemed to have lost her soul, staring blankly at the screen. She had closed herself off. Earlier, she had warned her brother not to get too engrossed in gaming after seeing him play until his eyes lost focus last night. Now, she was no better off, her once lively optimism seemingly drenched in water, extinguishing her enthusiasm. Ha! Jacques, guess hearty laughter came from behind, pulling Lulu out of her daze. Brother, it's your turn. Huh. The laughter abruptly stopped, and Jacques stood frozen in place. Remembering the painful experience from last night, he felt a chill. From the audience's perspective, this game was definitely a stress relief masterpiece, but for the players, it was the ultimate torture. The designer completely disregarded the players as human. Of course, Jago was somewhat surprised, but he was still keen to give it a try. Not because he had some strange masochistic tendencies, but mainly because he enjoyed challenging difficult games. The sense of achievement from overcoming high-difficulty games was incomparable to ordinary games. Back then, when the new designer from Neon Miyazaki released Demon's Souls, he was immersed in it for months. Although this game did not become a hit, it made Jaga fall in love with the emotional feedback that high-difficulty games brought. The two switched seats, and Lu sat curled up in the corner of the chair, looking weak, pitiful, and helpless. Even now, she had not recovered. Watching Jaga skillfully ascend several levels, she felt a moment of self-doubt. Am I really that bad? Should I compare? With that thought, Lu took out her phone and first notified Bobo, who was also in the console area. Bobo, I found a fun little game. Do you want to give it a try? The show effect is great. Yeah. After sending that message, her mood improved a bit. Lu thought mischievously, her eyes spinning as she stared at the contact list. Immediately after she copied the message she was going to send to Bobo and selected friend from the platform, Tuan sister, Zhe Xiao, Mei brother, Yin teacher, Piao teacher Ma, and others. Ding dong. On the other side, Bobo, who was live streaming, received a message. She picked up her phone. Guy's sister Lu recommended a little game to me. Should we try it out? Then we definitely should. Lu, could it be? Chill. Looks like something interesting is coming. Looking at the strange comments in the bullet chat, Bobo was somewhat confused. I don't understand what you guys are talking about. Have you looked into this game? Saying this, Bobo found jump 100 levels if you're a man on the Steam platform. Oh, Bobo was a bit surprised. 98 approval rate. Looks good, sister Lu is quite nice. But why is there a comment saying I'm an idiot among all the positive reviews? What kind of special interest is that? Meanwhile, sister Zhou teacher Ma and others also received Liu's message and, driven by curiosity, opened the Steam platform. Not only them, but anyone who accidentally encountered this game would recommend it to their friends and family after smashing their keyboards. Because only by sharing the joy could the frustration in their hearts be alleviated. Thus, a unique jumping game was spreading virally in the player community. This grand premiere was fated to have no connection, as today, Ling Jing welcomed an old acquaintance. Wait, buddy, did you study nothing but this abstract stuff for 2.5 years abroad? Is this a design that carbon-based life forms can come up with? In the office, looking at a not-so-large pitch-black-skinned young man, pointing at the screen, showing a bald man wielding a hammer with his lower body, hidden in a barrel, his face was filled with disbelief. Below the design drawing, there were also different angles of the bald man swinging the hammer, which looked quite comical, like a fool. Aiming, the budget is limited. This is just a little game, a preliminary concept. What more do you want? Luli looked at the tall young man, wearing a duckbill cap with some emotion. There were not many good friends of the original character in the country, and this one named Zhang, Yiming, a tall and thin dark-skinned youth, counted as one. They were classmates for half a year in elementary school, 1 year in high school, a year and a half in college. For the rest of the time, the original character had studied abroad for a simple reason. In ancient times, Meng Mu moved 3 times for her son. Nowadays, Lu's father turned 3 times for him. Old man Lu was naturally carefree, advocating to enjoy the moment without considering tomorrow. Ling Jing was developing well, and the family had a bit of money, so they sent Luli to study abroad, and when the budget tightened, they brought him back. After going back and forth several times, the original character not only had rich study abroad experiences, but was also fluent in 3 languages, neon eagle sauce, and banana. All of this was rooted in the foundation laid by Lu's father when he transferred between several countries for education. But you can't just let yourself go like this. This game is also abstract. Will it ruin Uncle Lu's reputation? Looking at a pile of garbage and waste materials piled together embedded in the map, named Level Zhang, Yiming felt a surge of anger. Can this be called a game? Too cheap. If this can be sold, he would eat 3 tons of shit. Here you go. Despite the tension, Zhang Yiming did not forget the purpose of this visit. He rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a Longxing savings card, placing it in front of Luli. Don't be coy if you consider me a brother. Find a professional artist to create a few exquisite original artworks. With the name of Lingjing, we shouldn't let Uncle Lu lose face in the gaming circle. He understands his childhood friend. In gaming, he is as stubborn and professional as the old man. If it weren't for the difficulties, how could he endure such abstract, free materials? Luli looked at the card, momentarily stunned, but quickly understood. So it was because he was afraid of starving alone on the spot. How foolish. But he was moved, seriously assessing this dark-skinned brother with clear eyes. So you want to support your brother? What nonsense are you talking about? I like women, okay. Zhang Yiming, looking quite flustered, wanted to punch him. And ideally they should have long wavy hair. With such a low requirement, you really have low standards, huh? Luli was contemplating whether to arrange something for his good brother in the future. No. At this moment, Zhang Yiming suddenly became serious and said solemnly, "It's 3. A moment later, "What the hell?" Luli realized, looking bewildered. "Yiming, you really are something." He, a seasoned player, was actually being teased by a young kid. "Don't worry, aside from my wife, everything else is yours as long as I'm around," Zhang Yiming said with conviction. "But I want." Luli looked at him eagerly. "That's not impossible, but I have to discuss it with my future wife." Zhang Yiming, stroking his chin, genuinely started to think. Luli immediately interrupted, "Get lost. I don't swing that way." "Damn, it's been 2.5 years, and Yiming, you are getting bolder." "No way." The two exchanged knowing smiles and bumped fists. The friendship between men is often unspoken. 2.5 years apart, a few teasing words instantly closed the distance. After a long while, Zhang Yiming leaned against the table, exhaling a cloud of fog. "Are you really planning to take over this mess?" What about your studies?" Luli gazed into the distance, pondering. This place carries not only the old man's dreams, but also countless players' expectations for Ling Jing. For some reason, when I said this, I recalled the hopeful gaze of that girl from the KKF window that day. Why does she have such high hopes for Ling Jing? I knew it. Zhang Yiming realized he couldn't persuade his childhood friend, so he decided to let him follow his own path. "I've accepted the card, consider it your stake in Ling Jing. It'll give you 2 shares, don't think it's too little or refuse it." Luli tucked the card into his pocket and casually said. After the earlier setback, this timely help was particularly precious. This sincerity cannot be measured in money. "Don't, I'm not here to carve up your assets today. I just came to see if you were alive, and seeing you in this state puts me at ease." Zhang Yiming instinctively refused, feeling that this gift was a bit too much. "All right, you majored in advertising design in college. Do you have any internship jobs?" Luli suddenly asked. "Why? Don't you think this place is too empty?" "It is a bit. Since you are one of the only 2 shareholders of the company, you should have an obligation to come here to work. My publicity department needs someone with your expertise." Luli didn't even give Zhang Yiming time to react. No, I don't want to." Zhang Yiming shook his head like a rattle drum, lacking confidence in his abilities. "I'm afraid it'll drive you to bankruptcy. If I share a boat with you and the company fails, I'm worried I won't even have a friend to help me." His refusal was quite decisive. His thoughts were simple: if they were both in the same boat, if Ling Jing went under, he wouldn't have anyone to rely on. Working elsewhere, at least, he wouldn't let Luli end up on the streets. "Oh, I see. Then let it be." Luli didn't push just aside. What a pity. Thinking about it, if he didn't want to come, that's fine. He could still receive dividends every year. It would just take some time to recruit suitable talent. Just as Zhang Yiming was continuously waving his hands to refuse, he suddenly caught sight of a document on Luli's desk. Is it a man who jumps 100 levels? Source code. Wait, isn't this a trending mini-game on the Steam platform? His roommate has been going crazy playing it, smashing his keyboard twice. The usually oblivious Sister Zhou has been streaming this game intensely for the past few days, almost certainly on the verge of becoming a hit. How could the source code appear on his childhood friend's computer? He quickly walked over to Luli, pointing at the desktop, this minigame. "I developed it." Luli looked up in confusion. "What's wrong?" "Ahem." Zhang Yiming switched to a flattering tone, putting an arm around Luli's shoulder with a lewd smile. "Get away, what a disgusting nickname. I'm your brother Lu." Luli felt uncomfortable being called that, swatting away Zhang Yiming's dark hand. "Spit it out quickly. It's like this, I've thought about it. As brothers, can I really leave your side at this time?" Faced with Zhang Yiming's sudden attitude change, Luli felt a bit confused. "But weren't you worried about the company going under and me ending up on the streets without your ability to take me in?" "I think that's a possibility too. I can't guarantee the game will definitely succeed. It could close down any day now." Just then the words reached the ears of Zhong Jinxin, who was preparing to enter and refill the water. It seemed she made a significant decision and returned to her seat. "How could that be? You are a returning student from Eagle Sauce with 2.5 years of study abroad. The gaming concepts there are ahead of the curve. You must have learned a lot. Following you would be the right choice." Zhang Yiming excitedly patted his chest. "Besides, I'm a top student from a prestigious university specializing in a field directly related to game promotion, and I can drink a lot. In the future, when the company seeks sponsorships and collaborations, I can handle it all." but our company currently has only one employee. In the short term, I plan to invest funds into the game, so for a while the company will be quite empty. No worries. You can make full use of me. We are like brothers, so don't be polite, Zhang Yiming declared passionately. Can you show me the sales now? Seeing Lu Li nod, he asked about the thing he most wanted to know. Oh, that explains it. Lu Li chuckled and pulled up the Ling Jing backend. What the hell? 3,300 copies. On this side, Zhang Yiming's jaw almost dropped to the floor. Lu Li enjoyed seeing his friend's naive expression. He held up 2 fingers. That's the sales in just 2 days. Wow. Zhang Yiming's gaze towards Lu Li changed, as if he were looking at a golden ingot. He genuinely felt happy for his childhood friend. At least he now had the ability to support himself. As for whether he could carry Ling Jing on his shoulders, that remained to be seen. However, going to Ling Jing would not become a burden, or worst case, he wouldn't take a salary. So you're serious about this game? Zhang Yiming still had some concerns, pointing at the bald man on the cover to confirm again. Of course I'm serious. Lu Li didn't elaborate much. This is my next game to be released. Have you decided on a name? Swinging the hammer. Not only are the characters abstract, even the game's name is abstruse. Zhang Yiming sighed. Even Picasso would have to call you teacher. You don't understand? Lu Li Buddha agreeing. It is precisely this kind of mini-game mechanic that matters most. He was deeply obsessed with this game. When a similar title, Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy, first appeared in the circle, it stirred quite a storm. Approaching it as a study exercise, Lu Li broke 3 keyboards in total, an indelible memory for him. From that day on, Lu Li felt as if his channels had been cleared. He had mastered the core of torture design and went on to release several mini-games akin to Nulaj Nyo and Shana Dilu. He tormented Tylos players until they cursed and laughed. That counted as a glorious past. He was confident. With Luan Da Chue launching the hidden quest could advance by leaps. As a welcome for newcomers, they ought to let Langsing's players feel the shock of an otherworldly force capable of shouldering whole floors. Zhang Yiming patted Lu Li's shoulder. He'll trust you one more time. He'll go pack my gear. One thing's clear, a brother must have his own private office. Having his own office had been Zhang Yiming's schoolboy dream. He was a man of modest ambition, succeed in his career, marry, have children, and lead a quiet life. Lu Li waved his hand and pointed to the vacant office beside them. There, pick whichever you like. One shouldn't be stingy with his own brother. Really? Zhang Yiming's eyes widened. The entire 27th floor of Jinbo Tower was Ling Jing's domain, 1,200 square meters, arranged like a Tian pattern, able to hold up to 200 staff. The southwest, with the best light, housed the executive offices and meeting spaces. Those who claimed private offices were veterans who had clawed their way through the workplace for years. The southeast was the staff rest and recreation area. The upper northeast and northwest contained the employee workspaces adjoining the reception. That was a given. Lu Li smiled faintly. You saw the empty reception when you came in, right? Once the company grows, not only will the front desk be manned by pretty girls, I'll assign you 2 secretaries. Let the secretaries handle the errands. When there is work, when there is nothing to do, they can stand by. Stop. Zhang Yiming waved his hands. Too many pies, I can't eat them all. Just give me a private office and they'll be content. The daily rent here is over 5,000. If you can just keep it and not get evicted by the property manager, they'll be grateful. Although sure Namrenjo Qiao, Ebai Tsung sold, well, its revenue was a mere trickle compared to this gulf of spending. Let's go. They chatted a while longer about life's trifles, and Zhang Yiming said goodbye and returned to school to pack his gear. After sending Zhang Yiming off, Lu Li returned to his office and reveled in visions of Ling Jing's future. It all felt like everyone was cheating. He had to give launching people a small, tail-sized shock. But the Yaya Y feature was a bit flimsy. He checked the system rewards only strengthened the self. They did not hand him a full game at a stroke. The reward was bound to Ling Jing as a company. He must run the company well. If he wanted to be a hands-off owner, he needed to find a few trustworthy paru. For example, Zhang Yiming. That proud fellow's willingness to stay had little to do with game sales. He could not bear to abase himself, so Lu Li played along, staging an act of eager recruitment. After all, a woman might slow the speed of drawing a blade, a brother would not. In fact, he might even increase the attack speed. Zhang Yiming was sincere toward him. In future, he would be assigned 2 long, wavy-haired secretaries. Of course, the reception needed 2 36D showpieces as well. Here one must praise old Master Lu's foresight. He had paid millions in rent for this place, planned to expand the company to 200 people after the new game launched, and had deliberately designed a high-end reception hall at the entrance. Unfortunately, the latest indie game, only 80% complete, met with an accident. It was taken away by Han Chung. Damn it. Luli only discovered this today when he reviewed the company's plans. Although the project had been conceived by old master Lu, Han Chung was responsible for driving it forward, so the previous team had been unaware of its existence. It had now gone with Han Chung to the neighboring Iyo Kaitian. This was Han Cheng's token of allegiance. Using my company's assets as your guarantee, has the old man gone senile? What right do you have to lay hands on the old master's legacy? Luli would not surrender the company's assets on a silver platter. He immediately contacted their former legal partners at Rongxing Law. He intended to sue Iyo Kaitian into bankruptcy. You like picking through scraps and poaching talent. They'll make you cough up everything at once. Very soon, news from Rongxing Law arrived. The project in Han Cheng's hands could not be launched because of the lawsuit, but forcing Iyo Kaitian to pay compensation would be another matter, for they were not soft targets. Money, money, money. Everyone needs cash. Luli stared at the meager balance in the company's account and said sharply, "A single penny can trip up a hero. Without money, even defending your rights becomes an ordeal. I will make many, many games, but one taste of this pettiness is more than enough." Luli thought of a Xianjian-style game he had once played. It had exploded in both sales and reputation, and even its screen rights had sold handsomely. What was thought to be the beginning of Xinxia television became an unmatched swan song. If it could be ported into a virtual game, it would be exhilarating beyond measure. Destined with peach blossoms, Li Xiaoyao, riding the sword with the wind, roaming freely through heaven and earth. A secret warmth kindled in Li's heart. Which young man does not harbor a Xinxia dream? Topic aside, when they went over to Han Chung, a pack of troublemakers began moving the studio to Iyo Kaitian that very day. Iyo Kaitian did not go back on its word. It rented a 300-square-meter office next door to take in Lingjing's remnants. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, hard to return the other way. Moving from a 1,200-square-meter open floor to a 300-square-meter suite, several hot-headed young employees quit on the spot. Those with families or weak points continued to hang on. Everyone understood that Iyo Kaitian's willingness to take them in was not charity. It was a strategy to dismantle and fracture Lingjing, the greatest threat to Iyo Kaitian. Previously on Longwo's indie scene, three powers had stood and balanced. Lingjing and Iyo Kaitian were neck and neck, while the dominant brother was Tianyu Studio, backed by E Company and flush with cash. As for the two giants, Chong and Chong, they were beyond what these small studios could dare to provoke. When Lingjing's leader suffered an accident and inexperienced hands took over, Iyo Kaitian seized the moment, targeted the discontent of veteran employees, and promptly reached out to Han Chung and others. That was how the subsequent palace coup came about. Whatever the outcome, the biggest loser would be Lingjing, for everyone knew that Lingjing's core lay with only Lu Qishan. Iyo Kaitian's true intention in absorbing Lingjing's team was the project in their hands, old master Lu's legacy. The early investment alone had cost no less than 20 million, otherwise old master Lu would not have owed so much to the bank. Whether the game sold massively and brought commissions or became a bold stroke on a resume, they had to commit fully. This was everyone's token of allegiance. Yet awkward truths surfaced. Han Chung and his crew were all half measures. They excelled at scheming, but were inept at making games. At Lingjing, as long as Lu Qishan controlled the grand framework, they could subdivide tasks and hand them down. After more than a decade as second-in-command, their development skills had atrophied, while their corporate and social savvy had become finely tuned. Now that they had to control the remaining framework, they lost their way. Moreover, this was a Guofeng Xinxia game. The script had been compiled personally by Lu Qishan, full of intricate plots, character work, foreshadowing, and level design. Han Chung had not even finished reading it. Days passed with no project updates for Iyo Kaitian. Instead, they received a lawyer's letter from Lingjing, which infuriated Shen Wanquan, the overseas head. When they sent their responsible man, Shui Ran, to inquire, they found Han Chung to be a dud. But Shen Wanquan coveted this Xinxia title. With the project near completion, he would not let the 2 million slip away easily. Iyo Kaitian struck back with ruthless measures. On that day, upon receiving news from Shui Ran, Iyo Kaitian immediately dispatched a team of game designers to assist, collaborating with the former members of Lingjing to take over the project. Just because it can't go online due to a lawsuit doesn't mean it can't go online with a different skin and content. It's a case of sleight of hand, with the source code in Han Cheng's hands modifying the original project framework to make it their own means that even if the lawsuit is won and the project is returned to Lingjing, it won't affect EU Kaitian for benefiting from a Xiangxi-style game. This is a common business tactic. The lead game designer is named Chen Junyu. He is one of the cornerstone game designers at EU Kaikian, having previously participated in the renowned project Santian Wulinjian. The entire team has a profound understanding of Xiangxi-style games, making them the most suitable to take on this project. However, EU Kaitian did not inform Chen Junyu that this was an infringing work. They only asked him to complete the last 20 of the finishing touches. This guy has lofty ideals. If he knew the company was asking him to do such things, he would surely refuse, making him the only one kept in the dark. As for the sleight of hand content, it is being negotiated by another group of people with Han Cheng. In the small conference room, besides the sound of pages turning, there was no other sound. The three project leaders met for the first time, and the atmosphere was slightly subdued. Han Cheng, being in a subservient position, was rather low-key. Shui Ran noticed Chen Junyu studying the script earnestly and did not disturb him. After a while, Chen Junyu closed the script, his gaze lingering on the unfinished game title Sword Immortal before glancing at Han Cheng. Are you sure this project was unconditionally given to you by old Mr. Liu? Chen Junyu, as a junior, always held respect for the pure-hearted older generation of game developers like Liu Qishan. It is precisely their insistence on purity that has preserved the spark for domestic independent games. They prevent cash-grab online games from dominating the entire market, allowing practitioners to see a glimmer of hope for the future. As long as there is light, the next generation of idealistic game designers can still persist, create, and use their boundless imagination to construct bizarre worlds. Of course, Han Cheng said without a hint of embarrassment while telling a lie. To be honest, this project is quite challenging. Chen Junyu glanced at Han Cheng. He did not like this overly pragmatic guy, but patiently explained the tension in the script is immense, the realms are grand, and how to tie up the ending and foreshadowing is of utmost importance. No one else can continue it better than the original, it's a pity. He caressed the pages of the script, a fervent light dancing in his eyes. However, I will do my utmost to restore it to its original form. Finally, Chen Junyu took out a pen and wrote on the unfinished game title, Sword Immortal Transcendence. Han Cheng left the conference room, and his sycophant Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly followed him. Supervisoran. Zhang Xiaohu hesitated to speak. Just say it. Han Cheng's expression was displeased. What was that newly landed designer trying to imply? It was clearly aimed at him. Lingjing. What about it? Didn't they just send a lawyer's letter? Do they think they can go all out? Look at this. Zhang Xiaohu handed over a notebook showing the real-time sales data for If You're a Man, Jump 100 Layers. 5,000 copies sold. Han Cheng stared in disbelief, even rubbing his eyes, exclaiming, absolutely impossible. That little brat is just one person. How could he possibly create a game with such sales? He couldn't accept that the little brat who had been bullied silently for a month and finally erupted to humiliate him could have such strength. Why didn't he do this earlier? But from what I know, Lingjing has no other employees besides that transparent intern, and they haven't opened any recruitment lately, so. Zhang Xiaohu watched Han Cheng's face grow increasingly grim and wisely kept his mouth shut. Wait, that kid's initial show of weakness wasn't to deceive me, but to find a suitable reason to fire us all. Han Cheng's mind grew more chaotic the more he thought about it. No, he couldn't possibly have such depth. That would be terrifying. Supervisor. We should. Zhang Xiaohu cautiously asked. Are you suggesting? Han Cheng saw through Zhang Zai's thoughts at a glance. Cash grab. This is the specialty of their team. For such a game under 500 megabytes, our team can develop 2 or 3 in a day. Zhang Xiaohu flattered. I'll leave this matter to you. Han Cheng nodded nonchalantly. If you can't beat them, join them. If you can't compete, can't you still annoy them? Want to rely on a small game to turn the tables? Not a chance. Han Cheng was determined to target Lu Li. He merely took what belonged to me, and yet you have the face to send a lawyer's letter. Do you deserve it? This time I will make sure you have a bad outcome. Explosive news. Lingjing and EU Kaitian merge into one. A well-known game designer team has moved in and big moves are about to happen. The former Lingjing team collaborates to create the jumping minigame if you're a man, jump 100 layers. Come try it out. The final Xinxia story. Truly a professional team. With nothing but the beginning, EU Kaishin side has already arranged for hot searches. They also conveniently bought an ad slot for the pirated minigame. Is it the Ling Jing that made Sword Immortal 14? I heard the designer died in a car accident. Oh, what a pity. Old Lu Yu said you would create the last Pure Land for us. Why does this minigame sound a bit familiar? I will definitely support it when it goes online. Are you stupid? It's not a Ling Jing game, and you still support it. Can it capture the essence of Ling Jing? Another game that ruins childhood. I heard Ling Jing is suing Yu Kaitian, though I wonder if it's because of this matter. The early promotion of new games has long been a common occurrence in the gaming circle. The trivial matters quickly faded from the minds of netizens after a brief wave. Compared to the wins online, the recent moments in the friend circle were bustling. If you're a man, jump 100 layers. Xiaoshu, give it a try, it's super easy. I've cleared it. If you're a man, jump 100 layers. Xiuqiu, give it a try, it's extremely fun, really, I've cleared it. What have streamers been loving to do these days? It must be recommending a mini-game called, if you're a man, jump 100 layers to each other. With the attitude of I want them to go crazy with me, the victims eagerly drag their friends into the fray. In just 2 days, the jumping virus spread among the shark streamers. On the third day, this game had gone viral. The usually gentle and demure streamers all revealed their wild sides or transformed into Gaia Ultraman. Due to the explosive effect of the program, the audience was utterly captivated. The more the streamers crumbled on camera, the higher their popularity soared. For this, the P-Station Up owner specially produced a special episode titled Streamers Know How to Have Fun. While developing the core gameplay of Luan de Chue, Lu Li also browsed P-Station. P-Station, fully known as PIPI, is the favorite long video site for young people. It is also the main production site for Lu Li's electronic pickled vegetables. These days, Zhong Jinxin had major courses and did not come to work, while Zhang Yiming went back to pack his belongings and would take another 2 days to arrive. Today, instead of looking for a few episodes of Ode to the Spring as usual for lunch, he directly searched for the keyword, if you're a man, jump 100 layers. He found the one with the highest views and started watching, lasting 25 minutes, a real killer. Seeing the duration, Lu Li smiled. A full bucket to enjoy. I heard this game is quite difficult. Oh, let's challenge it first. The first victim, named Jiao Cha, appeared to be overly confident, saying how hard can it be. I think it's just like that. Yesterday, I saw my cousin the fox play all night and still be stuck here, truly pathetic. Jiao Cha was at the junction of 2 background images on level 18, mumbling, playing all night, and still here. That's just a waste of time. Ha! Jiao Cha laughed loudly as he easily jumped to level 24, seemingly mocking his cousin's poor performance last night. Let's go, this is the difference between a technical streamer and someone who plays and then sends WeChat messages to others. Jiao Cha's inflated expression offended the viewers in the comments, but he remained oblivious, continuing, it's so simple, just jump up. At that moment, he reached the edge of the wall on level 34. The platform on level 35 was quite high, requiring a bit more charge. Jiao Cha charged while providing voiceovers. Hey, the moment he let go, the warrior took off. Bang! It was a bit short. The warrior collided with the platform and fell straight down. Hey, The voiceover continued until the warrior fell against the background of a dead tree, causing his wife nearby to burst into laughter. Unwilling to admit defeat, Jiao Cha jumped again, continuing his battle, but after just 2 levels he fell into the endless abyss once more. His face turned green as he grabbed his hair in frustration. Next came the exciting montage of his falls. On the 3rd attempt, Jiao Cha said nothing, merely scratching his armpit. On the 4th attempt, he nervously twisted his body. On the 5th attempt, Jiao Cha rolled his eyes and nearly fainted. Moments later, he declared earnestly, am I the kind of person who would sabotage my own brother? I wouldn't even message DeFei. The scene shifted to a recording of DeFei's game stream. Chago recommended a game to me. Ooh, I've never played it before, just heard that it's quite difficult. I believe that as a streamer, managing one's mindset should be very easy. DeFei was a young and handsome guy with a face that revealed an innocence about the world. No matter how hard it is, it can't be that difficult, it just looks intimidating. While operating and chatting casually, he swiftly reached the second background. Hey, I told you, once you grasp the pattern, it's very simple. Hey. Hey, Pia. The warrior returned home. DeFei paused, it's fine. After restarting his journey, he regained his confidence, getting more skilled up ahead. Hey look, hey look, hey, look. How about that? How about that? Yay. Am I being too cheap? With each step the warrior began to jump smoothly, and Fei's tone rose higher until he suddenly faced a setback. A brief rap stabilized his mindset, and Fei challenged again, followed by the much-anticipated montage of failures. YTM love you. Mindset is very important, everyone. Ha. Wagon gave a sidelong glance. The language was quite vulgar, and the video was muted. Fei, after his last return home, laughed, wildly shaking his head, exiting the menu, and uninstalling the game in one go. The comments were still shouting, continue. Continue what nonsense, what game continue, what a broken game continue. After getting frustrated, Fei started to find Cha Gu to chat casually. Next came Ingo. He was playing a siege game when suddenly a WeChat message came in. Hey, who sent me a WeChat? Ingo read aloud the message, jump 100 levels if you're a man. It's very easy, I've completed it, try it tomorrow. Just go to hell, I'm not playing. Ingo was quite clever, he had long heard about the game's absurdity and skipped over that pitfall. The comments praised the clever monkey, the boss is so smart. Next was Guapai Wawa. Let me tell you about this game. The longer you hold the space bar, the higher you jump. It's similar to a certain app's jump game, just a bit harder with no reference sound effects. So at this time, you need to provide a voiceover. WRYYYY, hey, it actually sounds pretty good. WRYYYY, Pia. 1 second drop. FK. 2 seconds of frustration. The show effect was explosive. Luli almost laughed his food out. Next, everyone, please enjoy the program series Frog's Terror. Our virtual service Milk Silk, with a pleasant tremor in his voice, each jump made Frog emit electric sounds, as if electrified. Oh, virtual service, is this the 3rd level? My goodness, this game. Pia. Falling at a strange angle without any pause, heading straight home. Wogan. The frog stopped holding back its voice and exclaimed, I remember the names of those friends who recommended this game. They are quite impressive. Then came the sound of a keyboard shattering, and the live stream's view briefly shook before plunging into darkness. Luli immediately took 2 large bites of rice to accompany the meal. The nth victim is the pineapple recommended by Lulu, known as the big hippopotamus, due to its long face and resemblance to a hippo affectionately called Meow Meow. A hippopotamus with pink rabbit ear headphones squats on the east porch chair, focusing seriously on charging for a jump. In the background, a helmeted warrior makes a mighty leap. Thud! The warrior bumped his head against the next step and was bounced back, then fell straight down. The hippopotamus squinted its eyes and transformed into a civilized role model, saying, Why is your head so big? Why do you have to wear a helmet? Wearing a helmet won't make it smaller. Clearly, this wasn't her first time facing a setback. Her temper was reaching a boiling point. Starting over, she fell again due to insufficient charging time. Bang! The hippopotamus leaned back heavily, pointing at the sleeping cat beside the monitor, warning, shut your mouth. The cat, still sleeping, responded with a puzzled, don't speak. Saying this, she directly pushed the cat away. Stay away from me. It's because you're here that I'm playing poorly. Tun, starting over the hippopotamus, bit its lower lip with its upper teeth, every jump causing its body to lean back, slightly immersing itself in the experience. Pia. However, even with the use of metaphysics, she still couldn't escape the curse of falling. With a heavy sigh, the hippopotamus decisively ended the stream. During the black screen time, the sound of curses mixed with the sound of shattering keyboards could be faintly heard. At the end of the video, Lulu was a bit confused by the layers of live streaming of Jia guest clips. In the video, Jia Gu fell from the 7th background all the way to the 1st, explaining to the recorded broadcast on the side. I went from level 7 to level 1, falling all the way down. I want to see the falling part. Lulu directly scrubs a progress bar, erasing Jacques Guess' only and a half her journey of jumping from level 1 to level 7. In the recorded broadcast, Jacques Gu jumped from the scaffolding of the Sky City to the rooftop at a 45-degree angle, only to be stopped by a tower crane above, falling straight down. Jia Gu in the recorded broadcast widened his eyes in disbelief, his mouth slightly agape, completely stunned. Ha! Lulu laughed loudly. So you climb back up from there. Seeing the fall stop at the nightfall snow mountain, Lulu curiously asked, And how did you think that was the end? Saw you repeat. Before anyone could see, the warrior who resumed his journey slipped down the icy ladder again all the way to the candlelight church. Ha! Lulu, with her arms crossed, laughed heartily, proving she was indeed the real sister. Is it over? Lulu asked again. Not at all. Jaga looked at Lulu and they exchanged smiles. This time he fell directly to his doorstep. Haha, are you kidding me? How did you come back? However, the video wasn't over yet and Lulu was dumbfounded. How did you jump to so many places in a few hours, then return to the starting point in just a few minutes? I went home, Jaga said with a faint smile. And then did you go up again? Is that even possible? Lulu posed a soul-searching question. In the top right corner of the live stream, Jaga looked at his sister and mysteriously nodded. Lulu couldn't believe it. Is it really possible to fly again after such a change in mindset? At this moment, the video suddenly featured background music, and Lulu began to sense something was off. Perhaps this is what it means when heaven confers a great responsibility upon a person. It must first torment their mind, labor their muscles, and starve their body. The earnest declaration, accompanied by the somber yet resilient background music, achieved a certain special resonance at this moment, igniting the atmosphere in the live stream. Next, the screen focused on this episode's protagonist, Jaga. Countless falls, moments of face-palming regret, and eyes filled with unwillingness. Still the same saying in this game, your greatest enemy is yourself. The narration served as a critical touch akin to turning the tide. Having gone through anger, confusion, hesitation, retreat, despair, and unwillingness, Jack's mind echoed with the bold promises he once made. Eventually, all transformed into an unwavering determination. He stepped forward, more serious, braver, and more resolute, starting from the trees of level 1. Withered trees, red leaves, dark low walls, candlelight church, nightfall, snow mountain, sky city, until the final soaring tower. Fight! Those levels that had defeated him countless times were now crushed under his feet like defeated soldiers. Those cleverly designed traps could no longer harm him in the slightest. Tens of thousands of backs to the wall became his most resilient armor. Thousands of deaths forged the strongest spirit. Those malicious traps that required collision mechanics to get through were now mere nuisances under the blazing sun. Nowhere to hide, Jaga trampled them with an absolute king's demeanor. Finally, he reached the highest peak and met the princess who resided at the tower's top. I made it. I made it. I made it. In front of the camera, Jaga, who had been tense all day, completely let himself go. At this moment, the background music reached its climax, and the atmosphere in the live stream peaked. The barrage of comments filled with ZGNB resembled an orderly army collectively paying tribute to this player who never gives up. His spirit inspired everyone in the live stream. Lulu was deeply moved seeing the brilliant light of the player shining through Jaga. It was precisely this positive feedback that gave him as a game designer the courage and motivation to continuously innovate and update, creating more rich, innovative games without any psychological burden to torment, inspire, and touch players, bringing waves to the stagnant game circle of Longwa, turning the tides on the international stage. This mutual journey further solidified Lulu's determination to create a healthy gaming atmosphere in Longwa and break the prejudices against gaming. Though the food was toxic, Lulu still finished this bowl. God of pixel games, golden spirit. Jaga is a person whose thoughts have transcended, someone who has detached from lowly pleasures, challenging himself, not seeking fame or profit, unafraid of hardship or setbacks, rising again. When he reaches a sufficiently high peak, he won't be satisfied with the status quo, but will start over, climbing to even greater heights, continuously surpassing his limits. Jaga is amazing. Not only the barrage, but the comment section also ignited. At first I thought this game was just about pressing the spacebar. How hard could it be? Those streamers must be too bad, until I played for half an hour without seeing any new scenery. At first I thought those streamers were just putting on a show, hitting their chests in despair when they fell, until I almost smashed my own assembled desk with a hammer. At first I thought those streamers falling down repeatedly for the show's effect, until I made a mistake and fell down myself, leading to a series of disastrous falls. At first I thought those streamers were just pretending to be excited when they jumped to the highest point to fool people for gifts, until, well, I haven't reached that high yet and don't know what it feels like. We have no pressure, can quit at any time. so it's tough to persist, which is why I admire every ordinary player who clears the game even more. I hope one day I can see everyone like Jagu able to change their "I'm a fool" in the review area to "I'm Jump King, I am the king of jumps." Following you are cultured, you are the big brother. As the saying goes, sincerity is the most moving. I believe my brother is someone who has truly played the game, which is why he has such profound insights. Well written. Even if they didn't watch the live stream, even if it's just a video, even if everyone is here to have fun, they're still force-fed a dose of poison through various reckless actions resonating deeply with the streamer. However, to support with real actions, most people still cannot do it. After all, this is a product of the streaming age, a game developed by Lu Li to ride the tide, which most people really cannot endure on their own. The positive feedback from the game is almost non-existent. The stronger the player, the more explosive their mindset becomes after a failure or mistake. Streamers have it a bit easier. They have others to witness their success, their efforts yield results, and it also brings a lot of entertainment value. However, ordinary players, even if they finally clear the game, the sense of achievement is certainly not comparable to the former. It's the type that gets applause, but not box office success. But even so, it achieved 5,000 sales in just 3 days. Under the massive gaming community, it still created a small sales miracle. Lu Li, looking at the constantly jumping sales figures in the back end, was moved to the point of tears. To reciprocate the players' enthusiasm, he decided to speed up the development progress of Swinging the Hammer. Returning to the company, the rain had just stopped, and the evening glow painted the sky like a bright red silk hanging above. Lu Li suddenly felt an urge to rush downstairs and point at the sky, proclaiming, "I am the great hero who saves the world." Such an overwhelming feeling of youthful exuberance. However, as dusk rolled in, casting its shadow of sorrow over the earth, Lu Li was drawn back to reality. Virtual games. He was particularly excited, eager to experience the joy of playing a sword-fighting game in a virtual world. It allowed all players to immerse themselves, fulfilling their childhood dream of being the hero. Lu Li was rarely sentimental. He felt a lingering sense of lack of belonging. He needed to swiftly complete the final procedures for Swing the Hammer. Only by witnessing players being tormented could he regain the feeling he had when he first became a game designer. The tormenting ability of Swing the Hammer was evidently much more sophisticated than that of Real Men Jump 100 Floors. Real Men Jump 100 Floors offered players limited opportunities to operate, creating an illusion that it was the mechanism and not their lack of skill. Swing the Hammer was much more intuitive, the mouse was highly operable, and any failure could only be attributed to oneself, making this psychological assault very easy to break one's defenses. The finishing touch took just over 5 hours. The overall development cycle was comparable to Real Men Jump 100 Floors. He came today primarily to record some seemingly encouraging but actually demoralizing trash talk for the players. This thing was like the garlic before eating noodles. It packed a punch. If it weren't for these trivial narrations, he wouldn't have smashed so many keyboards. After completing these, he reopened the Steam platform. Pricing $30, discount $50. Slogan: the game I made is for a specific type of person to harm them. That's the flavor. After paying the fees, Lu Li went straight home to sleep. After 4 consecutive days and nights of battling, even his iron body was starting to feel the strain. It was 10:30 p.m. on the Sharp platform in guest livestream. Thank you to Arigato Mayanji Sang for the super rocket. Thanks to Fiangyang for the push from behind. How could this skinning game spread to the indie game section? It's truly disgraceful. Just now, Inge, who had just exited the prosperous Tang dynasty, was cursing. I don't know which AAA game template this raccoon studio borrowed from with a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Emperor Taizong. Isn't this just disgusting? Blasphemy, it's simply blasphemy. Forever blacklisted. Inge was quite angry, sending a barrage of muted notifications. Seeing that Inge was genuinely enraged, the bullet comments rushed to comfort him. Boss, don't be mad, let's play another game. It's this bunch of trash that makes the already stigmatized environment for domestic games even more difficult. My mom said experts claim that playing games lowers immunity. They confiscated my computer. MQT MD. The expert group scores another point. Change the disc. I want to watch something colorful. A few days ago, a friend recommended Real Men Jump 100 Floors to Ingo, and he flatly rejected it. Isn't that just pure torment? The spiritual realm has fallen into desolation. Thinking of this work being produced by the spiritual realm, he felt a bit regretful. A game company known for crafting quality works, making such a type of game was undoubtedly a step downhill. He had heard that the leader of the spiritual realm had encountered an accident, and he felt a pang of regret. One of the few conscientious game designers in the industry. Just as Ingu was reflecting, he suddenly discovered that the spiritual realm had released a new mini-game, Swing the Hammer. The game I made is for a specific type of person to harm them. What a down-to-earth game name. Ingu was first attracted by the game name, then intrigued by the designer's words. It's just that the slogan is a bit too down-to-earth. Not even pretending are we brother. Saying this, he clicked on the game and saw a bald man swinging a hammer in a jar, making his eyelids twitch. Oh, there's no saving this. Not again. His remaining filter for the spiritual realm disappeared. Is this just a total mess now? However, the audience was quite interested, with heated discussions in the comments. Ingu understood the audience's intentions. They just wanted to see him make a fool of himself, the stinky brother. Looking at the clock, it was 1040, and there was still some time before the broadcast ended. He decided to leave the choice to the audience. He initiated a bullet comment vote. Shall we play? Play. It won't take long. Play. The more abstract, the more fun. We must play. 90 of the comments voted to play. All right then. They'll finish this garbage game in 10 minutes. Ingu responded while paying and downloading the game. The 500 megabytes mini-game downloaded in less than 3 seconds. Entering the game, the graphics were very simple. Next to a small tree was a black jar with a hammer leaning against it, surrounded by dark yellow rocks. Boom! The bald man emerged from the jar. What's the meaning? Ingu pressed a key but found no response, then shook the mouse, and the man with the hammer followed suit, swinging it left and right. The hammer could be planted on the ground and even lift the bald man along with the jar. Legs clenched. Is this combination too abstract? Not only Ingu, but the audience also started to complain. What kind of design is this? It's too TM ahead of its time. It's not. What is this game mechanics? I deeply suspect the bald man's leg was broken in Jump King. What a ridiculous crossover. Family who understands abstract art has revived. Ingu didn't respond. He was studying the game mechanics. It seems I can only control this hammer's hook, pry prop, and swing actions to move the character forward with no technical skill involved. Let me demonstrate for you. While shaking the mouse, he explained, watch me pry. The protagonist in the game swung the hammer, propelling himself and the jar forward a bit. Then hook. The bald man swung the hammer in a circle, getting it stuck in a rock crevice. Using the lever principle, the bald man moved forward a little more. Make it more fluid. Ingu's hand was dancing with the mouse. The protagonist smoothly walked a distance, as if the hammer was the man's leg. Before long, Ingu arrived at a fallen tree. The tree wasn't tall, but it was clearly too high to jump over with a hammer. I get it, the gameplay is to let players use these techniques to pass one obstacle after another. Isn't it just about having hands? He looked at the low tree in front of him like a sign, almost like a roadblock. Crossing this tree is completely without difficulty. He leaned against the tree, using the hammer to push against the ground, leveraging the reaction force to propel himself up. While floating, he rotated the mouse to the right, causing the hammer to hook onto the branch, and the bald man successfully climbed the tree. So easy. Ingu was quite proud. As long as he jumped to the second branch, he could easily cross this low tree. However, the second branch was clearly much longer than the first, and he couldn't just float in place to swing up. He needed to first propel himself a bit, then use the hammer to swing and hook the branch as a pivot to get up. Ingu swung the mouse in a half circle on the mat. Under the force, the jar bounced out. Then he traced a half circle with the mouse, and the bald man drew a graceful arc in the air. Crack. Suddenly, the jar collided with a protruding branch in midair, dropping straight down. Ingu's expression changed. How did I get knocked down? Crossing the branch wasn't difficult. It required careful calculation of the jar's trajectory and landing point when it was propelled. After several attempts, Ingu successfully passed. Just as he was about to boast, he discovered a rocky mountain ahead. The slope was very steep, with strange things appearing at intervals: iron frames, paddles, wine barrels. All kinds of bizarre objects. From a distance, it looked like an abstract mountain made from a pile of garbage materials. He turned back to look at the low tree. What was that? Was the steep mountain the real level? Ingu's eyelids twitched as he looked at the hammer in his hand, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Despite his doubts, his actions never stopped. In front of the steep mountain was a small hill taller than the tree. this was the real test for newbies. Successfully climbing the hill, Ingu felt his previously tense heart relax. Restarting is harder than starting. If you're not prepared, for example, if you have had a terrible day, then what you are about to experience could be overwhelming. You can come and go as you please. I will always be here. What is this? Ingu usually skips over such time-wasting narrations. He raised the hammer, looking at the garbage mountain ahead. This isn't that hard, brother. As long as you master the angle of swinging the hammer, climbing the mountain should be easy. The brief success dulled Ingu's vigilance. Aside from needing to adapt a bit to controlling everything with a mouse, it's just that. After climbing 3 or 4 steep rock walls, just as Ingu was about to feel arrogant, the amplitude of his mouse swing increased slightly, and the bald man instantly fell straight back to the ground. Oh no! Ingu's body froze. Oh, you've regressed a lot. This is truly a profound setback, a heavy blow. Doing. Yingiritoted defiantly. The audience had seen too many arrogant streamers get slapped in the face. They were no longer surprised, each one relishing in the misfortune in the comments. Hey, why are you making such a big fuss? I might be falling in love with the games from the spiritual realm. They never delay in slapping faces. Why does the narration feel so cheap? Is the temptation to go home this great? Is it really this eager and impatient? With this statement, the streamer will definitely show his true form in half an hour. About my running away from home, but not being able to get out of the door. The previous blank space made Ingu feel a bit uneasy, but he didn't pay it any mind, continuing to swing the hammer enthusiastically on the garbage mountain. This designer had a knack for magical attacks. Although he thought this in his heart, Ingu completely ignored this minor magical attack. At this moment, he still had no idea what kind of crazy, tormenting journey awaited him. Just a small mistake, just a small mistake. Ingu pressed down his arm, signaling everyone not to overreact. He rolled up his non-existent sleeves. Just watch, I'm going to get serious. At first it went smoothly. He could swing with his eyes closed without any technique. The first obstacle was a paddle wedged between 2 rocks, similar in principle to the second branch, but significantly longer. Clearly the difficulty was increasing. Just like with the branches, watch me perform. Ingu was full of confidence. All of a sudden, at the edge of the rock, the bald man stretched his arm, trying to hook the edge of the paddle with the maximum reach of the hammer. Unfortunately, the bald man was not a super scion, and the maximum rotation of his arm was only about 135 degrees, falling short by quite a bit. The tool feels short when it's needed. Ingu exclaimed in frustration. His plan to use the hammer to climb had not even begun before it was thwarted. Then, he lifted the hammer to his chest and jabbed it against the rock wall with all his might, sending the bald man flying sideways, swinging in a semicircle midair. Everything seemed so smooth. Lift off. Hook it. I'm done for. Ingu watched as the hammer missed the edge of the paddle, frantically shaking the mouse, watching helplessly as the bald man fell to the ground. Narration sorry. I'm useless. A surge of anger rose within him, but he quickly quelled that unnamed fire. Let's do something reckless. Ingu decided to abandon technique and launched into a chaotic hammer-swinging spree. Using the momentum from the jump, he successfully hooked the edge of the paddle and directly leapt onto it. Do you see it? Do you see it? This move of mine is a formless victory over form. Standing on the paddle, Ingu wore a proud expression, spreading his arms. Is it really that difficult? I just want to ask, is there any difficulty? The bullet screen immediately filled with 6,666. Allowing Ingu to exhale a long sigh of relief. A sense of indescribable accomplishment welled up in his heart. In that moment, he seemed to feel the charm of such mini-games. Continue. To prolong this sense of accomplishment, Ingu decided to press on. However, this careless decision led him into a trap meticulously woven by the designer. Each time he landed, Ingu would recall the sense of achievement he felt when he crossed the paddle with formless victory over form. Then he would instantly revive. Unbeknownst to him, with each failure, an unnamed fire was brewing in some corner of his heart. It simply hadn't manifested due to his excitement. When the last straw that broke the camel's back was finally pulled away, the volcano would erupt in an instant. After a series of failures, Ingu's internal defenses began to weaken. Time, like a married couple, always speeding up with deeper intimacy. In the blink of an eye, the night had deepened. Yes, don't rush, just like this, inch by inch. Yes, give me a little more. Inga stared seriously at the screen, and if one didn't know better they might think a newlywed couple was up late, exploring some knowledge gaps. At this moment, he was still climbing the garbage mountain. Judging by the green treetops extending from the rock crevices, the height was considerable. He didn't know how many obstacles he had overcome to reach this point. Inga stood on a large rock, slowly shifting his position forward. In front of him was a staircase of rocks stacked several times larger than the bald man, with large gaps between the rocks requiring him to support his body in midair to swing the hammer and grab the rock edge. Above the rocks was a vast blue sky, and below was an endless abyss. Yes, finding the right angle, Ingu planted the hammer into the ground, supporting his body, and then executing the semicircle he had calculated countless times in his mind. Perhaps due to more than 5 hours of strain, his palm controlled the mouse over the mat, drawing a half circle, but suddenly his finger twitched uncontrollably halfway through. The bald man, having lost centripetal force, paused for a moment before plummeting. Ingu instinctively attempted to salvage the situation, shaking the mouse in a panic. The bald man, who should have landed steadily on the rock, suddenly tilted awkwardly upon landing. Whoosh! As he grazed the edge of the rock, the bald man fell through the crack between the rocks. Yinye instantly paniqued. Achi! The desperate scream tore through the dark night sky. However, Ingu quickly calmed down as he hadn't fallen too deeply. There's still hope. Players who have played If You're a Man Jump 100 Layers all know. At this time, it's best not to operate like Xiajier. Taking a break to clear your mind is the best remedy. After calming down, he tried again. With his mind in extreme excitement, it was easy for the operation to become distorted. Ingu clearly lacked experience in this regard, and after stabilizing, he immediately swung the hammer to climb up. The result was predictable. Don't. Oh no. Voices of Ingu desperately trying to prevent a fall resonated in the live stream, witnessing familiar obstacles retreating in his view, until that familiar bare tree stump symbolizing the starting point appeared before him. A nostalgic BGM played, accompanied by the seemingly harmless narration, "Don't hate the player, hate the game." The last straw that broke the camel's back appeared. The anger accumulated over the past 5 hours surged like a volcanic eruption. Crash, crash, crash. Desk HB 11111. The camera in Guest's live stream shook violently as if someone was hiding under the table. His mentality completely unraveled. Who is it? Who is the designer of the spirit realm? Who on earth developed such a deranged game? What does this damn narration mean? I just want to ask what you mean. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Ingu was about to explode, the bullet screen also erupted. Playing this game is infuriating. Look at how happy the streamer is. Seeing this, I waved my plastered hand and laughed joyfully. Desk HP 111. Mouse, I was terrified at that moment. For 5 hours, the audience witnessed an optimistic streamer being thoroughly tortured into a breakdown by a minigame. Ingu also didn't expect to evade the first layer, yet he couldn't escape the 15th. After downing 2 bottles of Nyolan Mountain, he finally emerged from his furious emotions. He returned to the camera. If you're still in the live stream, you must be watching me right. Hurry up and go to bed. What time is it already? After driving away the viewers in the live stream, Ingu stared at the constantly refreshing 5-star reviews in the comment section of Swing the Big Hammer. It possesses a beauty distinct from other games. Simple, too simple. Spirit Realm designer, you son of a beach. If someone can't do it, don't blame the road for being uneven. I give this game 100% 5 stars. Incredibly fun, it can set the lagging phone's soul-free doge. It's a hit. Spirit Realm is on fire. I underestimated you. Guest's eyelids twitched, and he felt a stirring in his heart. It was foreseeable. A feast far beyond If You're a Man Jump 100 Layers exclusive to the console region is about to begin. On this day, the early spring sunlight peeked through the window, showering the ground with glimmers of light like scattered gold as Luli stepped into the company amidst the morning haze. Zhong Jinxin was already at the office. She spends time every day learning painting techniques. Luli's guidance is limited, but her speed in learning UI design is remarkable. Luli did not enter. He still had half a cigarette left to smoke. Leaning against the wall, he pondered the plans for future development. Too many games have been completed. The next project must be something substantial. Otherwise, players will be left with the stereotype that Ling Jing only creates such trivial minigames. This cannot happen. Just like at the Goose Factory, no matter how good the games or players will inevitably think that there will be premium products offering godly skins for in-game purchases. There's a deliberate distinction between wealthy players and regular players. Of course, even the Goose Factory cannot produce truly great games. There is no originality to be seen. I have an advantage over them. Although I'm also a public writer, Luli only extracts the essence. I absolutely do not copy garbage. While the torture minigames are not trash, they still lack quality. However, frequently releasing this type of minigame gives the impression that Ling Jing lacks standards. With the next game, there will be an appropriate budget. I can attempt to create a game that, despite being torturous, can keep players engaged and entertained. The primary goal is to make them smash their keyboards. Completing hidden tasks is the foremost responsibility, if not for the current small scale of Ling Jing. Luli even considered opening an online store dedicated to selling keyboards and mice. He believes that with the imminent explosion of the next game, the sales of mice and keyboards will certainly increase day by day. Thinking of this, a bold game slowly took shape in his mind. Meanwhile, on Sister Zhou's live stream, survival is suffering, life is finding some meaning within that suffering. I find my meaning in suffering. I'm living just fine. Who would be crazy enough to suffer in this stupid game? Sister Zhou's fury never ceased. She had never seen a game so despicable, designing ultra-high difficulty gameplay while comforting players with a grin as they fell back home. Zhou, you really know how to create a show effect. The nearby Xiao Shu smiled cheekily. As part of the Tablet Brainpad duo, they often interacted in the same livestream. They'll mess you up. Sister Zhou retorted angrily. I've learned. Xiao Shu rolled her big eyes, looking as if she understood. You thank Sister Zhou for the rockets, to check the big worm's levels. The boss is generous. Upon hearing Sister Zhou's face change in a second, Xiao Shu became even more convinced of her thoughts. She thought to herself that Sister Zhou knows how to play. She had unwittingly started singing a duet with her. She even managed to trick some big spender into giving gifts. You try it. Seeing that this kid was getting obsessed, Sister Zhou simply relinquished her position. If she didn't let her feel it, she might really think of herself as a clown. Oh, Xiao Shu blinked, sitting in front of the live stream with disbelief. I've actually been watching from the side. It's not that hard. This was said to the audience. An hour later, Xiao Shu, exasperated, scratched her 3060. This hammer is really hard to use. Why is it so short? 10 minutes later, bang, bang, bang. Damn it, Xiao Shu, that was my newly bought keyboard. Meanwhile, Sister Zhou's pained voice emerged. The camera shifted to another side. Daxiomi had already lost interest, and the bullet comments, her full attention fixated on the screen, determined to conquer the game. Swinging the hammer, jump, swing, hook, jump, go home. Swing, jump, go home. Hook, jump, go home. Again and again, go home, time and time again. The professional fake smile that often adorned her face was replaced by a wooden expression. With her competitive spirit rising, not even 9 bulls could pull her back. Now, having finally swung her hammer to the lantern at the mountainside, the narrow passageway had only 2 hanging lights, making it impossible to stretch her arms to swing the hammer. This was her 20th time traversing the passage. Clang! Once again she slipped. To play games, one must play with a smile. Daxiomi numbly moved the mouse. Suddenly her expression changed. Play your mother. She picked up a bottle of water. Just as she was about to bring it to her mouth, she slammed it down on the table. Bang! After venting, she continued to fight on. After every fall, she practiced the theory that games must be played with laughter. Not knowing how many times she had fallen, Daxiomi finally climbed up the garbage hill and saw a broader sky. Soon she swung her hammer to a place where 2 oval giant stones met and paused. Above a water bucket hung. A prominent warning sign was attached to the rock ahead. Do not ride the snake. Snake! Where's the snake? Daxiomi instinctively moved away from the screen. She was most afraid of snakes. After a while, she finally spotted the snake head right below the warning sign, its body winding out of the map's view. Without the prompt, she thought it was just a steel pipe. You scared me to death. Patting her chest, Daxiomi let out a sigh of relief. Clearly, this is a multiple-choice question. Either hook the water bucket and jump onto the rock or ride the snake. According to the designer's twisted logic, the less you are allowed to do something, the more you have to do it. This warning sign must be a smokescreen. Daxiomi analyzed thoroughly to verify her analysis. She specifically swung her hammer to try to hook the water bucket and fling herself onto the rock. After several attempts, she could barely touch the bucket. She couldn't hook the rope at all, nor could she fling herself over. See, I told you. This only further solidified Daixiome's suspicions. You think you can fool me? No way. Young designer, today I'm going to give you a good lesson. Remember this confident smile. Though the consequences are unknown, players often brush past the correct answer. High energy ahead. It's all false high energy. How is that possible? Daixiomi casually interacted with the barrage, having already seen victory beckoning her. As she spoke, she swung the hammer. After hooking the snake's head, the little person used the force to hang in midair. Whoosh! In the next moment, the little person seemed to have boarded an ultra-high slide. Along the way, she witnessed the scenery of Orange Mountain receding. Then it was still the Garbage Mountain. Finally, the little person returned to that bare little tree. Around her, a gentle breeze blew, and the sunlight was just right. Everything felt so familiar. Like home. Daixiomi still wore an unsolidified smile on her face, her mouth frozen in a half-closed position. This is not home. Deep inside, I felt a sense of peace, a calm conscience. This narration seemed like a fuse for a volcanic eruption. It completely consumed the last shred of rationality from Daixiomi. After a brief silence in the live stream, Daixiomi let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Ah. Bang, bang, bang. After venting the redeed, Daixiomi continued to fight. The audience was already scared. Instead of mocking, they began to comfort her. Take a break, Daixiomi. You've already set a record. Don't compete with yourself. Are you kidding? I'm still super hot. Scared, scared, scared. The bloodthirsty Daixiomi had become oblivious. Continuously shaking the mouse, she climbed little by little. 3 minutes later, thud! The muffled sound of something hitting the ground was clearly audible. At the door, the little person still maintained the posture of swinging the hammer. Huh? Ha! Daixiomi held her head with both hands, clenched her fists, and let out a roar like a lioness. 3 more minutes passed. Thud! Huh? What the hell? If I play this game again, I'm a dog. Daixiomi raised her hands in an international gesture of goodwill. FKU. Get lost. Get out of my computer. Exit. Uninstall. Delete source files. Done in one go. I'm done with you. Daixiomi unleashed every curse she could think of in her life. It still didn't feel enough to vent, and she banged the table a few more times. At this moment, the audience, who had been cautious all along, finally let loose, and the barrage surged instantaneously. The atmosphere in the live stream reached its peak. Various gifts like planes and rockets were thrown out recklessly. One can only imagine. Such explosive program effects would become an enduring segment in the history of livestream gaming. Daixiome's legendary play with the snake would be passed down through generations. Meanwhile, what are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? I am angry. Liu Xiaowei cried while swinging the hammer, grumbling. I made you laugh. Damn, this stick is too evil, damn it. He stood on the rooftop of Orange Mountain, controlling the little person to raise the hammer, looking up and howling, grant me strength. After the esoteric offerings, Liu Xiaowei set off. Clang, clang, clang. 1 hit, 2 hits. Whoosh. The little person successfully returned home. Liu Xiaowei laughed wildly in front of the camera. Games should be played with laughter. Ha ha ha. What the hell? Gaia. In Sister Zhou's live stream, the little tree, Sister Zhou and done playing him out. The moderator, what's going on? In Teacher Moss live stream. This is really hard to control, you know. While waving the fire, will Teacher Ma explained, but kept hitting his own face. This feels tingly on the scalp. This. I have never really felt the meaning of tingling on the scalp before. He had begun to ramble now. It really feels tingly on the scalp. The scalp feels uncomfortable too. There are all sorts of things not limited to that. Not knowing if they felt Daixiome's primal power. Major streamers were all breaking down, creating a unique resonance. Some were shouting, some were laughing wildly, some were transforming into giants of light, and even more were turning into enraged green giants. Even more were reverting to their ancestral forms. The sound of monkeys crying on both sides of the live stream could not be stopped. There was even a saying that arose in the gaming community. It takes a year for Nuwa to create humans, but only a game of Swing the Hammer to revert to humanity. The influence and lasting power can be imagined. As time passed, this abstract, torturous little game was sweeping the entire live stream like a manual virus. More and more people began to pay attention to this alternative game, especially the streamers. It had both live stream effects and could bring super high popularity. In the current trend of live streaming, this explosively entertaining little game was simply a popularity killer. A casual breakdown could earn hundreds of thousands of followers. Gifts kept coming one after another. The audience also enjoyed it. This way of deriving joy from the suffering of others satisfied the audience's morbid sense of humor, serving as a decent way to relieve stress in their pressured lives. Not only that, inside and outside the game, all players who had played Swing the Hammer seemed to share a special tacit understanding. They all offered their positive reviews. Enthusiastic players also provided warm reminders: don't trust the warning signs, because after being rained on, you should rip the umbrella, stomp it into pieces, and throw it into the puddle. This truly took the mentality of "if my friend dies, I won't die" to the extreme. When Zhang Yiming returned to the spirit realm to start his job, Lu Li was watching Jia Ge challenge the pinnacle in Swing the Hammer. "You're famous. Brother Lu, you're famous." Zhang Yiming excitedly shook Lu Li's shoulder, his eyes filled with fervor. "Calm down, Yiming." Lu Li turned off the live stream, motioning for Zhang Yiming to sit down and talk properly. "Brother, you're amazing. Following you was the best decision I made." He never expected that such an abstract and cheap game would become a sensation across the internet. The few streamers he liked had all suffered greatly. "Wasn't it you who I desperately recruited?" Lu Li looked at Zhang Yiming, half smiling. Zhang Yiming, under the scrutiny, suddenly thought of something. "By the way, Ali, have you ever experienced any psychological trauma?" "No." Lu Li flashed a bright and cheerful smile. "Look how sunny I am. What nonsense are you talking about?" "Then did you get influenced by any strange beliefs while studying abroad?" "No, why are you asking that?" "Then is your flower still intact?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lu Li rolled his eyes. "I get it, you've been heartbroken, right?" Zhang Yiming said firmly. "I'm a single dog. I only love studying." Suddenly a pair of watery peach blossom eyes belonging to Zhong Jinxin flashed through Lu Li's mind. She didn't seem to be at work today. While Lu Li's thoughts drifted, Zhang Yiming suddenly said, "Then how did you come up with such a perverted game?" Remembering the collapsed looks of Dexomiai's sister Zhou and those few streamers he liked after they broke down, even Inge, who was known for his mindset, had suffered. The key was that the instigator of all this sat right in front of him, chatting casually as if nothing had happened. "Too fing absurd. I'm famous, and this is how you react." Lu Li felt a bit speechless under Zhang Yiming's intense gaze. "Shouldn't we celebrate that our company has a new development route?" "All right, let's check the sales." Sales of Swinging the Hammer 8806. Sales of If You're a Man Jump 100 Levels 11451. Wow. Zhang Yiming's eyes widened. Nearly 10,000 sales on the first day. Just one day, 9,000 units sold. This is quite an achievement in the entire history of Lingjing sales, and even the gaming circle, it's an impressive record. You must know that Lu Li is a pure newcomer. Zhang Yiming could no longer hold back. This sales ability. Another game also saw its cumulative sales exceed 10,000 due to the collaboration with Swinging the Hammer. Let me calculate. Based on the discounted price, the cumulative sales revenue is nearly 300,000. 300,000. Zhang Yiming's hands trembled with excitement. Even after deducting the 30 service fee, there will still be over 2,000 left, enough for this month's rent. Damn, that's amazing. Huh? Why aren't you reacting? Zhang Yiming realized that he had been overly excited for a while Lu Li, the old guy, hadn't reacted at all. He turned to find him staring blankly at the air. "Were you spacing out for my brother?" He shook Lu Li's shoulders madly. Of course, Lu Li wasn't spacing out. He was looking at the system panel. Currently, the effective shattered keyboard and mouse count is 287,1000, still a bit more than half to reach the target, with the Jump King calculated at a 1:1 ratio and Swinging the Hammer's proportion around 50. The final sales of Swinging the Hammer should reach 300 units, which means 600 effective shatters, and after deducting the 100 from Jump King, there is still a gap of over 300. Waiting for time to ferment is not an option. Half of this month has already passed. Therefore, it is necessary to create another torture game, but it can't be the same. "Hey!" Zhang Yiming's voice brought Lu Li back to reality. "Brother, what are you daydreaming about?" "I'm thinking about what the next game should be." Luli smiled and replied, needless to say, we must make a few mini-games about swinging hammers starting with a guaranteed 000 sales. That's delightful. Zhang Yiming wrapped his arm around Lu Li's neck and said boldly no way. Lu Li seriously refused. Why not? Zhang Yiming was very confused. 3 times is a pattern, you know. These mini-games focus on entertainment value, but provide little positive feedback to players. It's popular because people are under a lot of stress in their lives and want something stimulating to relieve it. Lu Li explained very seriously he didn't want Yiming to enter a realm where he only thought about profit without considering the impact. If we lack any of these elements, our games cannot achieve such sales, and I do not wish for future games to develop in this direction. Doing a few more of these mini-games will create a stereotype for our Lingjing, which is not conducive to future development. Being a bit arrogant, Lingjing is destined to be a leader in the industry. We must take the lead in the circle. Lu Li spoke earnestly, and Zhang Yiming rarely saw his brother so serious. He scratched his head apologetically and said, I'm sorry, brother, my perspective is too small. I only thought about immediate benefits and wanted to make quick money. No way. Lu Li kicked him. Being greedy and lustful is a man's nature. What's wrong with that? Just broaden your perspective a bit. We brothers won't say anything more. Right, let's just speak from the heart. Zhang Yiming said emphatically, as expected. My brother has foresight. I knew that decision that day was definitely not wrong. Though he didn't say it, he realized that at some point the gap between his brother's realm and his own had widened. However, it was good that this was his own brother. The better he did, the more face he would have. So what do you plan to do for the next game? Let's make a different type of torture game. Are we doing that again? Zhang Yiming was stunned. Didn't they agree not to make such games? Torture games are not just about those pure torture mini-games. There are also 3A masterpieces with grand themes and worldviews like Miyazaki's Dark Souls. Lu Li stroked his chin and said softly, there are also games that don't have such high production costs, but are incredibly enjoyable while being quite torturous. Enjoyable yet torturous? Yes. Lu Li snapped his fingers. As long as players are given some positive feedback in the game, they can enjoy themselves, which is also what drives them to play some challenging games. For instance, in a game like Swinging the Hammer, there is little positive feedback, so few players can persist until they clear it. However, some players who have experienced positive feedback continue to play until they clear it. That is the source of player motivation. That's why I made 2 hot-selling mini-games to accumulate some initial funds, which is to spend money to buy materials that provide positive feedback to players. High-quality illustrations, music, open-source, gameplay, UI materials all fall under this category. Of course, the core is still the game designer's overall planning ability, whether they can reasonably utilize these exquisite materials to create a delicious dish with color, aroma, and flavor. So what are we waiting for? Let's get started. Zhang Yiming was somewhat impatient, waiting for someone. Who? My UI illustrator. Lu Li decided to involve Zhong Jinxin in this game's production. He could sense her eagerness. Although he didn't know her ultimate goal, it should generally relate to creating a high-quality game. And there are experts. Zhang Yiming looked around and asked, when did you hire someone? You'll know when the time comes. Lu Li smiled mysteriously. It's 3 o'clock. Let's have some tea. At the same time, Tianyu Studio. Shout, Sean, didn't you take a nap? Xiong Dawei rubbed his sleepy eyes and came to his workstation, finding his colleague Chen Kuan playing a mini-game about swinging hammers. Oh no! A moment of distraction caused Chen Kun's character to fall off the platform. Bang! He slammed his hand on the table, feeling frustrated. Big Bear, you caused me to lose. I was almost on Orange Mountain. What game is this so addictive? Xiong Dawei was puzzled. They belonged to the marketing department tasked with exploring market hotspots. He usually played all kinds of games until he was nauseated, rarely getting so absorbed. Forget it, explaining is useless. You should experience it yourself. Chen Kuan slyly winked and made space. What game is this so mysterious? Xiong Dawei murmured as he approached the computer. Half an hour later. Damn. Chen Kuan, don't run. I'm not done with you. That game made by the Great Sword Tomb. I'm going to take him down. Calm down, brothers. Tianyu's project manager, Li Shu, folded his hands on the table, watching the two with indifference. So is this the reason you two are making noise at work? Manager, I didn't mean to cause trouble. He asked me first, and I just let him try. Chen Kuan defended himself. How about it, manager? Why don't you try it out? Xiong Dawei winked at Chen Kuan, and Chen Kuan immediately understood. Right. I think this minigame is quite creative. Managerly, you'll see for yourself if you try it. You need to immerse yourself in the market often to grasp the trend. Li Shu adjusted his glasses, looking at the two. Take me to play. Half an hour passed once more. Crack. Li Shu returned home again, squeezing Chun Kun's mouse until it creaked. He was on the verge of an emotional outburst. Ahem. Manager Li, it's about time. You must have felt the key elements that can make this little game successful. Right. Chen Kun skillfully offered Li Shu an escape. Look, Xiong Dawei immediately handed over the tablet. Manager Li mini streamers are currently playing it with great enthusiasm, and the effects are explosive. In the live stream, Lu was swinging a hammer wildly, and faintly you could still hear the suppressed laughter of Zhao Ge. Everyone, there was a seasoned professional quickly providing a way out for their boss. Li Shu calmly exited the game, watching the two report with a half smile. Continue talking. I can't quite put it into words. I want to squeeze you. The designer of this game is very sensitive to the trend of live streaming, targeting the audience of streamers through its momentum. Chen Kun analyzed it comprehensively. Moreover, the game doesn't follow the conventional path. It doesn't even aim to please the players, to put harshly. They don't consider players as people at all. Xiong Dawei added, after I first encountered this hammer-swinging game, my immediate thought was to knife the designer, and the second was to Chen Kun. But when we recommended it to you, we thought. He covered his mouth and laughed. I'm sorry, I couldn't hold back. Li Shu's eyelids twitched slightly. Two little brats, just waiting to make a fool of me. It feels quite pleasurable to watch people around me being set up. The key lies in the designer's grasp of the players' hearts reaching an extreme level. The two of them exchanged thoughts, summarizing the essence of the game. Li Shu did not reprimand them for their laughter. Instead, he pondered seriously. This designer has quite a bit of spirit. Looking at the game's quality, it shouldn't be a product of a large studio. I checked, it's produced by Ling Jing. Oh, Ling Jing. Li Shu's expression tightened. Is it the Ling Jing founded by Lu Qishan? Yes, the designer named Lu Li is his son. He studied abroad before taking over Ling Jing after Lu Qishan's accident. As a fellow industry colleague, Xiong Dawei was well versed in the gossip about Ling Jing. I heard that later the second-in-command of Ling Jing defected with the whole team to Eo Kaikian, leaving Ling Jing with just a bare-bones commander. Doesn't that present an opportunity to recruit Lu Li? A designer with such spirit is a treasure wherever he goes. He has immense strategic value. Tiankun Tiamidin. With such a leader in charge, the second-in-command's defection is quite a talent too. Is it possible that this young man named Lu Li wants to see this happen? Xiong Dawei said seriously. Damn, this young man has such deep schemes. Otherwise, how could he create a game like Swing the Hammer that torments people's hearts? Doesn't that mean he has the potential to become the second Lu Qishan? The working atmosphere at Tianyu was pleasant. They didn't hold back just because Li Shu was the project manager. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone so far as to jointly trap Li Shu. All right, you all get back to work. Li Shu waved his hand and mused. He'll discuss Lu Li's matter in a meeting with Supervisor Xiao and the others. Your perspective on the current trend is quite a novel angle. Make sure to conduct thorough research and write a report for me later. Upon returning to the office, Li Shu connected to a video call with Xiao Hongru. He couldn't make decisions on his own when it came to recruiting a designer of Lu Li's caliber. Xiao Hongru was a game designer from Lu Qishan's era, currently on a business trip studying in Deep City. He was the soul of Tianyu. The reason the Goose Factory was willing to invest in Tianyu was the potential of Xiao Hongru and his development team. Thanks to the Goose Factory's funding, Tianyu leaped to become the leader among the three heroes of Magic City, with only Eo Kaitian and Ling Jing in hot pursuit. Now that Ling Jing has sunset, only two of the three heroes of Magic City remain. If Tianyu could bring Ling Jing under its wing, the scale and strength of Tianyu would surpass the previous level. After a moment of contemplation, the video call connected. Hello, Manager Li. A refined, middle-aged man in his 40s appeared on the screen. It appeared he was in a meeting. Supervisor Xiao, there's something I need to report. Li Shu detailed Lu Li and his achievements. After long, while Xiao Hongru's hearty laughter came from the video, old Lu has successors. Recruiting Lu Li is no problem, but be sincere. Don't get your hopes up too high. Ling Jing is a very tough company. It's not about the corporate culture, it's about the leader's strength. The implication was clear. He recalled past events. The Goose Factory initially planned to invest in Ling Jing, but Lu Qishan firmly refused for the sake of his authority, and that's how it came to Tianyu. As for the game plan, targeting the live streaming trend, Li Shu continued to inquire. It's a good idea. I'll let Xiao Yin and their team handle it. I need to prepare for the designer exchange competition in Magic City in mid-August. This is our opportunity at Tianyu. Li Shu understood the significance of this matter. Xiao Hongre's trip to Deep City was precisely for this purpose. After ending the call, Li Shu had the HR department draft a top-tier offer and send it to Ling Jing's official email sealed with Xiao Hongre's private stamp. Compared to the seriousness on Tianyu's side, the remaining branch of Eo Kaitian, Ling Jing, appeared gloomy. The news of the minigame developed by Ling Jing becoming a massive hit had already spread. Many employees showed expressions of frustration, wishing they could slap themselves. Why didn't they stay at Ling Jing that day? Otherwise, they would be the ones enjoying all the flowers and praises now. But upon further reflection, they began to resent Lu Li. Clearly capable, yet only showed his talent after everyone left. Was my presence a hindrance to your performance? Angret Felbrat. Compared to ordinary employees, Han Cheng's group of veterans reacted much more violently. Bang! Han Cheng suddenly slammed the table, glaring angrily at Zhang Xiao. Did you not guarantee me that you'd create 3 or 4 distinct versions in a day? Are you just giving me double-digit sales as a joke? Am I asking for quantity? I want sales. Menediaheni. Aye. Zhang Xiaohu wiped the sweat off his forehead. I didn't expect that just as our skin-swapping game came out, Ling Jing would release an even hotter Swing the Hammer. Swing the Hammer. All eyes turned to Zhang Xiao. Clearly, they were still not aware of the seriousness of the situation. Yes, right now, all the market's attention is drawn to Swing the Hammer. No one is paying attention to our game. Zhang Xiaohu looked aggrieved. It was clearly a one-tune skin-swapping replica. So why was no one paying attention to their game? What are the sales figures for Swing the Hammer now? An old man with white hair took a puff of his thin cigarette, calmly asking. In less than a day, it has already sold over 10,000. Wow. Silence reigned in the small conference room as if it were dead. What? Cough, cough, cough. An old man choked on his smoke, breaking into a violent coughing fit his face instantly, turning red. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The data must be fabricated. The rational man of the day was filled with fury, clearly unable to accept this outcome. That was over 10,000 in first-day sales. Even if Lu Qishan were still around, it would be impossible to guarantee that every game would break 10,000 in first-day sales. Independent games have their limitations. Generally exceeding 5,000 indicates potential for a small hit. He recalled the humiliation he once suffered at the hands of a young punk who achieved such success. This was even more painful than killing him. Enough noise. Han Cheng's face darkened. Look at you all, where is the leader's demeanor? Despite being deeply shocked, Han Cheng did not show too much on his face. If he were to lose his composure, the team would fall apart. The room fell silent once more. The old man with white hair puffed away on his cigarette, his brows tightly knitted. The rational man closed his eyes and focused. Zhang Xiaohu dared not breathe. Han Cheng scanned the crowd one by one, finally resting his gaze on Zhang Xiao. What do you think? Sales on the Steam platform are hard to fake. Player account verification is very strict. Zhang Xiaohu stated honestly. However, for such a gimmicky game, there's only a burst of enthusiasm, not sustainability. We cannot extrapolate the final sales of this game based on past experiences with spiritual realms. After all, there are no precedents. Han Cheng nodded, the tension in his heart easing subtly. Based on your analysis, what do you estimate the final sales will be? Not exceeding 50,000. Fundamentally, this cannot be considered a conventional game. It plays with anti-routine mechanics, and once the novelty wears off, no one will pay attention. Zhang Xiaohu reported the team's analysis results. Indeed, upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room began to ease. Xiaohu, next time, finish your statements. You scare us half to death, you know. Exactly. We cannot let that little brat rest easy. Ooh, I want a one-tune copy of that Hammer game. Several deeply shocked old hands regained their past smiles. This is how it is with people. Once they lose their shame, they lose it completely. Publicly discussing copying not only shows no shame, but is instead seen as a badge of honor. Do you understand what to do this time? Han Cheng looked at Zhang Xiaohu with a knowing gaze. Understood, supervisor. Zhang Xiao nodded, offering some ideas. This game has few monetization points. The jar where the protagonist hides can be turned into a gold jar or silver jar for cash. The hammer in hand can also be replaced with a sickle grappling hook or even a 9th rake. The jar can be changed into a mount. First recharge of 6 yuan directly grants an exquisite hammer. VIPs can start with a super jump leaping 50 meters ahead of others. It will be best to add a ranking board. Players love that. As long as the mindset doesn't decline, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Hansheng looked at the think tank with satisfaction as they offered their suggestions, smiling knowingly. This is the professional team he wanted to build. Original, not a chance. I have faith in you, I'll leave this to you. Han Cheng patted Zhang Ziya's shoulder with satisfaction. This time I don't ask for quantity, only quality. I don't need to say more about the rest, right? Just wait and see. Zhang Xiaohu was full of confidence, having deceived players with skin changes before. He was determined to achieve results this time. In fact, Han Cheng's position was quite awkward. Under the banner of Eo Kaitian, he was still in charge of a bunch of remnants from the spiritual realm. Huddled in this overcrowded office building, he desperately needed to produce results to prove his and this team's worth. He lacked the ability to oversee the project's Sword Immortal Crossing and was not included in the core team on the Eo Kaitian side. All he could do was wait, waiting for Sword Immortal Crossing to succeed in its adaptation and become a hot seller. He would officially become part of Eo Kaitian's core team. He clenched his fists. For his future, the spiritual realm must fall. Achoo! Jinbo Square, homey private kitchen. In a private room, Lu Li sneezed. Who is thinking of me? Is it you? He looked towards Zhong Jinxin, who was nibbling on a chicken leg. Me? It didn't. Zhong Jinxin raised the chicken leg in her hand, shaking her head like a rattle. Old Lu, you are not being fair. Zhang Yiming grumbled as he gnawed on a pig's trotter. You hide your treasures without telling your buddies. I was wondering why you were so generous today. Nonsense. Today is to celebrate the rebirth of the spiritual realm. Our small team of 3 is officially established to develop the same project together. Lu Li raised his glass to clink with Zhang Yiming's. It's very meaningful, you know. This was a gathering he had organized. Everyone was formally introduced, and the development of the spiritual realm would require the efforts of both. Let me formally introduce you. This is Zhong Jinxin, a current student at Magic City University, and from now on, she will officially be a part of the team. This dark fellow is Zhang Yiming, my best buddy, who will be responsible for the publicity department of the spiritual realm from now on. Clap, clap. Lu Li excitedly clapped his hands, completing the simple introductions. Hello, Junior. Zhang Yiming raised his glass. You can take tea as a toast. Hello. Zhong Jinxin shyly raised her teacup, clinking it across the table. Not to mention old Lu's charm with the ladies was something he had never heard of before. Is this the power of cash? Zhang Yiming expressed envy. He must work hard. He aimed to become a wealthy second generation. That way his future children would not lack charm, a perfect cycle. Feeling the sharp gaze directed at him, Lu Li turned his head, steamed bun. Can't you help? You rascal, take this. Zhang Yiming angrily complained about how he had always been bullied by him since childhood. People who are not good with words always suffer when chatting with Lu Li. Enough fooling around, since we all know each other now. Let's talk business. Lu Li restrained his smile, stating seriously, the initial funding has been fully prepared and next, I want to create a true torture-style game. Everyone has clear responsibilities. I will be in charge of the development and production of the project, and this time, I will use all the funds to purchase materials. Then he looked at Zhang Yiming. Yiming, you will be responsible for the game's promotional work. No problem, have we decided on a game name yet? Zhang Yiming nodded seriously. For now, let's call it Dead Cells. The budget is limited, so it will still be a pixel-style game, but it's a roguelike type. Dead Cells. Roguelike. Zhang Yiming suddenly became interested. That's a big production, bro. Yes, this time we're going to fight a rich battle. Lu Li clinked glasses with Zhang Yiming again, and then the two continued to boast. Suddenly, Lu Li felt a tug at the hem of his clothes under the table. Turning his head, he met Zhong Jinxin's earnest gaze. As if to say, what about me? What about me? Give me some tasks to do. Lu Li revealed an evil grin. I have a special task for you. Roguelike, also colloquially termed rogue, is characterized by procedural generation, irreversible progression, nonlinearity, minimalist visuals, and systemic complexity. In essence, randomness, unparalleled freedom. Ideal for crafting punishing gameplay experiences. Yet such games often suffer from a critical flaw. Players rarely sustain long-term engagement. and frequently abandon them. Unless the game offers compelling reasons to persist, such as visceral combat feedback, procedurally generated maps, items, and enemies. These elements profoundly satisfy the player's thirst for discovery and deliver constant positive reinforcement, irresistible allure that lingers in the mind long after play ends. But Luli believed it was still insufficient. As widely known, the player base is vast and diverse, giving rise to countless idiosyncratic compulsions. Some are text obsessives, compelled to read every line of in-game lore and tutorial without skipping a word. Others are completionists, driven to explore every corner of every map. Still others are collectors, relentlessly gathering every obtainable item, completing every main and side quest, and exhausting every possible ending. To ask such players to stop, one can only sigh. This humble servant simply cannot comply. Consider competitive esports titles. Does one use Flash or Flash? Should the invulnerability ability be cast from position 2 or 3? Is 3-finger or 4-finger control preferred? Does one wear underwear while gaming? Left-hand or right-handed mouse? Such minutiae are endless, and among them the most potent trigger for emotional rupture, undoubtedly, is the collector's compulsion. Even a single exquisite skin, a seemingly mundane, all achievements unlocked badge, or merely a subtle ripple effect, a rare weapon with a unique sheen. Each is enough to drive players into obsessive, sleepless marathons. As the saying goes, rarity breeds value, and Dead Cells is legendary for its unrelenting difficulty. What if Luli introduced a unique skin reward at each cellular difficulty tier, and only those who conquered all tiers could synthesize the ultimate, exquisitely rare White Sovereign skin? The convergence of Collector's compulsion and Dead Cells' punishing challenge transforms the White Sovereign skin into far more than mere accolade. It acquires transcendent meaning. It becomes a symbol of mastery, a badge of valor, a testament to countless nights of relentless struggle. The pinnacle yearned for by legions of players. Imagine a player painstakingly clears the game from 0 cells to 1 cell. Clad in the battle robe, signifying hard-won prowess, they traverse randomized maps at the 1 cell tier, while friends instantly gaze upon it with awe and envy. A screenshot shared online draws throngs of admirers, players who haven't even cleared 0 cells. This positive reinforcement shatters the fourth wall, flooding directly into reality. That would be the decisive stroke. Yet, just then, another player emerges, having conquered the 1 cell tier and acquired an even more dazzling, formidable battle robe. They seize all attention. Does this ignite competitive rivalry? And when players learn that each successive cellular tier unlocks a new honor-bound robe, will they descend into absolute frenzy? When the world's first White Sovereign finally appears, how many will burn the midnight oil? Not for glory alone, but for that singular skin. Crucially, this is a punishing game. Through repeated cycles of death and rebirth, how many will reach their breaking point? Luli couldn't help but flash a radiant boyish smile. Then who would worry about shattered keyboards or unfinished hidden quests? Among the current trio, only Zhong Jinxin, deeply specialized in UI, possessed the capability to undertake this task. Yet designing skin concept art fell well outside her official responsibilities. UI design, concept illustration, and 3D modeling typically demanded at least 2 specialists or an entire team. Luli, however, faced tight deadlines and limited funding. Every team member would need to shoulder multiple roles to deliver Dead Cells on schedule. After a moment's reflection, and under Zhong Jinxin's intensely expectant gaze, Luli spoke. The UI design is yours. You're the expert after all. Additionally, there's a special assignment. I need 6 original skin concept artworks. You're under no obligation to accept. It lies beyond your formal duties. And you'll have only 2 weeks. If the timeline proves too tight, 3 pieces would suffice. The remaining 3 I'll commission externally. I'll do it. Before Luli finished speaking, Zhong Jinxin nodded emphatically, already seizing the initiative. He guessed correctly. She harbored an inexplicable devotion to the gaming industry. Was she too guided by some system-driven directive? Luli's imagination ran wild. Yet he swiftly dismissed the notion, for he alone was the chosen one, the sole vessel of destiny. I have a question. Zhang Yiming raised his hand. Go ahead, Luli replied, fixing him with a steady gaze. What's the core selling point of Dead Cells? Zhang Yiming paused thoughtfully, then shrugged. I handle marketing. I must distill our core competitive edge within strict time constraints. Satisfaction plus impotent rage, Lu Li answered seriously after a brief silence. Huh. Zhang Yiming tilted his head, utterly baffled. Let me paint you a scenario. Try to immerse yourself. Lu Li described vividly, there exists a game where you die the moment you enter a level. Upon revival, you re-enter the same map, but your spawn point shifts unpredictably. After painstakingly clearing several levels, you perish from low health. There's no save. You return to square one, only to find the map regenerated anew. All gear weapons gone. You begin again from scratch. And yet, you could have survived had you paid closer attention to detail. A long silence followed. Emerging from the mental immersion, Zhang Yiming stared at Lu Li with transformed eyes. Damn, you're something else. If I were a player, I'd absolutely lose it and hunt you down. Thank you, Lu Li replied with a faint smile. Ah, Yiming, you have another task. As he spoke, Lu Li turned to Zhang Yiming. After tonight's dinner, take the company documents and verify the official Ling Jing account across all major social platforms. An official account. Zhang Yiming looked puzzled. What purpose does that serve? At that time, Blue Star was not Terra. The entire gaming industry lagged behind, missing pivotal internet trends. For instance, live streaming had barely taken off. Only top-tier streamers possessed the instinct to craft compelling spectacles and synergize them with punishing gameplay. Likewise, digital marketing, ads, influencer networks, public sentiment remained far less developed than in Terra. Though many major studios had verified official accounts, few treated them as strategic assets. One extraordinary advertising channel, far more effective than expensive billboards or trending topic purchases. Brand image. Lu Li waved his hand dismissively. That old approach is obsolete. We must adapt to emerging market frontiers. Oh, my professor recently said the internet era is about to bloom. Zhang Yiming replied, half comprehending, but still thumped his chest confidently. Leave it to me. I guarantee mission success. Watching his childhood friend radiate such fervor, Zhang Yiming knew the Shanghai gaming scene would never be the same after tonight. Lao Lu. Zhang Yiming burst into the office brimming with excitement. An email from Tianyu. From afar, Lu Li could already hear his childhood friend's raspy, quacking voice. Even Zhong Jinxin, quietly absorbed in design work before her screen, subtly pricked up her ears. Pushing open Lu Li's office door, Zhang Yiming slapped the envelope, emblazoned with the gilded characters Tianyu Studio, onto the desk. Quick check if it's a collaboration offer. Ever since resolving to join his friend in building something great, Zhang Yiming had done his homework thoroughly. Tianyu was backed by the Goose Company, a titan in Shanghai's indie game scene, its undisputed elder brother. Though on paper Lingjing Tianyu and Eo Kaitian formed a tripartite balance of power, in reality Tianyu and Lingjing stood leagues apart, separated by at least 2 full Eo Kaishans. To Zhang Yiming, this felt akin to securing investment from the Goose Company while still in university, a mark of extraordinary talent. Yet Lu Li, by contrast, remained distinctly unimpressed. Companies of this caliber usually reach out only to acquire or poach talent. So tell me, who do you think they're after? Zhang Yiming glanced toward the open-plan office, then back at Lu Li. You, obviously, or did you imagine it was you? Well, technically it's not entirely impossible. Don't even entertain the thought. I loathe constraints. Lu Li waved his hand dismissively. He would never join Tianyu, and Lingjing would never be acquired. Zhang Yiming opened the email himself. After reading it, he turned to his lifelong friend with a complex, unreadable gaze. They do intend to acquire Lingjing, but their real interest is in you, a 7-figure annual salary to serve as their third-in-command. It even bears Xiao Hongru's personal seal, an honor I've never seen before. It's more extravagant than any headhunter I know. Xiao Hongru, Lu Li Baoja Mitask. The name stirred little memory, only a vague impression of a visionary game designer, one who shared his grandfather's lofty ideals. The difference lay in their paths. Xiao Hongru embraced capital to secure a long-term future. Lu Li's grandfather, by contrast, steadfastly tended his modest plot of land, walking his chosen road to its end. Setting games aside, the Goose Company's investment acumen far surpassed that of the Alibaba Group, as evidenced by Tianyu's sustained healthy growth over the years. Tianyu has developed several outstanding FPS titles. Their Ace Sniper in particular is masterfully crafted. I absolutely adore it. Zhang Yiming spoke with evident admiration. Understood. Since they've extended such courtesy, let's respond in kind, gracefully and generously. Lu Li gestured lightly, draft a polite refusal on company letterhead. Are you certain you won't reconsider? Amid Ling Jing's precarious, uncertain future, Zhang Yiming genuinely hoped his childhood friend would choose the stability of Tianyu, even though Lu Li had already revealed extraordinary talent as a game designer. After all this hardship, the boy deserved a life of quiet stability. Managing daily office routines paled beside the relentless demands of overseeing a 100-person studio. Hey, no sighing now. Did you finish the task I assigned you? He was perfect in every way, except for being just a touch too sentimental. With diligent development, he might yet blossom into a literary-minded master storyteller. Lu Li gave a quiet, wry smile. Wasn't he too cut from the same cloth? Glancing back 3 times before exiting, Zhang Yiming left the office with palpable regret. He truly wished his closest friend would accept such an exceptional offer. After the interlude, Ling Jing's newly formed trio of core members officially entered full operational mode. Their official social media account was verified swiftly. Zhang Yiming nurtured the account while crafting copy and advertisements. Zhang Jinxin worked with remarkable efficiency. Within 3 days, the UI interface design for Dead Cells lay ready before Lu Li. Minimalist, retro, radiating a luminous, melancholic aesthetic, perfectly embodying the game's atmospheric soul. Lu Li gazed approvingly at Zhang Jinxin's pronounced dark circles, then entrusted her with the modeling of the protagonist, the Cell Man. She was granted full creative freedom across 6 distinct skin variants. As for the ultimate White King skin, there was no rush. To spare her undue pressure, Lu Li decided it could wait until after launch. Its value lay more in collectability than immediacy. After all, clearing the 5-cell difficulty was no trivial feat. Yet, Zhang Jinxin lingered after receiving the modeling brief. What is it? Lu Li tilted his head, slightly looking up at her askance. Anything else? She said nothing, merely conjured a small jar from her bag, as if performing sleight of hand, placed it on his desk, and fled. What's this? Lu Li stared at the jar, puzzled, then picked it up and opened it. Inside lay a cluster of plump, vividly crimson goji berries. Goji berries. Lu Li blinka bewildert. A quick online search confirmed goji berries nourish the kidneys and also alleviate fatigue from sleepless nights. Misunderstanding resolved. Their uniform plumpness betrayed careful, deliberate selection. Thoughtful. I almost doubted my own competence, Lu Li murmured, lightly pressing a hand to his chest. Was she afraid he'd collapse under exhaustion and drag the entire Ling Jing down with him? His devotion to Ling Jing bordered on obsession, indeed verged on stubborn fixation. Lu Li sensed Zhang Jinxin harbored an inexplicable fierce attachment to Ling Jing, as if its survival were non-negotiable. The reason remained elusive. Yet her motive for the goji berries was unmistakable. Lu Li bore the heaviest workload, the sole bridge between Ling Jing and concept artists on the Tianwen creative platform, coordinating world-building vision. He calibrated weapon and gear stats across countless iterations, and wove core gameplay mechanics from cryptic, labyrinthine narrative scripts. He carried the weight of an entire team. Had it not been for his profound foundational expertise from a past life and the black box marvel of the Tianwen editor, a title of Dead Cells caliber would take at least half a year to develop, not counting pre-production ideation, which would double the timeline. Zhang Yiming, ever the scatterbrained whirlwind, remained oblivious amid his own frantic pace, while Zhang Jinxin, quietly working in the corner, noticed the crushing burden Lu Li silently shouldered. A gesture without words, yet profoundly warm, deeply human. Even Lu Li, accustomed to acclaim and adulation, needed exactly this. That quiet tenderness softened the alienness of this parallel world, Blue Star, and anchored him with a rare, tangible sense of security. It filled him with unwavering confidence to craft ever more exceptional games, to lead Ling Jing beyond national borders, and to shatter Blue Star's entrenched prejudices against domestic game development. Strive, persevere. Time flowed, like water down a flush toilet, swift and irrevocable. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had vanished. Handan Road, Ling Jing Studios. At dawn's golden light, 3 men, each crowned with unruly oil-slicked hair, converged from 3 different directions. The legendary triumvirate. Everyone, listen closely. Luli declared, his voice low and resonant despite bloodshot eyes and solemn gravity. Our era has arrived. The three of them came from three different directions, converging at the entrance of the spirit realm. Zhang Jinxin arrived from the elevator. Lu Li walked out of the company, while Zhang Yiming climbed up the stairs. As the production of Dead Cells progressed, Lu Li and Zhang Yiming moved into the company. Zhang Yiming maintained a relatively regular lifestyle, working during the day, resting at night, and even exercising in the morning by climbing the stairs. Lu Li, on the other hand, was different. He worked tirelessly often through the night. At this moment, he had just finished the final touches on Dead Cells. Unable to withstand the fatigue any longer, he decided to go home to rest. Lu Li had a peculiar habit. He was a creature of habit. He could not sleep anywhere besides his own bedroom, no matter how tired he was, yet the moment he returned to his room, he would fall asleep instantly. This had caused him considerable distress. He could understand Zhang Yiming's greasy hair look, but Zhang Jinxin. It was surprising that such a cleanliness-loving girl could reach this extent. This had surpassed mere dedication. It could only be blamed on the extreme deadlines set by Lu Li, which drained everyone's time completely. Zhang Jinxin had little experience in creating original art, so after completing the UI design, she immersed herself in learning original art techniques. She did not want to be the one lagging behind in the team. Today was the final submission deadline, and she wanted to create the last piece of the exquisite White King original artwork. Without even having breakfast, she hurriedly washed her face and rushed from Magic City University to the company. Lu Li had been fully aware of the efforts made by Zhang Jinxin and Zhang Yiming over the past 2 weeks. Thus, the scene of their meeting at the entrance of the Three Giants Company, with Lu Li's passionate ambition, unfolded. "Let's skip the sentimental talk," Lu Li said, his serious gaze sweeping over the two. "Our efforts will surely yield rewards, trust me." At his words, both of them trembled slightly. It must be said that when his childhood friend became serious, he was indeed cool. With a tall and slender frame and a chiseled face, though his late-night fatigue showed, he still had a radiant appearance. Zhang Yiming was dumbfounded. A successful man was the most charming. He had previously scoffed at this notion, always feeling it was something only fat old men would boast about. However, at that moment, he surprisingly sensed that charm emanating from his childhood friend. It was a confidence that radiated from within like a magnetic field that made those around him completely trust his words. Of course, Zhang Yiming did not waver. He merely observed his childhood friend whom he had not seen in 2.5 years from the perspective of an onlooker. As for Zhang Jinxin, she was not as shy as she usually was. Instead, she gazed intently at the man, glowing in the sunlight, an indescribable emotion welling up in her heart as a tear quietly slid down her cheek. This man should be able to accomplish the seemingly impossible task. Surely he can. Brother, your dying wish will be fulfilled by your sister. No one knew what Zhang Jinxin was thinking that caused her to suddenly shed tears. What's wrong with you, eh? Lu Li walked up to Zhang Jinxin and asked, "Why are you crying?" "Don't be too moved. This is what friends should do. After all, the spirit realm is my home. I not only need to save it, but also make 10 million quickly slapping that idiot Wang Rulin in the face and showing him that this dog can't look down on others." Zhang Jinxin nodded heavily. As the soul of the spirit realm, Lu Li's efforts over the past 2 weeks had not gone unnoticed by her. It was precisely because of this that she felt a flicker of hope for the impossible task she had always been longing for. Lu Li let out a long, yet a look of fatigue on his face as he waved his hand. "But before that, I need to take a nap first. He'll come in the afternoon to embed all the materials and finish the final work. If all goes well, Dead Cells will meet everyone on the Steam platform tomorrow." Meanwhile, while the spirit realm was bustling, other game studios were also busy. Thanks to the Tianwen editor, this black technology, the speed at which Blue Star Games released titles was faster than the production of Japanese adult films. Swing the Hammer broke the mold and became a massive hit, as if opening Pandora's box. It provided game designers with a revolutionary way of thinking. Many manufacturers began to imitate and innovate. A plethora of classic, torturous mini-games flooded the market. Original works with conventional styles, such as the Toho Project Bullet Hell and Iwana platformers, sprang up like mushrooms after the rain. Moreover, games like Cat Mario and Mario Maker, which parodied and tortured players, made them feel nostalgic for their childhood. Of course, more still belonged to the mainstream skin-swapping and pay-to-win genres, focusing on copying what was popular and spending recklessly on advertisements. Without mentioning massive profits, even making a small profit was incredibly easy. In just 2 weeks, there were over 1,000 torturous mini-games launched in the market. Among them, the earliest release was Swinging the Mallet by Io Kaitian, which closely resembled the original Swing the Hammer and attracted the most attention. It broke the norm of independent games, selling at a zero discount. Coupled with extensive advertising, it quickly gained a large number of players who had suffered through the original version. As the saying goes, what is free is the most expensive. Goose-style first charge, VIP starting straight to Orange Mountain, paid props, revival coins, ladder rankings, continuously refreshing players' perceptions. Despite the widespread criticism, being infamous is still fame. Swinging the Mallet genuinely garnered a lot of heat. For this, Lee's attitude was simply to ignore it. He didn't have time to pay attention. Swing the Hammer was just a gimmicky mini-game. The hype would eventually die down. The success and profitability of Swinging the Mallet were closely related to Blue Star's specific gaming culture. In other words, players had long become accustomed to such operations. Either they played the original version and suffered immensely, or they enjoyed the paid-to-win version with a massive player base. Even if only 1 in 10,000 players approved, it could still be a lucrative venture. At this moment, Jaga had just exited Swinging the Mallet looking dejected. I cleared it in 10 minutes. What a bore. After being tempered by the original version, Jaga was already at the peak of his skills. Today he intended to reach the summit and wanted a mini-game to relax his mindset before starting. As a result, standing at the peak, Jaga looked around in confusion. He felt none of the exhilarating satisfaction that came from overcoming challenges after relentless practice like in Swing the Hammer. Due to the introduction of paid props, many particularly difficult levels had become trivial. There was no sense of tension, no need to calculate the swing of the mallet. It lost its original charm. Who recommended this? I'll give them a 3-day ban. Not only did it fail to become popular, but also wasted my feelings of reaching the top in advance. So frustrating. Not just Jago, even the audience couldn't stand it. With this you can still play for 10 minutes. I bet I'll quit after 3 minutes. I quit in 10 seconds. Dude, you're really fast. Can this even be compared? I came here to see you complete the game, not to see you rage quit. I came to see you break the table. Io Kaitian wasn't this low before. What's the difference between this and ruining their own reputation? The weary garden flowers begin to slumber, exuding a rich fragrance that lightly caresses the senses. Brother Ja's restless emotions are soothed. All right, enough complaints. Let's get down to business. Halting the rhythm of the barrage, Brother Ja enters a state of ascension. Under the sunlight, beside a withered tree by the lake, a man emerges from a dark, swaying barrel. In his first attempt, he felt endless pain and despair, isolated and helpless, clutching only a hammer as he plunged into the abyss, desperately leaping upwards. Every inch gained was a mix of heartache and helplessness. Past memories surfaced in his mind. Brother Ja fell into contemplation. 2 weeks of trials through ice and fire had dulled his edge. The obstacles here were too steep or too slippery, leaving him and most players in constant danger of falling and losing everything. This journey is arduous for the vast majority. It could even be described as fraught with danger. In such a gaming environment, many might halt after a single failure, closing the game in disappointment and anger. His streamer friends had long moved on to battle in other popular games. Only Brother Ja, he still reserved a large amount of time each day for focused practice. He fell time and again through failures, uninstalling the game countless times, yet ultimately pressed on out of curiosity. Soon, he arrived once again at the rocky outcrop marked with a warning sign. This was the watershed he both loved and hated. Looking up, he beheld the boundless night sky. To fall meant descending into an endless abyss. Having learned from a snakehead's trap, he now understood the swaying barrel was the only solution. Brothers, listen to me, this game is worth a glance, but don't dive in head first like I did. Brother Ja's words shone with rational brilliance. Only those who have been there know how grueling this survival path is. No matter how skilled you are, never let your guard down, for you will discover this game world is rife with malice. Once again missing the summit of the snowy mountains, Brother Ja roared with grief and anger. Even after failing countless times, he still could not face it calmly. Under certain circumstances, food serves as a consumption. Over time, it becomes trash. This is the pure essence of swinging a hammer. It gives a unique sense of home. In Brother Ja's eyes, swinging the hammer was no longer an abstract mini-game. He saw the designer's reflections on the entire gaming industry. In a technical context, some things are fleeting. As time passes, people have dumped too much trash into the vast digital landfill of the internet. Just as designers churn out various shoddy exploitative games for players, trash has become the new medium, the language of the gaming era. Creating games from trash can only yield trash games, a massive heap of refuse. How ironic. After repeating it a dozen times, Brother Ja finally swung across from the barrel to the snowy mountain. At this moment, he entered a miraculous state of natural coolness of the heart. That climbing determination seemed to have been validated. He continued his ascent, charging forward with great momentum. The color of the sky deepened gradually, and the scene began to grow profound, blanketed in white snow. Upon reaching this place, the entire game world transformed. With each new scene he arrived at, the narrator felt a sense of surprise and gratification at his arrival. What matters to me is that you have journeyed so far, endured so much. Every quip, every moment of apathy or forgiveness for every setback has been a gift from you. We share the same taste, you and I. This is not ambition, it is the antithesis of ambition. The arduous mission of tasting the bitterness of failure. Unbeknownst to him, he had left the lakeside, the rocks, climbed over construction sites, and amusement parks, meandered through cluttered living rooms and factories, traversed deep churches and residences, and crossed the snow-covered ice mountains. You have learned to hike. Now you can only go upwards. In a moment I will fall silent, but let me say I am delighted you came. This was the last sentence the narrator left for Brother Ja after reaching the pinnacle. Then there was the signal tower. Brother Ja held his breath, taking one step at a time. Clang, clang. Who? Brother Ja paused on the meteorite, surrounded by the echoes of the universe. Is this the end? Yay! He roared, using the hammer to thrust upwards one last time. At that moment, the stars twinkled, shimmering intermittently. The radiant galaxy sparkled in all its glory. The starry river was dazzling, profoundly moving. In that moment, he suddenly understood the man who had been chattering throughout his climb. He understood everything that had been said to him along the way, grasping the true intention hidden within the spiritual realm of the game, to hone the determination to climb upwards through genuine setbacks. He had an epiphany. It was precisely because the road was rugged that the real emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness emerged along the climbing path. It was due to experiencing countless failures that the stars in the cosmos appeared all the more brilliant. His thoughts flew back to the riverbank where it all began. Tears welled in his eyes. At this moment, the live stream room instantly crashed. ZGMB. Oh, everyone stand up. Give me a pancake. Oola, oola, oola. It felt like watching a long movie, and I'm still moved after waking up. After a long time, Lulu, who was washing up next door, rushed over still with damp hair. What's wrong? What's wrong? Wow. Zhuang, Zhuang. You cleared the game. Lulu jumped up and down in front of the camera, happier than when she cleared it herself. Clap, clap, clap. Lulu was as happy as a seal, clapping her hands. Yes, sister, I did it. Brother Ja clenched his fists, getting over it. It is the unwavering courage to reject hypocrisy and pursue authenticity, the tenacity to persevere and tackle challenges heated. After saying so much, I want to express my feelings in one sentence. If there are no tears in the eyes, the soul will not have a rainbow. Finally, I wish everyone, whether in the game or in front of the screen, the courage of getting over it to see the rainbow of the soul and interpret the meaning of the stars. In that instant, he reached a transcendental moment. Even Lulu, who was beside him, was slightly taken aback. Zhuang, Zhuang, you've matured in just a few days. Swinging the Hammer is a game imbued with profound meaning, critiquing the current state of the internet filled with meaningless and hypocritical content, the fast food nature of games, and the challenges of non-authenticity. It combines the genuine challenge this game offers players, expressing that only real and meaningful content can bring forth genuine and powerful emotions, and that only through relentless perseverance and a spirit of action can true success be attained. Just as Lulu was earnestly summarizing, Brother Ja's voice rang out, sister, quick look. There's an Easter egg. Peek chat room. Jacques stared at the screen, murmuring to himself. I've finally reached the top. What is this place? Awesome. Designer, come here. Whoa. Messages continued to float by marking the footsteps of the successful. So I'm not the only one who has cleared the game. Jacques felt a twinge of disappointment. He thought he was the first to complete it online. At that moment, players kept coming to the peak chat room. Jacques felt a pang in his heart. It turned out that there was still a group of people out there, just like him, tirelessly climbing to the highest peak. Preview. After his contemplation, Jacques noticed a button at the top of the chat room. Click. Soyez pressed confirm. The interface instantly switched to Weibo. Official certified Weibo of Ling Jing, so it's a traffic draw. I thought it was something novel. Wait a minute. Just as he was about to complain, Jago suddenly spotted a recent preview message posted by Ling Jing's official Weibo. No one can refuse it. Below the title was a colorful poster, a majestic castle on the distant skyline, faintly visible amidst the twilight as dark crows flew by. A warrior with a head ablaze with crimson flames gazed intently towards the castle, a blue ethereal glow swirling in his left hand and a short sword grasped in his right. With arrows protruding from his back, blood trickled down his right arm to the hilt of his sword. Dead Cell's death is just the beginning. Stay tuned. This, gazing at the poster, Jacques took a deep breath. Feels promising, brothers. The viewers in the live stream were equally amazed by the poster. Ling Jing, it really is Ling Jing. So it was actually for a big production after 2 weeks of immersion. It seems there's no reason not to support it. Is it really the official account of Ling Jing? From the poster, it looks like an action game. Originally, there weren't many netizens who knew about the news, but after Jacques' traffic draw, many open Weibo followed Ling Jing's official account and left comments urging for updates. In just 1 hour, the official account, that had only a dozen fans, suddenly gained 20,000 organic followers. This news indeed shocked Zhang Yiming, who was busy making the promotional video. Lao Lu, come quickly. We gained followers. Luli had only slept for 7 hours and returned to the company at 3 in the afternoon. At that moment, he was busy wrapping up game production. Hearing Zhang Yiming's words, he didn't even look up. What's the big deal? You're surprisingly calm. Zhang Yiming was as excited as a 120-pound boy. We gained a full 20,000 followers, all real people. Under the premise of no promotion and no celebrity recommendations, suddenly gaining a large number of fans. The satisfaction from having one's work recognized surged forth. Could it be that streamer who topped the charts and swung the hammer? Luli doused cold water on the excitement. You forgot we did traffic draw in the peak chat room. Sure enough, after searching online, Zhang Yiming found the news of Jacques reaching the top. Seeing that Jacques' live stream had over 1 million viewers, he instantly wilted. Lauga, how did you predict this so accurately? He recalled the confidence and composure on Lu Li's face when they certified the official account. It seemed he had anticipated this day. It came a few days earlier than I expected. Lu Li waved his hand. I thought we would have to wait until the new game launched for our official account to gain attention. Since there's already some heat, you can release the promotional video. If all goes well, it should be online tomorrow. How's the progress? Zhang Yiming raised his head and asked. It's already completed. The black technology is really useful. Luli looked at the 2 gigabytes of resources in the folder, marveling. Until now, he still hadn't figured out the principles of the Tianwen editor. He could only sigh at how the world of VR games indeed had more technology trees than in his previous life. Phew! Zhang Yiming let out a long sigh. Finally completed the task satisfactorily. I want to apply for a day off. Working nonstop for 2 weeks is really exhausting. Do you know I haven't practiced my craft in 2 weeks? All right, I got it. Tonight, I'll arrange a day off for you and find a good movie for you. Luli smiled at him. Look at your little ambitions. You don't understand. The full man doesn't know the hunger of the hungry. Go, don't spread rumors. After Zhang Yiming argued back, he seemed to remember something. By the way, are you not going to deal with the plagiarism of our Swing the Hammer by Iyo Kaiten? He had mentioned it before, but Luli was too busy to care. Now that the game production was complete, there should be time, right? No need to worry, they'll be backfired sooner or later. Luli waved his hand, indicating not to bother. First of all, they couldn't afford the time and financial costs, and he didn't want to waste time on such trivial matters. Secondly, while others were trying hard to improve their reputation, Iyo Kaishin's trivial matters were purely self-sabotaging. Wouldn't that be foolish? In the short term, it may not be noticeable. Over time, a bad reputation can form a stereotype in the player's eyes, which is a fatal blow to the future of the entire company. Luli didn't dwell on this matter. Instead, he said, go call Zhong Jinshin over. She is crucial for the last step before the game goes online. All right. Moments later, Zhong Jinxin arrived at Lu Li's office. "You're here." Lu Li smiled and waved. "The game is going online tomorrow. Such an important moment needs a bit of ceremony. This final upload task is entrusted to you." Seemingly knowing what Zhong Jinxin wanted to say, Lu Li's expression turned serious. "No refusals. Otherwise you won't get any original design tasks in the future. There are many ways to win people's hearts. For example, increasing a sense of belonging for the employees, letting her feel the warmth of the company, which will motivate her to work harder." Sure enough, Lu Li's intimidation was very effective. Zhong Jinxin no longer argued, cautiously approached Lu Li. Looking at the click button on the screen, her palms trembled slightly. This was the first game she participated in since joining the company, and she was deeply involved. Lu Li did not rush her, quietly waiting. Socially anxious individuals need some time to build their mental strength. The more nervous she was, the deeper the mark left in her heart. This held profound significance for Zhong Jinxin. He knew she cared about Ling Jing, so he gave her an opportunity to increase her sense of belonging to Ling Jing. This was also a common tactic to win people's hearts. Lu Li held the reins. Ding dong. At this moment, the computer emitted a prompt indicating successful upload. "Game Dead Cells, pricing 30, discount none. Slogan deaf like the wind, always with me." Today, maybe the best news players in the independent gaming circle of the Dragon Kingdom have heard in months. The reason is simple: a once glorious independent game company, after the unexpected passing of its leader, not only avoided decline, but instead welcomed a different kind of rebirth. A game titled If You're a Man, Jump 100 Levels has re-entered the public eye. A game called Swing the Hammer has directly led to a nationwide craze. Now it returns with a brand new look alongside its new work Dead Cells. Although this news hasn't exploded on trending topics, it has sparked widespread discussion within small circles. "Debbie, you finally made it. Can someone tell me what has happened in the spiritual realm these past few months? I hope the game sells. Well, please maintain the previous games. Quickly, those are my childhood. Are there any insiders who can share some inside information?" People are inherently gossipy, especially concerning a company as significant as spiritual realm. Recently, there were numerous doubts about the company's chaotic state. Suddenly, the game stopped being maintained, allowing scripts to run rampant. No normal company would engage in such self-destructive behavior. To this day, the official has provided no explanation. Just when everyone thought spiritual realm was on the brink of collapse, it returned with independent works. Moreover, the quality of each game has been improving. This has only fueled the curiosity of onlookers who frantically seek contacts to uncover secrets. All netizens following spiritual realm feel that a significant announcement is about to happen in the near future. It will undoubtedly provide a reasonable explanation for the time of chaos. However, today they are still discussing the upcoming new game Dead Cells. At 8 in the morning, the ceremonious spiritual realm released the game on the Steam platform. Lu Li did not engage in any promotion. Only viewers who discovered the spiritual realm's official account in Jia Guest's livestream were aware of the news. Sharp platform console region. The sun shone warmly as Jia Gu appeared on time in the livestream. "Brothers, I'm off." Without greeting anyone, Jia Gu rushed to the Steam platform to find the game publisher's spiritual realm. Among a slew of dim game icons, 3 shining game icons stood out awkwardly. He clicked on one of the games marked new. Whoa, 2G, 30 yuan, not bad. Finally, it's not a few hundred megabyte mini-game. Jia Gu currently has a bit of mini-game PTSD. When he sees games that are a few hundred megabytes, he feels anxious. If the publisher is a spiritual realm, he gets goosebumps. The scenes of past torment flash vividly in his mind. But just as he relaxed, Jia Gu furrowed his brow again upon seeing the game's tagline, "Death is like the wind, always with me." His intuition told him this game would be difficult, but his finger uncontrollably clicked to purchase and download. Before he could react, the computer chimed indicating the game had been downloaded successfully. "Now I can't even escape." With a nervous heart, Jia Gu opened the game. Upon entering the initial interface and seeing the save option, he blinked. "Can I save now?" This doesn't seem like the style of the previous games. The graphics, TSK have improved by more than one level. Having money makes a difference. After saying that, Jia Gu clicked play. Whoosh! The screen immediately turned dark, the entire display dimming significantly. Prisoner cell on this island, the social class of rats and wild dogs, is at the bottom, and the prisoners are even lower than them. The loading screen presented a segment of descriptive text. TikTok. Snap! Just as Jago was about to analyze, he saw a blob of green slime sliding down from the overhead pipe, rolling a few times before rushing into the nearby, decapitated corpse next to the execution platform. The corpse trembled and then came to life, becoming a pixelated figure with a flaming head. The figure looked cool, dressed in blue standard cloth armor, with a red cape billowing in the wind, exuding authority. Seeing this, Jago grinned, still that familiar abstract feel, but the protagonist looks much cooler than before. Radiant golden sunlight streamed in through the window, adding a touch of vitality to the dark cell. He controlled the figure to look around. A massive skeleton was pinned to the wall in the depths of the cell by a spear over 10 meters long, its jaw wide open, looking like it had been dead for a long time. Ahead on the jump platform was a barred door. Following the prompt, he pressed the R key to open it. Not far away, a woman in armor, wielding a longbow, had been waiting for a while. "You must be that headless guy running around, right?" Jago moved back and forth, but did not trigger the dialogue event. Seeing the flames flickering at the figure's neck, he remembered that this fellow had no head. The woman said, "What's wrong? Don't you like to talk?" "All right, you can't talk. This is a hell of a joke." She continued, "Being dead and coming back to life must be a strange experience. But you must have already realized a bit, right? You can't D. Although it's not entirely clear, you're not the first person to encounter this situation. Saw ye. The game is called Dead Cells, yet this person says he can't die. Isn't that contradictory?" But after the woman finished speaking, she fell silent. He could only seek answers from the game. Setting up suspense at the beginning, is spiritual realm ready to tell us a good story this time? Passing by the woman, Jago picked up a primitive weapon from behind her. A rotten sword and a tattered wooden shield. As soon as he picked up the wooden shield, a warm reminder appeared. Shield parry, press the shield, just as a monster attacks, and you can parry. Raise hand reminder, certain monsters have a casting animation. When raising their hands, a question mark will light up above their heads. Use this skillfully for better results. This can be considered a nanny-level tutorial. Jago practiced a few parries in the air with the shield before decisively charging forward. Bang! He smashed through the wooden door. Outside, a group of small monsters was patrolling the lower platform. Without saying a word, Jago swung his sword at the wandering small monsters. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The unique sound of impact and the smooth attack mode. In that instant, Jago felt the difference between Dead Cells and other action games. Smoothness. Whether it was swinging the sword, jumping, flipping, or parrying, the figure's feedback was incredibly precise. Especially when the knife struck the small monsters, combined with the sound effects of impact, it immediately gave him an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. One word: awesome. Is this a game purely for enjoyment? Is it focused on relieving player stress? This designer from Spiritual Realm is quite impressive. Finally, they're no longer trying to torture players in every way possible. With a feeling of gratitude, Jago ventured deeper into the cell. Swish, swish, swish. HP 15, HP 18, HP 24. Boom! A small monster with a purple skin and shield could not withstand it and exploded. Acquired infantry short bow. While the drop rate is so high, only this monster can withstand a couple of hits, but it still can't hold up against my flower-stealing technique. The excited player clapped his hands like a seal. There are still 2 empty equipment slots. I need to fill them quickly. He had experience clearing the demon souls. He was quick to master action games, facing almost no technical obstacles. If he could kill Hedon, he wouldn't hesitate. If not, he would resort to his flower-stealing technique and retreat. All the experience from the evil spirits was put to use. This game feels incredibly smooth when it comes to hacking. It's exhilarating. I love it. The player exclaimed, continuing forward. The dungeon was dark and complex, with gray stone walls, wooden doors, octagonal teleportation portals, and randomly scattered small monsters. His task was to grind monsters, loot equipment, and enhance attributes. This is almost a standard requirement for all action-adventure games. But how to make the monotonous process of leveling rich and colorful so players wouldn't feel bored really test the designer's skills. Clearly, Lee was passing the test. 2 minutes into the game, the player was in a state of excitement, with dopamine flooding his system. Fight, fight, fight. Bang. Another small monster's body shattered, accompanied by dropped items. Acquired power scroll. After picking up the scroll, the little character leveled up. The scrolls had 3 choices: red for brutality, purple for tactics, and green for survival. Different colored scrolls could enhance the attributes of corresponding colored weapons. If the 3 colors of scroll were not surprising, then the equipment slots and weapons also corresponded to 3 colors, which instantly piqued the player's interest. This scroll seems to match with weapons at different colors, have different focuses. This small innovation is fantastic. He analyzed the scroll's attributes. I can already imagine that once the game becomes popular, countless combinations will appear in speedrun videos, showcasing a plethora of options. The player seemed to envision that day, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. How wonderful! The game Ling Jing is about to become a hit. As a console streamer, he, like most players, hoped that domestic game developers would create more high-quality indie games. As for AAA titles, that was an unattainable dream. Now, he saw a glimmer of hope in Ling Jing. They truly dared to gamble big once they made money. This game style is so cool. It's a pixel-style action game I've never seen before. I wonder if Ling Jing would make it a AAA if it weren't for budget constraints. Just think about it, don't take it seriously. The elements presented by the game have already attracted me. I'll grab it and experience it after work. Hurry up, player. The audience urged the player to advance one after another. Hey, when you get older, you tend to be more sentimental. I won't ramble on watch me slaughter. The player chose the brutality attribute and activated his invincible mode. It might just be the starting trial map. The small monsters had low attack desire and attack power. The player only took 2 hits and cleaned out the prisoner's cells. Only octagonal teleportation portals of various sizes remained on the map, which could directly transport him to the opened areas and lead to the next level. In this cell map, he acquired 2 scrolls, 2 weapon blueprints, a trap, and some food that couldn't be put in the backpack. Food can restore health. The trap was half green and half purple, clearly able to match a variety of scroll types. After sweeping the battlefield, the player arrived at the entrance of the Path of the Guilty. A misty, eerie light slanted and mysterious and profound. Overall, it felt very smooth with a strong sense of impact. The game's weapon and scroll matching system is rich and offers a lot of playability. The only regret is that the difficulty is not high. I hope Zhang San's path can be more challenging, bringing in more roadblocks. My big knife is already thirsty for action. He stepped forward and walked straight in. Path of the Guilty cells are rare and precious resources, almost worth a life in exchange. Completion time, 5 minutes, 54 seconds. Cells. Seeing the warm reminder on the loading screen, the player suddenly realized. So the skull, the golden ring, and the coin icons next to the mini-map in the lower right corner represent the number of kills, the number of cells, and the number of coins respectively. The teleportation portal did not send him to the battlefield of Zhang San's path, but to a place similar to a mid-game rest area. The pixel character passed by 2 closed doors sealed with crimson chains with the inscription 2M00S30. Huh, what do these 2 doors mean? He kicked the door with his character. This door was sealed 3 minutes and 54 seconds ago. What a pity. Condition: kill 30 enemies without taking any damage. The player's veins bulged on his forehead as his completion time of 5 minutes 54 seconds looked particularly glaring in front of this door. Recalling the player's previous boastful remarks, the audience laughed. This time he spoke too soon. The hidden conditions and completion time don't quite match up. The echoes of not too difficult and my big knife is already thirsty for action linger on. Streamer, don't say anymore, don't I have any pride. Cough, cough. The player lightly coughed to mask his embarrassment. To be honest, the game's gameplay content is quite rich. Look, a new NPC has appeared. He pointed to a figure in front, carrying an oversized syringe container draped in a dark blue cloak with glowing eyes. It's the mad scientist uncle. The mad scientist seemed to have been waiting for a while. Seeing the little character approach, he warmly said, Hee, let's see who has come. You can call me the Collector. I might be the only good person you can meet here. As long as you give me the cells you've plundered from enemies, I can give you some very useful things. If you find blueprints, I can offer you even more. Practical items. Life potion, random starting bow, random starting shield. The trading interface popped up showing equipment available for trade with the Collector on the left and the remaining number of cells on the right. The player only upgraded the life potion as the number of collected cells was too low. Unlocking the infantry short bow required 30 cells, which he could only look at. So it turns out he's a greedy cell merchant. Exiting the trade interface, he muttered in frustration and continued forward. Oh, hello, Mr. Prisoner. The figure with a large backpack and an orange mask greeted him. This was a mutant merchant named Jylen. The mutants and the three different colored attributes in the scroll are closely related, belonging to different branches of various schools. Jaga did not study in detail and directly chose the red attribute of slaughter. Killing enemies reduces cooldown time. 62 seconds. In the future, enthusiastic players will summarize this, but right now, he just wants to wreak havoc on Zhongsen Avenue. After bidding farewell to Jylen, he proceeded forward to a healing pool, kicking it to fill his health instantly. Jaga had completely mastered the game flow, confidently stating, "It's pretty much like traditional action games." The highlight lies in the flexible and varied combinations of weapons and scrolls. The core is about grinding EU as long as there are cells and coins. Unlocking various weapons and upgrading equipment transforms him into a powerful monster, slaughtering everything in his path. Paying $30 for a stress relief game isn't too much. The smoothness of the combat alone is worth the price. The Road of the Guilty, the once pleasant countryside scenery in the forest, is now filled with an air of evil illustration of hanging corpses. It feels like every time the loading screen appears, it reveals background information to players, albeit in fragments. To piece together a complete storyline, one must clear the game. He stared at the corpse and muttered, "The world in the game is incredibly oppressive." Crack! He stepped out from a lift gate, startling a flock of dark crows. Crash! Oh my, that startled me. Jaga shivered all over before he could recover. Two armored monsters, surrounded by energy shields and wielding broadswords, charged at him. Speed Demon. Unlike other minor monsters, the Speed Demon has a thick and lengthy health bar with golden exclamation marks flashing above its head, indicating a strong desire to attack. Jaga's attention wavered for a moment, and he was hit. HP 15. He immediately rolled away in a panic, creating distance from the Speed Demon. Swish! In the next moment, the Speed Demon instantly teleported beside Jaga, swiftly slashing twice. HP 16. HP 15. Jaga was not an easy target either. He immediately raised his sword to counterattack. Clang! Clang! Several strikes rang out, producing deafening echoes. However, the Speed Demon's health remained unchanged, only the brightness of its energy shield slightly dimmed before it quickly brightened again. Saw ye! No time to think, the Speed Demon attacked again. Jaga decided to stop the engagement, flipping and jumping to rapidly distance himself. During the process, he noticed a faint thread of energy surrounding the Speed Demon, which was entangled around a wooden stake hidden in the corner. So that's how it is. Jaga decisively turned around and approached the wooden stake. "If I can't beat it, can I smash you?" Bang! 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 A few strikes shattered the wooden stake, and the energy shield of the pursuing Speed Demon vanished. Before he could rejoice, he was slashed twice by the furious Speed Demon, bringing his health below 50. But he was undaunted. "I've tolerated you for too long, hiding like a turtle shell, little coward." Seemingly wanting to avenge himself, Jaga directly stood his ground and fought. Heats! Bang! Without the energy shield, the Speed Demon's health bar exploded, and Jaga obtained another powerful scroll. He looked bad too, with less than 10 health left. At this point, he gradually sensed something was wrong. "This is getting interesting." He grinned. If the minor monsters in the dungeon were akin to pawns commonly seen on the battlefield, this Speed Demon was like a seasoned general, elevating the difficulty instantly. The gap is substantial. However, this was the challenge he liked the most. Whoosh! 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 3 more Speed Demons gathered around him, and Jaga's smile began to freeze. Did I poke the Speed Demon's nest? Huh? The Speed Demon, comparable to a battlefield veteran, isn't that scary. The terrifying part is that such veterans are everywhere on Zhongsen Avenue, charging at him without a second thought. At first, Jaga could manage. Gradually, as more and more Speed Demons gathered, he began to struggle. A group of Speed Demons swarmed like 30-year-old virgins, seeing a naked little doe wielding their weapons over half a meter long. Jaga was in a dire situation. His health potions were nearly used up, and his health was once again at its limit. 3 to 5 Speed Demons still relentlessly pursued him from behind. This time, Jaga no longer pretended. "Can I just run if I can't win?" Previously, he felt embarrassed to run away after boasting in front of countless viewers, but now with his life on the line, who cares about that? Jaga dashed away, not looking back. He wasn't afraid of getting lost. Wherever there was a hole, he would dive in without hesitation. As long as he could escape the speed demon's line of sight, he would search for other minor monsters that might drop healing items, then continue fighting. Swish! Just as Jagu was daydreaming, a stray bullet from a dark corner struck him right in the forehead. Damn it! Body destruction, a death notification appeared, and the screen plunged into darkness. It seemed that death was a relief. Jagu sighed, deeply preparing to revive on the spot and battle the speed demon for another 300 rounds. However, when the game screen switched back to the original dungeon, a lump of green mud dropped from the pipe and slowly took shape. Surrounded by familiar sights, giant skeletons beheading platforms, and beams of light penetrating the cell from outside, everything felt so familiar. Jacques' smile froze, staring blankly at the screen as if petrified. Bug. He first thought the game had a bug because there was a save file on the starting screen, and based on previous experience, he could respawn at the death location according to the save. However, recalling the torment he had endured in swinging the hammer, this abstract operation seemed to have a reasonable explanation. It's a game of spiritual realms, not surprising. But this is just too ridiculous. Jacques felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he wouldn't have been so reckless. If he hadn't been reckless on Zhongsan Avenue and avoided direct confrontation with the speed demon, he could have simply slipped away using his agility. But because of his recklessness, he had turned the efforts of the past 10 minutes into nothing. This feeling was no better than returning home from Orange Mountain and swinging the hammer. Even with a notoriously good attitude, Jacques couldn't help but mutter, "You really are something spiritual realm." Then he wondered, does this mean that from now on, regardless of how many levels he clears, if he fails, he will return to the starting point? Hiss! Jacques took a sharp breath. If he were to be slain by the final boss before clearing the game, he couldn't even bear to imagine that feeling. He didn't dare to think about it, fearing he might break his keyboard. This designer is truly a piece of work. The audience understood his meaning and echoed. To be fair, I agree. This punishment is even more perverse than swinging the hammer. Who knows how much effort it takes to clear the game? Is this a type nurturing game? Who would willingly endure endless torture? But bro, this game is really fun to play. If it weren't for the boss standing behind me, I definitely wouldn't be watching the live stream. I would have annihilated everything by now. You're amazing, bro. After Jagu calmed himself, he didn't even greet anyone and directly bypassed the armored woman, picking up the primitive equipment and heading straight into the depths of the dungeon. After pushing open the door, he was stunned. Why does this place look different from when he first entered the dungeon? No way, Arthur. Forget about the save files. The map is random too. Jacques couldn't hold back anymore. He had always immersed himself in the perspective of the spirit realm, thinking that the diverse weapon scrolls were a positive aspect. But from the player's perspective, no save files and complete randomness is purely aimed at torturing players right. The designer is still that same bratty youth, showing not a shred of change. Jacques, don't be cowardly, face it yourself. Exactly, let's just do it. You just realized. Soon you'll also discover the cursed treasure chest and the wrath of the gods. Hearing the audience's words, Jacques' ears immediately perked up. Many people had already experienced the game, and if they could avoid some pitfalls, that would definitely be best. He hadn't noticed the cursed treasure chest and what was the wrath of the gods. What you remember will surely echo back. As Jacques pondered the wrath of the gods, he unconsciously arrived before a resplendent golden door. Behind the door was a weapon radiating a green glow. His entire equipment had just initialized, and he was lacking a main weapon. Offer devout tribute, 1,000 gold, or leave, 1,000 gold. Jacques saw the prompt on the door and screamed, "Are you trying to take my life?" Altogether, he had less than 800 gold. Was he supposed to just give up his life? Crack! Jacques smashed through the golden door with a single strike. "I'm taking it. You have angered the gods. You will die immediately upon receiving any attack. Defeat 10 enemies to remove the curse." What does this mean? Can't be attacked. What's the difference from being a salted fish? Jacques was numbed. This is the wrath of the gods. This is clearly the game designer's sheer malice. The map is filled with small monsters that habitually throw attacks, and it's hard to avoid stray bullets. With 10 skull icons hovering above his head like a tightening hoop, Jacques' gameplay was severely restricted. In the past, he would traverse the map with carefree ease, doing whatever looked cool. Now he was cautiously moving through the dungeon's corridors, timid and cowardly. The problem is being timid doesn't help. He must defeat 10 small monsters without taking damage to remove the curse. Thus an old cunning coin appeared in the dungeon. It focused on the isolated small monsters, and in just a breath one small monster lost its precious coin. Jaga moved quickly and sneakily. The audience exclaimed, "So cheap, so sneaky. Gods, I'm sorry for being angered by you." The neighboring gods are crying. "Monster young man, no martial ethics. Cool me. Deceive. Cool me. Sneak attack. I'm a 69-year-old old monster. There's no helping it. I don't want to restart again." Having defeated the 7th monster without taking damage, Jagu relaxed his vigilance slightly. Bang! In the next moment, a fireball with a slow launching speed rushed towards his face. Jagu took it easy and jumped away from the fireball effortlessly. However, just as he jumped, an arrow shot out from his blind spot. Whoosh! The arrow flew through the air, hitting Jagu perfectly as he was in mid-jump. Your physical body is destroyed. Jagu was instantly petrified in place upon seeing the black screen. He was dumbfounded. Oh no! He slapped the table and stood up. "Brothers, I need to take a leak." Now the viewers in the live stream were laughing so hard they were doubled over. This is what happens when you are timid. The more cautious you are, the more mistakes you make. That arrow coming from the dark corner was indeed at a tricky angle. I deeply suspect it was intentional by the designer. While guess there might be a no-damage playstyle trending in the future, it will definitely be very pleasing to the eye. The video of the blade dancing to challenge the limits was very popular among the viewers. No-damage speedruns were the most appealing. As long as the rewards are great, no player would shy away from the challenge. After taking care of himself, Jagu returned to the camera. "I just washed my face to wake up. I won't stop the stream until I clear this level." 8 hours later. The sky over Mongolia at 1 o'clock in the morning had just darkened, and Jagu's world completely collapsed. Jagu, with dark circles under his eyes, looked at everything familiar in the dungeon, hysterical. So close. This is the 3rd time. Just one step away from crushing the final boss and successfully clearing the level. The health bar of the king's hand, guarding the king, was already at its limit. However, luck was not on Jagu's side. In the final clash, he fell first. A full 7 hours of grinding and trial and error. Ultimately, it resulted in a final hour of peak opportunity. But he lost. This feeling was akin to a roller coaster reaching its highest point only to falter at the last second. Faltered. The foreplay had been so ample with so much buildup. Yet he encountered a problem himself. Bang, bang, bang. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The angrier he got, the more unconvinced he felt. Jagu vented and immediately sat up straight, preparing to continue the fight. The audience sensed something was off and hurriedly advised, Jagu, take a break. You've been playing for 11 hours. Indeed, there's no rush. Think about it. You also took 2 weeks to clear with the big hammer. Spoiler alert from someone who's been there clearing the game is not the end of the game officially starts after clearing, so there's no need to be so entangled. Whoa, a master has appeared. Worship. What? Jagu perked up at the spoiler in the comments. Clearing is just the beginning. He immediately searched online for strategies related to Dead Cells, but found nothing. No way. This game hasn't gone viral. Jagu stared wide-eyed in disbelief, the feelings of impotent rage dissipating. His heart was filled with confusion. How could such an exhilarating yet torturous game not be known? The Spirit Realm had not promoted the game before its release. Dead Cells was not even included in the encyclopedia. There wasn't even a proper article about it on the internet. This is just too cold. Currently in the entire Shark live streaming room, only Jagu was streaming this game. Hey, Jagu sighed, heavily pondering. This game is really good. Why hasn't it gone viral? The anger for being tortured by the game gradually lessened, and a feeling of regret surged within him. It shouldn't be like this. Whether it's the super satisfying combat feel during battles, or the rich and diverse equipment combination system, or even the completely random maps and monsters. Even the later introduced rune system brought the essence of roguelike games to its peak. Jagu did not know at which point things had gone wrong. This game, which constantly provides players with a fresh experience, had kept him engaged for more than 10 hours without feeling tired. On the contrary, he felt very excited. It has all the essential elements of a successful game. Why hasn't it gone viral? Jagu really hoped that this pearl would not be tarnished. He believed it must be his lack of promotional skills that prevented it from becoming as popular as Big Hammer, as effortlessly done by Jia Ingzhou Jia and Dai Xiaomei. He had played it first, but failed to trigger its popularity. No way, no way. Reflecting on this, Ge shook his head frantically. Tomorrow, I must invite Jie to help promote it. The next day, in the publicity director's office at Lingjing Company, sunlight spilled softly beyond the window, while inside Zhang Yiming's heart was dark with worry. Nearly 24 hours after the game's release, sales had still not broken the 10,000 threshold. The discrepancy from expectations was vast. Siwang Shibao had consumed the three creators every ounce of energy, time, and money. Zhang Yiming had assumed that effort would naturally yield the harvest he sought. To his astonishment, first-day sales did not even match Lun Dachui. Reality had delivered him a fierce blow. He could not accept that result. Was my copywriting inadequate? Did the players simply fail to be drawn in? Fresh from campus and still new to the field, his first instinct was to doubt his own abilities. Zhang Yiming left the office. In the empty lobby, Zhong Jinxin repeatedly composed the concept art for the Zhijin Baiwang skin, focused and intent. He glanced at Lu Li's office door, closed tight. The flickering of the computer screen there proved he was at work as well. The sight only made him more resentful. He alone had nothing to do. Sorry, Lu Li, this is my fault. My work was not adequate. He lowered his head and entered Lu Li's office, prepared to apologize. Hey, why didn't you knock? Lu Li startled and instinctively closed the erotic visual novel on his desk. Though his hands were quick, Zhang Yiming still glimpsed brief flashes of pale flesh. Look at this sphere, so large and perfectly round. Boom! Zhang Yiming stood, stunned, a sudden brainstorm whipping through his mind. That was an erotic visual novel. I have been losing sleep over the game sales, and you were secretly playing an eroge. You, he spluttered. Come over and take a look. Lu Li slid his chair back to make room for Zhang Yiming. Isn't it lifelike? You bastard. Zhang Yiming finally snapped, grabbing Lu Li's shoulders and shaking him. I thought you were beating yourself up over poor sales. Are you hiding here, watching an eroge? Hey, keep your voice down, you're ruining my image. Lu Li immediately clapped a hand over Zhang Yiming's mouth. Zhong Jinxin looked up. What was that noise? Had she imagined it? She lowered her head and resumed her work. After a while, the two calmed down. I thought it was something else. Lu Li baba indifferently. You came to apologize just because sales were poor. Humph. Zhang Yiming tossed his head, adopting a coquettish air. It must be that bad leadership at the top led everything astray. I can only shoulder half the blame for poor sales. No, make that a quarter. The rest is Lu Li's responsibility. Lu Li's not. If you have nothing better to do, go entertain yourself and stop wasting my time. How am I wasting time? Zhang Yiming bristled. Tell me, how much promotion budget did I approve for you? You gave me no promotion budget. Then how many people were following the game before launch? Only that Douyu streamer who brought a wave of viewers from his channel. What day is it today? Tuesday. And Lu Li chuckled as he straightened Zhang Yiming's tie. You fool, under these conditions, this performance is already something. What more could you possibly demand? In an environment riddled with reskins and paid-to-win schemes, the market for independent games in Longwo was already limited. There had been no publicity, and the release fell on a weekday. That was remarkable then. Lu Li peeled back the layers of cause and consequence and set them before Zhang Yiming step by step. Much of Zhang's self-reproach dissipated. He could not help but regain some admiration for Lu Li, yet recalling that Lu Li had been secretly playing an eroge without inviting him rekindled his anger. So how do you explain you were playing an eroge? Ahem. Lu Li cleared his throat and reflected. Zhong Jinxin's drawing fundamentals are solid. She is gifted, but she lacks certain life experience. Don't beat around the bush. Get to the point. Well, I'm planning to expand. The core concept art team must number at least 5. I'm going to poach a few concept artists from the eroge side. Lu Li intended his next title to be a grand production, earn 10 million, throw it in Wang Ruolin's face, clear the company's debts, and then concentrate on polishing the script into a true masterpiece. All of that required a great many concept artists. Although the Tianwen editor allowed purchasing pieces, its responsiveness in communication was insufficient. The concept art burden had fallen on Zhong Jinxin alone, and he feared the young woman would be overwhelmed. This is the first time I've heard of plucking concept artists from eroge to make a mainstream game. Bro, your thinking is rather peculiar. Zhang Yiming sneered, baffled. Why not recruit experienced concept artists through conventional channels? You don't understand. Lu Li replied with a calm air. Why can a Roge with such limited visuals ignite players' desire? Because they understand players' needs best. A few rendered scenes, a little build-up, and the effect is achieved. If you translate that approach into fear, sorrow, or anger, imagine how much it could enrich a game. HM. Zhang Yiming scratched his head, only half convinced. Have you managed to arrange any artists? Won't they suspect some kind of sting? Luli, I've arranged one. Zhang Yiming, he really dared to come. Luli, not at first. Only after I slid an identity card across to prove I was a decent citizen did he agree to visit the company. Zhang Yiming, weren't you worried he'd misuse your ID? Like for some illicit loan scheme? Luli, not worried. Zhang Yiming, why not? Luli, because I used your identity card. Zhang Yiming was rendered speechless and stunned. While Lingjing's halls bustled, the Lingjing remnants were not idle either. Heh. An old man drawing thin smoke from a cigarette wore a look of triumph. I told you so. Longbow players are the least discriminating. Feed them filth, and though they find it hard to swallow, they'll tolerate it. The monetized Reskin Luan Lang 2 exploited players' obsession with never achieving the top in the original, harvesting a flood of dispirited players. Its revenue surpassed Luan Dachui's day one sales, and it achieved massive success. Those who worshipped Reskins and monetization strutted with arrogant pride. We are the pioneers of a free-to-play model for indie games. I heard Lingjing's new game flopped. Haha, double blessings. Depress indie game prices and crush our peers. The meeting room hummed with a celebratory air. Each face wore a confident smile, like generals returning from triumph. Zhang Xiaohu. Han Cheng's cool voice chilled the heated atmosphere. Analyzed Lingjing's new game's potential in detail. At his cue, Zhang Xiaohu smoothed his expression and spoke gravely. Lingjing released the new game, Siwang Shibao, yesterday. A first-day sales were 7204, and its style remains unchanged. It still follows a path that does not pander to players, better suited for streaming. Forecast a trajectory similar to Luan Dachui. A streamer will ignite a spike in sales, then it will settle into mediocrity. Our testers played it, but the results were. Zhang Xiaohu faltered. A pragmatic colleague pressed, what were the results? After being killed 382 times in a row, he wanted to go back to Lingjing and throttle the designer, but his department colleagues restrained him. The game positioning lacks sufficient data for in-depth analysis, much like swinging the hammer. Zhang Xiaohu, as an analyst, held a very objective view. Can it be classified as an improper game with production costs slightly exceeding those of swinging the hammer? The old man beside him, smoking a thin cigarette, murmured, I suggest we continue the successful experience from before and keep making skins, pushing Peidoan to the limit. This group of Lingjing remnants holds a rather awkward position in Iyo Kaitian. Although they carry the name of Iyo Kaitian, they have not been truly accepted. In a team of 100, part of them followed Chinjunyu to complete the final 20 progress of Sword Immortal Crossing, while the rest were left idle in the company. They can only copy the more successful works on the market and then reskin them to create Peidoan games. Now they're eager to milk Lingjing, practically wanting to suck its blood. As for copyright infringement, they are quite adept at evading it, having enough experience to navigate the waters of the big goose. Even receiving a lawyer's letter is of no concern. After all, they've already received one, so a few more won't matter. It might also be related to the price. The rationalist interjected, taking 20 yuan as a dividing line. Anything below is a small production, while anything up to 100 is considered a certain investment, but not much. Under our free-to-play, assault players are no longer willing to pay for it. Lingjing's investment in Dead Cells is substantial, likely betting all the money earned from the previous 2 games on it. Zhang Xiao nodded and continued, based on their spending time and the quality of the game, they must be aiming for a turnaround. However, the market doesn't seem to be buying it. Recovering costs isn't difficult, but reversing Lingjing's overall predicament is extremely challenging. His words received agreement from everyone present. Some were even excited enough to want to applaud. Supervisor Han's words were spot on that day. A Lu Li is simply not capable of managing the company. Lingjing won't last long in that kid's hands. Do they really think he has exceptional talent like his father? Dream on. Compared to their current achievements, they hoped for Lingjing's immediate shutdown. The humiliation of that day was a thorn deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Watching the hatred on the faces of the crowd toward Lu Li, Han Cheng felt immense satisfaction. In his eyes, Lingjing was just a step away from being his own possession, and Lu Li was a thief who stole his hard work. While he didn't belittle Lu Li like the others, his hatred for him was even greater. Having been used to being on high ground all his life, he had never experienced being stepped on by others. Just wait, Lu Li. There will come a day when you'll kneel before me. With this thought, a sharp glint sparked in Han Cheng's eyes. Zhang Xiaohu continued to replicate the successful experience from last time. Regardless of whether Dead Cells sells, well, make it into a pay-to-win skin, implement a price war, and compress their market. Everyone else should keep a close eye on Ling Jing. Report any of their actions immediately. They must not be allowed to turn things around. Take advantage of his illness to take his life. As long as they can't clear that bank debt within 3 months, Ling Jing will cease to exist. With the meeting over, Han Sheng received a remote video conference call from Eo Kaishin's headquarters. Han Cheng's team still had value, and the headquarters did not differentiate in treatment, though they did not excessively allocate resources. He thought it was a routine meeting. However, when he heard that the headquarters was selecting a representative to attend the Provincial Designers Exchange Conference and that Ling Jing would also be represented, he could no longer sit still. He took the initiative to undertake this task. The headquarters naturally had no objections. It was just a matter of running errands. The quota had been decided long ago. This time, it was to confirm the final participant list. In Eo Kaishin's view, they were merely the supporting actors, and the final representative would definitely be Tianyo. So they did not take it too seriously. Han Cheng was willing to go, and they were willing to offer him this favor. It wasn't surprising that Ling Jing had the qualification for the exchange competition. When this event was initiated, Lu Qishan was still alive. He initially thought this matter was insignificant, so he did not pay much attention. Ultimately, it was handed over to a recent graduate from the company, a girl responsible for finance named Gao Yusin. Gao Yusin and Han Cheng were not on good terms. One could say she was his nemesis. This headstrong girl was meticulous in handling reimbursements, causing many management members considerable inconvenience. Having been pushed to other positions during the coup, Gao Yusin was unwilling to collude, directly taking over a month's annual leave. I wonder if the representative from Ling Jing is this troublesome woman. Thinking of Gao Yusin, Han Cheng felt a headache coming on. That determination to reform the professional circle right after leaving campus truly vexed the oldtimers in the workplace. He thought that with Lu Qishan's passing and the collective resignation of the employees, Ling Jing would lose this qualification, but unexpectedly the quota was retained. It was hard not to suspect that Gao Yusin had been lobbying in the middle. However, no matter who it was, he could not let Ling Jing smoothly acquire this quota. The Designer Exchange Conference was a platform that offered exposure for free. He had to sabotage any chance that could allow Ling Jing to turn things around. During the conference 3 days later, he would definitely ensure Ling Jing lost this qualification. Time. It felt like men over 30 had days that passed faster and faster. Before the dawn of the third day, fully arrived Han Cheng's alarm clock went off. After washing up, he drove directly to the Eo Kaitian headquarters in the city center. After obtaining the competition materials, he headed straight to the government conference hall of the Magic City. He had waited too long for this day. Ling Jing's existence was a thorn in his heart. He had to ruin this quota. The sales of Dead Cells were steadily rising daily, yet there were still no signs of an explosion. The newly established Ling Jing didn't even have an independent game that sold over 100,000 copies, yet they wanted to compete. Dream on. Inside the car, Han Cheng swore. Little did he know that at the same time the Shar platform was being swept by a wave initiated by Jia Gu, assisted by Lu Lu, and led by Yin Gu, creating a cell frenzy. Major streamers were rolling up their sleeves, all planning to challenge the greater world beyond the 3-cell difficulty. Even collectors among players, after completing the 0-cell challenge and seeing the remaining 5 empty slots in their collectibles, were their eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. They launched multiple fierce assaults toward the peak in the cell world. As an outsider, Han Cheng was unaware of this. On that day, Jia Gu was outraged over Dead Cells. During the time Lu Li was playing with Butter, he had already brought Lu Lu to experience the charm of Dead Cells. As expected, under the all-random violent punishment mechanism, Lu Lu successfully broke through her defenses. Unlike before, she quickly adjusted and threw herself into the battle. Dead Cells revolves around exploration as its core purpose, exterminating numerous monsters, evading various traps, seeking hidden doors and treasures on the map, and enhancing one's abilities, allowing Lu Lu to gain progress and satisfaction through repeated deaths and rebirths. she discovered that this game was a playground rich in treasures. It completely lacked the repetitive dullness typical of ordinary action games, with the random content bringing her fresh experiences each time. Amid the frustration, there was a mix of positive feedback constantly conveyed by the game, along with satisfaction and novelty. Lulu was experiencing both pain and pleasure. Then, under Liu's persuasion, more and more streamers got involved. As a number of players increased, their understanding of the game rules deepened. The weapon scroll combinations gradually became richer, and players began to develop their own playstyles. For example, side style with countless devotees, greatsword style unstoppable, dual shield style an invincible fortress, trap style a brainstorm. That morning, Ingu obtained the Cursed Blade blueprint after defeating the swollen-eyed demon. A brand new playstyle was born. Cursed Blade, extremely high damage. Being hit means death. What is this? Ingu stared blankly at the description, and after reading the text, he was suddenly taken aback. What the hell? Isn't this just the wrath of the gods? Cursed Blade, Cursed Treasure, Chest, Golden Gate, Perfect Parry. Isn't this a flawless no-damage build? Ingu began playing on the second day after the release of Dead Cells, and today marks the third day since he became a Cell inhabitant trainee. As the top player in the console zone, he has played a wide variety of games. He also has experience completing Demon Souls, so he quickly adapted to this semi-Souls-like roguelike game. He reached the difficulty level of 3 Cells in just 2 days. He basically gained a rough understanding of the game's difficulty gradient. The initial difficulty is the lowest, as long as one doesn't play recklessly. A few hours of practice can easily lead to completion, earning the green robe, symbolizing the starting point. Then the enemy's health, attack, and danger slightly increased, and the maps became more spaced out with healing pools appearing every 2 maps. With slight changes in the external environment, he spent half a day to obtain the blue robe, symbolizing hard work. Then came the purple robe, symbolizing focus. Up to this point, the difficulty was still manageable, until the 3-cell difficulty. The enemy's health, attack, and danger increased significantly. This degree of increase was quite dangerous for beginners. Teleporting enemies began to appear, and although the healing pool mechanics were the same as in 1 cell, it only restores a small amount from the potion, requiring players to learn to manage their health. A clear dividing line separated players' progress. Besides the initial shock of returning to the starting point upon death, Ingu remained calm. Thus, the show didn't offer much excitement. It couldn't compare to the peak moment of Smash the Hammer. However, as a game, with a slow build-up, it drew interest. Streamers generally begin to struggle a bit after the 3-cell difficulty. Setting aside the difficulty, 3 cells unlocked many new maps. For instance, in the nauseating cellar, Ingu didn't expect to find a weapon that perfectly aligned with the Curse of the Gods on his first entry into the map. Ha ha ha, I feel like I'm about to create a whole new build. Let's call it the Cursed Blade build. After unlocking the Cursed Blade at the Collector's Place, Ingu excitedly equipped it and entered the next map. Heading to Misty Harbor, fishing was once the main activity here, but the waters have since become murky and dark. Time 9 minutes and 28 seconds. The harbor consists of several buildings and 2 tall towers filled with green-skinned creatures, host green zombies, and pirate captains wielding cannons. The game's background is definitely dark. Just from the text description, one can sense something is seriously wrong. Thinking of the grotesque image of the bloated-eyed demon, Ingu was even more convinced of his guess. Damn, it's hard to imagine how even pixel art can't cover up that disgusting-eyed demon. Swish, swish, swish. While complaining, Ingu landed without holding back at all. Equipping the Cursed Blade, he confidently strode through Misty Harbor with 50 skulls above his head. Creatures that were once difficult to defeat now fell with a single strike. If one strike didn't work, then head just swing twice. However, the pirate captain was an exception. He could launch cannonballs from a distance, which would explode upon contact with a target or after rolling a maximum distance, causing cross-platform AoE explosive damage. Utilizing the shield to block made it easy to bounce back. Ingu was very confident in his perfect parry skills, and after perfectly parrying the pirate captain's cannonball for the first time, his confidence soared. Wow, this is quite exhilarating. I declare the Cursed Blade build is the best. With the Cursed Blade paired with the red flow scroll, the instant kills felt incredibly satisfying. It felt like dealing 99.99 damage with a single strike. Especially against elite monsters with health bars, performing the instant health bar disappearance trick was thrilling. Visually stunning. However, when one is excited, their control tends to become erratic. When Ingu confidently performed a perfect parry to block the pirate captain's cannonball, an adjacent cannonball suddenly exploded with cross-platform AoE hitting Ingu, who had just perfectly parried the cannonball in front of him. His body was destroyed. Yin Yi. The F. The sudden change was like a wake-up call for the overly excited Ingu, leaving him dazed. He stared blankly at the dark screen, his fist clenched tightly. The audience burst into laughter. This was the traditional segment they loved to watch. Brothers, this story tells us not to be arrogant no matter what. Look at your face. To be fair, the cursed blade build is indeed interesting. It's just that Ingu hasn't had enough time to practice. Ingu am I to blame? Go, and the undefeated god of war. If you don't believe me, ask Nana. Ingu quickly adjusted his mindset and moved on as he read the funny comments. After all, it was his first defeat of the day, and the exhilaration from the Cursed Blade build hadn't fully faded. He decided to continue with the Cursed Blade build through toxic sewers, the barricade, nauseating cellar. Ingu was very familiar with the previous maps. Even though every entry was random, it couldn't stop his rapid progress. However, killing the bloated eye demon did not drop the Cursed Blade blueprint as expected. I should have seen this coming. Ingu cursed silently and immediately respawned. Currently, this was the only map with a chance to obtain the Cursed Blade, and he was eagerly looking forward to the Cursed Blade build. Yet fate was not on his side. After 4 attempts, he still hadn't obtained the Cursed Blade. Damn, what the hell? Ingu pounded his chest and roared at the sky. The game boss didn't make him lose hope, rather the overly random item drops nearly drove him to the brink. Fortunately, on the 5th charge, the Cursed Blade finally dropped. This finally calmed his restless emotions. Returning to Misty Harbor, Ingu had learned his lesson. When encountering AoE monsters like the pirate captain, he put away the Cursed Blade and chose other weapons, reserving the Cursed Blade for bosses like Master Sure and King Hand. Soon Ingu's strategy proved effective, and he conquered the 3-cell difficulty that had troubled him for a day. When he saw Ingu wielding the Cursed Blade, fighting against King's Hand with 999 skulls above him, slicing through the King's Hand's artery and performing a dramatic 3-hit kill, a wave of followers of the Cursed Blade build was born. Meanwhile, players began to focus on research, and more gameplay styles were developed. The discussion around Dead Cells grew louder, and after 4 days of steady buildup, its sales skyrocketed on the 5th day, like a stock surging early in the morning. Just after breakfast, sales had already surpassed the previous day, aiming for higher records. In the government meeting hall of the Magic City, Han Chung was still unaware that he would prepare to criticize the sales of the legitimate position in the spiritual realm. In the metropolis of Modu, inside the municipal government's conference hall, sunlight streamed gently through the windows. Meng Jiangnan, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, leaned over his desk reviewing data. Dozens of delegates, including Xiao Hongru, Han Chung, and Gao Yusin, sat upright with heads bowed, silent and solemn. Game production is an indispensable component of modern high-quality development. We propose concrete measures and risk mitigation strategies across 4 key areas: game, innovation, talent selection, business environment optimization, and risk control. Meng Jiangnan's speech was highly formal, and he knew well that his audience found it difficult to relate. He concluded: first, advance innovative development in the gaming industry. Second, strengthen support for talent cultivation. Third, promote healthy, sustainable growth of the sector. Fourth, intensify efforts to optimize the gaming ecosystem. Finally, lowering his voice with quiet gravity, he declared on August 16th at the Hongba Sports Complex in Modu, "We eagerly anticipate your distinguished contributions at the Exchange Forum." Internally, Meng Jiangnan felt urgent anxiety. VR technology has revolutionized numerous fields, most notably medical devices, entertainment, and culture in gaming. Gaming in particular extends into cutting-edge domains such as military simulation, aviation training, immersive virtual reality, and even human brain interfacing research. Its future potential is immense. Yet the industry remains burdened by deep-rooted stigma, once branded digital opium, and mental trash. Gaming continues to suffer from widespread public prejudice, severely hindering its progress. Recognizing this crisis, nations worldwide moved swiftly to redress it. Initially, competitive gaming was included in the Asian Games, but with minimal impact. Later, national-level designer exchange competitions emerged, yielding modest improvement. Ultimately, the United Nations resolved to establish a global summit dedicated to rehabilitating gaming's reputation, a quadrennial event now completed for 2 consecutive editions. Alas, Longwa had only ever participated as a nominal contender. This time, however, the nation placed extraordinary importance on the summit. VR technology had matured and was poised for global deployment. Whether driving economic growth through VR hardware supply chains or entering households worldwide, as mainstream interactive entertainment, the gaming industry had become inextricably interwoven with daily human life. Longwood desperately needed a prestigious achievement, one capable of fundamentally dismantling public prejudice against gaming. Only then would parents cease opposing their children's university applications to game design programs. Only then would young players no longer hide their passion, skulking in secrecy from parental scrutiny. Only then could gamers stand tall and proclaim to the world unapologetically, "I love games." The Modu Designer Exchange Conference, ostensibly an internal forum for local studios to share insights and hone skills, was in truth a rigorous selection process to identify the single most promising studio to represent Modu at next September's National Designer Competition. Through successive rounds of stringent screening, only truly elite studios earned the honor of representing the nation. The gravity of this gathering was unmistakable to all present. Even those not selected would gain immense prestige simply by appearing before the public eye. Gao Yusin gripped the list of qualified participants, her heart pounding with exhilaration. This had been the late chairman's final assignment entrusted to her, and the sole project she had led during her year-long tenure at Lingjing Studio. Even after his untimely passing, she vowed to fulfill it without compromise. In fact, Gao Yusin had returned to Shanghai half a month earlier. But instead of proceeding directly to Lingjing, she had traveled tirelessly back and forth determined to secure this hard-won opportunity. "These slots are scarce. Please cherish them. If there are no objections, this meeting is adjourned." Meng Jiangnan lifted his porcelain mug, took a sip of water, and announced the session's successful conclusion with a gentle smile. Gaming has borne far too much unwarranted stigma. It is long past time for redemption. Though these studios vary widely in capability, each represents one of Modu's few resilient beacons enduring relentless public criticism. Yet at that very moment, a jarringly discordant voice shattered the hall's hushed stillness. "I demand to file a formal complaint." Han Chung rose to his feet, his gaze sharp and unflinching as it locked onto Gao Yusin. "Good day, everyone. I am Han Chung, representative of EO Kaitian Studio. But I also hold another title, former head of Lingjing Studio. Due to irreconcilable differences in vision, my entire team and I resigned en masse from Lingjing 1 month ago. Since then, the studio has faltered, releasing only 3 minor games in 30 days. In my view, Lingjing no longer meets the qualifications to participate in this exchange." At these words, every delegate turned toward Gao Yusin, the sole representative of Lingjing Studio. Front row spectators leaned forward, eager for drama. Only Meng Jiangnan and Xiao Hongru betrayed the faintest trace of a frown. "This is preposterous. I acknowledge your unresolved conflict with Lingjing, but must you settle personal scores at such a pivotal forum?" Gao Yusin replied calmly, "Lingjing does not cease functioning because some depart, rather it stagnates when poisoned by petty individuals. Now that these festering impurities have been excised, Lingjing operates with renewed vitality and robust health. As for eligibility, certain slanderers do not possess the authority to determine it with mere words." Her tone bristled with veiled barbs and palpable tension. "I anticipated Lingjing's denial all along." He raised his arm emphatically. "Every studio represented here has at least one title selling over 100,000 copies and employs no fewer than 10 staff members. Without us, Lingjing is reduced to an empty shell, its sole remaining figure a solitary chairman. Its 3 recent releases combined haven't reached 100,000 sales. To allow such a studio to participate would squander public resources." Han Chung stared triumphantly at Gao Yusin. "Go ahead, bark some more." He had meticulously prepared beforehand, though otherwise he would never have dared speak so boldly in such a consequential setting. Gao Yusin offered him a faint, enigmatic smile, then walked directly to Meng Jiangnan's side. "Director Meng, may I borrow the conference room's projector?" "Certainly. Xiao Wu, you assist her with the operation." Meng Jiangnan instructed his assistant with quiet authority. As Gao Yusin navigated the interface, she remarked coolly, Ling Jing currently employs 5 full-time staff, meeting the minimum requirement. As for sales figures, someone appears to have left their eyes at home, who claimed Ling Jing lacked 100,000 units sold. The screen shifted, revealing dead cells, its sales counter surging upward in real time, total sales 110225, 111021, 111384. What the? Every attendee watched the numbers leap wildly, eyelids twitching in disbelief. Whose game sold like this? Xiao Wu swallowed hard, glancing around nervously. Whose team is this? So extraordinarily formidable. It was his first time witnessing a game whose sales spiked hundreds of units per second, an astonishing feat. Even Xiao Hongru, standing nearby, couldn't resist a second lingering glance. Each upward tick of the counter struck Han Chung like a resounding slap across the face. Impossible. A pallor washed over Han Cheng's face as he cried out in shock. All eyes converged upon him. He resembled nothing so much as a humiliated clown. This morning the figure wasn't like this. Fraud. Ling Jing is clearly fabricating these numbers. His face flushed crimson and he lashed out wildly, like a rabid dog biting at anything within reach. Enough. Xiao Hongru slammed his palm onto the table, seeing Meng Jiangnan's expression darken. Have you no shame left? You claim seniority alongside Lu Qishan himself, yet your cultivation of character falls so grievously short. Those words pierced Han Chung like a dagger. Yet he dared not retort to Tinyo's head, whose strength dwarfed his own. Instead, he hurled a final threat at Gao Yusin. We shall settle this on the battlefield. Watching Han Chung flee the hall in disgrace, Gao Yusin exhaled sharply, a long-awaited release of pent-up fury. Spit, a coward who preys only on the vulnerable. He'd remained silent while Lu Qishan reigned, but led the mutiny the moment Lu Li assumed leadership at Lingjing. When confronted by Tinyo's director, he dared not utter a word, but unleashed torrents of abuse upon her, a newcomer with no seniority. Absurd. Had she not maintained constant contact with Zhong Jinxin? Learning of the sudden sales surge just hours before, today's outcome might have been dire. Fortunately, the qualification had been secured. Ling Jing, sister has arrived. On July 1st, 2023, it was the day when students across the country began their summer vacation. Many students had already envisioned the joy of lying in the sun with half a watermelon in hand. Some university students, however, chose to find a short-term job during the 2-month summer break to earn some pocket money to help with family expenses or to buy themselves a computer. At the entrance of Lingjing Company, a brand new sign was prominently displayed stating "Welcome to Lingjing." The walkway was spotless, even adorned with a fresh red carpet. I say, Lao Lu, is it really necessary to be this formal? In front of Lingjing, Zhang Yiming scratched his head. Isn't it just a meeting with a butter illustrator? Today was the day Lu Li had scheduled to meet the illustrator. Early in the morning, Lu Li was dressed in a suit, appearing quite serious. Usually he wore shorts and a white t-shirt at the company, which puzzled Zhang Yiming. You wouldn't understand, there are quite a few people to meet today. Lu Li smiled mysteriously. Zhang Yiming responded, a lot of people. Ding. Just then the elevator doors opened. A tall woman with short hair stepped out of the elevator. She stood out at around 175 centimeters taller than Zhong Jinxin, and her looks were slightly inferior to Zhong Jingxin's. Such a beautiful girl turned out to be the butter illustrator. Zhang Yiming felt his worldview collapse. Talp, talp, talp. Walking in black high heels, the woman approached the two men, casting a complex glance at the name of Lingjing Company behind her, and softly said, Lu Li. That's me. Lu Li extended his hand, saying, Welcome to Lingjing. Thank you. The woman politely shook Lu Li's hand. I am Zhang Yiming. Zhang Yiming also reached out. Hello. The woman nodded, gently, not shaking his hand. Truly, one should not judge a person by their appearance. Zhang Yiming thought to himself that it was difficult to associate a perverted illustrator capable of producing such explosive content with a girl like her. He asked, Do you have your portfolio? Lu Li mentioned that reviewing past works is part of the interview process. What portfolio? Gao Yusin looked puzzled, wondering who this little blackball was talking so inexplicably. What are you pretending for? I played all the butter you drew. Let's be honest, you little girl looks so composed, but your XP is quite strange behind the scenes. Zhang Yiming rested his chin on his hand, wearing a smirk. Butter. Gao Yusin's expression stiffened, looking at Lu Li in confusion. You still do butter? Are you crazy? No, we are a legitimate company at Lingjing. Lu Li Shuzha. Just then Zhong Jinxin, hearing the news, jogged over, happily waving, Senior, you're back. Jinxin. They embraced, tightly chatting and laughing as they returned to the company, leaving Zhang Yiming and Lu Li exchanging glances. Damn, Zhang Yiming realized this is no ordinary butter designer. This is an old employee returning from mission. Why didn't you tell me sooner? He turned around, looking at Lu Li with a resentful expression. You rascal, you got me. I thought you didn't ask. Lu Li smiled, lightly indicating it wasn't his fault. Ding! At that moment, the elevator doors opened again. A little chubby guy, wearing a black mask, cautiously poked his head out, only stepping out carefully after seeing the sign for Lingjing. Excuse me, which one is designer Zhang Yiming? You're the user ID Pure Love Battle God, Neo Ingjuan, right? Lu Li asked with a smile. Yes, that's me. The little chubby guy nodded. Then why do all your drawings depict in TR? At this point, Zhang Yiming definitely wouldn't mistake him for anyone else. The little chubby guy scratched his head, awkwardly, shyly saying, You know, the more one lacks something, the more they want to express it, that's me. I respect your XP, but once you join the company, you can't draw those kinds of works. After all, we are a legitimate business. Lu Li said earnestly. Of course. He winked. You can draw for me as long as you don't distribute it. That won't constitute a violation. By the way, my XP is... Lu Li leaned down a whisper in the little chubby guy's ear. Hearing this, the little guy was first shocked, then showed a lewd smile of a like-minded person, finally looking at Lu Li with admiration. It was as if he were looking at his spiritual leader. Zhang Yiming watched this scene in astonishment. Hey, is there something that can't be said in front of everyone? He was as anxious as a cat on hot bricks, pouting. Stomach hair can be treated. Let's all brainstorm together about it. Let's go. Lu Li put his arm around the little chubby guy's shoulders. From now on, you are part of Lingjing. I'll help you get familiar with the environment. Wow. Zhang Yiming stayed behind, watching the two walk away, feeling a storm of emotions inside. Ding. Just then the elevator doors chimed again. This time there were quite a few people coming, both male and female, all with youthful smiles on their faces, their eyes gleaming with innocent foolishness, clearly university students looking for summer jobs. The sales of Dead Cells have surged, and Lingjing now has the capital for expansion. Besides recruiting talent from various corners, Lingjing has also posted job openings for summer work in nearby campus forums. Compared to those old hands influenced by Pado and tactics, Lu Li preferred newcomers with pure ideals. He was willing to give inexperienced students a chance to grow. No matter the environment these seeds may find themselves in the future, he hoped that when they recalled their experiences at Lingjing, they would still strive for their dreams. Zhang Yiming was in charge of the summer worker interviews. After a month of training, he had shed his naivety, and in his suit he exuded an air of authority, fitting a department head. The interviews continued until the afternoon, ultimately confirming 10 summer workers. Together with Gao Yusin returning to work and the recruited butter illustrator Nyoing Juan, there were 15 people seated in the spacious conference room. First of all, welcome to everyone who is joining the Lingjing family for both the long and short term. At the front, Lu Li delivered his onboarding speech. Lingjing is a young game production company dedicated to independent game development, but my aspirations go far beyond just developing indie games. I want to create AAA titles and VR games. Lingjing is just getting started, and I am grateful that everyone is willing to unhesitatingly choose it at this moment, willing to grow with it, even if it's just for a short 2 months. So everyone, let's progress together in the future. Applause erupted like thunder from the audience. The students were excited. They were all somewhat drawn to Dead Cells, viewing Lu Li through a layer of idol filter. Neo Ingjun goes, without saying, a spiritual leader. On the day Dead Cells sales surpassed, one's of Zhang Yiming was completely convinced. Gao Yusin pressed her lips together, striving to suppress her emotions. She seemed to see the vibrant scenes of the company when the old chairman was still around, even surpassing the previous generation. She was filled with hope for the future. Zhong Jinxin, closest to Lu Li, lowered her head, tears shimmering in her eyes. She felt she was closer to her dream. The future certainly belongs to Lingjing. Brother, your wish is about to come true. Finally, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to one person. Lu Li's gaze fell upon Gao Yusin. Thank you, Sister Gao, for securing a ticket to the Designer Exchange Conference in Magic City on our behalf, even when we couldn't see it. I don't know if the restructured spiritual realm has the qualifications to obtain this entry ticket, but with you here we do. You are the greatest contributor. Applause erupted once again. Gao Yusin's eyes turned red as she nodded heavily towards Lu Li. The struggles of the past month, unsupported and enduring the sharp retorts from Han Cheng during the meeting, all grievances dissipated amidst the rounds of applause. The feeling of being recognized for one's efforts is truly wonderful. In the end, Lu Li stated seriously, for the spiritual realm, this is an excellent opportunity. My principle is that if we do it, we must be the strongest. No matter how many formidable opponents we face this time, I only know that our spiritual realm must shine at this exchange conference and seize all the honors for ourselves. Let the entire gaming circle tremble. Everyone's expression turned serious, faces flushed, breathing heavily, wishing they could kick their old cows at home and plow the fields themselves. Lu Li would be wasting a good seedling if he didn't engage in multi-level marketing. He spoke steadily and progressively quietly, painting a grand vision while inspiring everyone. Of course, Lu Li calmly scanned the room and pondered. This requires everyone's future efforts. I hope that through our collective cooperation, we can create a game that surpasses the sales of Dead Cells. That's all for today's meeting. You can all return to pack your belongings. In the evening, I will host a welcome dinner for everyone at the Red Clay kitchen downstairs. This was directed at the summer interns who needed to return to school to organize their equipment. Once the students left, only 5 people remained in the meeting room. Lu Li took out 3 cards and handed them to Zhong Jinxin, Zhang Yiming, and Gao Yusin. The first month sales of Dead Cells should not be less than 2,000 copies. These are everyone's bonuses. Zhang Yiming pushed the card back, directly saying, "Why so formal? Am I here for the money?" Zhong Jinxin said nothing, but quietly pushed the card back towards Lu Li. Having put all her savings to support the spiritual realm through tough times, how could she accept it? The chubby Niu Ingjun looked on enviously, realizing that the dividend from such sales would likely be in the 6 figures. How many comics would he have to draw to earn that? Why are you all passing this around like it's scrap paper? Are you putting on a show for me? I suggest you accept it. Gao Yusin took her salary card, saying, "It's right to keep public and private matters clear. How you handle your private affairs is up to you. Sister Gao, you were responsible for managing the company's finances before, right?" "Yes, but I don't have much experience. With Han Cheng around, I couldn't delve too deeply. I was only responsible for simple expense reimbursements." Gao Yusin replied truthfully. "Do you have confidence in managing the company's financial authority, Minister Gao?" Lu Li's lips curled slightly as he said, "You are right, we are a company in healthy development. In the future, our staff may expand 100-fold or 1,000-fold. I need a trustworthy person for the financial system. Not only in the finance department, but also in the art department, planning department, development team, and publicity department. These core departments all require people I can trust. In the art department." Lu Li looked at the tearful chubby Niu Ingjun, saying, "Niu Ingjun, your abilities have passed my test. I have no doubt about your creative skills, but your team leading abilities remain to be seen. I wonder if you can handle it. There's one good thing about starting a small company: the opportunities for advancement are plentiful. Currently, Lingjing is a 120 square meter company with only 5 core personnel, while outside people are vying desperately for leadership positions. I am willing to give it a try." Niu Ingjun was so moved he nearly knelt down. Lu Li was not only his spiritual leader, but had entrusted him with such an important position after just half a day's interaction. Though switching sides was a bit disorienting in the concept art industry, the fundamentals remain unchanged. He simply needed to dress NPCs in a few less clothes, and it was done. Yiming will lead the publicity department, Gao Yusin will handle finances, and for the development team, he'll lead for now. As for the planning department, Lu Li looked at Zhong Jinxin, who was lowering her head. "How about I hand it over to you?" Lu Li initially thought Zhong Jinxin would refuse, but to his surprise she nodded seriously, her beautiful peach blossom eyes glistening with moisture. "I am willing." Currently, Lu Li is responsible for both the script planning and data development, so having Zhong Jinxin take over would be a great opportunity for her to gain experience. After arranging the positions, Lu Li inquired Gao Yusin about the specifics of the Designer Exchange Conference. The Designer Exchange Conference in Magic City will be held on August 16th, and the process is quite simple. On July 16th, the organizers will announce the game topics, and each company will create a game based on different themes within a month. On the day of the conference, participating studios will present the core attractions of their games on site. Following this, the games will be released, and 20 lucky players will be drawn from the audience for a nationwide live demo. This will showcase the core selling points of the games through their real experiences, attracting players to make purchases. The evaluation period lasts for a month, with final sales as the selection criterion. The evaluation will also consider ratings and popularity, ultimately selecting the top 3. In addition to bonuses, the first-place winner will also receive a ticket to the National Designer Exchange Competition. There will be no fraud or undefeatable dealings at the Exchange Conference. In the virtual gaming world of Blue Star, big data is ultimately very precise, especially during sensitive periods where a large number of accounts buy the game but show 0 hours of playtime. Furthermore, the penalties for maliciously inflating sales are particularly severe, measured in billions with no upper limit based on the size of the involved companies. The attitude is clear: as long as you cheat, I will take you down. Compared to the meager rewards from the officials, the cost of fraud is completely disproportionate. Only a fool would engage in something with no benefit. Ding! At that moment, a familiar mechanical lowly voice from Banya LP echoed in Lou Lee's mind. Hidden task, player angrily smashing keyboard 10001000, completed reward, absolute control swish. A chill flowed down from Lou Lee's forehead, shooting straight to his feet. Hiss! Lou Lee instinctively shivered, as if enlightened by the Bodhi ancestor suddenly awakening. The previously opaque narrative threads seemed like the meridians of a body, with causes and effects, setups and twists, reversals upon reversals, ultimately elevating the themes and ideas. Lou Lee suddenly cleared his mind, as if, after 10 years of struggling with writing novels, he finally had a breakthrough. His pen moved, as if aided by divine intervention, racing toward becoming a platinum master. Neil Boye. Neil Boye. Lou Lee felt a surge of joy, though there was no change on the surface. But at that moment, he was already Lou Nu Clue Lee, the supreme version. If the previous Lou Lee had a 70% confidence in winning the designer exchange competition, now he felt 1,000% confidence. Right now, he was just waiting for July 16th, when the official exam papers would be released, to astonish the world. Thanks for all the gifts from everyone. After several weeks of hard work, Ingu successfully cleared the 3-cell difficulty, and the enthusiastic viewers flooded the chat with gifts. But whose brilliant mind designed this battle robe? Isn't it too delicate? Is this really the color a real man should wear? Wearing a pink battle robe that symbolizes courage, Ingu looked helpless. The whimsical questions were his last stubbornness. To him, pink was just a sign of weakness. Just be grateful the clothes in the neighboring game, Desperate Cells, are all paid-on. Io Kaition is truly shameless. Quick, I want to see you transformed into a pink battle god. Get in there, don't be timid. However, the enthusiastic viewers flooded the chat with comments urging him to wear the pink battle robe and challenge the 4-cell difficulty. Especially that big spinner, the sauerkraut fish, whose golden barrage made the atmosphere lively. Seal this sauerkraut fish for me. Ingu chuckled and entered the 4-cell difficulty. Initially, he thought the pink battle robe was not very manly, but once he entered the game, he was immediately captivated by the dazzling effects. Is this the unique effect of the battle robe? So cool. The combination of the cursed blade with pink effects elevated the visual impact of a single strike to the extreme. Effects are rewards exclusive to the strong. Entering the 4-cell difficulty, the challenge level visibly skyrocketed. The enemy's health, attack, and danger levels significantly increased, pushing the threshold of nightmare. In this difficulty, there is no recovery pool, and Ingu can only purchase food or potions from a shop, or possibly find food. In the confinement room, traps abound in places like Zhongsen Avenue and the barriers. However, Ingu's high proficiency enabled him to withstand it. He had been immersed in this game not due to a collecting obsession or a masochistic tendency, mainly because he hadn't played enough. As soon as he entered the game, he could feel the dopamine pouring out uncontrollably, and day by day passed without him noticing. Ingu's monster hunting was incredibly smooth, complemented by the pink effects and dynamic background music. The streaming effect was explosive. The viewers became more and more engaged, throwing gifts without restraint. So cool. I declare myself a dog of the cursed blade. People shouldn't, at least not. The pinker the battle robe, the harder the hits. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. Ingu had accidentally found the most suitable way to play, and surged forward with vigor. Others were not so fortunate. "Oh, Kungu, I beg you go play basketball. This place is really not for you." In a corrupted confinement room, Mog was on the verge of collapse. Upon first encountering Kungu, she thought to herself, "Isn't this just a chicken? At most it's just a colorful blue-feathered chicken. Charge at it." Emoji still hadn't found a suitable style for herself, opting for a standard balance of a knife in one hand and a shield in the other. As a result, the chicken brother dove head first, unleashing a white ice spear. She instinctively raised her shield to block, but to her surprise the ice spear ignored the shield and pierced through directly. Slash. Then she was sent back to her happy home. Huh. Montaktsi was dumbfounded. Did I just get hit 3 times by the ice spear and die directly? What about my long health bar? Brothers, can you judge for me? Is this really the river? Unexpectedly, she received even louder laughter from the audience. I don't believe it. Emoji blew on her catfish whiskers continue. Once more into the corrupted confinement room, facing the blue Kuin Gu Emoji kept her distance. This time she was determined to regain her honor. Come here. Kuingu seemed to understand Emoji's words and charged straight towards her with his handsome chicken head. One move, and he could conquer all. Slash. Rolling. Slash. Rolling again. Although it was awkward, Emoji found a way to evade his sharp attacks. Slash. The blue Kuingu released ice spears again to block Emoji's path. Stopping in her tracks, she leaped into the air, stepping on the chicken head to fly to the other side. Oomph. A smile crept across Emoji's lips. This time, she was going to sneak attack. Zhang. The blade of balance emitted a bloodthirsty gleam, rushing straight towards the chicken's rear. In the moment of about to succeed, the chicken brother swiftly changed direction and pecked fiercely at Emoji. The cunning trickster chicken. So terrifying, it was as if Kuingu, with a mind and agile movements, directly predicted Emoji's actions and quickly countered, playing her like a puppet. 3 consecutive failures. Montaktsi was furious. Oh, this game is too fun. Faced with the dark confinement room, another heartbroken cell person was born in the world. Oh my god, One Punch Man. I don't come over here. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the shelter, the muscular men holding double shields were being battered and forced to retreat by a rock monster covered in red crystals. She had already mastered the essence of the stealthy style, trying to follow the developmental route, hitting the green scroll, and her health bar was nearly overflowing off the screen. Whenever encountering monsters, she would run if she could and fight only when necessary. Yet this still led her to encounter the explosive temper of the king of fighters. This guy launched a series of military punches upon meeting her, and after finishing seemed unsatisfied and stomped the ground, causing tremors. While speaking, the king of fighters turned and attacked again. I bounce. I bounce. I bounce again. Oh, it's so annoying. I clearly dodged far away, yet he still chased me relentlessly, showing no courtesy. Tuan pouted, looking aggrieved. The stealthy style encountered a tough opponent. Oh dear, brothers. Back in the confinement room, Tuan replanned her route. I won't go through the cave this time. If I can't beat him, can't I just avoid him? Tuan set off again, little flying shield nanua. Wow, this elite monster looks a bit cool. In the bone hiding hall, Lulu looked at the skeleton monster wearing a gray robe and holding a purple sword, her face full of excitement. Such a cool monster, but you will still die under my blade. Lulu excitedly charged at the gray-robed skeleton monster. The elite monster swung its dual swords down at Lulu, and she instinctively raised her shield to block. Clang! Successfully blocking it, Lulu displayed a proud smile and was about to speak when the skeleton wielding the purple sword struck again, with a diagonal slash. Faster and more agile than the first strike. The cold gleam of the purple sword lifted Lulu, and before she could land the third strike, followed closely. Boom! The ground erupted with a blood-colored shockwave, and the moment it hit Lulu, her health bar was instantly emptied. Physical body destroyed. Lulu, what? Brothers, what just happened? She stared in disbelief, her eyes wide open, still unable to comprehend. In her memory, it still had at least half a health bar, yet that one strike wrapped in the earth wave directly cleared it. What kind of monster is this? I don't believe it. I want to try again. Lulu once again challenged the bone hiding hall. Half an hour later, swish! In Lulu's desperate gaze, the purple sword skeleton sent her back to her happy home in 3 strikes. And there was the 3 strikes guy. Half an hour of clearing 5 seconds to go home. After this battle, the 3 strikes guy became famous. He was hailed as the sword saint who made Sister Lulu go numb. From then on, a classic saying was born in the game: the fake boss is time, keeper guardian hand of the king, the real boss. Chicken brother, the cunning trickster chicken, both has meat and damage. Golem brother can pull people, can one-punch kill. 3 strikes guy with 3 strikes, either death or injury attacks, in a seamless flow, uninterruptible, the man who sent Lulu back to her self-isolation home. Discussions about the 3 giants were boiling online. On the other side, Ingu, who had been battling in the forecastle, casually smashed through a golden gate, holding the cursed blade to chop the golden gate. There's no one like this in the world. With that, he dove into the Guardian's abode. The Guardian's abode giants often come to rest and recharge at the cave's bottom, and a bath in molten lava is said to be the ultimate experience. Boss level. Brother Ian arrived at the Guardian's abode for the first time, gripping the cursed blade with eager anticipation. Behind the door, red, molten lava bubbled with steaming heat, and the surrounding walls were embedded with red crystals. Pushing open the door, a raised rocky layer emerged in the lava pool ahead. The arena is quite small, and the boss is a giant. This level presents a significant challenge, Brother Ian analyzed as he walked along the icy path to the center. Suddenly, a skeletal giant's fist slammed down beside him, causing the cave to tremble and even shatter the ice layer. Bang! Another fist crashed down, sandwiching Brother Ian in between. A chill ran through him as his gaze fixed intently on the depths of the molten lava before him. The boss has arrived. It was a skeletal giant, its armor dark and rock-like, with a massive skull gradually emerging, an orange gem glinting prominently on its forehead. The most striking feature was the ghastly scar over its hollow right eye, deep and menacing. One could only wonder which brave warrior had inflicted it. Despite the scar adding a fierce edge, Brother Ian couldn't help but want to laugh. This peculiar giant was a snaggletooth, combining seriousness with absurdity. Wait! Upon recognizing the true form of the boss, Brother Ian exclaimed, "No way, isn't this my cellmate?" He recalled the shock of first entering the game and seeing the giant skeleton nailed deep in the prison. Did this guy really escape with me? Or has he never died from the start? Countless questions flooded his mind, and he realized this was not just a mindless torture game. A collector endlessly gathering cells, the king's hand defending the king's body to the death, the inexplicably deceased sword-wielding woman, the giant pinned in the cell, and the mutated monsters in the sewers. It was as if the entire cell world was shrouded in a cloud of gloom with plagues, hunger, and crystal mines. You, unfortunately, due to not clearing the level, the fragmented information had no anchor and couldn't be organized. The higher the difficulty of clearing levels, the more important the information obtained. Clearly, the designer made it apparent that without clearing all cells, one could not construct a complete game worldview. Sniff, sniff, sniff. While Brother Ian was brainstorming, the giant beside him sniffed his nasal bone, seemingly catching a whiff of something special, and said in horror, "Are here. Look at how the plague has changed you." Roar. The giant laughed, shaking its shoulders. "It suits you well. It matches your arrogance. It is your arrogance that has brought such destruction to the kingdom. I warned you so many times." Wait. The words revealed a profound amount of information, and Brother Ian felt that some clue was about to connect the dots. As the giant spoke, it smashed the ground fiercely. "Now we have no hope left." It didn't give Brother Ian a moment to think. The furious giant immediately raised its hand and charged toward him. Brother Ian flipped and jumped, skillfully dodging the giant's attacks. ZZZ. The giant's eyes shot out 2 beams of laser, continuously compressing Brother Ian's movement space. His attention was entirely captured by the giant's constantly swinging fists. Roar. Just then the giant suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing an unexpected roar that sent Brother Ian flying back home. Physical destruction, the fact that this boss was never fought before, was quite annoying. There was no opportunity to learn its patterns, and every trap had to be explored with one's life. Damn. After a long, while Brother Ian spat out in frustration. Had I known, I wouldn't have made that declaration. If I hadn't used the cursed blade technique, I would have had plenty of chances to experiment. Now that the boast has been made, how can I take it back? The key is that this path is just too long. One mistake means spending half an hour returning, not even counting the time lost from intermediate failures. He was now eager to unlock the complete worldview with the fifth cell. Not because of obsessive compulsiveness, but out of rebellion. The more the designer hid things, the more he wanted to know. Just like any game, without clarifying one's curiosity, Brother Ian felt ants crawling all over him. On his second attempt, Brother Ian decided to take a detour. Aren't you a giant? I want to deal with you. After all, there's more than one road leading to the king's hand. They'll take the familiar path and bypass you. Ideals are lush, but reality is harsh. When Brother Ian painstakingly smashed the king's hand, he found that it did not drop the fifth cell leading to the next level, as usual. Where's my big cell? You better compensate me for my cell. Huh. In a fit of rage, Brother Ian suddenly felt his lips wet, touching them. They were sticky. Looking closely. What the hell am I bleeding from my nose? Hold on, guys, I'm bleeding from my nose. I need to take care of it first. Stressful battles for several consecutive days led Brother Ian to literally cause a nosebleed. Take care of your health. Boss, no need to rush. Could it be that the giant is the holder of the fifth cell, and only by defeating him can one obtain it? That's very possible. Damn, I still can't escape the giant. With a tissue stuffed up one nostril, Brother Ian returned to the screen indignant. I knew the sudden appearance of the boss wasn't just the author's whim. I'm gonna get him, what a pain. Reluctantly, Brother Ian had to return to the Guardian's abode where the giant was. Oh. The giant mocked mercilessly, but Brother Ian remained unfazed. To quickly obtain the fifth cell, he didn't hesitate to switch from the cursed blade, no longer relying blindly on a single slash. This guy is really a pain. As long as he could gain the upper hand, he would immediately laugh and taunt. Brother Ian gripped the blade of fury, continuously striking at the giant's fists. Through constant trial and error, he had mastered the trick. Only by depleting the health bar of the fist could he have a chance to severely injure the giant's body. However, the giant was not so easily subdued. Various attacks rained down like a storm, and due to his lack of familiarity with other systems, Brother Ian quickly found himself back at home again. Brother Ian clenched his fists, struggling to control his rising emotions. The designer had completely grasped the players in dead cells. They made it so that with every death, players wouldn't direct their anger at the designer, but rather at their own incompetence. If only I could be more detailed, if I could act faster, if only I wouldn't fumble. All that remained was the frustration of self-directed rage. That kind of pent-up frustration left Brother Ian feeling utterly uncomfortable. The audience laughed directly, their mockery reaching its peak. If you're bad, just practice more. Show off. That's it. If only it were accompanied by the giant's smug laughter, it would be a guaranteed kill. The giant excitedly patting its belly. You really are a noob. Not very damaging, but extremely insulting. Some streamer, you have to play games with a smile. I play for real. I refuse to accept this, bring it on. Inga no longer hesitated, ready to carve a path with his cursed blade until the end. First, he would take the time to figure out all of the giant's skills, then skillfully dodge with his backboard, and finally unleash a devastating cursed blade attack. After practicing for 2.5 hours, Inga defeated the giant with 3 strikes amidst its reluctant roars. This time you have genuinely bested me. The giant's words plunged Inga into a storm of thoughts. Could there ever be a time when it was not a fair fight? I don't know. Cough, cough, said the giant. It's different from before. You were once a role model for all of us. What could have driven you to cause so much destruction? The giant's expression was sorrowful. You even destroyed your own body. Cough, cough, cough. The giant with only 2 teeth left began to cough violently, my king. It seemed to expend its last ounce of strength. The giant's body slowly sank, leaving only a single fist barely supporting itself. You Inside the giant's words, my king, struck him like a thunderbolt of realization. It turned out that the giant's once revered, scorned, and even hated king was actually the green algae ball that now occupied his body. The wretched king was me. Looking at it this way, the giant was also a loyal minister for this country. Before he could finish, the giant's enormous bony hand suddenly made an international gesture of goodwill towards the cell person image. JPG, you really are a hopeless bastard. Cell person middle fingering? Don't know. No audience bullet screen on the soul's finger. The giant is quite cute too. Death is just the beginning. Rebirth is never-ending. The giant has a bit of humor. Feels good, infuse the soul. Did you hear the giant's lament? Did you feel the great skeleton collapsing? Did you hear the collector's sinister laugh? You don't care, you only care about infusing the soul. Inga passionately delivered this act, then curiously asked, "Why do I feel like you all knew this moment would come?" So, it was... The P-Station user named Pure Black had cleared the game and even pieced together the game's plot roughly. During Ing's time as a trainee, many fans had already cleared the game. "Damn, you should have told me sooner." Inga flung his keyboard. "Let me take a look too." He had long been stirred by the scattered information in the game, directly opening P-Station to find Pure Black. The latest video released was about the game's worldview. The video wasn't long, less than half an hour. As a roguelike game, Dead Cells has many repeated maps from Origin Cells 0 to 5, but there's a qualitative difference in difficulty. The 4 cells are self-evident, starting with an essential difference from the previous ones. Many people must have perished here. The 5 cells are even more extreme. The virus ravaged the entire island, even food was contaminated with germs. Being attacked would result in infection, and consuming poisonous food would also lead to infection. A gauge will appear on the health bar. When a gauge is full, health will continuously drop. I wasted the most time in the 5 cells. Due to time constraints, I will only show part of the latter half of the 5-cell clear video explaining while fighting. Pure Black evidently cleared it first, then dubbed the clear video after sorting out the plot. Inga found a comfortable position and began to watch attentively. It turned out that this used to be a colonized island until one day a man in purple armor raised a battle flag and liberated it alongside the giant who had been waiting and suffering. This man was the one behind the throne of the king's hand. The giant, grateful for their efforts in expelling the colonizers, joined the king's army. The king was both literate and martial, shrewd and decisive, yet very proud and cold-blooded. The king's hand always accompanied the king in his southern and northern campaigns, while the giant joined later. They were the king's left and right arms. Later, the colonizers revealed the existence of the alchemist and proposed that the philosopher's stone could grant immortality, which was the obsession of the alchemist's research. The arrogant king was very interested in immortality and secretly met with the alchemist. It is worth mentioning that the alchemist is the collector that the players encounter, and both the king's hand and the giant despise the alchemist. Soon the alchemist discovered a cave on the island where ice and fire coexisted, filled with crystal stones. The alchemist believed that the crystal stones might be able to refine the legendary philosopher's stone. Moreover, the alchemist also conducted human experiments using the island's death row inmates. Due to the massive accumulation of experimental waste in the sewers, mold was visible everywhere. Spores floated in the foul air, causing the island's creatures like mushrooms, worms, and bats to be eroded and mutate to varying degrees. After allying with the king, the giant was assigned the task of guarding the castle gate. He often soaked in magma baths to recharge and could witness the tragic fates of the miners in the adjacent cave. They not only risked being crushed by rocks, but were also suffocated by toxic steam or killed by mutated creatures in the sewers. There was an interesting record here. The longest accident-free time in the cave, 45 seconds. The giant observed this and hoped the king would abandon his scheming. However, the king's hand insisted that the king's will is the truth, leading to a divergence in their views and sowing the seeds for the giant's uprising. Afterward, monsters were born, plagues ran rampant, and even the king became infected. Those who died from the plague could still rise again, even picking up weapons incessantly, encroaching upon the living space. The giant lost patience, leading a rebellious army that charged fiercely into the castle. The outcome was clear. He was pinned deep within the prison by a siege crossbow, once a fellow inmate of ours. The alchemist proposed to develop a universal medicine to combat the rampant plague, but even as food on the island ran out, leading to instances of cannibalism, the universal medicine could not be produced. By this time, the king had become apathetic. The alchemist then proposed that even without an antidote, alchemy could transfer the soul to an uninfected body, and once the universal medicine was ready, the body could be exchanged back. After the king's hand's successful experiment, the king gladly agreed. However, during the alchemist's procedure, the king's memories were erased, and his soul was transferred to the cell tissue cultivated by the alchemist. The king's body was then fitted with a red crystal to slow decay, and the king's hand was assigned to watch over it. The true king became a purposeless rolling ball of seaweed. Which is the player? Damn, the wretched king was actually me. Inga, upon seeing this, had already begun to curse. At this point in the video, Pure Black had arrived at the newly unlocked scene in the 5 cells. stargazing platform. The Royal Alchemist studied astrology and constellations here. He is a Sagittarius, time 35 minutes 54 seconds. Welcome, my silent friend. Alchemist Collector, do you like the catalyst I made? Although it's not something extravagant, it's an essential tool for any ambitious alchemist. ZZZZ. The alchemist approached the wretched king with a long test tube, his face filled with hostility. But actually, this feels incredible. I've never felt this way before. Very good, you just obediently bring me more of this. We'll send you back right away. Buzz, P.S. It's already 8:00 words. Tomorrow is the first show after a week. The success or failure rests on this. Please everyone, after reading, click to urge updates. As for gifts, a free gift is already greatly appreciated. These are helpful for promoting the work and directly affect the book's performance. Following updates is very important reference data. I hope everyone won't just keep the book without engaging. I will do my best to aim for 2 substantial updates daily, living up to expectations. PPS, I'm really glad that so many old friends can continue to support. New friends, don't be shy. From today on, all readers of this book are old friends. Returning to this book, writing and deleting. I know all the games you recommended, but I have already written an outline for which games to include before starting the book. Especially some deeply profound games. I have been using the plot to foreshadow their appearances from the beginning, so I will follow my own thoughts on which works to write. I will look into the games you recommend, and perhaps you may see them in future works. After all, there are just too many good games to cover. That's all, thank you. The battle with the alchemist lacked any highlights. This guy loved to consume potions, making it just a matter of taking a few hits. His overall strength was comparable to that of the king. However, to obtain the supreme glory symbolized by the pristine white king's skin, one must defeat the alchemist without taking any damage. It's challenging, but not too difficult. Returning to the concluding plot. Clearly, the alchemist underestimated the king. He had a trump card, the Time Guardian. Long ago, the king built a clock tower for the Time Guardian, instructing her to keep a close watch on the alchemist. In case of any mishap, she could use her abilities to save him. However, while the Time Guardian could manipulate time, her abilities only allowed her to travel back to the previous day. Seeing the king sitting safely on his throne, she thought little of it and continued to eliminate the infected. But as the number of infected decreased, she became increasingly weary. After a failed experiment, the alchemist went missing for a while. During this time, he masqueraded as the king and built an observatory. There he discovered that the plague was essentially a form of vibrant cells, and if he could get a large quantity, it would greatly aid his experiments. Yet the cells were all attached to mutated creatures, making them difficult to obtain. Thus he thought of asking the king to help him collect them. The transformed king's soul organized the cells, making him impervious to blades and mutations, even retaining the combat prowess he had in life. An utterly perfect tool. Thus the alchemist disguised himself as a collector, appearing harmless, and urged the amnesiac king, a gullible player, to gather cells for him. Then one day, splash! A glistening green algae ball dripped from the pipe into the prison, marking the beginning of the tale of dead cells. A perfect loop. After half an hour of content, Ingo took several minutes to digest the video before realizing its brilliance. Awesome. The reasoning behind the pure black narrative was sound, although the fragmented content had artistic embellishments. Under his clever integration, an absurd yet fantastical backstory was unveiled. Viewers who finished the video were instantly thrilled. It gave me goosebumps. Thanks for the compilation. I just cleared the game with 0 cells and was just curious about the plot. Satisfied. This is too amazing. So good. Alt D. Whether in comments or bullet screens, everyone marveled at the storytelling ability of Pure Black. There was also a sense of nostalgia for Lingjing, a game company that had faded from public view, but after months of perseverance, they returned triumphant. While Pure Black garnered numerous loyal fans, online Lingjing saw sales breaking records. From being unknown and even lamented by Jia Gu to becoming a viral sensation. Within less than a month of the game's release, sales surged towards the 2,000 mark. It had already climbed into the top 3 of Steam's recent bestsellers, with players singing its praises and a staggering 98% positive feedback rate. Honestly, this game is really fun. For words not to be missed. Great game, but my clumsiness prevents me from playing well. Crying, this game is addictive. I already can't stop playing it. The character movement and animation are closely tied to the controls, making it extremely enjoyable to play. considering I'm playing terribly yet still find it enjoyable. That's quite rare. While Jia Gu was battling through the 4 cells and hadn't yet had the chance to share his joy, he was being mercilessly defeated. However, as news of the game trended online, there were immediately enthusiastic bullet screen messages to remind him. As a longtime audience member who had followed Jia Gu to this point, they clearly understood the efforts he had made for the game's success. Seeing the bullet screens, Jia Gu smiled with relief. He knew that a game of such high quality could not possibly have just a meager amount of sales. In an instant, the torment of being crushed by giants faded away, and he felt invigorated. With his eyes gleaming red, he charged once more towards the Guardian's lair. Meanwhile, the internet was buzzing with praise for Dead Cells and for Ling Jing. Even game designer Lu Li was unearthed by enthusiastic netizens. Studied abroad for 2.5 years, young, an accomplished, handsome, and wealthy storyteller extraordinaire. A barrage of labels came crashing down. Many curious netizens had already begun to look forward to 816, wondering if Lu Li would appear at the Shanghai Designer Exchange competition. Moreover, some had already purchased tickets to the Hongbao Sports Center in Shanghai, eagerly awaiting the chance to attend in person. Lu Li was at the company, but his reputation soared. As the official announcement date for the game's competition theme approached, he had been diligently grasping the concept of absolute control. Over time, he increasingly recognized the terrifying power of talent. In the past, he wasn't adept at storytelling. For instance, Dead Cells relied heavily on fragments of clues pieced together from his past experiences. Now, even seeing 2 butterflies riding together outside his window could ignite his inspiration to weave a convoluted and enchanting tale. That mystical inspiration flowed like a spring, continuously surging forth, allowing him to grasp techniques that he had never understood before. No wonder Zhou Dong, who mastered absolute pitch, achieved such success in music. The pessimistic yet painfully realistic saying is that sometimes the gap between people is even larger than the gap between humans and dogs. Not only Lu Li was growing. The summer interns, under the hands-on guidance of their seniors, gradually mastered the fundamental skills. All of them were students from prestigious universities well-suited to their majors with outstanding learning abilities. Some could even extrapolate knowledge. This changed many people's stereotypical impression of university students being clueless. The atmosphere in Ling Jing was filled with joy, with everyone sporting vibrant smiles. Even the usually introverted Zhongjin Xin seemed to be influenced occasionally, taking the initiative to exchange experiences in Lu Li's office next door. Her involvement in the production process of Dead Cells allowed her insights in game development to make significant progress. She felt immensely fulfilled. Her professional abilities stood out in various aspects, making Lu Li forget she was still just a third-year student. Yet while she appeared to be a silly girl, seemingly carefree, Lu Li sensed a deep-seated turmoil within her. Perhaps it was unbearable memories or difficult-to-let-go recollections from her past. Lu Li speculated, but he never probed too deeply. Everyone has their own secrets. Not asking is a basic politeness. However, he always felt that one day he would come to know the feeling was strong. Beyond individuals, sometimes the gap between companies can also be an insurmountable chasm. Ling Jing was thriving. Meanwhile, EO Kaishin's despair cells, since its launch, had seen its reputation plummet as the tried-and-true Peidoan model faced its Waterloo. At EO Kaishin's branch, the remaining Ling Jing members were in turmoil amid the onslaught of insults from netizens. This is the first time I've seen such a shameless game developer. Damn your mother, refund me. You useless waste, you can't even copy properly. Is there anyone who can manage this? How can such a garbage game appear on the market? The next door offers free skins and equipment, and you damn it can't play without spending money. Are you reincarnated from the neighboring Goose Factory? If you want to exploit players, go to the online gaming zone, and don't bring this nonsense to the indie game section. Damn it, it'll blow up tonight. The launch of Despair Cell, for half a month, not only failed to achieve the expected results, but also suffered backlash due to the severe exploitation in Hammer Slam, leading to a flood of negative reviews online. The comment section was filled with unbearable insults. No one from the designer to the development team could escape the wrath of players. Even the company EO Kaitian was caught up in the public outcry against skinning and exploitation. EO Kaishin's headquarters was also in a state of distress. First, Han Chung clashed with the municipal government leaders at an official meeting. Then the remnants of Ling Jing were doing some skinning and exploitation, directly copying Dead Cells. You can copy all you want, but you haven't even grasped the essence. Thanks to the success of Hammer Slam, EO Kaitian's headquarters also reaped some benefits. So they turned a blind eye to this matter. In the end, they couldn't cheat without causing trouble for themselves. Ultimately, Han Chung and his group completely misunderstood Dead Cells. At its core, it is a thrill ride. There is torment, but more importantly, the game continuously stimulates players with positive feedback. They only saw the difficulty and unreasonable punishment mechanisms, neglecting the exhilarating parts of the game, and directly resorted to skinning Despair Cell. They inherited all the malice from the game and instead set various deceptive monetization methods. They might as well have written "you can't play" without spending money in the game description. Players obtained the game for free, but upon entering they felt a wave of malice. Whether in terms of impact or the rich and colorful combat modes, there was none. Without spending money, they couldn't even leave the prison. Numerous bugs piled up without maintenance, yet the payment options were everywhere like a plague. This severely affected the gaming experience. This competition was doomed to fail the moment this group of people rashly made decisions. Dead Cells continuously delivers positive feedback to players regardless of their skills. They can always enjoy the game. Although the death penalty is quite severe, it pales in comparison to the thrill the game provides. Moreover, each cell completion with a certain difficulty rewards players with a skin symbolizing their identity, which is simply too cool. Many players donning flashy pink armor roam the comments section, instantly drawing waves of envy and adoration from other players. Players' vanity was greatly satisfied. That sense of achievement, breaking the fourth wall and spilling into reality, cannot be compared to monetized skins. Skinning completely targeted various monetized props, setting corresponding difficulties while ruining player experience and positive feedback. It's a miracle if it even works. Han Qing nearly hospitalized from anger after the last meeting hadn't come to the company for days. The group was leaderless. The remnants of Ling Jing were in a state of unease. Moreover, this group worked hard for over half a month, not only without commissions, but also had to endure players' piercing insults daily. Who can withstand this? This wasn't even the biggest blow to morale. The Ling Jing they once looked down upon was thriving with sales increasing day by day. This was more painful than being killed. And back then, they could have enjoyed this honor if only they had chosen to stay that day. The entire office building was filled with gloom. Employees were disheartened, gathering in small groups to complain, "I can't stay here any longer." Exactly all they do is imitate you. I didn't choose the game industry to copy homework. Not only are there no commissions, but salaries aren't even paid on time. No money to play a few rounds. Following Han Chung to switch jobs was truly a foolish move. Some people started having second thoughts, realizing that Ling Jing was the best company for them. Benefits were in place and salaries were never delayed. Overtime was compensated and there were commissions for explosive sales upon game launch. The old chairman never turned into a stress monster squeezing and cutting salaries. People only learned to cherish after losing. Stepping out of Ling Jing, they were surprised to find that where they used to work was simply paradise. Yet they foolishly thought about seizing Ling Jing's shares. How about we go back to Ling Jing? That's home. The suggestion stirred up a storm and the place instantly became lively. I miss the old chairman. I want to go back to Ling Jing, but I can't bring myself to do it. Can a face feed you or pay your mortgage? Will Ling Jing take us back? Of course. We are the ones who stood with the old chairman to build this empire. If we go back and sincerely admit our mistakes, they have no reason to refuse us. Exactly. A portion of the more active thinkers had already devised plans to shamelessly approach Ling Jing in search of opportunities for retirement. Unbeknownst to them, this group of people had already been kicked out of the plans by Luli the day they left Ling Jing. The next day, the theme for the exchange competition was announced with game types that could be created: inspirational, despairing, touching, horror, redemption, positive energy, absurd, and other themes. After major game companies learned of this, they began to target the selected topics and prepare their submissions. Of course, some clever ones prepare their submissions early, giving them over a month of preparation time. The longer the time, the better the quality of the work. However, one must bear the risk of betting on the wrong topic. Nevertheless, with a month's time, it was sufficient to create a game of medium quality aside from writing the script. If one does not consider the complete storyline, there is no need to write a script, simply opening the Tianwen editor would suffice. In these days of public opinion, Kaikin, in order to shift the pressure, boldly announced that they would attempt to create a horror game for the first time in this exchange competition. Once the news broke, the internet erupted. Horror games are a barren wasteland in Longwa. Some even doubted that there was no soil to cultivate horror games in Longwa. Regardless of success or failure, this courage is truly commendable. Just as everyone was amazed by Kaishin's boldness, Lingjing's official Weibo commented under the news, "I also want to make a horror game." The internet instantly exploded. "My dear son, have you gone mad? I heard that Kaidan has recruited an overseas game development team, and they want to create a horror game that this team excels at. Lingjing, what are you making a fuss about? I can solve this problem." Kaidan is taking advantage of Lingjing, and Lingjing is retaliating against Kaidan. To arms. No organization, no discipline fall in line. The spectators' imaginations are incredibly rich, instantly conjuring up an epic saga of grudges and enmities. Media with keen senses also noticed something was amiss, as this timing is quite sensitive. Thus, various media outlets scrambled to verify the information. The leader of Lingjing has unexpectedly passed away. The second in command has led the entire staff to jump ship to Kaidan. Lingjing's new leader, Liu Li, is holding the fort alone. 3 days later, they released If You're a Man, Jump 100 Floors. A week later, they released Swing the Hammer. A month later, Dead Cells was launched. Then Kaidan successively released Swing the Mallet and Despair Cells, timing their releases just after Lingjing launched their new game. Once could be called a coincidence, but multiple instances cannot be disregarded. Moreover, the game titles are so similar, they could be mistaken for twins. To say there is no connection between them would be an insult to one's intelligence. Clearly, the two companies are targeting each other. The editor from the New Game Society began compiling the gathered information to draft an article, The Grudges and Enmities Between Lingjing and Kaidan. Today, a comment on Lingjing's official Weibo under a news article exploded across the internet. Everyone is curious about the entanglements between Lingjing and Kaidan, and I will organize the timeline for you. In summary, although Lingjing's officials have not made any statements, they have already formed prejudices against the independent game circle, which is rife with money grabbing and imitation. To build a harmonious gaming environment and develop healthily and steadily. Lingjing, the soul of independence. Once the news was released, a wave of excitement quickly swept across the internet. Goodness, I can only say goodness. If it were me, I couldn't stand it either, taking advantage of your father, right? I used to really like Kaidan, but now it just makes me sick. Support Lingjing in purifying the gaming circle. Let's fight. Let's fight. In Lujiatun, the headquarters of Kaidan, a luxurious 911 arrived, stopping outside the Jimao Tower. Shun Wankuan stepped out of the car with a pale face, and Shui Ran greeted him nervously. "Boss, you're back. I was only abroad for 2 weeks, and has become a rat in the street. You've made a fine mess of things, Manager Shui." Shen Wankuan forced a smile. As a rich second generation, he wanted to achieve something in front of his father. Getting involved with Kaidan, which is neither successful nor failing, seemed acceptable, but upon landing, he was met with the most severe public relations crisis in Kaidan's history. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect Han Cheng from Lingjing to be so indiscreet in his actions," Shui Ran explained while walking, but Shun Wankuan was not listening at all. He warmly embraced the man, walking towards him. "Oh, welcome to Kaidan, Charles." "Hi, boss. With you here, this exchange meeting is secured." The two enthusiastically high-fived. Charles was Shun Wankuan's classmate from studying abroad and is also the main planner of an overseas independent game company. Charles' team specializes in making horror games, so after the announcement of this genre, Kaidan boldly declared their choice. "I thought this could deflect public pressure, but then Lingjing's kid latched onto it." Then a report from the New Game Society directly revealed everything that had recently happened. Coincidentally, Despair Cells encountered a reputation crisis, ruining the good standing that Kaidan had worked hard to build for so long. After understanding the situation, Shun Wankuan snorted coldly. "Wang Chun can graduate now, and Shui Ran's salary will be deducted for 3 months, demoted to project deputy manager." If it weren't for Shui Ran still holding onto the project's Sword of Mortal Crossing, he might have been fired altogether. Compared to the money loss from scams, the leader of Kaidan values the company's reputation more. Supervisor Wang Chun unilaterally approved Han Cheng, to represent EO in a city government meeting condoning Han Cheng's disruption of the independent game circle's rules, making EO Kaidan a target of public ire. This short-sightedness can no longer be tolerated. Wang Chen also felt wronged. The leader of Lingjing encountered an accident, which was a great opportunity to strike at a rival. Not only did he subvert Han Cheng, but he also generated revenue for the company, yet he was inexplicably dismissed. As for Lingjing, they're merely grasshoppers after autumn shun, Wang Kuan said lightly. Horror games are not something just anyone can handle well. Charles spoke with awkward language. Though no one in the meeting room said anything, they all knew the newcomer was speaking the truth. Currently, there are no remarkable horror games in the Long Kingdom gaming circle. This is because horror games belong to content that expands after the gaming ecosystem is well established. Even more awkward, the Long Kingdom gaming circle hasn't even formed an ecosystem. How can it produce such high-threshold masterpieces? Compared to the dismissive attitude of EO Kaitan, Tianyu appears very cautious. Manager Li, what do you think? In the meeting room, Xiao Hongru looked at Li Shu with a smile. Lu Li is someone Li Shu has his eye on. Although he hasn't arrived, Lingjing's current achievements are enough to prove his insight. According to our market department's research, under Lu Li's leadership, Lingjing does not engage in activities without confidence. Li Shu adjusted his glasses. Currently, the 3 games released are each more popular than the last, indicating that their leader Lu Li is not someone who makes hasty decisions. Since they chose the horror game track, it is not only due to the gap in the Long Kingdom market, but also their confidence. Oh, Xiao Hongru looked up seriously, recalling Li Shu's words. A person who can receive such an evaluation from their market manager deserves to be taken seriously. Confidence in being able to create a blockbuster horror game. Although I don't know where he gets his confidence from, I just feel he can create miracles. Li Shu's voice is very steady, carrying a convincing strength that comes from someone who deals with data. Manager Li, I know you have high hopes for this company, but there's no need to belittle yourself. In a competition, it's not just one person's charm that counts. The team, funding, and operations are equally important. I believe we have a better chance than in sales. Wang Cheng is Xiao Hongru's ardent supporter. In his eyes, Xiao Hongru is the greatest game designer. Li Shu laughed silently. You others who haven't worked in the market do not understand what it means for 3 consecutive games to have exponential sales growth with a favorable rating of no less than 98. He would not argue with Wang Cheng and was too lazy to explain. You all have your points. We must neither belittle ourselves nor become complacent, or let sales verify the matters on the field. Xiao Hongru summarized, as long as we give our all and act with a clear conscience, any outcome will be fine. Seek common ground while reserving differences. Xiao Hongru is a person of great vision, which is why he has gathered a group of genuinely talented individuals around him. Lingjing has stirred the waters of the game circle in Magic City so much. If anyone is the happiest about this, it must be Meng Jiangnan. Xiao Wu, this Lingjing is quite interesting. Xiao Wu replied in confusion, I don't quite understand what Minister Meng means. Meng Jiangnan gazed at the dark currents in the Huangpu River, sighing. It's been many years since the Magic City Exchange meeting has been this lively. Last time it was that old fellow Lu Qishan who turned the exchange meeting upside down. Back then I was in your position. Many years have passed in the blink of an eye. I fell before the global summit. I wonder how far that kid can go. Really looking forward to it. What has shaken the gaming world these past 2 days? Undoubtedly the news that Lingjing and EO Kaitian are going head-to-head, needle to needle. Only after that did Tianyu announce their chosen theme, a first-person shooter. The 3-way stalemate that once stood firm now seems determined that none will slow their pace here. Netizens who had little interest in such exchange tournaments suddenly found themselves intrigued. Matches are more compelling when they bleed a little. Lingjing and EO Kaitian are veteran houses laden with new and old grudges. The media fanned the flames. The entire circle was electrified. Even outsiders remembered the peculiar date, 816. Players long exhausted by predatory monetization cheered. Those who openly condemned such dirty practices won unanimous praise online. Of course, where some rejoice, others fret. Lingjing, once a quiet place, suddenly gained a dozen or so people, and the office grew lively. Yet despite the jokes and laughter, an indelible cloud of worry lingered in their brows. Wait, are you serious? In Lu Li's office, only Zhang Yiming dared to question Lu Li's decision so bluntly. Lu Li looked up. The department heads said nothing, but their eyes spoke volumes. Making a horror game is a foolish choice. This genre is far beyond what a studio of Lingjing's scale should be touching. Not to mention that in Longhua there is no precedent and they have no experience. Horror games are intrinsically niche. To hope to win the exchange by sheer sales is a fantasy. They would hardly be anything but worried. All right, enough gloom. Don't give the students outside something to laugh at. Lu Li smiled, revealing his trademark, sunny, boyish grin. When you had Cheng Xiaoming post on the official microblog, I knew it was Element. Zhang Yiming was referring to Cheng Xiaoming, a newcomer in the publicity department. When the announcement went out, Zhang had been on leave. Had he been there, he would have stopped Lu Li's impulsive decision. Words once spoken cannot be taken back. The entire gaming world now knows Lingjing is making a horror game. There is no switching the theme now. Stop sulking like a doormat. Lu Li gave Zhang Yiming a playful kick. Some mind training was clearly in order. Is that what you all think? Faces turned to one another. And you, Lu Li cocked his head and fixed his gaze on Zhong Jinxin, standing at the back. I support your decision. Zhong Jinxin did not lie. Her voice was small but steady. The others turned incredulous. A traitor among us. Under the prickling scrutiny, Zhong Jinxin's cheeks flushed scarlet. All right. Lu Li stepped in to defuse the tension. I know you lack confidence, but leave the production to us, Xiaopang. Present. Niu Ingjun straightened his back. The designs you drew, I've already sent them to your mailbox. At that, Lu Li opened his email and projected a concept piece onto the office wall. As the image unfolded, the room seemed to darken by several degrees and the air chilled. It looked as if a frame had been captured from a DV, somewhat blurred, heavily grainy. The backdrop was an ancient castle swathed in gray mist. Mountains loomed faintly behind, and the iron gate at the entrance exuded a bone-deep chill. A distant white light was devoured by black clouds. Above the clouds formed a vast vortex like a demon's gaping maw waiting to feast on any who approached. The castle windows flickered with a faint light, an outward air of tranquility that nonetheless radiated mystery, deathly silence, and ill omen. My goodness. Gao Yusin took a step back. Lu Li was calm. Now that you have the scene, let me say a few lines to help you inhabit it. You are a reporter who enters this castle alone to investigate. The castle is in truth a psychiatric hospital secretly researching things that should not be known. You have no weapons. The only companion at your side is a DV, and its battery life is limited. You must find batteries yourself if you hope to continue in the darkness. As you delve deeper, you discover that experiments are being performed on patients, human trials that have twisted them into beings neither fully human nor ghost. Suddenly, the power cuts out. The wandering patients notice you wielding blood-stained implements. They come after you. The footsteps draw nearer. You can only flee down the cramped, dark corridors with the DV held before you. In panic, you raise at a pale, swollen face, fills the frame, lifting. Gao Yusin clapped her hands to her head and fled the office. The lobby temps stare bewildered. Are the bosses holding some strange party they weren't invited to? The whole place buzzed with curiosity, eyes glued to Lu Li's office. Those within were in no better state. Lu Li wore a faint smile, calmly enjoying the scene with an unsettling appetite. Sweat beaded on Zhang Yiming's brow. His shirt clung as if he had been pulled from water. Even Xiaopang's calves trembled uncontrollably. Zhong Jinxin's face had gone deathly pale. She kept her eyes closed and bit her lip tightly to endure it. Enough dawn has come. At Lu Li's voice, everyone breathed freely. When they looked at him again, the doubt had vanished, replaced by a peculiar, lingering grievance. I don't quite understand why a single image and a few lines could place us so completely into such a dark perspective, making the fear in the dark feel like an invisible hammer striking the heart. Me too. I felt as if something in the dark clamped at my throat, and an inexorable tide of terror rose from my core. Facing their bafflement, Lu Li explained, first is Xiaopang's contribution. He comes from the visual novel illustration world and understands how to render atmosphere, showing you that piece was planting a seed. Secondly, Lu Li asked rhetorically, what is humanity's deepest fear, if not the fear of the unknown? Imagination amplifies that fear without limit. Many films exploit this. One fright begets another until you are terrified by yourself. One last question, how is the scene I described different from a traditional horror game? Xiaopang knew this one and answered quickly. When a horror game scares me, I usually grab a gun and spray bullets at the monster to vent my nerves. Here there's only a DV, it's nothing but a punching bag. Exactly. Lu Li snapped his fingers. Fear stems from insufficient firepower. This is the innovation I intend, an extreme, uncompromising terror. Zhang Yiming shuddered. Lu Li had stopped being merely impulsive and edged into madness. Terrifying indeed. Yet would players accept such a subversion of the norm? After a long moment, they left the office in good spirits. Apparently, Lu Li's persuasion had won them over. Zhang Jinxin followed silently behind Lu Li. Zhang Yiming no longer feigned opposition. Xiao Peng regarded Lu Li with unabashed admiration. Gao Yusin, seeing the horror project, said nothing more. At least with Lu Li at the helm, the low-level mistake of producing a horror game that fails to frighten would not happen. Had she held out another second, she would have wet herself. That was proof enough. While Gao Yusin's thoughts ran wild, a group of unexpected guests arrived at Lingjing's gate. Had the recommendation already been made? Why was no one speaking? Was everything cooling off? Who are you? Cheng Xiaoming, on duty at the Lingjing front desk, looked up to see a group of people walking down the corridor. Excuse me, is Lu Li here? Zhang Yao is a remnant of Lingjing. He was the group leader of the Lingjing development department at the time. When Lu Qishan was still around, he often provided guidance to him. He is considered a reserve talent within the company. Later, he was successfully persuaded to join the Ku faction by the 2 shares promised by Han Cheng. But he was very clever. He did not become the scapegoat. He merely cheered from the sidelines. Referred to as a numbers game. The performance of Eo Kaitian was not smooth. The office environment was poor, salaries were not paid on time, promotions were delayed repeatedly, making it a mere small workshop compared to Lingjing. Now that Lingjing is soaring, he and some of his close colleagues are tempted. The previous Lingjing was not worthy of their nobility. Now it is sufficient. At least the benefits and treatment here are much better than Eo Kaitian. Our boss is in a meeting. Cheng Xiaoming continued to work on her tasks. She regarded this group of people as ordinary job seekers. In recent days, various individuals had come to apply for jobs, and she had grown accustomed to it. Oh, could you pass on a message? Just say, we are former employees, technically your seniors. Zhang Yao smiled kindly, while Cheng Xiaoming, a student, could not understand the complex relationships. She put down her work. Okay, please wait a moment. Zhang Yao looked at the transformed Lingjing, feeling a mix of emotions. If only he had held on a little longer back then. The few people behind him felt the same regret, thinking they had misjudged the situation. Just as Cheng Xiaoming entered the company, she bumped into Lu Li and others coming out of the conference room. Boss, there are a few people claiming to be former employees looking for you. Hearing Cheng Xiaoming's words, Lu Li's smile faded. The cold aura felt by Zhong Jinsi made her shiver involuntarily. I won't meet them. Lu Li replied indifferently. Cheng Xiaoming tilted her head, not seeing the former employees. I said I won't meet them. Don't you understand? Zhang Yiming waved his hand, signaling Cheng Xiaoming to send them away. Unexpectedly, this group barged in uninvited, directly entering the company. Upon meeting, they began to lament, we are sorry, Director Lu. That day we were blinded by our interests and failed to live up to the old chairman's nurturing of us. We also failed to live up to your trust in us. We realize our mistakes and hope you can forgive us this once. The company is just starting out. It is a crucial time for hiring. We want to come back and help the company grow. We request you to give us another chance. Zhang Yao spoke with deep emotion. Tears nearly fell from his eyes. The summer interns were clueless about what had happened, staring at each other in bewilderment. Zhang Yiming had specifically sought Lu Li to understand the backstory. He looked at these people with a grim expression, thinking they had quite a thick skin. Are you done? Lu Li raised his head, and Zhang Yao and the others were left at a loss under his cold stare. Once you're done, you can leave. Zhang Yao's face stiffened as if he had misheard. To them, it seemed that by sincerely admitting their mistakes, everyone could step back and reach a happy compromise. After all, I have already admitted my fault. What more do you want from me? Little did they know, Lu Li immediately issued an eviction order, showing no regard for any past relationships. They were very displeased. However, for the sake of future development, they endured it. Director Lu, please consider us old employees and give us a chance to redeem ourselves for the sake of the old chairman. Director Lu, I beg you, let me stay. My house is about to be foreclosed and my family is struggling. Director Lu, there are many people outside. I'm kneeling for you. Director Lu, I've lost my stable job and my wife is about to leave me. Please take me back. The old sentiments were useless, so they resorted to emotional pleas. They even resorted to moral coercion. Who is Lu Li? Zhang Yiming knew all too well. He would not yield to soft or hard tactics. He was usually amiable, but when it came to business, he wouldn't tolerate any nonsense. Indeed, Lu Li's expression darkened. Your inability to pay your mortgage has nothing to do with me. Your wife's decision to leave you is your matter. Don't use that to discuss me. Get lost and do it quickly. Hearing this, the faces of the few changed. Lu Li was extremely ruthless. His demeanor was completely opposite to Lu Qishan's warmth. What to do? They had already torn their faces with Eo Kaiyan returning to Lingjing despite their leader's discouragement. Lingjing wouldn't take them back, and now they couldn't even return to Eo Kaiyan. In that case, Director Lu should compensate us with N1, right? Zhang Yao had done his homework before coming. He revealed his true colors. Lingjing was once insolvent, but now that Lingjing has recovered, we should be compensated. The others instantly perked up. Yes, I have worked hard in Lingjing for 7 years. I cannot be dismissed as just a few old computers. If you don't pay, we'll apply for labor arbitration. You'll be put on display. Director Lu, you wouldn't want this matter to be exposed now, would you? Ruli Lauga. This group truly resembled a mother pig wearing a hat, pulling one trick after another. They tried to appeal to emotions, reason, and if that didn't work, they resorted to legal weapons. You're really something. The others saw a glimmer of hope, and they all asked, do you agree? If you could travel back to the day you resigned, would you choose to stay? Lu Li asked. What are you joking about? If I could time travel, I wouldn't have done that. Zhang Yao retorted. You were the ones who joked with me first. Lu Li's expression turned cold. Da Zhuang, show them out. Da Zhuang, originally named Cheng Zhuang, had a muscular build. Please leave. Da Zhuang stood up, towering at nearly 9 meters, looking down at the group with an overwhelming presence. Lu Li, just wait. There will be a day you regret this. Zhang Yao spat out a harsh word, blushing as he led the others out of Lingjing. My temper is really getting better. Lu Li rubbed his temples, his smile radiant. In the past, I would have directly used my fists on this angry temper, such a group of naive, white-eyed wolves. Calm down. Zhong Jinsi gently poked Lu Li's arm with her finger, soothing him softly. It's okay now. Lu Li offered a warm smile. Let's continue our previous discussion. We're basically finalizing the horror game. Horror games ultimately rely on atmospheric rendering, but they cannot just be hollow mechanics. They need to match the corresponding plot. At this moment, everyone in the room listened intently. They already knew Lu Li's character. He was clear about public and private matters. When a job was done, well, he was your friendly neighbor. When it was not done, well, he was the king of hell. I will spend time writing the script, the plot, and production will be handled by me. The art design will be entrusted to Zhong Jinsi and Xiao Pang. I recognize Xiao Pang's ability in controlling emotions through art. Lu Li added in his mind, as this guy's drawing quality was truly high. Especially in the genre of possession, he genuinely loves it. Utilizing this ability to draw players' desires in the rendering of horror scenes will surely yield double the effect. Why worry about players not screaming in fright? Leader, you didn't already think of this day before calling me, did you? Xiao Pang Niuingjun asked a soul-searching question. What do you think? Lu Li smiled mysteriously. Creating horror games has always been part of Lu Li's plan. Continuously tormenting players can lead to aesthetic fatigue. Sometimes it's essential to provide discerning players with a change of flavor. Moreover, the horror game market in Longhua is a barren wasteland. This presents both a challenge and an opportunity. Lu Li, who possesses the innate talent for absolute control, fears no challenge. Finding skilled artists with spiritual energy indeed has the intention of making horror games. No one understands how to manipulate player emotions better than this group of veterans. Choosing to launch at the conference wasn't a Spiro-Thema decision. It's an efficient way to build the company's reputation. I have one last question. Gao Yusin asked, how do you ensure sales? To be honest, I have serious doubts about sales. In the past, horror games have hardly had a market in Longhua. Even overseas, there haven't been any blockbuster horror games in recent years. Her skepticism was well-founded. Over the past decade, domestically produced horror games have not made a name for themselves. People even had to search online to find out which games exist. Currently, the only vaguely recognized titles are Paper Wedding and Fireworks, which are both small productions with strong folkloric styles. They received good reviews, but sales were lacking. Every type of game has its audience. Sales are inadequate simply because the quality is subpar. Of course, achieving explosive success does require a bit of mysticism. After finishing his sentence, Li looked up at Gao Yusin. By the way, can the game launched at the conference be released on overseas platforms? For domestically produced games to go overseas, the conditions are quite harsh, requiring sufficient historical performance. Currently, the games produced by Ling Jing are only making waves domestically and do not qualify to go abroad. Of course, Gao Yusin nodded. The ultimate goal of the conference election is to go abroad to participate in the Global Designer Summit held every 4 years. However, every year overseas sales are disappointing, otherwise the national team wouldn't have failed to qualify for 2 consecutive summits. Thus, domestic competitions hardly reference overseas data to a degree that can be ignored. The pressure from public opinion in the country is considerable, as domestically produced games have been stigmatized for a long time. Progress is slow, and there's a gap in hard power. Talking is better than nothing. Li waved his hand. Since that's the case, let's all get moving starting today. In any case, only by doing can we know if there is a possibility. With that, Li was the first to dive into work. Once focused, he became intensely absorbed. He was hardly disturbed by external factors. However, not long after, an unprecedented online explosion event still drew Li out of his concentrated work. The story diverges here. Ever since Han Cheng was humiliated in the city government, he has been gloomy, and after the failure of Despair Cell, he has rarely appeared at the company. At this moment, he was talking with Wang Rulin in a VIP room of Huaxia Bank. Nearby were also the seasoned trio of rationalists and an old man. They are in cahoots. Manager Han, you've had quite a bit of trouble lately. Aren't you the same, President Wang? Han Sheng replied coolly. Wang Rulin remained unperturbed. The more Ling Jing thrives, the louder the slap on our faces. He admitted he had misjudged. In just 1 month, they produced a game that sold nearly 2,000 copies. That month's revenue reached 6 million. This solid performance left Wang Rulin feeling quite pained. He admitted he had misjudged, but he would never say he was wrong. You didn't invite us here just to chat about this, did you? Han Cheng said irritably. This old fox was definitely hiding something. Do you hope for Ling Jing's rise? I would rather it close down right now. So would I. Wang Rulin said, after investing for so many years, this is the first time I've misjudged. Recently, I have a friend in publishing who is also quite frustrated as the new game from their company has garnered a lot of attention for Ling Jing. I'm not here to reminisce, you just get to the point. Han Cheng said impatiently. I heard someone from your company went to Ling Jing to meet Li today. Wang Rulin went straight to the point. I knew you wouldn't come to me for anything good. You, President Wang's sources are indeed very reliable. It's just the professionalism of a banker. Wang Rulin asked, what was the outcome? No need to guess, so I know they were humiliated. Li's character, which detests evil, cannot tolerate any slight. Having dealt with Li for so long, Han Cheng naturally knew this kid was cunning with a mind sharper than attack. I have a plan. Wang Rulin's eyes flashed with malice. Not only will it strip him of his qualification for the conference, but it will also ruin him along with Ling Jing. Oh, Han Cheng immediately became interested. The conspiracy session didn't last long, and as they walked out of the bank, all of them wore satisfied smiles. On this day, in the morning, all was silent. A bombshell in the gaming community left all the onlookers wide awake. I am Zhang Yao, the former team leader of Ling Jing's development department. I am Lu Xiu, a former member of Ling Jing's development department. We are formally reporting Ling Jing for wage arrears, as the new director, Li has manipulated power to dismiss all former employees and is withholding N1. 10 heinous crimes. I have already defaulted on my mortgage, and in desperation, I can only seek help online. I apologize for taking up everyone's precious time. A video released by Lin Yuan, an editor from the Game Times, went viral online. Game Times and New Game Society are rival entities. Lin Yuan, envious of the massive clicks garnered by New Game Society's statement, began to concoct a scheme. Coincidentally, his old acquaintance Wang Rulin provided him with insider information. He immediately contacted the involved parties for an interview. To evoke empathy from netizens, he suggested that Zhang Yao and others hold their ID cards for a formal report, promising to provide them with an announcement. In the end, Lin Yuan commented at the end of the article, seeing so many people holding ID cards to formally report, tears welled up in my eyes. Honestly, capital shouldn't act this way. A single sentence instantly escalated the situation. The onlookers immediately conjured up a narrative of evil capitalists exploiting workers in a blood-curdling event. Originally, the anger of being oppressed and exploited by their bosses in real life had nowhere to be vented, but now they had a suitable outlet. That was it. They were all fired up, directly targeting Ling Jing's official accounts. I actually thought you were a conscience of Longhua. Lu Li must be hanged on a lamppost. No matter how fun the game, is him uninstalling it. I won't play something made by exploiting workers' hard-earned money. Not only am I uninstalling it, but I'm also giving it a terrible rating. I'm going to report it. Capitalists are the most despicable creatures in this world. They shouldn't exist. Everyone be rational. Let the bullets fly for a while. Rational? Nonsense, you just want to whitewash it. This isn't something that we monthly salary workers should concern ourselves with. In less than an hour, Ling Jing's promotional post for Dead Cells received over 10,000 comments. Various obscene private messages and insults surged forth. Even Lu Li, mentioned in the video, trended on social media. Keywords: Lu Li lamppost, various marketing accounts subtly fueled the fire. Ordinary bystanders shared their thoughts. Professional media personnel and gamers analyzed it from a professional standpoint. Even lawyers specializing in legal affairs used Lu Li as a case study, explaining how to legally protect one's rights after being dismissed without N1. From Ling Jing to Lu Li, layer by layer, systematically and in an orderly fashion. These individuals, regardless of the authenticity of the video content, only wanted to see Lu Li's fall from grace. The professionalism was off the charts. An unprecedented online explosion event quietly brewed in the sensitive period before the conference. The target was aimed squarely at Lu Li. At this moment, Lu Li, caught in the whirlpool of public opinion, was fast asleep at home. After several days of working around the clock, he was utterly exhausted. Early this morning, he had gone back to catch up on sleep. Cheng Xiaoming, responsible for managing the Ling Jing official WeChat account, was the first to discover the explosive public outcry. It's bad, the boss has been falsely accused. What's going on, Xiaoming? Zhang Yiming swayed as he walked out, saying, "Didn't I tell you not to panic when faced with trouble? Minister, take a look at this." Cheng Xiaoming handed over his phone. Ling Jing sweat and blood company capitalists exploiting hardworking employees. Lu Li streetlight death cell uninstall. Where's the Ling Jing address? Zhang Yiming took the phone and he froze instantly. This is not good. Sister Gao, you need to come and see this. What should we do? Crying out, they rushed into Gao Yusin's office. Cheng Xiaoming looked on with disdain. Didn't we agree not to panic when trouble arises? Lu Li was resting, and among this group, only Gao Yusin had the depth of experience and exposure. Although Zhang Yiming had followed Lu Li through many incidents, his experience was still too limited. Seeing those eye-popping trending topics, he felt completely numb. In the employee lounge, Gao Yusin stood in the center of the crowd as she called an impromptu meeting. Everyone is aware of the news, right? What do you think? It's obvious someone is slandering us. Our boss is such a good person, how could he possibly withhold their wages? Isn't the person in the video one of the old employees who came to apply for a job that day? I felt uneasy just looking at their arrogant faces back then. I trust the boss. I believe in the genuine feelings I've developed over these days. Several summer interns were indignant. Their thoughts were relatively simple. They only believed what they had seen. But it doesn't help that we believe it. The netizens don't believe it. Zhang Yiming felt a bit irritated. Ever since the internet barriers were lowered, all sorts of mindless people could point fingers online. In reality, he swallowed his anger, not daring to insult anyone. Online, he struck back, fiercely cursing the netizens with great fervor. The heavens didn't give birth to me, the keyboard warrior, to let the world remain in endless darkness. Bring it on. However, he never expected that online violence would be so close to him. I think we should wake up President Liu and let him make the decision. Neo Ingjun suggested. No, he worked all night and just went to sleep. Waking him up now and tossing him around would be too harmful to his health. Gao Yusin dismissed the suggestion. She knew the pain of staying up all night without adequate sleep. A person felt like a walking corpse, eyes sore and swollen with even the slightest light and their spirit utterly drained. Is it too much to trouble the boss for such a small matter? Her personality was straightforward and blunt. The others lowered their heads upon hearing this. Especially Zhang Yiming. He felt that her words were akin to slapping him in the face. His earlier performance had been too weak. He realized that Gao Yusin was not targeting anyone in particular. He was indeed too soft. Ordinary employees were one thing, but he was Lu Li's specifically appointed leader. The others exchanged glances. Zhong Jingxin's approach was the most clumsy. She was currently arguing with internet trolls. Facing a flood of slander, one person's strength was too insignificant. I think the official account can play a role since it is verified and holds a certain authority, Cheng Xiaoming suggested. I learned in class that when facing a crisis, the first step is to curb the situation from worsening. The official response has a certain persuasive power. Zhong Jingxin, were you there when they caused trouble that day? Gao Yusin looked at Zhong Jingxin. Suddenly being questioned, Zhong Jingxin trembled. No, I had class that day. Thinking of something, she added, I also learned in class that if a resignation is normal, there is no need to pay in one. That day the boss and I were all misled into resigning by Han Cheng. Isn't resigning just voluntary departure? How could they still act so arrogantly online? And they even reported it. Do they have no shame? The others were furious. What kind of monsters were the former employees of Lingjing? They had no legal knowledge at all. Then let's use the official Weibo to clarify and prevent the situation from worsening further. Gao Yusin sighed and pondered, let's wait for the boss to return in the afternoon and let him decide. Moments later, Lingjing's official Weibo replied, Lingjing has noticed that a gaming media outlet released a video slandering Lingjing and Mr. Lu Li for maliciously withholding wages, leading to a massive negative discussion. Our company and Mr. Lu Li have always strictly adhered to labor laws and have never received any labor arbitration notices. Mr. Lu has been working day and night on game development and is currently resting. We hereby declare that we have not withheld any employee wages or benefits, and we hope the outside world will stop speculating. Once the statement was released, the public outcry surged once more. The online sentiment was no longer one-sidedly slandering Lingjing, who some rational netizens recalled past events. I remember 2 months ago, a game under Lingjing was script invaded and poorly managed, and it hasn't been fixed yet, nor has there been any explanation. I suspect something happened at Lingjing that caused issues in the company's operation. Damn, I still can't access the Sword of Mortal series games. Now that you mention it, I also remember that the game style changed drastically after Lingjing was suspended for a while. But rational netizens were ultimately in the minority. More were there to watch the drama and marketing accounts stirring the pot. Not long after Lingjing released the announcement, the Game Times published another video featuring a separate interview with former supervisors and department leaders from Lingjing. In the video, Han Cheng spoke with deep feeling. We wanted to continue the late chairman style and make high-quality Xianxia-style games, but young Master Lu insisted on developing diverse and open mini-games, demoting us for reasons like our outdated thinking and disobedience to leadership, replacing us with his own confidants. Helpless, we had to unite to fight for our rights. Young Master Lu, in a fit of rage, directly fired us all. Thankfully, Iyo Kaitian took us in. Lu Li thought a few broken computers were compensation for us, which is their so-called claim of not having withheld any employee benefits. Twisting the truth was indeed a skill. The public opinion turned again. Netizens were stuffing themselves with gossip, organizing campaigns against the capital forces, making a huge uproar online. Some even directly pressured the government of Magic City, requesting to revoke Lingjing's qualification for the exchange competition. Since they had no time to show up because of working day and night, they might as well not participate. Hey, New Game Society editor Chen Shu watched the video and the outrageous comments below, sighing. Netizens were so easy to fool. 2 pieces of evidence with no substantial proof, merely relying on one side's word to launch an attack. Time and again, they were exploited without any sign of improvement. So he wrote, I hope you die without reason. I personally don't like reading Higashino's books. They are tedious and the emotions are exaggerated, but what he writes is truly solid. Because it resonates with human nature. There's a line in Malice. I just hate you even though you were my closest friend, even though you were so kind, even though you know my sordid past, and keep it a secret even though you've always helped me realize my dreams. I just hate you. I hate that you got ahead of my dreams. I hate your superior life. I hate that the you I once looked down on now has a bright future. I also hate my own cowardice. I hate my lack of luck and talent. I hate that I got cancer before I had the chance to succeed. I directed all my hatred toward you. Before I die, I want to kill you. Let you descend into hell with the world's scorn. After you die, I will continue to hate you. This is the current state of public opinion. This leads to one consequence: people who create content are generally depressed. Of course, I am an exception. When a person dies, they still have to face the sky and should be cheerful. Today I find Lu Li's situation particularly absurd. Lingjing has clearly issued an announcement stating that they have not received any arbitration notices and have not withheld any employee benefits, yet a crowd is still frantically guiding public opinion and stirring the waters. They fear that the world will not be chaotic. May I ask, among those who can work at large game companies, who isn't a top student from 985 or 211? When their rights are infringed upon, why don't they follow regular channels for labor arbitration to protect their rights? Is it that they don't want to? Or is there another reason? Today, I don't want to ride this wave of heat. The moral high ground is too cold, too high to endure a place where normal people cannot stay. A genuinely good person wouldn't talk about their morality every day. Such baseless malice still sends chills down one's spine, making one feel as if walking on thin ice. In short, I just hope you die without reason. People can't be so twisted. A bucket of cold water was poured over every netizen filled with anger. However, compared to the raging flames of public opinion, it was so insignificant. Just then Luli woke up. When public opinion and emotions are maliciously guided on a large scale, do the facts still matter? Although it seems like it isn't just a smear campaign without verification. I don't understand why the game developer who is serious about making games should suffer this fate. Is he blocking someone's financial path? Under the article from the New Game Society, a few clear-headed netizens gathered. However, compared to public opinion, they are like a small fish in the big pond. The atmosphere in the game development world was heavy. After enduring nearly a day of internet backlash, everyone felt physically and mentally exhausted. Moreover, they weren't even the parties involved, thanks to Lu Li being asleep. Otherwise, they wouldn't know how to navigate this whirlpool. This was the most difficult day for all members of the game development team, and they were already suffering from phone PTSD, feeling headaches at the sound of a ringtone. Shurima, your emperor, has returned. Walking with a proud stride, Lu Li easily entered the game development company. Calculating, it took just over 3 weeks, with an additional 5 or 6 days left for everyone to take a short break. This talent for absolute control is indeed useful, significantly improving work efficiency. Swoosh! Lu Li rested his hands behind his head, feeling quite pleased. Suddenly, he sensed that everyone in the company was looking at him with strange expressions. What's going on? Lu Li looked around carefully. The serious atmosphere in the company became somewhat strained, but everyone quickly returned to their usual demeanor. Soon Lu Li realized something was off. He looked at everyone, asking what happened. The concern in their eyes was palpable. Oh no, you need to see this. It's a big deal. Zhang Yiming, the most anxious, shoved his phone into Lu Li's hand. Look, you are being torn apart online. Lu Li glanced at it. Just for this. You mustn't do anything foolish. Zhang Jin Exen bravely stepped forward to offer a word of comfort. Who would have thought? Lu Li Chocolat. What a fuss. I thought it was something serious. Isn't this what we expected? You don't expect me to feel pity for that group of white-eyed wolves who came that day, do you? They made things so absolute, I can't be considerate of the old employees anymore. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. If they want to mess with me, then they can't blame me for being ruthless. Zhang Yiming sighed. Someone is going to face serious consequences. Just then a pair of large hands pressed down on his shoulders. Zhang Yiming tensed up, raising his head to meet Lu Li's calm gaze as he patted everyone one by one. I know about this matter. Everyone go back to your work. Leave the rest to me. Although everyone was puzzled out of trust in Lu Li, they obediently returned to their stations. Cheng Xiaoming, come with me. Bring the phone with the official account, since they want to play along. Half an hour later, the official WeChat account of the game development team released an unnamed video. Currently, all media attention was focused on the game development team. As soon as the video was released, it immediately drew in countless netizens. In the VIP room of Huaxia Bank, Han Cheng was reminiscing over tea with Wang Rulin. Unlike before, there was now a middle-aged man in his 50s. Apart from being a bit balding and somewhat unattractive, everything else was quite good. Thanks to Editor Lin this time, I'll treat Editor Lin to the best foot spa in Modu. Sometime, you must give me the honor. Han Cheng was beaming, having won a real victory this time. You overestimate me. We media people are here to present facts and speak reason, to give the public the truth. Lin Yuan was refusing verbally, yet still discreetly accepted Han Cheng's business card. What the hell? Just then, the reasonable guest screamed while holding his phone, "How does he have footage from that day? What's the big deal? Hold on, take a look at this." The reasonable guest placed his phone on the table. This was the only good deed Lee had done. He had installed a miniature camera in his office, perhaps anticipating such a day. The original self secretly collected evidence. In the footage, Han Chung led a group to surround a handsome guy in the center. Independent games will never be able to make more money than pay-to-win online games. Do you really think that drinking 2 years of foreign ink makes you superior? Chinese players, even if you feed them shit, they won't complain. You want to purify the industry, you want to lead the trend. Do you think you're worthy? Do you understand games? Do you understand companies? The business world is incredibly deep. The handsome guy was still sleeping while Han Chung was shouting beside him. The handsome guy impatiently opened his eyes. Whose house is in mourning that it's so noisy? The handsome guy shocked everyone with his words. Han Chung was astonished. What did you say? If someone died at home, hurry up and go back to mourn instead of barking like a dog at someone else's doorstep. The handsome guy repeated. Then the reasonable guest came out to mediate, making the handsome guy apologize to Han Chung and specifically mentioning signing the stock transfer agreement. The camera zoomed in on the draft agreement on the table. Equity transfer agreement of Lingjing Technology Co. Voluntary transfer. The transfer was Lee beneficiaries Han Chung and the 108 employees of Lingjing who pressed their fingerprints. The situation was clear at this point. A joint coup. Lee, infuriated, certainly didn't want to comply. After cursing these traitorous Oldemers, he tried to win over the company employees with heartfelt pleas. Among the 108 people present, not a single one stood up. Han Chung, with a smug look, declared his victory, even proudly stating that the neighboring EO Kaidan promised to take everyone in. Then he proposed that they had contributed to the company, and now that it was bankrupt, they could take company equipment as compensation. In just one afternoon, more than 200 computers were cleared out, even some valuable desks and chairs were taken as well. Where did this video come from? Han Chung grabbed the phone and shouted, "Delete it quickly." This is the official video just released by Lingjing. The reasonable guest said cautiously, "That little brat actually left a backup dam. Well, my wife is about to give birth. I need to leave first." Lin Yuan slapped the business card on the table, using it as an excuse to excuse himself. Wang Rulin's face was extremely dark, almost crushing the thermos in his hand. The internet instantly erupted. Han Chung, the shame of the national game. I swear the reason Dragon Kingdom games can't rise is because of you parasitic bugs who don't respect games or players. What happened to the 2 videos previously released by the Game Report? Why were they secretly deleted? Haha, each time being swept away by public opinion, I really am a fool. Putting aside the facts, is Lingjing really so pure and innocent? SB, even at this point, you're still being stubborn. Han Chung collapsed helplessly on the ground. It's over. This time it's all over. It seems the one who is disgraced is myself. And it's not over yet. The video ends with, "Don't leave yet, the appetizer is over, the main course is coming." Immediately after, the screen froze on a poster, an ancient castle amidst the mountains appearing vaguely in the gray mist with dark clouds above resembling the mouth of an abyss. A simple composition instantly immersed the onlookers' emotions into the scene, sending a chill down their spines. 816, see you there. You're a marketing prodigy, placing a game poster at the end of a debunking video. Now, that is understanding traffic. It has a cinematic quality. Why does a single poster unsettle me? Look closely. The castle window in the poster glows with a different brightness. There seems to be a silhouette behind it. You really have an eye for detail. The comment section buzzed. Players grew even more intrigued by Lingjing's horror game. As for Han Chung, that obscure parasite of the industry, he attracted little more than perfunctory curses. The internet can be strange. The victim ran themselves ragged, issuing denials, while the originators of the rumor did not even offer a public apology. The matter moved on. The crowd, misled by the tide of opinion, turned its loudest ire on Han Chung. Self-reflection, not a trace. They simply picked a new target and resumed their vitriol. And those who fanned the flames, they played dead. After all, marketing accounts and casual onlookers do not fight uphill battles. The farce concluded like a montage. Clarified misunderstanding, everyone peaceful. Impossible. Lee snorted. His retribution was far from finished. He allocated 500,000 yuan from the budget to hire a professional lawyer and dispatch legal notices to the people who had appeared in the video. Two options were presented: record another apology video and broadcast it across the web, or Ling Jing would sue for defamation until they were penniless. But to play games, then play them to ruin. Want to settle old scores? Ling Jing still had a title compromised by script intrusion that remained unpatched. The breach had occurred a month before those people left Ling Jing. Luli had not tallied that account yet. If pursued, who had truly violated labor law was uncertain. That uncertainty was part of why those elites avoided legal channels. They must have known they were in the wrong. Soon, within 3 days, Zhang Yao's group released another video, this time posted by Xin Yoshi. The accusations aimed squarely at Lin Yuan, editor-in-chief of Yoshi Shirbao, and Han Cheng of Eo Kaitian. Yoshi Shirbao's Weibo issued a public apology. Eo Kaitian remained silent. Han Cheng still held the open source code for the Jinshindu project. Shen Wancoin watched with envy and chose a cold response. Ling Jing, he paid them no heed. Now matters worsened. The earlier collective pressure from Ling Jing's veteran staff bore traces of Eo Kaitian's involvement, and this time they appeared to be sheltering the instigators. Although not illegal, the behavior was morally dubious. But who cares? No morals, more profit. The rift between the two companies deepened. On the surface, Ling Jing said nothing, but beneath the calm was a scheming temper. At first, people believed the incident had died down. Each studio focused on making games and sparred at the exchange meetings, until one day, Eo Kaitian released a game trailer and announced the concept name, Doll. A breathless chase sequence accompanied a poster of a doll bearing jagged teeth. Raising awareness before the competition was essential. Publicity at the exchange was an invaluable platform. And who would ever complain about more exposure? Most participants staggered their promotions, but Ling Jing was an exception. Eo Kaitian's announcement had scarcely been released. There was no time even to secure a trending slot. Ling Jing promptly followed with a promotional video and several NPC concept sketches for Outlast. Doll, my fear towers above you. The implication was clear. Ling Jing had been at the center of public attention only days before its fanbase and general goodwill were strong. The promo clip was quickly propelled to the hot list by enthusiastic netizens. The freshly purchased top trending slot was immediately displaced by Outlast. At Eo Kaitian headquarters, the mood was fury. Damn it. Damn it. What kind of rogue company is Ling Jing? Where's our trending slot? We paid for that placement. Where did it go? Are they deliberately targeting us? Shen Wancoin lashed out, kicking the table to vent his rage. The sticky sensation of being stuck to someone was nauseating, unable to shake it off, and unbearably infuriating. He had never suffered such a setback since his debut. Increase the budget, push us straight to the top. Shui Ran hesitated. Boss, if we pour more into promotion, the production budget may suffer. Increase it. Shun snapped. Stop wasting words. Pride burned like a stubborn incense. Until he avenged this slight, the anger would not abate. Shui Ran had no choice but to tell the publicity team to keep buying ad space. Meanwhile, Ingo went live. Good evening. Good evening. He greeted the regulars in his stream. He thanked the viewers for their gifts and support, expressing his gratitude to the patrons in the usual warm manner. After the formalities, Ingo moved to the main topic. Before we play, let's watch Ling Jing's newly released promotional video together. He opened the Ling Jing official account and clicked the video. I resisted watching it before the stream because I wanted to experience it with you. In truth, when he had seen that poster earlier, he had felt a jolt of cowardice. Outlast produced by Ling Jing. The DV clicks on, the Ling Jing logo shifts from pristine white to a pale speckled green, casting an uncanny atmosphere. The image flicked. A first-person driving shot, a rear-view charm sways with the car's motion. A syncopated drumbeat made the black night more mysterious. The headlights swept across a road sign, just Han, Jingshan Hospital. Inji's gaze lingered on the letters, then the scene stuttered to a night vision shot where a bald man's eyes glowed and the DV cameraman's frightened gasps were audible. What the? Ingo blurted a curse at the sudden image. He leaned back, his spine chilled. The frame stretched again to that familiar poster, the castle's facade beneath the night sky, medieval, in style, overrun with weeds, utterly desolate. The footage cut back to the DV night vision, a man slanted and impaled on a stake at the window, the nocturnal light rendering everything in eerie green. The DV cameraman crept closer. The impaled man suddenly reached out. Before Inge could register the motion, the image snapped away. The camera revealed a pool glowing with an otherworldly light. Strewn around its edge lay many corpses. When the DV was lowered, the water itself was a deep crimson tide that battered Ge's nerves. There was no time to recover quick cuts of a naked man trembling under a bed, a woman's keening frenetic drums, eyes staring in the dark. The asylum's howls tore the air, flames leapt high, grotesque bloodstains streaked the walls. Suddenly, a large, heavy man began to pursue with heavy-footed steps. A man hid in a cabinet. The labored breathing made Inge feel as if he were there, his hairs involuntarily rising. Step, step, step. Each stride felt like pressure on Ge's chest, stealing his breath. A pair of grayish hands ripped open the cupboard and reached toward the lens. Inge screamed, flinging his mouse at the monitor. Bang! The screen fizzed and died. Within 2 minutes, the hashtag about Inge smashing his monitor after watching the Outlast trailer shot to the top of the trending list. Luya tun shimao dasha. Some random viewer. Hey. P.S. Do you know how it feels to be me watching the Outlast trailer at 3:55 in the morning and typing this? At the scene, people were so scared they almost wet themselves. In terms of promotional trailers, Escape is superior. Just one clip has terrified people like this. It's hard to imagine how horrifying the game truly is. Damn, it gave me chills throughout. Who's the genius that decided to release the trailer at night? It made me afraid to even go to the bathroom. A mental hospital, a nighttime investigation for clues, human experiments, severed limbs. Damn, classic elements are all there. Is Ling Jing really playing it for real? At that moment, a tough guy finished watching the video and shrank under the covers. Curious netizens clicked on the trending search late at night, only to find it was a live broadcast recording. Brother Ian's howling raised the horror atmosphere to its peak. The internet was flooded with discussions on how terrifying Escape is, while the earlier released doll was forgotten in a corner. There's no doubt that Brother Ian's unintended showmanship was too effective. However, compared to the optimistic netizens, the rational media appeared much more conservative. They unanimously held a pessimistic view on Ling Jing's sales. In contrast, they were more optimistic about Tianya's Red Sea Chronicles. It's said to be an FPS shooting game based on the true historical background of the Red Sea incident. The content does not involve 18 or is suitable for all ages. The Dragon Kingdom has made significant concessions in game reviews, allowing some 18 or scenes to pass. However, players' mindsets have not fully shifted. Only a small portion of players can accept such bloody and terrifying scenes. Due to media hype, even those blindly excited about Ling Jing have calmed down. Indeed, there are no precedents for horror films achieving sales in the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, one work from Ling Jing was a hit, but who can guarantee the next one will also sell well? It's still an attempt to step out of the comfort zone. Not just the netizens, but even Ling Jing's employees lack confidence in sales. However, Lu Li's charismatic leadership still shines through. Within 3 hours, the internet incident was handled and revenge was successfully taken in 3 days. Even Eo Kaitian was caught off guard by Ling Jing a week later. The paid trending search didn't yield results, and everything became a wedding dress for Ling Jing. With a boss like this, they feel secure knowing he will shoulder the burden if the sky falls. I finally finished the drawing. Little Fatty stretched and yawned with hand-drawn sketches of Escape character models hanging beside his computer. At this moment, he had just completed the rendering of an NPC. It was a muscular Mediterranean man holding a shiny pair of scissors with dried brown blood staining the blade. Xiaoming, a new character is here. Little Fatty called over Chung Xiaoming, who was in charge of the official WeChat account. Little Fatty, you're truly amazing. After receiving the original draft, Chung Xiaoming bounced away happily. Not long after the copy for Ling Jing came out, the director is not here. Xiaobo will be here for a bit. Fans thought it was a certain female operator preparing to go live. They clicked on the link, joyfully, only to be dumbfounded when they saw Richard Tragg nicknamed Doctor. Damn, another clickbait. But this guy doesn't look like a good person at all. This was an idea from Zhang Yiming, occasionally releasing an illustration to keep players intrigued. The game production work was nearing completion. Lu Li gave himself a short holiday today, hosting a celebration with Zhang Yiming, Zhong Jinxin, and Gao Yusin, his longtime employees. At this moment, they were enjoying delicious slices of meat at Lu Yish's hot pot. Passers-by glanced over intentionally or unintentionally, but of course it wasn't to admire Lu Li's handsome face. A beauty like Zhong Jinxin, even in a simple white t-shirt, would always become the focal point of the room. This was why she rarely went out. The red oil pot bubbled with hot steam, and all four of them loved spicy food. Eat up, don't look at me. Luli picked up a slice of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Do you have something to say to me? Zhong Jinxin replied, no, not really. Really not. Then why do you keep stealing glances at me? Zhong Jinxin blushed and said, well, a little. Go on. After this project ends, I want to go back home for 2 weeks. Zhong Jinxin whispered. 2 weeks. Let me think. There should be some original artwork within those 2 weeks, but not much. That's fine. For the next game, Luli planned to do a pixel style, so not much detailed original art was needed. Just 3 sheep, 2 skeletons of fish, and some miscellaneous scenes which could be handed over to Little Fatty. The important part is the script. Although it's uncertain if there will be any hidden tasks in the future, the company must not stagnate. However, unless something unexpected happens, the sales from Escape will need to be used to cover bank bills. He was out of money again and could only create a low-budget yet popular work. Pixel style was undoubtedly the best choice. As for being a bestseller, that range was even smaller. However, eating is important right now. I need to sort out the specific plan sometime soon. Then I'll start on the planning. After finishing the hot pot, Luli sent the 3 of them home. The nearly 20 days of game production was coming to an end. Once Little Fatty completed all the NPC modeling, all the preparatory work would be done. Escape took 20 days and cost 5 million. With 5 million left, Luli decisively spent it to create the DLC Escape the Informant. Going all in is a form of wisdom. By now, all sales from Dead Cells have been exhausted. Meanwhile, major game manufacturers were also nearing completion. The existence of the Tianwen editor has at least shortened game production time by 5 times. If there were enough manpower, it could even be more. A medium-sized indie game in a month is completely doable. On the 815th day, Luli gave all employees a small holiday. Escape was ready. He opened the Steam platform and scheduled the upload time 8:16. Game name Escape. Size 2. 5G. Price 50. Uniform price for exchange competition works. Description: in the game, players will play as an independent news reporter investigating the truth behind an event at the Giant Mountain Psychiatric Hospital based on information from an insider, and thus get involved in the horrifying secrets hidden behind. Production team, 15 people. Tagline: only by escaping can one survive. On this day, Brother Ian specifically set the alarm for 10 in the morning. Standing in front of the mirror, he changed into a handsome suit and styled his hair like an adult. Don't get me wrong, he wasn't attending any important events. Today, like usual, he needed to go live. He approached the specially protected computer desk, opened the curtains, and let the sunlight pour in. Then he turned on all the lights in the room. After doing all this, Brother Ian began to adjust the live streaming equipment. Today was a bit different from the past. Escape is here, in Magic City Hongbao Sports Center. The sun shines brightly and the crowd is immense. It's hard to imagine that a provincial-level game designer exchange conference could be so lively. Provincial leaders preside over the event, and the provincial television station broadcasts it live. It's evident that the Long Country is determined to promote gaming. After the leaders give their speeches, the host, Luo Xiaoxin, steps onto the stage with a sweet smile. Respected leaders and audience members. After a minute-long opening speech, Luo Xiaoxin gets to the point. I'm sure everyone is eager now. We will randomly select 20 lucky audience members from the big screen, and then each designer will share their creative thoughts. Let's dive into the excitement together. Though it's called Sharing Creative Thoughts, it's essentially a voting campaign for the designers. Soon, 20 lucky audience members appear ready at the 20 devices set up on either side of the stage. Next is the designers' voting campaign. After the voting, the lucky players begin live, streaming their gameplay, lasting for 2 hours. This segment mainly showcases the game's selling points from a pure bystander's perspective. Then the game goes live. Players who have been kept in suspense for most of the day can hardly wait. The more spectacular the show at the exchange conference, the more players are eager to try the game. However, the final sales depend on the quality of the game itself. In a moment of contemplation, Luli hears Luo Xiaoxin's voice. Let's welcome the 7th designer of the game, Escape, Mr. Luli, to share his creative thoughts with everyone. Luli walks out from backstage with a steady gait, microphone in hand, arriving at the center of the stage. As the live stream focuses on Luli, both the live audience and online viewers are instantly astonished. Wow, he's so young. He's so handsome. Luli, is he the designer of Dead Cells? Ladies, Luli, some comments. Ahem. Hello everyone, I am Luli. Luli is clearly overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the audience, their heads packed closely together. The only reason I created Escape is to make a different kind of horror game, to give everyone a new experience. I hope that after the exchange conference concludes, everyone can enjoy playing at the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital. Luli's speech is very brief, but emphasizes the core. It's a different kind of horror game. What is a traditional horror game like? It starts with scares, then allows players to vent. Game companies love to begin with fear, often creating grotesque monsters to lower player sanity. What approach will Luli take? In one sentence, he evokes infinite imagination. The lucky audience members chosen to try Escape are a man and a woman. The man is named Sun Miao, and the woman is named Zhang Yin, both in their early 20s. Sun Miao is relatively relaxed, while Zhang Yin appears a bit tense, unsure whether it's fear of the horror game or the live camera. This kind of pure amateur live streaming can better highlight the game's authenticity, and it's one of the segments that the audience has been most enthusiastic about in previous years. This year, with 2 more horror games added, many people came to see. Undoubtedly, horror games now have the best live streaming effects. They're all here for the show. Luli glances around. Io Kaishin's Doll's Nightmare features 2 men in its live stream. Tyanya's Red Sea Chronicles also features 1 man and 1 woman. He pays little attention to the other nameless participants. 1030. The game begins. In Zhang Yin's live stream. FBI warning. Warning: players under 18 should open this game with parental supervision. This game is rated 18, are containing many disturbing scenes of graphic violence. Such a familiar opening. Mom Look Out series. My favorite segment. I could tell from the girl's face that something was off, but it's going to be a good show. How long do you think this girl can last? 10 minutes. No more. At most 3 minutes. High energy reminder throughout. The fragile girl is chosen by the majority of netizens as the player to watch, and even Ingu curiously enters her live stream. He also wants to experience the audience's excitement. After choosing normal difficulty, the game directly transitions to a first-person driving scene. Visibility is low, all around overgrown with weeds, and the car radio plays current news. Creak. The car bumps along, finally stopping in front of the security booth at the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital. The security booth is empty, looking long abandoned. The protagonist, Miles, picks up a letter from the passenger seat. Subject: exposing conspiracy, illegal activities of the Mukufu mental treatment system. Content: you don't know me. I must be quick. They might be watching me. I am a software consultant for the Giant Mountain Mukufu mental treatment system, currently feeling very fragmented, but serious. Those damn guys. Terrible things happen there. The doctor said the sleep therapy went too deep and discovered something that had been waiting for them in the mountains. People were harmed while Mukufu profited. It needs to be exposed. Remember, only by escaping can one survive. Zhang Yin is not the streamer. She doesn't read the contents of the letter nor interact. After reading the letter, she picks up the DV and 2 batteries and exits the car. The surroundings are eerily quiet, and Zhang Yin feels a bit uneasy. Looking up, the ancient castle is hidden in the dark night like a monster lurking in the shadows, with a nearby streetlight casting a dim glow. Zhang Yin grips the mouse tightly, using the not-so-bright light to survey the surroundings. The main door of the castle is tightly shut, and there are several military trucks in the courtyard. At that moment, the previously dark window on the 2nd floor of the castle suddenly lights up. Zhang Yin quickly raises the DV, and a shadow sways in the center of the frame, quickly disappearing from the window as the light goes out. Someone is watching me. Zhang Yin's heart skips a beat. Under the bright sun, she feels as though she's plunged into an ice cellar, shivering all over. Before even entering the castle, she has already been targeted. This feeling resembles being followed by a pervert in a narrow alley, making her unconsciously hurry towards the light. Just that one glance creates an unparalleled atmosphere of terror. Zhang Yin now feels uneasy. The courage she had before stepping onto the stage is replaced by fear. Did that girl just tremble a bit? Yes, the camera shook noticeably. She's frightened. Not just her, I was startled by that moment too. Why do I feel a chill running up my spine, even in front of the screen? You're still typing? I'm already under the sun. Ooh, I believe in the light. Zhang Yin pauses in front of the castle, engages in a mental struggle for a moment, and steps toward the mental hospital. But she finds the door tightly shut. As an experienced player, she knows there must be a way around. Sure enough, A side iron door has been violently broken open, allowing her to squeeze through to the side of the castle. In front of her is a scaffold. Using the light from the windowsill, Zhang Yin climbs up the ladder to the scaffold and approaches an unlatched window. Gripping the window ledge with both hands, she uses her strength to jump in. And as soon as she enters the room, the chandelier seems to be disturbed by some kind of magnetic field and shatters with a bang. In an instant, the room plunges into darkness and eerie background music begins to play. This is a shout from a boy next door playing Doll's Nightmare. Zhang Ying glanced disdainfully at the next room and thought to herself that even a big man couldn't compare to her a weak woman, as she hadn't even started screaming yet, but he was already calling out. She took out her DV and activated the night vision function, visibly watching the battery level drop in the upper right corner. The night vision displayed a view compressed by darkness with snowflake-like white that's reminiscent of watching black and white television in her childhood. However, compared to the childhood filter, the eerie green death filter felt extremely ominous. Zhang Yin steeled herself to explore the room. The room was a mess with chairs and tables, overturned beds in disarray, cabinets askew, and papers scattered everywhere. Everything was so chaotic. In the silent room, only Zhang Yin's footsteps remained. Suddenly, the television ahead sprang to life without warning, the harsh noise startling Zhang Yin into a brief tremor. Hiss! She took a deep breath, steadying her emotions. She was indeed startled, but not excessively so. The audience in the barrage was somewhat disappointed. They had expected her to be a weak woman, but her composure was much better than they had imagined. Many viewers have been frightened by that scene. The atmosphere was so realistic that even through the audience's perspective, it felt as if they were present at the scene. In an extremely quiet environment, even the slightest sound could startle an unprepared person. This is a common tactic in horror games. Indeed, Zhang Yin was mentally prepared, yet she was still caught off guard. Although she did not scream, her heart began to race, and a vague urge to urinate stimulated her nerves. She bit her lip and walked toward the slightly ajar door. The corridor lights were still on, and at the end of the hallway there were large bloodstains splattered on the wall, the flickering light tubes creating an unsettling atmosphere. Zhang Yin stood before the tilted cabinet, hesitating. There was only one path ahead, but she had yet to find a suitable weapon, which made her uneasy. After a moment's hesitation, she chose to charge forward. Zhang Yin squeezed through the gap and arrived at room A216. She knew that crossing the boundary of the cabinet meant she would officially leave her comfort zone and enter the game. Pushing the door open, room 216 contained only a monitor emitting dim light, and a battery was placed in the drawer below. After picking up a battery, Zhang Yin seemed to understand the game's rules. The character she was playing, Myers, was a journalist with only a DV in hand. All she could do was collect batteries and use the DV to uncover the secrets of the Giant Mountain Psychiatric Hospital. The rest was simply to escape desperately. Because this game had no weapon system. A classic saying in the gaming community goes, "Fear stems from insufficient firepower." Just as the promotional tagline states, only by escaping can one avoid disaster. With this psychological understanding in place, Zhang Yin's spirit immediately tensed up. This game was fundamentally different from traditional horror games. If she approached it with the mindset of a traditional horror game, she probably wouldn't last long. Soon she arrived at another room. Unlike the half-open door of A216, this door was firmly shut. There must be a door scare. Something exciting is about to happen. This girl is about to face something heavy. It's a common trope in horror games. I wonder if Ling Jing can avoid the cliché. The audience looked on with glee, but in the next moment, they changed their minds. Zhang Yin paused at the doorway and did not rush in like a reckless fool. She was preparing herself, mentally clearly aware of the door scare trope. Just then, the male player next door, who was also playing Escape, screamed. At this moment, Zhang Yin became even more convinced that there had to be a door scare. She steeled her courage, suddenly pushed the door open, and remained alert, fully prepared for the psychological impact of a door scare. However, the anticipated door scare did not occur. Only a gust of cold wind rushed out. The room was pitch black and nothing was visible. There was actually no door scare. Zhang Yin's tense spirit momentarily relaxed, and she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But just as Zhang Yin stepped into the room, unexpectedly, a hanging, desiccated corpse appeared right in front of her nose. Her gaze met the pale pupils of the corpse. What kind of face was that? Half of its skin was torn away, exposed to the air resembling dried meat. A sharp, piercing scream, shattering the silence, echoed throughout the gymnasium. It drew countless gazes. See. Gaga. You scared the life out of me. I feel like if I keep playing, I'll die young. Caught off guard, damn, it was their delay. I was startled by the girl's scream. It came too suddenly. Brothers, I can't take it anymore. I've reached my physiological limit. I'm leaving first. Count me in. Delayed door scare. No one expected that the sinister designer of Ling Jing would completely break the mold. Just when everyone thought there would be a door scare, it did not happen. When they let down their guard and prepared to enter the room, the terrifying corpse suddenly appeared. Gue. This fear effect was amplified tenfold compared to being on edge. It's no wonder the girl was scared out of her wits. Even many viewers in front of the screen were so scared they wet their pants. Keep in mind the live broadcast didn't have any censorship to that dried meat, and its gray-white pupils were too real. Despite all the commentary from this group in the barrage, when confronted with such a scene, they were no better off than the girl. After all, fear is an emotion that no one can escape. Meanwhile, 1 minute ago in the viewing area for provincial leaders, Meng Jiangnan was presiding over the situation, chatting and laughing with provincial officials. Yo-ho, these two companies making horror games are not bad. The players are screaming loudly. Meng Jiangnan was delighted. The screams and horror games indicated good game quality. I heard that EO Kaitian has recruited a foreign development team that specializes in horror games, one official commented. Listening to the screams, EO Kaitian is slightly better here. Meng Jiangnan replied cheerfully, Ling Jing is a local studio. Achieving this level has already exceeded my expectations. Just then, as several were discussing, a sky-piercing scream rang out, drawing their attention. The provincial leaders stiffly swallowed, looking around the arena. Whose subordinate is this? So fierce. Meng Jiangnan's face stiffened, and he suddenly stood up. Quick, send the medical team to see if the player is all right. That scream clearly indicated they were severely startled. It's uncertain whether their body would react. The doctor in a white coat rushed to the scene at the first sound of the scream. Zhang Yin's emotions were relatively stable, but her face was pale. Miss, can you hear me? The doctor in the white coat asked gently. Zhang Yin nodded slightly. Can you continue playing? I won't play anymore. Zhang Yin felt a bit frightened. After a pause, she leaned close to the doctor in the white coat and shyly said, Doctor, could you help me change my pants? Zhang Yin was so scared that she nearly wet herself. Even she found it hard to believe. The power of merely opening the door was astonishingly great. In that moment, it felt as if time had come to a halt, leaving only her and the hanging corpse locked in a face-to-face stare. Had she been prepared, she would never have experienced such a moment of blankness where her thoughts ceased to function. The psychological fear even triggered a physiological response. The delayed door kill was terrifying. It threw out the most horrifying image just as it lowered the player's psychological defenses. Even now, her legs felt weak. Watching a player being dragged off the platform by a man in a white coat, the audience was left dumbfounded. No way, Arthur. Are you serious? Each of them had a screen in front of them, but only a portion of the audience could see Zhang Yin's live stream. Many people didn't even know what was happening. Fortunately, there was still a guy named Sun Miao who was continuing to play in the current game of Escape. In less than 3 minutes, Sun Miao's live stream attracted over 100,000 viewers. Among them were curious audience members on site and those from Zhang Yin's stream. Hello, new viewers. Sun Miao was a bit bolder than Zhang Yin, able not only to discuss game content, but also to interact with the comments. The delayed door kill played a trick on the players. The designers really know their stuff. I can't stay in a library. There are many corpses hanging there, and one armed personnel is suspended on a spike, just like in the promotional video. That guy is more exhaling than inhaling. He probably won't last a few minutes, Sun Miao chattered on as he walked, filling the content for the arriving audience. Playing Escape multitasking is a huge taboo. Just as he was saying this, a grotesque, overweight figure charged at him, its face appearing as if it had been torn apart by something, revealing a row of chilling teeth. Its skin was as pale as if it had been soaked in water for 3 days, giving the impression that one could squeeze out pus from it. The fat man reached out with a bloodied hand wrapped in chains, grabbing Miles, and without giving Sun Miao time to react, pushed him off the second floor. By the time Sun Miao realized something was wrong, his body was already beginning to fall. The frantic screams accompanied the sharp background music, escalating the horror atmosphere of the scene to its peak. He looked at the screen in panic, gasping for air. Just when one wave of terror subsided, another arose. After a brief moment of darkness, a bald figure squatted in front of Sun Miao, observing something with a shining cross hanging on its chest. Muttering strange words, it spoke of God's messengers and summons in a nonsensical manner. Sun Miao snapped back to reality, only to find the bald figure had vanished. He struggled to prop himself up, surrounded by numerous headless corpses, blood gushing from their necks, their heads seemingly torn off not long ago. The sight was horrifically tragic. Objective: escape the mental hospital and enter the security control center to unlock the main door. A prompt appeared in the center of the screen. Sun Miao took a deep breath, afraid to interact further. He walked while observing his surroundings. An ordinary mental hospital. A certain violent creature had appeared, rampantly slaughtering patients in the hospital, and even the armed personnel sent for investigation were not spared. Currently, there were likely no normal people left, including the character he was playing, Miles, the journalist, who would come to investigate this place if they were normal. The battery of the DV was about to run out, and Sun Miao began to feel anxious. In the giant mountain mental hospital lacking weapons is not terrifying. What is terrifying is the absence of light. The eerie background music echoed in the pitch-black darkness, amplifying the fear in people's hearts infinitely. He played rather carelessly and only realized there was a battery in the room thanks to the comments. So that's how it is. Sun Miao stopped aimlessly wandering and began to search the room for the only source of safety, the battery. In the lounge, Lu Li watched with satisfaction as Sun Miao, in a state of panic, ran around. The delayed door kill was just a rather inconspicuous appetizer for escape. The real horror was yet to come. Hopefully the young man could hold out until that moment. Just then a red-haired man arrived with a group of people near Lu Li. "Are you Lu Li?" The red-haired man spoke with an unfriendly tone. During the promotional period, the game company had always been taken advantage of by spiritual realms, spending money for their publicity. They had been exploited for quite a long time. Shameful. When Shen Wanquan saw Lu Li, he felt a surge of anger. He wasn't one to be taken advantage of and was ready to communicate deeply today. "I am," Lu Li said, keeping his eyes glued to the streaming screen without lifting his eyelids. "Don't watch, it's just filler." Shen Wanquan extended his hand to turn off the stream. "You've been coasting on borrowed fame for so long, do you really think you have the skills? Whose dog is not leashed barking about?" Lu Li blocked the screen, tilted his head, and dug in his ear, blowing the earwax towards Shen Wanquan's face. "You?" Shen Wanquan raised his foot in anger, accustomed to being arrogant. How could he tolerate being humiliated like this? How outrageous. "Boss, no. The people nearby quickly restrained Shen Wanquan. "Are you kidding? What kind of place is this?" One kick and the qualification for the game communication competition would be gone. Lu Li hadn't even glanced at the red-haired man. No need to guess, he knew it was someone from the game company. There was no reason to show them any favor, especially since they could harbor useless trash like Han Chong. "So you are indeed the son of Lu Qishan with a temperament exactly the same," Xiao Hongru approached with Li Shu and Chen Kun. The lounge was small, and various companies preferred to move around to build relationships. "I am Xiao Hongru, nice to meet you." Xiao Hongru extended his hand, and Lu Li looked at the newcomer, paused for a moment, then naturally shook his hand, saying, "Lu Li." Tianyu has always been a competitor that Lu Li has been paying attention to. The game doll's Nightmare from EO is decent, but the regular levels are still pixelated. It has significant limitations, and the sales ceiling is not high. Currently, the only real threat to Ling Jing is Tianyu's Red Sea War Chronicles, based on real-life events that occurred outside the waters of Somalia. It encompasses various thrilling combat modes, including land battles, naval battles, and sniper battles. The plot integrates content such as evacuations, anti-piracy operations, overseas coups, and terrorist attacks. The theme elevates patriotic feelings and national confidence. This is a flavor-rich FPS game from Longhua. As long as the quality is not too flawed, sales are sure to be decent. Tianyu had no conflict with Ling Jing and had previously reached out with genuine intentions. He had no reason to treat them coldly. However, he didn't show too much enthusiasm. Escape is indeed a very innovative horror game. The young man has a bright future ahead. Xiao Hongru remarked, patting Lu Li's hand with generous praise. He saw in Lu Li a creativity that could surpass Lu Qishan, and even if he couldn't recruit him, he couldn't afford to make an enemy. Who knows if Lu Li might remember those he had once crossed after taking off one day. Uncle Xiao, you're here, too. Shen Wankuan, hearing Xiao Hongru's voice, turned around and walked back with a fawning smile. Xiao Hongru held a prestigious position in the design industry, making him someone to curry favor with. Just then a blood-curdling scream echoed from the stage. In a frame, a man playing Doll's Nightmare screamed after clearing a level, not knowing what had just happened. Shin Wankuan puffed out his chest, looking smug. However, it seemed that the crowd didn't pay much attention to him. They were all focused on the live stream in front of Lu Li. On the screen, Sun Miao, who was playing Escape, was being chased frantically by the overweight figure and a mentally ill patient. The frantic and urgent BGM sounded like a death knell, and he was running around the corridor like a headless fly. Boom! Suddenly a room ablaze with flames exploded. The shockwave sent Sun Miao flying and crashing into a pit. The protagonist, Miles, screamed, desperately gasping for breath. He slowly turned his head, surrounded by dismembered limbs and crushed innards resembling a hellish slaughterhouse, continuously assaulting his nerves. Ah! What the hell? I'm done. I can't do this anymore. Sun Miao, caught completely off guard, rolled and crawled away from his seat. His headphones were yanked off and slammed down onto the keyboard. The live stream's image shook violently for a moment, and everyone in front of the screen jumped at the sight. The lounge fell into a deathly silence. Lu Li scratched his head awkwardly. It's my first time attending such an exchange meeting, and I have no experience. What should I do if the trial time hasn't ended, but all the players have been scared away? Do we need to bring in 2 more people? Or should we just showcase our game from Lingjing here and officially launch it on the Steam platform? Everyone, Xiao Hongru observed with a calm demeanor, silently reciting the highest good is like water. After attending many exchange meetings, it was the first time he witnessed players leaving after only half a game. You must understand, it is daytime now. At 11 o'clock, with the sun shining brightly, it's a warm and bright day. A day where the fear of darkness is absolutely suppressed. In such an objective environment, under the gaze of 1,000 spectators, to be scared to this extent, how terrifying must this game be? It can only be described as a miracle. If the subsequent content maintains this quality, it would not be an exaggeration to say it has created a new height for horror games. Xiao Hongru was completely taken aback. A pure newcomer has given this old fossil a lesson. It turns out that even niche themes can yield high-quality works. He suddenly felt a bit ashamed, having stayed in his comfort zone for so many years without daring to step out. In comparison, none of the young people had such courage. But at the same time, he realized something, and an unusual light sparkled in his eyes. Even the way he looked at Lu Li lost the pride of an elder, resembling a mutual appreciation among peers. Li Shu did not notice the change in his boss. He was keenly observing this young, mischievous fellow. Evidently, Lu Li was deliberately mocking the show-off Shen Wankuan. You call out loudly in a horror game, right? Not only do I shout louder, but I've also carried away all the players trying the game. What do you have to compare with me? As expected, Shen Wankuan's face turned crimson upon hearing Lu Li's words. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Oh. He wanted to vent, but couldn't find a reason, feeling aggrieved like a lost stray dog, unable to find its way home, furiously seething on the side. He had made 3 trips to the humble abode of the Gall Rooster, using a fortune to recruit Charles' entire studio. If it weren't for the sake of a classmate, the other party might not have even come. As a result, this professional horror game studio lost to a local small workshop that was relatively unknown, which had even disbanded and restructured this year. Pain. It hurts too much. He cannot accept this fact. What good is being too scary? The exchange meeting is about sales. If you make the game so terrifying, who will play it? Just wait for my sales to be crushed by Tianyus Red Sea Chronicles. Shen Wankuan, with a fierce expression, spat out harsh words before scampering away. He wasn't wrong. Being too scary also has its troubles, directly isolating players with low tolerance. If it weren't for the exchange meeting, Escape would have undoubtedly been a very successful work. But since the exchange meeting revolves around sales, it is destined to leave regrets. The ultimate sales champion should be Tianyu, right? Li Shu felt nervous. Even his attempts at self-comfort seemed lacking in conviction. He was also afraid that the players from Longwell would suddenly act on impulse and enthusiastically purchase Escape, as if it were a collectible. Even if they wouldn't play it, they would buy it just to let it gather dust in their game library. That would be awkward. Meanwhile, on the other side of the gym, the scene was in chaos. After attending several exchange meetings, it was the first time he encountered such a situation. The audience, eager for excitement, thought they were in for a big treat this time. Witnessing history, the organizers were anxious. Bringing in new players now would disrupt the thoughts of other players, and not bringing in new ones would be unfair to Lingjing. An hour of showcasing time had not yet passed. People were leaving what was going on. Ultimately, they approached Lu Li personally to discuss. Lu Li waved his hand, saying that it was fine and losing a little was no big deal. After all, Grandma always said that suffering losses brings blessings. The promotional effect had already been achieved, and half of the goal of attending the exchange meeting had been accomplished. The other half was left to the Steam platform. How to launch it overseas was their concern. In the stands, several provincial leaders exchanged glances. After organizing several exchange meetings, they were also encountering such a live streaming incident for the first time today. The main issue was that horror games were too niche and very few studios attempted it in previous years. This year two emerged at once, one making the audience scream in fright. The other was so absurd that it scared players to the point of wetting themselves, and they didn't dare to touch the game again. This is insane. Hey, what do you think about this? Meng Jiangnan spoke, unable to hide his smile. This is a good thing. Creating such a terrifying game indicates that Lingjing has talented individuals. Right now, what Longwell lacks the most is genius game designers. This is the foundation before any measures are implemented. To be fair, Lingjing's Escape does indeed have substance. Another leader suggested, should we add a rule that horror game trial players, aside from the selected lucky ones, also choose 2 substitutes to prevent situations like today? Hey, I think that could work. Wouldn't that be too strict? A work like Escape might be hard to come by in the future. But we must be prepared. After a few exchanges, a new competition rule was established. Years later, when studios participating in exchange meetings saw the requirement of 22 trial players for horror games, their expressions were quite rich. The latter half of the game livestream trial had little audience attention. Now the whole internet was discussing this rare live streaming incident. Escape gained immense popularity. Ha at the scene, that young fellow rolling around was so comedic. Guagua, there's no way to deny it. I have some doubts about the creator's mental state. The portrayal of insanity in the game is too realistic. Not just the temperament, even the layout of the scenes is similar to the psychiatric hospital I live in. The director isn't here. Are you just going to slack off for a bit? I've seen quite a few horror games, but Escape is the only one that terrifies me just to watch, so I could never play in my lifetime, or I could fear I might die on the spot, awkward in the same way. My heart really can't take it. Watching a live stream felt like someone was choking me, making it hard to breathe. Discussions about Escape were booming online, but those who genuinely wanted to buy it were still engaged in an intense internal struggle. This includes Brother Ian, who had only watched part of the beginning. He had exited at the delayed door kill. Brother Ian felt for the first time that being an audience member also carried risks. A game with an overwhelming sense of immersion can sometimes be scarier to watch than to play. He left the exchange meeting still feeling a bit shaken. Brother Ian felt he had a decent level of courage. He could handle many horror games on the Steam platform with ease. However, with Escape, the feeling of only being able to flee and hide without being able to fight back made him very uncomfortable. The absence of safety provided by a gun in hand challenged his inner limits time and again. Nevertheless, he had already boasted, so he had to steel himself and go for it. Escape downloaded successfully. Brother Ian opened the camera in the live stream room. Cat Ning. After greeting, he got straight to the point. Today, we're going to play Escape. Today's recommendation has made me uneasy and restless. Thunder God help me. If you urge me to update over 3,000, I will do 3 updates every day. 4,004 updates. No upper limit. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the exchange meeting concluded, yet the competition was just beginning. It would last for a month, with the top 3 being selected based on sales, reviews, and overall popularity. However, the netizens didn't care about these metrics. They just wanted to find entertaining games. They either played themselves or found a comfortable position to watch streamers play. Wang Shui, a Sunto freshman enjoying his summer break at home, couldn't play due to the lack of a computer, so he could only watch. This afternoon, Wang Shui turned on all the lights in his room and closed the windows, then lay on his bed, covered himself with a blanket, leaving only his head exposed. After doing this, he took out his phone and opened the Sharp platform. He entered Ian Guest's live streaming room. At that moment, Ingu had just finished adjusting the streaming equipment, and a live room, title read, Live Escape Stream, at 3 o'clock. Wang Shui was a potential viewer attracted by the game Escape, and he would follow the streamer's perspective to become a cloud player. In Ian Guest's live room, viewers gradually entered, and the bullet screen became lively. Ingu is very punctual today. Damn, watching a trial is not enough. More strength. More strength. I'm really looking forward to the boss performance. Brothers, I missed the morning live stream. Can someone explain what kind of game Escape is? It's a casual puzzle game. It's best to watch while eating, very enjoyable. I've never seen a living Bodhisattva, but I'm seeing a living king of hell for the first time. Very enjoyable. Compared to the relaxed mood of the netizens, Ingu appeared quite tense. He glanced at the bright sunlight outside, feeling the warmth, and then clicked to start the game. Familiar opening lines, familiar vehicles. Ingu had seen the process once, so he sped through the opening plot. After getting out of the car, he did not immediately enter the castle. Instead, he observed the environment outside the castle, hoping to find other clues. What the hell? When did this door close? Ingu instantly blew up. From the time he got out of the car to turning around was only half a minute, and the iron gate behind him had quietly closed. It seemed to foreshadow the moment the reporter entered the Jushan Psychiatric Hospital. There was no turning back. A sense of ominous premonition rose in Ian Guest's heart. The games in the spiritual realm were always fresh with impeccable details. But damn, the details here are frighteningly meticulous. I can't stay outside any longer. It's safer inside the castle. He dared not linger and crawled through the dog hole, flipping through the window into the castle. Even with psychological preparation, the sudden darkness of the room made his heart race a little faster. Sure enough, the viewer's perspective and the protagonist's perspective were two different worlds. What could scare the audience usually meant that the player was on the edge of collapse. Thinking of this, Ingu suddenly wanted to play a trick, a smile creeping onto his lips as he approached the tightly shut door of the library. There must be a jump scare here. Everyone be prepared. After saying this, he directly pushed the door open. Branches. The door opened, but there was nothing. Nothing at all. New viewers started mocking in the bullet screen. Slap in the face, ha ha. What era is it still doing that jump scare? Ingu ignored the bullet screen and stepped into the library. The moment he entered, he covered his eyes with lightning speed and then took off his headphones. Swish! A grotesquely hung corpse suddenly appeared in the center of the screen, accompanied by eerie music, startling the unprepared audience. Slap! Wang Shui's hand trembled and the phone hit his face. Oh crap! Cursing under his breath, Wang Shui transformed into the king of foul language, unleashing his fury in the bullet screen. Ingu revealed a slight gap between his fingers, and the bullet screen indeed split. Ah, Mom, I'm dropping the bomb. So thrilling. You old rascal. Boss, you're too wicked. I spilled the water I had in my mouth. You scared the hell out of me. Even knowing there's a delayed jump scare, seeing it again still makes my heart tremble. Not everyone among the audience had watched the morning trial stream, and many were so frightened that they almost dropped their phones. The live room was filled with curses. Looking at the barrage of insults flooding the screen, Ingu smiled with satisfaction. So this is what it feels like to deceive people. It's really exhilarating. Just then, at the corner of the hallway, a slender figure entered the room, and as Ingu turned to look at the screen, his peripheral vision caught sight of it. Hey, what the hell? He was somewhat surprised. Did you all just see a shadow? It wasn't the shadow of that chubby brother, nor did it look like a crazy person walking erratically. The person was very thin, walked normally, and was very fast. The audience, having just stepped out of the shadow of the delayed jump scare, felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing Inji's words. Unconsciously, their legs drew together and their bodies leaned back. Stop scaring me, will you? I can't take it anymore, brothers. I need to go pee. Didn't you just pee? Can't you hold it in? Details. This streamer is really impressive. I've watched him a few times, and I must say, he really pays attention to details. Is this never-ending? Ingu laughed in annoyance, the previous shadow gradually dissipating. Alright, I need to get serious now. In the library, he encountered the armed personnel that had been pierced through with a steel pipe. No need to think, this was definitely the work of the chubby brother. Moreover, he knew that stepping out of the library would surely lead him to encounter the chubby brother. As expected, accompanied by a series of women's shrieks, the chubby brother suddenly appeared as he reached the corridor. 3M not afraid of you. Ingu steeled his courage and shouted, his footsteps involuntarily retreating. Hey, don't. Despite having made full preparations, Ingu was still pushed down to the second floor. A plot kill. I'm definitely going to be pushed here, triggering the priest's plot, right? Looking at the mumbling priest before him, Ingu became more certain that the priest must be a significant foreshadowing. Here we go. The main quest turned into escaping from the Jasan Psychiatric Hospital, but first he had to enter the security control center to unlock the main door, which required a keycard. He needed to explore the various rooms inhabited by mentally ill patients to find that keycard. Continuing deeper, in a corner room, Ingu encountered 3 seemingly normal mental patients. They showed no aggression, merely staring blankly at the snowflake pattern television. Their numb appearance deepened Ingu's curiosity. What secrets were hidden in this psychiatric hospital? Why were there so many murderous individuals? And the files mentioned that the Mukov group was secretly conducting human experiments on mental patients. Did an accident occur during the experiments leading to a tragedy? Was the software consultant who sent the email to reporter Myers still alive? Where was he now? Filled with questions, Ingu witnessed the chubby brother effortlessly ripping off a mental patient's head in the hall below from the second floor platform. Poor kid, someone just ripped off his head. Ingu had a knack for live streaming, and the blood-curdling scene suddenly seemed less terrifying and even a bit darkly humorous. The bullet scream burst into laughter. Poor kid had his head ripped off. Did you see what real strength looks like? That fat guy gives off such a strong sense of oppression. Just as everyone was discussing animatedly, Ingu raised his DV at the corner of the second floor corridor and saw a corpse in uniform slumped against the wall. The keycard on his chest shimmered in the night vision lens. That was Ingu's light. Wow. Ingu let out a long breath. All this effort for half an hour just for this key card. Finally, I can leave after getting it. Using the key card, he unlocked the door to the shower room on the 3rd floor, which was completely dark. Ingu replaced the batteries with new ones, raised his DV, casually closed the door, and entered the room. It seemed that only by doing this would his backside not feel chilly. New objective: leave through the shower room boom. As the prompt appeared, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed outside. On a stormy night in a mental hospital with strange human experiments, all elements of horror were present. Ingu looked out the window as sunlight poured into the room, a sense of safety wrapping around him once again. He turned his head and continued to battle in the game. Whoa! In the dark night, a pair of bright eyes shone under the night vision lens. Ingu's hand trembled and his body instinctively leaned back. Fortunately, the other party did not have night vision capabilities and did not notice Ingu in the pitch-black corridor. However, it was evidently impossible to go through the shower room directly. Ingu turned back. Whoa! Damn, not again. Unknowingly, someone had also come up behind him. In a panic, he quickly crouched by the windowsill. He prepared to break through the outer wall of the mental hospital for this escape route. Chilly raindrops hit Ingu's back. Although this wasn't a physical game, he still felt a chill on his back. He touched his back and found it soaked with sweat. God, he disappeared, gone without a trace. I feel like someone is mocking me. That was my intention. He thinks we're fools or idiots. We catch him and skin him alive. In the corridor, 2 mental patients were conversing, and Ingu could hear them clearly from outside the wall. His expression was very serious. He recognized these 2. They were the 2 naked men wielding machetes that he had seen in the cell before. They seemed to possess intelligence, able to think independently and move silently. Had he not spotted them in advance with a night vision, he would have already become a victim. Jumping down from here would directly leave the mental hospital, yet I insist on continuing to take risks. Jumping down wouldn't just leave the mental hospital, but also this world. Bro, jumping down from the 3rd floor means the protagonist is done for. I was stabbed to death by the person behind me. This reporter's strength is astonishing. I would have collapsed long ago. The audience was going wild, and Ingu had already circled around to the back of the 2 naked men. Under the night vision lens, a large white backside shone. Avoiding the naked men, Ingu walked towards the light. The scene he had just witnessed still sent chills down his spine. He had unknowingly been surrounded by 2 mental patients. Soon he arrived at the longed-for safety control center. As he opened the door, a strong sense of foreboding surged within him. The airlock button on the control panel flashed a red warning light. Inga pressed the switch, the lights turned on, and an excruciatingly shrill siren blared. Across the transparent glass door, a stocky figure with rotten skin covered in blood and with chains wrapped around his wrists approached. Under the disinfection lights, the fat man with a gaping mouth and a nose that looked gouged out revealed a sinister face exuding a terrifying aura. Their eyes met and Inga froze on the spot. Bang bang. It wasn't until the fat man began smashing the glass that he realized he needed to escape. Crash! The glass shattered. The fat man burst in, and a panicked Inga darted around the room like a headless fly. A string of garbled text appeared in the lower right corner of the screen. In a panic, Inga didn't know which key he had pressed, but from the chaotic characters, it was clear he was very flustered. Oh, the fat man lifted Inga with one hand. Little pig, he... Damn, brother. Only 2 punches. Looking at the gradually darkening screen, Inga felt uneasy. His calves were shaking. The oppressive feeling from the fat man was overwhelming. Without much build-up, just the furious beats combined with that sinister smile could evoke the deepest fears within a person's heart. Compared to the fear brought by the fat man, Inga's frantic typing excited the audience even more. He pressed the input method and dying of laughter. What kind of operation is this? I'm stunned. Oh, what kind of godly operation is this? Ha 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 ha. You can tell the streamer is really panicking. He pressed the input method out of fear. Inga wiped the virtual sweat off his forehead with trembling hands. He was genuinely scared. The feeling of helplessness, he felt uneasy even watching others play. Now that it was his turn, his hiding was fine. This kind of direct confrontation combined with eerie music brought the horror atmosphere to a climax. Inga drank 2 big cups of water before he gradually calmed down. Playing Outlast has 2 major characteristics: dry mouth and hoarse throat. In front of the screen, Zhong-In and Sun Miao saw Inga's comical display and excitedly patted their bellies. Yes, 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 this is the flavor. After respawning, Inga stood once again at the door of the safety control center. Fortunately, I didn't respawn at the castle entrance, or few would survive to exit this game. After a moment of sarcasm, he continued the game. He noticed a cabinet beside him to hide in and a ventilation duct above to crawl through. Instantly, he felt energized. To confirm his guess, Inga pressed the switch again. The fat man was successfully summoned. Without a second thought, Inga turned and dashed towards the cabinet he had previously discovered. Tap tap. You came by, right? Little pig. I will find you, you filthy thing. The fat man teased Inga as if playing with a mouse. Inga held his breath, staring intently at the gap in the cabinet, paying attention to every movement outside. Suddenly, a huge shadow blocked the light from the cabinet. I found you. Inga covered his mouth with his hands, his heart racing wildly, adrenaline surging. Weak, pitiful, and helpless. This was the most undignified live broadcast since he became a streamer. That uncontrollable feeling of fear felt like an invisible hand constricting his throat. Just then, a gust of wind blew in from outside, and the weight tied to the doorknob of the cabinet behind Inga suddenly made noise. It felt as if the most terrifying thing in the world had happened. Inga's expression changed dramatically. He suddenly jumped up from his seat, terrified. Oh, my cabinet moved. I'm done, oh no. Throwing off his headphones, he dashed into the adjacent room of Nana without looking back. From far away, he could hear Nana's laughter. The audience erupted in chaos and the comments flooded in. Cabinet, damn, I almost got him. No way the cabinet moved. Cabinet him, sneaking up on you, watch me stab. That ain't a kid. I'll get you, damn it. It's truly a 4D game with sensory experience. Although the atmosphere is really terrifying, why do I always want to laugh, ha ha ha. I feel like nothing is happening, it's just the streamer scaring himself. With too much focus combined with the human tendency to fear the unknown, that's why I never play horror games. However, if it's 3 or 4 people playing together, then it changes the nature of the game. Mom, I'm trapped by my blanket, come here, quickly. Meanwhile, various streamers showcase their talents, eagerly joining the trial team. The exchange meeting was an opportunity for both the game studio and the streamers. If any streamer is fortunate enough to ignite the popularity of an underdog title single-handedly, it would be a significant step forward in their career. Therefore, streamers were playing all sorts of games. They all attempted to be that pig standing on the windward side. Escape, was the most popular at the exchange meeting, with a relatively larger number of streamers trying it out. However, those who came quickly also left quickly. Many couldn't even withstand the delayed jump scare, succumbing to the fears lurking deep within. For instance, Sister Jo, wow wow wow, Akao ni ma, can I just give you some emergency syrup? Make a brother please stop chasing me. In the darkness, the higher brothers ended Sister Jo's life with 2 swift strikes. She slumped in her gaming chair, tears streaming down her face. Whoa, Lulu. This person in the wheelchair is quite still, isn't he a mannequin? After passing by twice without seeing any movement, Lulu began to feel playful. However, one playful move would lead to suffering. Suddenly, the emaciated man in the wheelchair sprang up at an odd angle and lunged straight at Lulu. The scream echoed throughout the entire building. Where's Zhuang Zhuang? Lulu suddenly remembered her brother who recommended she play Escape and turned to look behind her. Zhuang Zhuang was standing against the wall, hands raised in front of his chest, looking at the screen with a terrified expression. What are you doing? Don't just stand there. Quick, help me get rid of this person. Brother Jia remained motionless, refusing to come closer by any means, and Lulu felt exasperated. Ayoa, I can't play anymore, my heart can't take it. Friends, don't push yourselves too hard. Health is the most important thing. Shaking her head, Lulu exited the game with her numb hands. She was feeling a bit short of breath. She could no longer make rational analyses. After a few minutes of recovery, Lulu held her chest and lamented, the scariest part of Escape is that you never know when it will suddenly scare you, a fear that far surpasses the atmosphere created by the game itself. The designer must be a master of psychology, skillfully manipulating players with various unexpected twists. When you think a door might lead to a jump scare, it doesn't. And just when you relax, it strikes out of nowhere. When you believe the wheelchair man is a static model, he suddenly jumps up. It's completely unpredictable. The game is excellent and has been added to my library, but Lulu expressed her grievances. Go collect dust. Montaktsi. At the electric switch, Moz had just turned the power back on when the fat man chased after her. Don't come near me. Her first reaction was to press the left key to punch, then the right key to block. Pia. A DV appeared in her hand. She was numb. Looking at the fat man's decayed face, terror surged through her. I'm going to die. At this moment, she realized it was Escape. Without weapons to deter, all she could do was run. After being caught and killed again, Moz clicked exit with a dejected face. No way, I can't get used to a game where I can't fight back. Her heart raced. The horror of Escape lies in the inability to attack. When enemies approach, there's no time to reload, or there's insufficient ammo, making the mental safety barrier as fragile as paper. Moz turned to play Tianyo's Red Sea War Chronicles, where the firepower was exhilarating. It felt as though she was channeling all the fear from Escape into overwhelming fire against her enemies. PPD, yayo, I can't play anymore, I'm having a bit of trouble breathing. Shaken, she closed the game and listened to several JJ songs before calming down. Similar scenes were abundant. The direct experience of most people, they screamed and deleted, exited the game. The reflection on sales was the most direct. Escape broke 1000 sales on the first day, thanks to its hype, with over 3000 refunds within 2 hours and total sales exceeding 7000. The unassuming Red Sea War Chronicles surpassed 1000 sales, and even Doll Horror quietly reached 4000 sales. Shin Wankoen stated a harsh truth: the game is too terrifying and sometimes it can impact sales. But the universe is still undecided, and we are all dark horses. Considering the miracle Escape created at the exchange meeting, the media did not hastily declare a death sentence for the game and provided relatively objective reviews. After all, it was the first day since the game's launch. Among the 10 highly anticipated entries, each one had the potential for explosive popularity. No one wanted to be slapped in the face. However, by the second day, the doubts began to increase, because Escape did not show any signs of a reversal in sales. Only small media dared to publicly question Ling Jing for potential hype behavior. Larger media were more protective of their reputation and would not easily step in before nailing down the events. The last game newspaper that jumped in without investigation has become a third-rate paper in the eyes of players. Learning from past experiences, the current public opinion environment for Ling Jing is still decent. Of course, Luli did not care much about public opinion. He was currently lurking in a pure black live broadcast room, quietly feeling the charm of the work. As one of the 3 cowards on P-Station, Pure Black has 2 well-known characteristics: timid, patient, skilled. Viewers loved the strategy videos Pure Black produced on P-Station, especially after Dead Cells, which greatly increased Pure Black's popularity. Thinking of a timid person playing the scariest game is just thrilling. With such traits, Pure Black was undoubtedly the perfect choice for Escape. Not to mention the program's effect would definitely be exciting. Hence, on the day Escape was released, players urged Pure Black to try it out. Unable to resist the viewer's persistent persuasion and his own curiosity, Pure Black decided to challenge his soft spot. From then on, the once simple Pure Black embarked on a path of no return. On the first day, it took him a full 3 hours to catch up with Sun Miao's progress at the exchange meeting. Even so, he only managed to do so with the help of enthusiastic bullet comments. To this point, it was an untraversable forbidden area devoid of spoilers or high-energy warnings. Pure Black decisively ended the live stream. Due to the program's effect on the first day, viewers expected more from Pure Black on the second day. Among those viewers was Luli, the creator, who loved to watch the excitement. At this moment, Pure Black was panting heavily. The sea of corpses and blood was too overwhelming for this inexperienced, cowardly streamer. Fortunately, I had prepared myself mentally in advance. Pure Black climbed up from the mountain of corpses piled with severed limbs and entrails, holding the DV as he prepared to leave this cursed place. After a day of adjustment, he had come to adapt to the bloody scene of dismembered limbs. Compared to all this, he feared even more the sudden eerie music in the game. Da-da-da-da. Just as he closed the sewage valve, the dense drumbeat hit him again. As the exclusive BGM for the Fat Man, Pure Black immediately hid in the cabinet of the adjacent room upon hearing the sound. This was his tried and true method of skipping class. The cabinet seemed like a barrier isolating all demons and ghosts outside. No matter how fierce the opponent was, as long as you hid in the cabinet, you would be safe. For this reason, netizens summarized a very practical rhyme: DV is dad the cabinet, is mom, and the pipe is the warmest home. In the entire game, only these 3 could provide a shred of safety for players on the verge of collapse. Tap, tap, tap. The Fat Man walked into the room as expected. To destroy evil, you don't need to hide from me. I'm here. You don't have to kill yourself. Ooh, I will end your suffering, little pig. Listening to the Fat Man's creepy whisper, Pure Black gripped the mouse tightly, silently reciting, "You can't see me. You can't see me." However, the cabinet mom, which had always kept the evil at bay, seemed to be ineffective this time. This was the most terrifying. The key. Pure Black still had no idea what was about to happen. Through the gap, the burly Fat Man approached the cabinet step by step. Why did he come over here? Pure Black panicked. Soon he realized the Fat Man was only attracted by the cabinet on the left, exhaling a sigh of relief. Oh, turns out there's a cabinet on the left too. You scare me, I thought. Before he could finish, the Fat Man suddenly pulled open the cabinet. Under the lens, a murky black hand lunged straight for Pure Black's face. It seems that hiding in the cabinet would definitely lead to being discovered, and this cabinet is not the same as the last one. If I run slowly, you'll be caught, while entering the cabinet within their line of sight. The young master is panicking, but his hands are steady. This gasping sound, for a moment, it's hard to tell who is panting. A major taboo: hiding in the same cabinet twice. It's not that hiding in the cabinet will definitely lead to being discovered, but repeating the hiding will cause exposure. As the bullet comments analyzed the reason for the failure of cabinet hiding, Chun Hei had already escaped from the Fat Man's hunting range amidst the chaos. At this moment, his heartbeat had reached its limit and his body was leaning back wildly. The PC game has forced him to complete the immersive gaming experience. Chun Hei swallowed hard, gasping for air. He could no longer care to analyze why the cabinet mother no longer loved him. He just wanted to accelerate and flee from this narrow, dark sewer. As he ran, Chun Hei discovered a narrow outlet ahead in the sewer with a lot of water that could only accommodate one body. He couldn't think too much, so he rushed in. The footsteps behind him were getting closer, and he didn't care about getting dirty. He dove deep into the sewer. I'm sweating. Are you kidding me, boss? I was just fine in the cabinet, never been discovered before. After confirming safety, Chun Hei started to complain. Climbing out of the pipe, he could clearly see the Fat Man's massive figure disappearing around the corner. Now, I should be able to turn off another valve. Wading through knee-deep sewage, Chun-Hei operated while softly muttering "ifke." It seemed that was the only way to suppress the anxiety inside him. Creak, creak, creak. After turning the second valve, a new task opened up. Use the ladder to enter the lower intersection. These trivial tasks were piling up one after another, making Chun-Hei suffer. Often a corner or a gap could lead to love. The fat man. Not to mention the sudden bursting pipes in the sewer, the dripping water droplets, and the dry corpse riding on his face. These were manageable, but the hardest to bear was the protagonist Miles' gasping sound. Filled with despair and fear, under the influence of the music, it made Chun-Hei's body go numb. However, the ample stimulation did not crush him. On the contrary, it gradually helped him adapt to the game's rhythm. Though still very scared, Chun-Hei had begun to sense the fun of Outlast. It turned out that this kind of horror game, without any firepower output, could also be exciting. That primal fear made him tremble. Could it be that I have some strange constitution? Thinking of this, Chun-Hei couldn't help but doubt himself. But soon he let it go. The motivation to keep playing, besides the audience's expectations, was also his own curiosity to explore. He indeed wanted to investigate the ultimate source of all fear. After completing the trivial tasks, the main task updated. Leave the sewer. Do we really need to send a special task for this? Isn't leaving the sewer supposed to be simple, eh? The young master's confidence surged. Just run straight toward the light, and that's it. Top, top, top. As he traversed the sewer's ground, a man's light and cheerful singing suddenly echoed ahead. Ararang, ararang. At first glance, it seemed like he was singing a mountain song, and one could even imagine a man cheerfully humming a tune while doing his job. But where's this place? The giant mountain mental hospital. Chun-Hei shook his head and immediately regained his composure. To be so relaxed in such an environment, the truth is clear. A pervert. Only a true pervert would enjoy living in a mental hospital. It was certain that another formidable opponent had appeared. He immediately stopped in his tracks, raised the DV to explore the darkness. No one. The path ahead is a dead end. The sewer's maze was full of dead ends. He realized he had spoken too soon, as he couldn't find the way he came from. Helplessly, Chun-Hei could only continue through the sewer, exiting from the deep water area of a side door. There was no light in the sewer, and his battery was draining very quickly. Fortunately, before the battery ran out, he found a staircase extending from the water upwards. He even picked up a battery. Battery daddy, I can't live without you. Looking at the battery reserve in the upper right corner, Chun-Hei's anxious heart relaxed a bit. After scavenging, he continued searching for an exit in the water. It's really dark. Never mind, let's save battery and walk along the edge. In the surroundings where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face, only the sound of flowing water remained in his ears. Occasionally something would drop onto the water surface. The sudden noise in the silent environment was very jarring. Chun-Hei's mind was taut. I must use my insight to detect the movement of the fat man in unknown areas ahead, otherwise I might be caught by them. Chun-Hei's immersion is too strong. Watching others play before playing myself will be a bit better. I think the same way. Thanks to Chun-Hei for paving a clear path for us in advance. Water friends watched intently, and Chun-Hei couldn't afford to be distracted to interact with the bullet comments. Suddenly, the faint sound of chains mixed with the sound of flowing water reached Chun-Hei's ears. He froze for a moment. Hey, he shook the DV camera left and right, seemingly wanting to confirm the fat man's location. I heard something. I beg you, I really want to quit the game. Please spare me. The constant murmurs couldn't conceal his inner panic. Chun-Hei exclaimed, why haven't I reached the exit yet? I have been exploring all along. Hey, yeah. Feeling his vision suddenly widen, he felt relieved. It's this way. Without caring too much, Chun-Hei immediately sped toward the staircase ahead. Meanwhile, intense drumbeats accompanied by sharp string sounds and echoes arose. The monster was closing in. He ran up the staircase without looking back, heading towards the light. After escaping the fat man's pursuit, Chun-Hei was gasping heavily. I don't know if it's because of the lack of oxygen or if it's like adrenaline, but my lower body is starting to go numb. Top, top. As he walked, Chun-Hei arrived at a corner. A naked man holding a machete rushed over with great speed. I just came up, please. He immediately turned towards another corner. Just as he took 2 steps out, a thinner naked man smiled, revealing dark teeth, looking sinister. Close quarters kill. Geesh. This really caught him off guard. Chun Hei instinctively screamed. His shoulder suddenly trembled. Swish! Without giving him time to react, the naked man slammed the machete onto Chun Hei. The screen instantly turned red. Impaymiles shouted, which startled Chun Hei. F.T. His heart felt as if it had been grasped, tightening suddenly. Cursing slipped out of his mouth. Run, run. Only one thought remained in his mind. Chun Hei braced himself against the blow and charged out. As he stepped into the passage, a massive shadow appeared before him. Chun Hei's entire body trembled violently. My shadow, Hoo-hoo. Haha. Before he could catch his breath, another tall, naked man chased it with a knife. Charge. We must break out. Yeah. It was as if a dose of adrenaline had kicked in, facing the naked man. Chun Hei screamed in a high pitch, barreling through the corridor. But the naked man's lewd smile lingered in his ears. He was in a daze from the scare. In a state of panic, he crashed into a narrow passage. The earthy yellow walls were eerie. The distance between the walls was very narrow, probably just over a meter, allowing only one person to pass through. This meant that once a frontal confrontation occurred, he could be sandwiched and have no chance to escape. The light was growing dimmer, meaning monsters could be lurking ahead, suddenly jumping out to catch him off guard. The multiple layers of pressure created a chilling and oppressive feeling from sight to sound. The ultimate hell for claustrophobics. Chun Hei did not have claustrophobia, but he was still suffocated by the oppressive environment. Top, top, top. The sound of heavy footsteps behind him drew the fat man's attention, and another heavy footstep joined the chase. Quick, quick, quick. Run. Only escape. To survive. Run, run, run. Whoa, I broke out in a cold sweat. Traversing through the intricate passages, Chun Hei glanced back at the fat man, left behind at the door, his racing heart finally easing. He then proceeded down the stairs. It feels like I've passed a mission. Maybe a little segment back. Damn, do you have any batteries for me to collect? Oh no, only 2 batteries left. What should I do? Chun Hai's voice trembled. The game never mentioned that after experiencing a horror event, everything would return to normal. On the contrary, after going through it, endless unknowns awaited the player's wave after wave, scene after scene, continuously emerging. Every time, it could play out new tricks, bringing players a brand new explosive experience. New objective reached the first floor of the male ward. What should I do? What should I do? As he walked, Chun Hei kept mumbling. As he passed a wall, a warm reminder appeared. Hold the left key to push forward. Oh, there's a secret passage here. He pushed open the iron cabinet hidden in front of the wall, according to the prompt, revealing a square opening stained with blood, extending into the darkness. What is this? It should be a cabinet. So much blood, Chun Hei said as he lowered his head and crawled inside. On the opposite side of the opening was a small room where a bound person sat on a bench. In the middle, a large pool of blood gathered beneath him. The lights in the room flickered erratically. The eerie atmosphere made Chun Hei a bit tense, instinctively tightening his grip on the mouse. Damn! Upon seeing the man's plight, Chun Hei felt a chill down below, unconsciously clenching his legs. He couldn't help but wonder which old pervert had cruelly castrated the poor man. Worried that the male protagonist might suffer the same fate, he panicked. Batteries, batteries. I want nothing but batteries. Of course, I want my life too, and my courage, but it seems I've forgotten to bring that since yesterday. The audience found Chun Hai's cowardly, yet humorous demeanor amusing. Thank you, it's not so scary anymore. Master's courage is about the same, regardless. You're making me completely break down. Chun Hei is full of courage too. Did you bring your conscience? Chun Hei was just about to interact with the comments when the eerie laughter of the higher brothers echoed from the depths of the narrow wall. He immediately raised the DV and scanned left and right. These 2 brothers always had a lingering aura of malice. The sharp sound of the cello once again emitted a tooth-inducing tone, and the atmosphere grew eerie once more. Here they come again. Chun Hei pouted. I only have less than 2 batteries left. Unlike the previous life and death rush, this segment of GBM carried a hint of solemnity. It seemed to imply something. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of pounding on the door suddenly rang out, sending a jolt through Chun Hai's heart. It's over, it's over, it's over. I have no batteries left. Faced with the upcoming challenge, he panicked. Because his most relied upon DV dad was about to fail him following the loss of the cabinet mom's affection, Chun Hei was losing yet another vital protective tool. In this environment, even the last sweet home had vanished. With the three major shields gone, the spiritual realm completely stripped the players of their armament, leaving them bare and tossing them into a den of wolves. Smack! Let self-destruct, baby. Truly brings out the wicked side. Hearing the pounding door growing closer, Chunhai's mindset had already unraveled. No batteries, I can only find a cabinet to take temporary shelter. Cabinet, where's the cabinet? I need to get into the cabinet. As he ran, Chuanhei observed the new terrain with hospital beds placed haphazardly, large pools of blood on the floor and dark yellow dust covering the walls. The sharp sound of the strings grew louder. This looks like an operating room, a hospital. Hey, my sweet home. Looking up at the ventilation ducts above the hospital beds, Chuanhei felt a surge of safety. He began to climb through the ventilation duct until he reached a dead end. Thud! He jumped down the duct and landed in a closed room. The strange sensation upon landing felt like stepping on blood. Ugh! Hearing the commotion, the bound patient in the room seemed to be greatly stimulated, trembling violently, desperately, trying to scream through the cloth binding his mouth. Meat! I want to eat meat. Meat. Two shadows stood outside the iron door, crashing against it wildly. Damn it. Bong. The panicked Chuanhei felt like a headless fly, with the main door blocked by frenzied patients unable to climb back up to the ventilation duct, and waiting any longer would lead to a dead end. It's this kind of special wall. In desperation, Chuanhei noticed a pushable cabinet on his left. Behind the cabinet was a narrow door leading to another room. How do I operate this? Chuanhei frantically pressed the keyboard, his fingers trembling. Left mouse button W, yes. Creak. The wall pushed open a gap, and without looking back, Chuanhei squeezed through the opening. The new scene was plunged into darkness, forcing him to use the DV with the last remaining battery to find a way out. Behind him, chaotic footsteps grew closer. Move around. Quickly. Find it. In the distance, the sound of a door being smashed exploded. Let's flank this bastard from the sides. The higher brothers relentlessly pursued, their angry shouts growing clearer as they approached. He instinctively turned back. That pale and cold face was just in the nearby corridor, staring intently in this direction. Chuanhei was so scared that goosebumps erupted all over his body. Really haunting. The tense and thrilling chase made the audience outside the screen unconsciously clench their fists, fixated on the live broadcast. There's another door. Let's go this way. There must be a way out. Hurry. Not afraid of the crazed patient, but terrified if the crazed patient was both insane and clever. The higher brothers are so freaking twisted. They even have a commander. Using the faint vision from the DV night vision lens, Chuanhei desperately tried to discern the direction. Oh no! Under the night vision lens, 3 pairs of glimmering eyes shone like bloodthirsty wolves in the dark, spinning wildly. They really caught up. Chuanhei disregarded everything and ran desperately. Valerie, the patients howled, the duck wants mud. Dr. Winnick. It seemed to trigger some nerve in the patients, and they collectively erupted into a violent frenzy. At this moment, the sound of strings reached a crescendo. Chuanhei panted heavily, running while exploring the path. Crack. With a whoosh, his vision plunged into darkness. Damn! At the critical moment, the DV ran out of power. Chuanhei was stunned. No, don't fail me now, I beg you. His voice trembled with a hint of tears, almost crying from panic. Valerie! It seemed that no matter which direction he took, there were patients appearing, shouting Valerie. Valerie, you filthy bitch! I want money! I want money! I want money! The explosive shouts grew closer, forcing Chuanhei into a room. Just as he was about to lose his mind, a voice came from the nearby intercom. Who are you? You're not one of them, right? Hurry. If you want to live, get to the little helicopter. Like a celestial sound, Chuanhei instantly ignited hope, as if grasping the last straw of salvation. There's actually a normal person here. Pushing open the elevator's guardrail, Chuanhei tumbled and crawled into the elevator. He escaped. Behind him, the unwilling voices of the patients echoed. Crack, crack. The elevator ascended, and the patients pounded the walls in frustration. Chuanhei let out a long sigh. I actually made it out. Just as he relaxed for a moment, the elevator suddenly stopped. As the door opened, the muscular Dr. Richard Tragg leaned against the wall with his left hand and stood elegantly at the elevator door with his right hand behind his back. You made the right choice, buddy. Without giving Chuanhei time to react, the doctor pulled out a weapon and swung it at him. Chuanhei was filled with questions. Hey, you're that bastard little priest person, right? His. Witness, whatever, you must be exhausted. Take a break, okay? An old-fashioned double martini combo. Let's just chat a bit. This person Chuanhei had seen in the promotional video for the spiritual realm nicknamed the Doctor. From the Doctor's peculiar appearance, he realized he was completely done for. This guy looked crazier than anyone else. It's possible that the one humming mountain songs before was this guy. Richard Tragg lifted Chuanhei and placed him in a wheelchair. Let's talk things over nicely, let's negotiate. Chuanhei's voice trembled. You're heavier than you look. Doing some aerobics won't kill you. All right, let's go. Just be careful not to stick your feet out too far. Richard Tragg crouched down and secured Chuanhei's hands and feet to the wheelchair. After doing this, he pushed Chuanhei into the elevator, arriving at a bloodstained room. I must say, Richard Tragg's appearance is really shady. Wearing nothing but an apron, it feels even more naked than being completely undressed. Kill me. Kill me now. Desperate screams came from the adjacent room. Clearly, Richard Tragg was a complete pervert. And indeed, that was the case. After a ramble, Richard Tragg pulled out an enormous pair of scissors nearly half a meter long. In the astonished eyes of everyone, he cut down on Mila's ring finger. Snip. Oh, you're back. With the mouse put down, Lu Li poked his head out from behind the screen. Why didn't you stay at home a few more days? Didn't they grant you a half-month vacation? Zhang Yiming, while placing various bags on the table, said irritably, Can you lend a hand? Hey, why are you throwing a little tantrum now? Lu Li, puzzled, asked, What's wrong? Did your mom pressure you into getting married? Why are you cursing? Look, Zhang Yiming slammed his phone onto the table. This group of unscrupulous media has been holding back for a week and finally couldn't contain themselves. It turns out Escape has been online for over a week. The online discussions remain fervent, yet embarrassingly its sales have always been overshadowed by Red Sea Chronicles. Today, the media took action. Is the quality and popularity of Escape merely superficial? The most creative horror game? I doubt it. Riding the heat will eventually lead to backlash. Lingjing may go from being a strong contender to a laughingstock in public opinion, enumerating the 5 steps for Lingjing to become an internet celebrity game studio, hinting at Lingjing manipulating public opinion, and now their true colors are revealed. This is because a certain unnamed authoritative institution released data today showing that Red Sea Chronicles has final sales of over 2.0, Escape over 2.0, and Five Nights at Freddy's over 1.9.0. They reasonably predict the first month sales based on the first week sales with an accuracy rate of 90, making it of reference value. As this data emerged, various media outlets couldn't hold back anymore. Various smears and insinuations about Lingjing's data fraud. This infuriated Zhang Yiming, who returned from his early vacation to find Lu Li. Is this all? Lu Li's calmness made Zhang Yiming even more furious. Is this all? The sky is falling, and this is it? Aren't you angry? They're smearing us. Wasn't the last online explosion against you enough? Drink some water first. Lu Li handed Zhang Yiming a glass of water. What happened to the online army I had you maintain? You mean, right? Lu Li adjusted his non-existent glasses. Only magic can deal with magic. Make a note of the media that likes to stir trouble. We'll have the chance to hit back hard at them. Also, if we catch them infringing our works in the future, we should sue them, fiercely sue them until they are bankrupt. And also start looking for legal talents. We need to establish our own legal department in the future. Lu Li's actions are not meant to make Nanshan a surefire winner. Some weapons you may not need, but you cannot be without them. He doesn't want to find a law firm. Every time something happens, the level of commitment is different when paying to get things done. If there were a legal department of our own, they would have already won the lawsuit against Han Chong. No need to prove it again. He has offended the wrong people and provoked the wrong media. Revenge will naturally follow. But he doesn't want Lingjing to always be in the center of public opinion, becoming the subject of gossip among netizens. Over time, it would harm the brand image. Damn it, this is you. I thought you had lost your fighting spirit due to poor performance. Zhang Yiming thumped Lu Li's chest. Being attacked by others is immensely frustrating. This group of unscrupulous media should be dealt with severely. Zhang Yiming hates those idiots who stir up trouble online without understanding the situation. inciting public opinion, exploiting the masses, guiding emotions, attacking individuals, feeding off others' misfortunes. These people should be punished. Of course your dad is always your dad. Luli waved his hand. Is there anything else? If not, go work. Tell me the truth. Is there still a chance for a turnaround? Zhang Yiming didn't believe Lu Li would willingly play second fiddle. Do you want to be second? Luli kuntarat. Of course not. This is exactly it. But just relying on public opinion to turn things around won't guarantee sales surpassing Tianyo, right? Zhang Yiming asked, is there any backup plan? Then we can only hope for some mystical luck. Luli looked at the overseas version of the Steam platform calm and composed. Hey, clarify what you mean. Zhang Yiming looked at Lu Li's laid-back figure confused and glanced at his desk. The overseas version of the Steam platform. Meanwhile, across the ocean, a nameless handsome guy is live streaming with a dismal amount of viewers, only sporadic comments passing by. The handsome guy seems to be playing a horror game. At this moment, he is hunched over his eyes, fixed on the screen. The time reads 7:40 p.m. Suddenly, a pale and bloody face of a fat guy jumped out on the DV night vision screen. The fat guy's hands flew off the table, resting on his chest, trembling all over, screaming and clenching his fists all in one go. Then he swung a punch. Bang! The screen shattered. A legendary scene unfolded. The comments section exploded. Tianyo. Marketing department. Shen Kuan, who do you think will win? Shown away, it has to be us, Tianyo. Then why does the boss have meetings late every day these past few days? Chen Kuan absent-mindedly looked towards the conference room. We lost. In the main seat of the conference room, Xiao Hongru sighed. Boss, why do you say that? Right, we have always been leading in sales. I admit escape is very scary, but its sales really can't compare to ours. Other people were confused. Maybe escape is currently not well known, but time will tell. It's a work that can leave a mark in the history of horror games. Just in terms of the game's intention, we are leagues away. Ling Jing is pioneering while we have been stagnant. I ask you, if we step out of our comfort zone, would our works still have the current sales? Xiao Hongru's words pierced the hearts of the crowd, leaving them silent. Once upon a time, they too were young dreamers. They wanted to leave their mark in the gaming world. As time passed, they became numb, repetitive, their eyes filled only with profit. What was once called dreams had long since disappeared with the wind. And do you really think escape will stop here with its achievements? On site, everyone except Li Shu showed confusion on their faces. What unexpected circumstances could arise? Yu Kai Tian. Shen Wanquan is having an impar with a few overseas classmates. The one I like the most, Ling Jing, is doomed. Shui Rango urged Chen Junyu to speed up the progress of Sword Fairy Crossing. I want to use a game with a twist to humiliate him thoroughly. Throwing his phone away, Shen Wanquan, slightly tipsy, walked toward the half-empty cup. He wants to play with fire. Play big. Step on your works in front of Ling Jing. You still can't do anything to me. There is no greater pleasure than this kind of humiliation. After encountering countless setbacks in Ling Jing over the past month, he has built up a belly full of anger. At this moment, he urgently needs to vent. So, Ling Jing, you are it. Across the Huangpu River. On the other side, the atmosphere is lively, while Meng Jiangnan's office is filled with gloom. He glanced at the real-time sales data and sighed. If it were Tianyo, there would be no hope for next year's National Exchange Conference. Then he picked up the file of the game studio with a white shield logo on the table, Golden Star. After a long time, Meng Jiangnan murmured, if it were Ling Jing, it might be a battle. Golden Star is this year's rising star game studio. With the parkour game Only Crazy Jump, it shown at the Yanjing Exchange Conference, seizing the top spot with an absolute dominating presence, gaining the first pass to next year's National Exchange competition. It is recognized as a strong contender for the championship. Very promising. It's a pity they are not from Magic City. Meng Jiangnan felt a bit regretful. Looking at the sharp spear on the Ling Jing badge, he felt a bit frustrated. Ling Jing, can you please strive a bit? Compared to the gloomy Tianyo, Meng Jiang and hopes Ling Jing can represent Magic City in the competition. He is very much looking forward to it if these two emerging studios collide. King versus king. What kind of sparks will fly? Time. It feels as if. In short, it passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, Escape has been online for over half a month, with streamers and players gradually clearing the game. A rough strategy guide was made, which provided limited help to new players. It slightly improved the sales of Escape, which has now surpassed 100,000. However, at that time, the sales of Red Sea War Chronicles had already reached 150000. Even more so, Doll Horror, a horror defense game, later gained traction due to its compelling storyline and Easter eggs. This also brought a surge in sales, closely trailing behind Escape. Of course, aside from not being overly terrifying, it is also a very successful work. With a lead of 50,000 in sales, almost everyone felt that Tianyu was firmly in the lead. Even the employees of Lingjing were prepared to accept becoming the second. At this moment, Duck Duck finally spoke up after a long silence. Ding! The host has successfully obtained the qualification for the National Exchange Competition, triggering a hidden task. Player Emotional Breakdown Tear Point Explosion 05000 reward artistic accomplishment. Luli, who was still nurturing his good daughter Zyweir, was startled by the sudden voice. Duck Duck, could you at least greet me before you speak next time? He jumped in surprise. Wait, how do you know I have already obtained the qualification? Duck Duck, forget it. After some deep communication, I know your black technology is indeed quite black, so it's understandable. Have overseas players started making moves? Luli glanced at the domestic sales and noted there was no sign of a sales surge. He then asked, what about the artistic accomplishment? Artistic accomplishment: mastery of voice, acting skills, vocal music, and facial expressions. Oh, an essential skill for an all-round game designer. Indeed, it is for an all-round game designer, not a star or artist. Luli shrugged. If one truly has that talent who would still make games, they might as well become a star. Ding! The host's talents are solely for game creation. Got it. You are truly a sly one. Luli cast aside the dream of becoming a star and prepared to get to work. What are you mumbling about? Zhang Yiming leaned over with a mischievous grin. The summer interns have all gone back to class. We should recruit another batch of young and pretty student sisters. Luli replied, I was thinking about whether to pay for the next game up front or to complete it before paying. Zhang Yiming said, look, there are only 5 people in the company right now. No 4. How desolate. Luli said, emotional breakdown tier points. What kind of things are more tear-jerking? Zhang Yiming asked, how many girls or brothers do you think we should recruit? Hey, the two spoke in unison. Are you even listening to me? Damn it. One spoke about the door frame, while the other spoke about the hip joint. The key was that they were each engrossed in their own topics, undisturbed, and continued chatting. Zhang Yiming was fuming. Look at this huge space. It's enough for me to practice singing, dancing, and even playing basketball. Don't you think it's a waste? Hearing this, Li's temper flared as well. Damn it, how many people do you want to recruit? You think I need to decide on such a trivial matter? What use are you? Zhang Yiming retorted. What you said was nonsense, but just don't blame me for hiring people who are not useful later. Get lost, useless, always asking your dad. Li kicked him away, disrupting my thoughts. The office fell silent. Li's thoughts returned. Clearly, he had no reason to refuse the hidden rewards that Duck Duck provided each time. Artistic accomplishment, without a doubt, was not inferior to absolute control. With his skill, the possibilities are endless. In the future, he could not only voice NPCs, but also produce music and even serve as a model to establish portrait collections. Saving a hefty sum. Of course, this is something only AAA or even virtual games could utilize. It's still a bit far from the current Lingjing. Lingjing settled the bank account, directly turning into a broke state. There was another option to showcase strength. After showing muscle to the bank, they would maintain the original repayment schedule and could even negotiate for an additional 3 months. However, Luli had a very poor impression of Wang Rulin. He wouldn't feel right unless he slapped $1 million in his face. It must be done, and quickly. After winning, then proceed. Therefore, the range of games he could choose from became smaller. Without money, he could only make low-budget games. It wasn't that he looked down on low-budget games. Many masterpieces often came for small games. It was dazzling, and he didn't know what would be suitable. The hidden task required players to have emotional breakdowns with tier points exploding. What would count as an explosion of tier points? Right? Zhang Yiming, who had been kicked away, poked his head out and said slyly, I learned from Little Fatty. What type of games themed around friendship, love, and familial bonds are the easiest to trigger tier points? Of course, the most badass one is. Luli immediately flew over to cover his mouth. Don't say it, I understand. Continuing would risk failing the review. Forget it. Zhang Yiming looked resentful. That was the essence taught to me by Little Fatty. Whether to love or not. I'm going to post the autumn recruitment announcement. Being interrupted by Zhang Yiming, Li's thoughts opened up. Previously, he was indecisive about whether to make The Legend of Sword and Fairy, after all, is also a type of game that extracts tears, but lacking funds. Escape earned just enough to cover debts. Moreover, this game relates to whether the lawsuit would succeed, so he could not rush it. He would still need to heavily squeeze Io Kaitian for a huge sum later. Don't think just because you're stalling for time, I don't know what you're planning. All the debts of Io Kaitian must be repaid severely. Of course. For now, it's still the old route. First make small games to save money. Once funds are abundant, hire a lot of people and then make The Legend of Sword and Fairy. As for which small game to make, he already had an idea in mind. At this moment, two skeletons of varying heights and weights appeared in his mind, followed by a benevolent Nubian goat and a green-faced, fanged, one-eyed monster fish. It included the profound feelings of players towards family friendship, along with twists and betrayals. A bunch of tear-jerking plots. It fulfilled both the sales requirements and the hidden task of extracting tears. Two-pronged approach. After firming up his decision, Luli began working on the script. The most challenging aspect of this game is the script creation, and he must showcase absolute strength to give Blue Star players a little bit of terror and shock. While Luli actively constructed the script, Chuan He was not idle either. He endured 8 days of torment and finally cleared escape. However, he faced difficulties when creating the strategy guide and game background story. During gameplay, his immersion was so strong that he focused solely on hitting high notes, completely forgetting the plot. Looking back and picking it up again, it took him a whole week to complete the video production. His admiration for Ling Jing grew even more. To weave a story into such an intensely terrifying game without a hint of awkwardness, the pacing was first-rate. Even after understanding the story background, he felt chills down his spine, grounded in reality, yet transcending it, casting a shadow of fear over escape. Such good games are indeed rare. Chuan He compressed the completed strategy video for Escape and prepared to upload it to P-Station. Upon opening P-Station, he found a video suggested on the homepage. Title: Highest Difficulty Speedrun Video of Escape Time, 52 minutes, 31 seconds, author signature, codename Kite. Chuan He felt as if his world had been turned upside down. The game he had painstakingly played for a week was completed by others in less than an hour. He was bewildered. Is the gap between people sometimes even greater than that between humans and dogs? Recalling the escape experiences of the past week, his throat couldn't help but itch. Calling out, "This so-called author with the code name Yuan, what do you do for a living? Are you a professional strategy group? Did you grow a person on your courage? This is outrageous. I want to see if you were exaggerating." Chuan He was not in a hurry to upload strategies and directly clicked on this video. Do it a billion times again. The uploader is a girl too hardcore. Marathon project start. The ghost didn't even get a chance to be on camera. Give the ghost a chance. Calling high energy man. The opening thunder struck and the barrage of comments was dense. The video was trending intensely. The scene began with a telephone booth upon exiting the car, and the narration timely began background, creating a controllable super soldier for war profits. Upon hearing the first sentence, Chuan He realized that the video author had already completed the game and had organized the storyline completely. The information files collected in the game mentioned the paperclip project, the Bluebird project. This project is one of the infamous brainwashing plans of the CIA. Bluebird excerpt: firstly, can we hypnotize a person to make them act against the basic moral principles of humanity? Secondly, can we ensure that the hypnotized person completely forgets what they just did after waking up? Thirdly, can we change a person's character? How long will this change last? With these questions, the scientists conducted a murder simulation experiment. The experiment recruited 2 normal individuals for hypnosis. After they entered deep sleep, A, who had a fear of guns, was instructed, "You are allowed to wake up B, who is sleeping deeply, by any means necessary. If you cannot wake her, you may pick up the handgun and kill her." In fact, A did indeed do so later. Of course, the gun was not loaded. After the 2 woke up, the CIA asked them about their feelings. A stated that she was completely unaware of what had just happened, while B felt nothing after being slapped and shot. The experiment was able to prove 2 points. 1. Under guided deep sleep, the guided person can act according to instructions. 2. The hypnotized person is really dead asleep. Following this, in 1967, the Jusan Psychiatric Hospital was established. The aim was to conduct human trials based on the conclusions above. The target of the experiment was the patients of Jusan Psychiatric Hospital. 3 years later, a scientist from Bluebird was killed by the test subjects and the plan was halted. In 1971, a Jihan psychiatric hospital was officially closed. All experimental records were destroyed. This also explains why the protagonist Miles can find design documents from many years ago in various corners. Chun-Hei did not expect that the materials he had spent a week organizing would be summarized in one sentence by this uploader. Truly impressive. In the gaps of his recollections, the parkour player had already reached the crazy chase scene before cutting fingers. This was the most thrilling chase scene in the entire game. Ora ora ora. High energy ahead. Incredible, the big boss is amazing. I was really dumbfounded the whole time. I died 8 times in this segment. It made me nervous just watching. The barrage continued. The god spoken of by the priest Valrid is actually a collective of nanomolecules unconscious. The Bluebird Project can control consciousness through hypnosis, thus the conspiracy begins. The narration appeared, and Chun-Hei fell into deep thought. Here it is necessary to mention the man who appeared at the end of the game, Dar Winnick, who created a form generator that could realize mental entity manifestation. In simpler terms, it extracts human consciousness and controls that group of unconscious nanomolecules. At the time, the merchants and politicians observing were unprepared and witnessed a ghost appear out of nowhere. They were all terrified. This is also the monitoring footage seen by players after the priest injected Miles with the drug, and it is the most fantastical scene in the game. Armed men were brutally killed by a ghost dying without understanding what had happened. The purpose of Mukov Corporation rehiring Dr. Winnick was to capitalize on the prospects of the form generator and profit from it by creating new weapons. The specific content involved using the Bluebird Project method to put the test subjects into deep sleep, and after separating their consciousness with the form generator, attaching it to the nanomolecules. Researchers would input signals on the computer to guide the consciousness in the test subject's dreams, thus allowing third-party manipulation of the nanomolecule group. In this way, a controllable entity that can traverse various terrains take on any shape and contains immense energy capable of causing terror and destruction. The superweapon Valrid was born. The direction was set. The question arose: who will be the test subject? Winnick proposed the test subject must have experienced particularly terrifying visions and be on the brink of death to meet the connection requirements of the form generator. So who would experience particularly terrifying visions? After discussion, everyone agreed that veterans suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder (PTSD) were the most ideal candidates. Thus, Mukov Corporation purchased several psychiatric hospitals under the guise of philanthropy. On the surface, it was to help the mentally ill recover, but in reality, the treatment for veterans was a continuous recollection of terrifying past events until they no longer caused psychological trauma. As the saying goes, the best way to eliminate fear is to face it. Only in this way could they come closer to the perfect test subject requirements. Initially, it worked quite well. Later, it became ineffective as these individuals were nearly scared to death, and then the poor veterans were taken for experimentation. If they were not compatible with the form generator, these individuals would experience subcutaneous burning due to the effects of certain drugs. Their minds would further collapse, ultimately becoming the various types of mental patients seen in the game. This is also why the mental patients in the game have decaying bodies and exhibit brutal violence, including the troublesome figures like the Fat Man and the Doctor. They were all pitiful test subjects. Among them was a warrior, Billy, who succeeded and became the perfect controller of Valrid. When everyone thought the testing was going smoothly, Billy dramatically deviated from the predetermined procedure, going on a rampage and leaving no one alive in the entire underground research facility in Jihan Psychiatric Hospital. This place instantly turned into a hell on earth. The person who sent the letter to journalist Miles was Parker, an engineer who worked at Mukov before Billy went on a rampage. Parker discovered that these individuals had been secretly conducting inhumane experiments. Parker believed that this matter was far from as simple as previously agreed, so he decided to privately expose the truth, and the story of the DLC Outlast, the Whistleblower, began. After secretly sending an email inviting the protagonist, freelance writer Miles, to investigate, the story of Outlast officially commenced. At the same time the matter Parker exposed was revealed, and he was subjected to immediate brainwashing treatment by Mukov's personnel to see if he was qualified. 12 hours later, when the doctor came to check the progress to see if he could connect to the form generator, Billy went on a rampage. As everyone panicked, Parker fell into a coma again. Almost simultaneously, the protagonist Miles arrived at the entrance of the psychiatric hospital. Before long, the awakened Parker broke free from his restraints, taking the DV used to record the brainwashing process, and embarked on a survival journey. Here, the dual narrative of Outlast and the Whistleblower DLC officially unfolded, one desperately seeking a blockbuster, the other sparing no effort to escape. It is worth mentioning that Miles and Parker are on the same timeline. If one pays close attention, they may even spot Parker's traces in the game. Here, Chun-Hei watched attentively, because he had not played the content of the Whistleblower DLC yet. At this moment, the shock in his heart was beyond measure. Codename Yuan not only created the highest difficulty speedrun record, but also casually completed the DLC. At this point, the video was also coming to a close. Chun-Hei sat up straight, concentrating his mind. The climax was coming. Is the main story and the DLC happening at the same time? Impressive. This simultaneous dual narrative is so powerful. In the early stages, Parker dodged the chef in an outdoor scene during the day, but later it turned to night when Myers arrived, so there's a time discrepancy. You forgot that Parker was unconscious for 12 hours in between. The DLC content does not require much elaboration. Overall, it is similar to the main story, merely involving stealth and evasion, leading to internal injuries amidst thrilling escape. For some reason, Pure Black sensed a great excitement from the narration about Code Kite. It felt like arriving at the Giant Mountain Psychiatric Hospital was akin to returning to a joyful home. Could this person possess some strange attributes? Looking back at the main plot, Myers, unaware of the truth, is pursued and attacked by various NPCs, encounters a priest for guidance, is chased by a fat man with a hammer, and faces a series of horrifying events before finally reaching the underground to meet Dr. Winnick. At this moment, the video cuts to a brand new map, the Underground Research Facility. The art style here is distinctly different from that of the psychiatric hospital. It is clean, tidy, filled with modern aesthetics, and exuding a strong sense of technology. Due to the furious rampage of Billy transformed in a Valrid, the concrete walls of the underground passage are splattered with large patches of fresh red blood, extending all the way to the end. The contrast is striking. Even having experienced it once, seeing this scene again makes Pure Black feel a bit tense. In the testing hall, Billy, encased in transparent glass, is surrounded by numerous nutrient tubes. His eyes are wide open, fixated on the war scenes that repeat endlessly on the projector. When the power is turned off, a low moaning sound surrounds him. In the DV footage, a strange orb of light constantly shifts, occasionally taking on a human shape, and the tense chase seems like a magnificent parkour display. Pure Black shed envious tears. How much skill must one possess to achieve such fluidity? Does this person not feel fear? After shutting down the power, Billy, immersed in nutrient liquid, turns into a cloud of blood mist. That strange shadow then lifts Myers into the air after knocking him over, followed by Myers' cries of agony. Thud! Valrid burrows into Myers' chest, and the unsupported Myers falls to the ground. The music becomes surreal, tragic, and prolonged. Myers struggles to crawl out of the laboratory, exerting immense effort, as if each step drains all the strength from his body, causing his vision to blur significantly. This is his final defiance. Suddenly feels so tragic. A lone hero. His intense desire to survive is heart-wrenching. The truth must be revealed. The song of humanity is the song of courage. The greatness of humanity is the greatness of courage. The audience is moved by Myers' perseverance. Pure Black is not, as he knows that the story is not over yet. He finally reaches the exit of the passage. Pushing open the door, a group of heavily armed soldiers stands before Dr. Winnick. They raise their guns. Amidst Myers, helpless waving bullets rain down. Rat-a-tat-tat. In an instant, Myers is turned into a sieve. As the audience watches the perspective darken, feeling heartbroken and unwilling for Myers. In the darkness, a tense and fearful voice of Dr. Winnick emerges. My God, you have become the master. Then comes the gunfire, mixed with horrifying screams and the unique sound effect that accompanies Valrid's appearance. The game ends here. The audience is stunned by the sudden twist. No one expected that after experiencing near death and fear, Myers met the parasitic conditions allowing Valrid to inhabit the protagonist. Later, Myers is killed by mercenaries and Valrid, controlled by Myers, is successfully released, leading to a massacre. In the end, the detail of Code Kite leaves an Easter egg. At this moment, Parker escapes to the main hall and sees Jeremy Blair. To prevent the actions of Mukfu from being exposed, Jeremy Blair stabs Parker with a shard of glass, just as Parker is about to step out of the main hall and escape. As Jeremy Blair prepares to attack Parker again, the newly independent soul of Myers appears and takes him down. Parker escapes from the main hall. At this moment, the sun rises, and Parker slowly runs to the Jeep that Myers drove over where the shadow reappears, and Parker sees the shadow's form through the DV. The figure dressed in a jacket confirms that this soul is Myers. Myers realizes he has become a soul entity. Due to various circumstances, he cannot leave the Giant Mountain Psychiatric Hospital. Seeing that the car seems unable to start, he gives Parker a push, allowing Parker to escape successfully. In the end, Parker takes the DV out. The organization within the Giant Mountain Psychiatric Hospital has a vast background. Exposing them would not only implicate himself, but also his family and friends, leading to retaliation. However, a strong sense of justice compels Parker to unhesitatingly press the button to upload the DV video online, exposing the organization. If the three most terrifying experiences in the game prior have shown me the most thrilling scene of the work, the bloodiest scene, the most horrifying scene, at the end, Code Kite solemnly states, "So for this final scene, I shall call it the most tragic scene." These 4 scenes will be legendary. Clap, clap, clap. Good. Pure Black in front of the screen excitedly applauds, giving a thumbs up, tipping, collecting, and charging all in one go. This is the highest quality video he has seen since the release of Outlast. Super hardcore, super comprehensive, super heartfelt. Such a classic work deserves to be disseminated and interpreted to be seen by more people. In fact, this video has indeed gone viral. It has also cleared the slanders faced by Outlast over the past half-month. Who was the one who kept shouting before keep shouting? We criticize Ling Jing because the game is too terrifying. What do you mean by your media's cold mockery? If the game is poorly made, why can't we criticize it? What is marketing? The enthusiasm of players discussing it freely is called marketing. Can you show me a game with over 10 million discussions? You can shout all you want, sales won't lie. The two sides argue endlessly. The netizens spontaneously defending Ling Jing are called by Z, while the opposing side is known as Hey Z. Hey Z, disguised as a T-on-U fan, stands invincible. But soon the big mouth arrives. On September 16th, the official announced real-time sales as follows: sales, first Ling Jing's Outlast 425121 copies, sales, second Tiano's Red Sea War Chronicle 311451 copies, sales, third Eo Kaitian's Doll's Nightmare 269696 copies. When the data was released, the whole internet was in an uproar. What the a cover-up. This is absolutely rigged. Officially speaking, Red Sea Chronicle outsold Escape for 29 days. Yet on the final day, Escape surged ahead by 100,000 units. I used to think only the entertainment industry resorted to vote rigging and underhanded tricks. Turns out the gaming industry is no better. Ling Jing, just come clean. How much did you pay off the organizers? The gaming industry in Longhua is beyond salvation. Special edition. Outraged, bewildered, skeptical, and sardonic voices erupted ceaselessly. It felt like witnessing history unfold once more, witnessing the sordid underbelly of Longhua. Their conviction hardened this nation is doomed. Corruption and backroom deals are everywhere. A mindset steeped in self-righteous detachment, as if they alone remained sober amid a world lost in delusion, arrogantly charting the course of the realm. Of course, none of these people had ever played Escape. Not even a single game. They swarmed toward any socially provocative headline like flies, blindly jumping on the bandwagon, venting raw emotion without reflection. True players knew this was perfectly reasonable. Having spent years immersed in Steam, they understood well that a game with such a distinct, profoundly unsettling aesthetic stood an excellent chance of igniting global acclaim. Especially those who had successfully completed Escape felt a deep-earned sense of pride. Some people truly browse the internet without engaging their minds. Have they even checked the verification badge color of the account posting this? Seriously, you actually believe a small studio like Ling Jing could bribe the organizers? Always crying doomed, always shouting special edition. Must life be terribly bleak for you in reality? Could it possibly be the combined sales figures from both domestic and overseas markets? Sensationalist accounts drop dead, flooding the web with Ling Jing-related narratives, hoping to trigger another online storm. If you're so convinced there's foul play, why don't you go hack the organizers yourself? Well, astonishingly, some truly reckless individuals actually attempted just that. Half an hour after the official results were announced, behind the scenes rocketed to the top of the trending list. Real-time discussions overwhelmingly targeted the Shanghai Exchange Conference's organizing committee. Wild, unfettered speculation spiraled uncontrollably. So much so that the organizer's official Weibo account was inundated with abusive private messages from enraged netizens. So you love pulling strings behind closed doors, do you? Spill it. How fat a red envelope did Ling Jing slip you? Do you even have eyes? Was it really you who inflated escapes numbers by 200,000 overnight? The social media manager, realizing the crisis escalating, immediately escalated the matter upward. Meanwhile, at Tianyu, ha ha, Xiao Hongru's laughter boomed so loudly that Chen Kuan and Xiong Dawei separated only by a wall heard every syllable. Why is Section Chief Xiao so delighted while we've just failed the selection? Maybe his wife's expecting their third child. Chen Kuan instantly clamped a hand over Xiong Dawei's mouth. Silence. Do you want to get yourself killed? His gaze toward the conference room flickered with faint dread. I don't understand. Why do we lose? Inside the room, Wang Cheng fumed. Still failing to grasp it at this stage. Chief Wang's market intuition seems unusually dull. Li Shu cast a calm, unblinking glance at Wang Cheng. Clearly this man rarely paid attention to overseas developments. Market intuition falls squarely within marketing department's remit. We operate under clearly defined departmental responsibilities. Wang Cheng retorted sharply. His dream of shining brightly at the national exchange competition shattered, leaving him deeply embittered. Yes. Everything's marketing's job. Should I just take over game development too? Deputy Marketing Manager Li Qian bristled. Fine. Since you can't secure overseas market share, what good is lording it over us at home? Prove yourself. Design a game that sells 20,000 copies daily overseas. His voice was low, but each word landed crisply in Wang Cheng's ears. His face flushed a deep mottled purple. Why? Enough. As lead designer, I bear undeniable responsibility for our failure to claim victory. Xiao Hongru waved a dismissive hand. Everyone has worked tirelessly, under immense pressure. Disappointment is only natural when expectations aren't met. But let this remain confined to today's meeting table. Once we step outside this room, it ends here. Not another word. In fact, Ling Jing representing Shanghai at the national competition may not be such a bad thing after all. At those words, all present stared at Xiao Hongru stunned. They're younger, more energetic, more creatively daring. Xiao Hongru sighed wistfully, then paused thoughtfully. The representatives from Shenzhen, Yinjing, and Iching have already been confirmed. I reviewed them. All are rising, new generation studios that emerged only recently. This generation of young designers is bolder, braver than we ever were. Linglang Shangtian of Shenzhen and Wang Zi of Iching need no introduction. They operate under the wings of Tencent and NetEase. Baijin Jixing of Yinjing, however, consists entirely of fresh university graduates. Have any of you tried their games? Take Only Up. It's a textbook example of brilliantly capitalizing on the live streaming trend. He took a sip of water, then looked directly at Li Shu. Manager Li previously advised me to seize the live streaming opportunity. To align with mainstream market currents is the future. Indeed, Ling Jing has done precisely that, though many dismissed it outright. From what I understand, Escape's sudden overseas explosion was triggered by a single streamer, a true tidal wave. Undeniably, these young minds perceive shifts far faster than we oldemers ever could. It's time we yielded the stage to them. Meeting adjourned. With that, Xiao Hongru left the conference room, his slender figure receding, cloaked in quiet, inescapable melancholy. Kaitian. When Shen Wankoen learned Ling Jing had claimed victory, he transformed into a raving, unstoppable warrior, currently receiving intravenous therapy in a hospital. The red-haired man's worst fear had materialized, the cruelest episode yet. Moreover, numerous media outlets seethed with equal frustration. In truth, some outlets had already deduced the cause, yet many refused to accept it. Per tournament rules, the top 3 were selected based on combined domestic and overseas sales. Yet in past editions of the Exchange Conference, overseas sales were negligible, leading most to disregard them entirely and anchor their analysis solely on domestic figures. Willfully ignoring facts, clinging stubbornly to preconceptions, deliberately stoking controversy against all reason. Game times. Lin Yuan slammed his phone down hard onto the desk. He immediately contacted friends across the industry, urging intensified scrutiny. After being forced to issue a public apology to Ling Jing last time, Game Times had grown outwardly subdued. Yet its network of anonymous secondary accounts grew even more aggressive. Meanwhile, at the official office, assistant Xiao Wu swiftly received the news. Seeing the overwhelming tide of online accusations and baseless narratives, his heart tightened. A major incident had erupted. He immediately mobilized the cyber monitoring division to trace the origin of the coordinated narrative, quickly identifying several suspicious IPs and affiliated marketing accounts. Once evidence was compiled, he headed straight for Meng Jiangnan's office. These past few days, Meng Jiangnan had been genuinely elated. During the first half of the tournament, he'd nearly despaired. Escape's performance, both domestically and overseas, had been unremarkable. Then in the second half, without warning, overseas sales surged dramatically. Day by day, they climbed higher, reaching 200,000 units within just 10 days. Had the tournament lasted longer, he believed Escape would have soared past 1 million sales, dominating the field utterly. Meng Jiangnan was already envisioning Ling Jing's grand confrontation with Baijin Jixing. His smile stretched wide, unable to close. A soft knock sounded at the office door. "Xiao Wu, didn't I tell you not to rush about so recklessly?" Meng Jiangnan, in high spirits, chuckled warmly as he watched his assistant, Xiao Wu, hurry in. "Director Meng, please take a look at this." Xiao Wu handed him a tablet, its screen still displaying the trending hashtag Dark Conspiracy. The official results have sparked widespread public skepticism. I consulted colleagues across departments and discovered this is a coordinated media campaign. Beyond insinuating unethical practices by Ling Jing, it deliberately undermines governmental credibility. Meng Jiangnan listened with an easy smile, until his expression froze mid-sentence. Has the threshold for media professionals truly lowered? Professional standards are deteriorating alarmingly. He let out a cold snort and spoke gravely. "Investigate thoroughly. See if unseen hands are pulling the strings." "Yes, sir." As Xiao Wu turned to leave, Meng Jiangnan waved him back. "This matter reminds me of something else. Have the publicity department publish all domestic and overseas sales figures immediately. I've long said that although overseas performance remains modest, due diligence must never be neglected. And now, this has become a convenient talking point. Meng Jiangnan knew little of Ling Jing's disputes with other game studios, yet he understood one immutable truth: where interests converge, so too does the martial world. Ling Jing was now in decline. Its second-generation leadership had just taken the helm. Many sought to carve away its remnants. But this vibrant, resurgent Ling Jing kindled in him a rare, almost luxurious hope. He could not offer overt support, but he could at least ensure they operated within a relatively open and equitable environment. Soon after Shanghai's official channels released verified sales data, Ling Jing's Escape claimed top honors, with over 2,000 domestic units and 2,000 overseas copies sold. By contrast, Red Sea Chronicles and Doll's Nightmare posted disappointing overseas numbers. Their inclusion served only to highlight Escape's extraordinary success, and nothing more. Once irrefutable figures appeared, media sentiment shifted overnight, lavishing effusive praise upon Ling Jing. Such belated flattery, however, earned only contempt. Hypocritical acclaim provoked sharp online mockery. Seeing these numbers, my face burns with shame. A friend in South Korea told me Escape only went viral there a week ago. A week, and already this volume of sales? Enough. I can't bear it anymore. These spineless journalists have perfected duplicity down to the last syllable. Only when the iron fist strikes do they cry out in pain. Now I can speak plainly. This is precisely what our media has become. Some people choose willful ignorance, even when truth stares them in the face. I suspect the iron fist won't withdraw so easily. And indeed it did not. Shortly thereafter, an official statement appeared. Certain media practitioners must urgently elevate their professional competence. One sentence silenced every influencer and outlet. All inflammatory posts vanished overnight, deleted with visibility restricted to 6 months. Comment sections were converted into civic forums. Users urged to share positive social news, while the 24-character guiding principle was pinned universally. Panic spread like wildfire. Even mainstream influencers hesitated to engage with trending topics. Immediately afterward, Weibo launched large-scale bans against accounts inciting division and distorting narratives. The clear and bright campaign arrived ahead of schedule. Rumors swirled that Weibo executives had just undergone official summons, and further regulatory measures were expected imminently. Ling Jing, oh yes, oh, exhilarating, absolutely electrifying. Champagne corks popped in earnest. Zhang Yiming was nearly delirious with triumph. A month of pent-up frustration dissolved the moment official data went live. It no longer mattered. He resolved to celebrate lavishly. Everyone joined, including summer interns who'd taken special leave. Classes resumed on September 16th. Where's the boss? Where is he? His absence unsettled them. After all, Lu Li had defied consensus to pursue a horror title, a decision many dismissed as a whimsical lark. Yet not only had he delivered, it had soared to number one. For the first time ever, they began to sense their CEO possessed something truly exceptional. Even Gao Yusin's perception of Lu Li shifted profoundly. Once viewing him solely through the lens of Chairman Lu Sr., she now bowed wholeheartedly to his authority. Niu Ingjun, the self-proclaimed pure love warrior, reaffirmed his devotion to this spiritual leader, convinced Lu Li would one day elevate his doujinshi to global prominence. He dreamed of creating the world's most distinctive X-themed anthology, ideally adapted into a game, to enlighten and uplift niche communities worldwide. He believed Lu Li would grant him that chance, because Lu Li was divine. Meanwhile, Zhong Jinxin sat quietly in the corner, unnoticed, as always accustomed to invisibility. Her gaze lingered on Lu Li's office door. A resolve settled within her. It was time to confess. Beijing, Golden Star Studios. Gu Chang'e scrolled idly through his feed when Bian Jiang approached. "Oh Gu, what are you up to? Is Brainleaf script done yet? We've been idle for days." "Seriously, just scrolling your phone. This Platinum Star Studio simply can't function without me." Gung, lead programmer, tossed Gu Chang'e a banana. "Oh ho ho, look at you two, full of yourselves. Then why haven't you cleared escape the informant yet?" Gu Chang'e peeled the banana and took a loud, deliberate bite. Crunch. A sudden chill shot down Bian Jiang and Gung Ke's spines, memories flashing of unspeakable terror. "What the hell, man? Why toss him a banana and bite it like that?" Bian Jiang scowled, traumatized anew by recollections of the informant's groomed chase sequence. Now, even glimpsing elongated objects snapped taut made him instinctively clench. "By the way, where's third brother?" Gu Chang appeared behind the pair, but found no sign of Li Jiaro. "That kid's still lost in escape." "Oh, and I slipped out secretly." Genkiskiviko delinquer innocently. Instantly, all three faces twisted into lewd grins. In unison, they began 10, 8, 7, 6. Aha! Before the countdown ended, a blood-curdling scream ripped through the studio. A clean-cut young man bolted from the room, pale and breathless. "Damn it, the boss is inhuman. He swore he'd be my unshakable shield, then vanished without warning. Nearly scared me to death." Li Jiaron launched into furious accusations toward Gung Ke. "Didn't Shanghai release the results today?" Gung Ke swiftly pivoted, redirecting the heat. Li Jiaron recalled their earlier wager and blurted, Right? Tell me, did Tianyu win?" Gu Chang'e replied flatly, "Tianyu. Forget it. Ling Jing did." "Huh." The trio stared stunned. Well, fourth brother guessed right after all. Horror games claiming victory. Truly unprecedented. Bian Jiang sighed, defeated yet defiant. He and Li Jiarong had bet on Tianyu. Gu Chang'e backed Ling Jing, Gung Ke throwing dark blind picked a Yukai Tian. Today's outcome left him reeling. He couldn't fathom how a horror title could achieve such staggering sales. "So, fourth brother, once we finish Lobotomy Corporation, shall we develop our own horror title? Seems promising. 200 overseas units in 10 days. TSK. Impressive indeed," Li Jiarong mused. Gu Chang'e opened his mouth to reply. Golden Star, a studio founded by 4 recent graduates. Their debut title, The Freakish Boy, broke into the market. They received an official invitation from Beijing and clinched first place at the Beijing Game Exchange Conference 1 month ago with their hit side-scrolling action game Leap Man. Among them, Gu Chang'e serves as the core member and lead game designer. Bian Jiang handles project planning, Li Jiarong oversees publicity, and writing. Gung Ke leads programming. As for art direction, they frequently commission freelance artists online. Thus, Golden Star was assembled, piece by piece. Guchanga is its soul. When he greenlights a horror game, his brothers, no hope has arrived. Our brother's got a brilliant mind, a natural game designer. He ships content lightning fast. Guys, are we being too relaxed? Don't you sense our rivals aren't ordinary? Guchanga couldn't help but smile wryly. He felt his brothers were overly confident. Do you mean Ling Jing? Or perhaps Yu Kai Tion? Well, that is a concern, but it's your call forth, brother. Gung Ku clapped Guchanga on the shoulder. It's in your hands. It's in your hands, echoed Li Jiarong and Bian Jiang in unison. No joking around. We're serious. Guchanga waved a hand. Ling Jing is formidable. They may well be our toughest rival at the National Game Exchange competition. That's exactly what I've been hoping for, declared Gung Ku. I crave a worthy adversary. Bold, yet hesitant. Eager to leap, yet unwilling to commit. Li Jiarong glanced at Gung Ku's swaggering bravado and quipped, all of you are literary giants, except me. Gung Ku shot back, trembling yet refusing to back down. Bian Jiang rested his head on his arms as he walked back to the studio. Watching his three brothers stride away, Guchanga's lips curved into a faint smile. These rascals trust me far too much. Traditionally, Guchanga had handled all game design proposals alone, while his brothers managed only minor tasks. When it came to high-level strategic decisions, they unanimously believed he should take sole charge. After all, in their eyes, Golden Star would not exist without Guchanga. Though bound by brotherhood, they willingly deferred all pivotal decisions to him. Guchanga understood their goodwill and asked no more of them. He gazed eastward. Truth be told, I too long for a worthy adversary. He paused and glanced down at the script in his hand. Still, the National Exchange competition is months away. For now, our focus remains on perfecting Lobotomy Corporation. A rookie manager running a corporation, frantically juggling tasks, entire days lost to chaos. Truly, I'm beginning to look forward to it. After the Iron Fist incident, skepticism vanished entirely. Escape exploded beyond niche circles. New players flocked to join its ranks. This horror title reveals its true power only upon first-hand experience. Players increasingly acknowledged Ling Jing's championship victory as thoroughly deserved. Yet they still teased Ling Jing, affectionately cursing its name, for crafting a game so terrifying it left nerves raw. Their barbs were playful, never dismissive. Deep down, they held Ling Jing's mastery in the highest regard. What they refused to tolerate, however, were the media's baseless smears. First, a rising-up creator known as Yuan Xiao dissected Escape's lore with surgical precision. Then comprehensive step-by-step guides emerged, serving players like devoted mentors. More and more players completed Escape. Simultaneously, streaming platforms overflowed with iconic gameplay moments captured by countless content creators. Moreover, after Tommy, the first international pioneer, took Escape global, a wave of fascination swept across overseas markets. Foreign players were left utterly unnerved, stripped bare of composure, reduced to primal reactions. Even Tommy himself remained stunned that day. He'd merely sought a casual game to kill time before logging off. Little did he know it was a horror title, one steeped in oppressive atmosphere, pushing sensory terror to its absolute limit. And thus a legendary moment entered gaming history, the screen-shattering punch. That single explosion catapulted both Tommy and the game into global stardom. After all Chinese games receive zero algorithmic promotion on Steam, they thrive purely through organic discovery. This was mutual elevation. Immediately following, the screen shatter YouTube flooded with unforgettable scenes, a spectral figure flickering past a window, then darkness swallowing the lights. A black streamer mid-conversation with a chat. Oh, mama, as he leapt through a window, just as the lights died and eerie music surged. A white woman, finally overcoming her fear, flung her headphones aside. WTF, WDF, WDF. A curly-haired man with a center part having repeatedly failed to trigger the jump scare opened the library door, only to recoil violently. OMG. HH. Having barely escaped the grand hall, a blonde woman was abruptly shoved down the second-floor staircase by the portly brother Fat. Excited? A pure-hearted young man, narrowly surviving the pursuit of the higher brothers, had his fingers brutally severed by the doctor while, upon first encountering the ghostly form of Valrid, a slender young man unleashed a piercing operatic shriek. Every iconic moment spawned countless reaction videos, too numerous to count. Swiftly, this deeply unsettling escape game spread like wildfire overseas, transforming into a euphoric carnival for thrill-seeking international players. As Lingjing's reputation soared, overseas media outlets issued glowing appraisals. Escape is unquestionably a singular heart-pounding horror survival experience. Unlike other contemporary horror titles, it grasps a fundamental truth: true terror lies not in death, but in the relentless, inescapable pursuit of creatures you cannot slay. Its masterfully crafted aura of dread renders every jump scare unpredictable, every rhythm shift unnerving. Some frustrating mechanics and forced repetition occasionally dilute its atmosphere, but overall Escape delivers a profoundly memorable, spine-chilling experience. IGN review: Escape is a masterpiece worthy of Game of the Year honors in the horror genre. Thank you for this triumph. Wanhua community review: Escape, the most groundbreaking horror game of the year. Steam top-rated review. With such widespread acclaim, overseas players suddenly realized Lingjing was also the publisher of Titan Frontier Wars, and took to social media in protest: "Come back to us. Restore our access to Titan Frontier Wars." Now that Escape is selling well, you can finally afford to maintain our beloved classic. So it was you. Indeed, Titan Frontier Wars, developed early in Lingjing's history, had enjoyed immense popularity overseas. Yet recently internal turmoil forced its shutdown, leaving servers vulnerable to bot invasions. Countless devoted fans found themselves locked out, so they seized this surge of momentum to urge Lingjing to restore and revitalize the game without delay. This was grandfather Lu's entry for the Shanghai Game Exchange competition, an overlooked gem discovered only after the event concluded. It remains Lingjing's sole internationally acclaimed title. No, now it is too. Of course, Lu Li remains unaware of all this. After 2 weeks of meticulous refinement, he finally completed the script. At this very moment, he is polishing its final lines. Moments later, Lu Li snaps his fingers. Bingo! A tear-jerking pixel art minigame is about to make its entrance. In mid-September, the spiritual realm was vibrant and full of talent. Zhang Yiming recruited 30 fresh graduates through the autumn recruitment, a mix of both male and female. The atmosphere in the company was very lively. Several senior employees were giving classes and training to the new recruits. The summer interns had returned to school for over half a month, occasionally coming to the spiritual realm to study on weekends. As reserve talents in the spiritual realm, this group of students, whose eyes still reflected a naive innocence, were quite popular. That day, 10 summer interns arranged to come to the spiritual realm for a class. Following the newly hired employees, they listened to the work experiences of the senior staff. Although the combined work experience of the so-called senior employees did not exceed 2 years, the rich experiences gained in the spiritual realm over the past few months had transformed them. The technology was among the best in the industry. Those who could not keep up had voluntarily resigned under Lu Li's temper. After 2 months of interactions, the once dull summer interns had gained recognition. The summer interns also enjoyed the relaxed atmosphere of interning in the spiritual realm. More importantly, the pay was high. After excluding the less than 2 months of internship wages, each of them received an additional 5-figure bonus. This was something they had never even dared to imagine before coming to the spiritual realm. In their spare time, the summer interns gathered in small groups to chat excitedly with Zhang Yiming and Yoing Jun. After nearly 2 weeks of settling, and the joy of winning had faded somewhat. Lu Li had rarely shown his face during this time, and the new game plan had yet to be announced. Everyone just needed to do their job maintaining the game, which was very easy. At this moment, several summer interns were engrossed in conversation with Zhang Yiming and others. "Senior, I delivered the letter you asked me to give to our department's flower. She said she doesn't like men who are too dark. Did you tell her my merits?" "I did. She said her family collects rent and is not short on money." Puffed. Ha ha ha. Everyone treated each other as colleagues at work, chatting merrily. As young people, there was no generation gap in their exchanges. The girls chattered lively while the boys shared amusing stories from their time back at school. Back at school, they bragged to their classmates, "Have you played Escape? The large scissors in the hands of that NPC who cuts off fingers were designed by me. You know Escape, right? The unfortunate guy whose head was pulled off by the fat guy was voiced by me. Have you heard of Escape? I wrote the code for the delayed door kill." The kids felt proud as they bragged, but then poor children received a beating. Their classmates beat them while cursing. "So it was you who made the scissors that cut off my fingers." So you were the fat guy, right? So you're the one who wrote the code for the delayed door kill. The classmates who were scared by escape during the summer were now served a punching bag as school began. Haha. After hearing the embarrassing stories of the boys, everyone burst into laughter filled with joy. At this moment, Lu Li approached with a thick script in hand. Boss, what is this? Cheng Xiaoming, the most cheerful girl among the summer interns, naturally greeted Lu Li as he walked over. A script. Lu Li slapped a stack of documents onto the table. This will be your work for the next few days. Upon hearing about the tasks, everyone became energized. Seeing the thickness of the script, they knew they were in for something big. Wow, boss, are you planning to make a AAA game? Looking at the thickness of the script, it seems possible. That's impressive. I didn't expect our spiritual realm to be working on a AAA game. Don't underestimate it. We currently have enough manpower, resources, and finances. If we take our time and settle in, it really could happen. Several people discussed vigorously, seemingly very confident in their guesses. What AAA? This is a script for a pixel-style minigame. Ruli Rabuta. What? Did I hear that wrong? Everyone stared at him in disbelief, unable to speak for a long time. Even the newly hired employees looked at him with incredulous expressions. Gulp. Someone swallowed nervously. Zhang Yiming said, "You can't be joking, right? Do I look like I'm joking? Could it be that these are all discarded drafts and the actual content is just a piece of paper? What nonsense?" Lu Li denied these are all script contents. Wow. After confirming for the third time that the boss wasn't joking, everyone was dumbfounded. 1,000 alpacas galloped through their minds. This was even more absurd than a child pulling a cart. This was clearly a cannon shooting at a mosquito. For a minigame, you wrote such a thick stack of scripts. Isn't this a bit excessive? If your talent is overflowing with nowhere to go, just find me. Is it necessary to trample on these poor, weak pieces of white paper like this? This is simply absurd. Don't look at me with that expression. You guys aren't going to have a game disdain chain thing, right? Lu Li's face turned stern. Our company does not have a game disdain chain. All games should be treated with an open mind. Then should we make an online game? Make an online game, you idiot. Then how about a mobile game? Make a mobile game, you fool. Zhang Yiming spread his hands. Well, indeed, there is no disdain chain. The summer interns were already accustomed to the boss and the second Dinkaman bickering suddenly. However, the new employees felt a bit discouraged. Is this really the team that created the blockbuster escape? Why does it have the feeling of a ragtag team? It didn't match the grand and elite team they had imagined. Gao Yusin asked, has the game name been decided? Not yet. I was just about to discuss it with you. What type is it? Role-playing. What elements? Lu Li said seriously, there are tentacles, bondage, cat girls, dungeons, fire, and ice family ethics, and it seems we can even interpret some NTR elements. The chubby guy next to him turned darker with every word he heard. Why does this sound so similar to the plot he had drawn? Zhong Jingxin's face grew redder as she listened. A lot of this content was heard from his roommate. The new employees were already ready to pack up and run away. The summer interns also looked dumbfounded. Get to the point. Zhang Yiming was going crazy. Ever since his childhood friend had locked himself away for 2 weeks to write scripts, he seemed to have unlocked some hidden potential and was getting dumber by the day. It's about a player playing as a boy who falls into an underground world of monsters needing to find his way home. Otherwise, he will be trapped there forever. Although the player can fight with monsters, all battles can be avoided. It depends on whether the player adopts a pacifist attitude towards the game. In short, it's a wonderful tale set in an underground world, a spectacular journey through the underground world. That's the gist of it, and the main storyline is just that. Everyone, let's brainstorm together. The student who was about to pack up silently put down the bucket in his hands and sat back down. The summer interns quietly returned their eyes to their places. Zhang Yiming silently placed the raised stool back in its place. An underground world with magic, fighting with monsters, and it's a role-playing game. Gao Yusin murmured deep in thought. How about calling it Legend of the Underground City? A bit long. Legend World. A bit cliché. Underground Legend. A bit awkward. Beneath the ground. A bit. Damn, why are you picking up the stool again? Lu Li quickly dodged to the side. I've been holding back on you for a long time. You want to play like this, huh? Zhang Yiming grabbed the stool. It'll show you a legend. It'll show you underneath. It'll show you underground. It'll show you awkward. Hey, Legend Below. This name is not bad. This one is good. This one feels right. A few people discussed excitedly. Suddenly someone shouted, hey, where's the boss? Under the table. Damn it. Lu Li stood up slowly with the support of Zhong Jinxin. This bastard openly attacked your boss, and you just sit there doing nothing. Everyone thought if it weren't for our jobs, I would definitely leave a few more footprints on you. All right, let's go with Under the Legend. Lu Li waved his hand. Just finalize the game name, the rest will be quick. Well, if we don't have money, it will take a bit longer. Awesome. Zhang Yiming waved his hand, brothers. Let's get to work. One person ran ahead while the surroundings fell silent. Looking back, no one responded. Everyone was busy packing up their things, showing no signs of readiness to work. What are you doing? Zhang Yiming walked over. Sharpening the knife doesn't delay the chopping of wood, no rush. Lu Li shoved the script into Zhang Yiming's hands and took Gao Yusin towards the small treasury. Damn, how did they get together? Zhang Yiming exclaimed, shouting from behind, what do we do next? Lu Li waved his hand, get the money. Go to the bank. Go to the bank. Zhang Yiming asked for what? To slap faces. Slap. Slap. Lu Li slapped 2 Huaxia Bank black gold cards on the counter. Cancel this thing for me. There's 10 million in there for you to spend. The counter staff noticed something was off. They immediately found the duty vice president Wang Rulin. Upon seeing Lu Li, Wang Rulin involuntarily shrank back, filled with remorse. Lu Li intended to exchange the 10 million for coins, but thought better of it. Why make it difficult for workers? Doing so would only increase the workload of the counter staff, with no point. Although some counter staff were not like they had no grievances with him. Wang Rulin stammered, unable to speak, and was about to apologize when Lu Li interrupted him with a wave. Even if the King of Heaven came today, he could not stop me from closing my account. The staff sensed the atmosphere turning tense and quickly dialed the bank president's phone. How could the president of Huaxia Bank afford to be negligent? Rushing over from 1,000 miles away to persuade him to stay. At this point, Lu Li had already brought everyone to the opposite postal savings bank. The postal savings president said, your VIP customer is mine now. The president of Huaxia Bank pounded his chest in frustration, losing a big fool. After returning to the bank to clarify the situation, he slapped Wang Rulin twice, demoting him to a mere doorkeeper in the lobby. The slapping ended. With a clear mind, Lu Li began working on the production of Under the Legend. To be honest, currently nearly 40 people in Lingjing are working on a game that is less than 1 gigabyte, which is truly extravagant. However, the production process is not fast. It took a full 2 weeks. The time was mainly spent on voice acting. Even though Lu Li played multiple NPC roles, there was still some inadequacy. He gathered everyone to take turns auditioning until he was satisfied. Next came the music. While everyone was left dumbfounded, Lu Li rolled out 10 background tracks in a week. Just like that, a pure handcrafted Under the Legend was completed 2 weeks later. It's not that Lingjing lacks style, it's that there's no money. In the past, spending money could easily release bounty tasks, and the Tianwen editor and voice acting and music were a piece of cake. But at this moment, Lingjing's funds have been drained. The overseas sales of Escape had complex procedures, settling accounts quarterly, and the money had not yet arrived. The kids had to be compromised. Look, this is the price of showing off and slapping faces. A workload that could be completed in 3 days was dragged out to 2 weeks due to a lack of funds. Fortunately, the game was successfully completed. Lu Li opened the Steam platform and uploaded the game, pricing 30 yuan, a discount non-game type. Role-playing production and distribution. Lingjing game features killing is unnecessary. Use a unique combat system to escape danger. Your attacks deal extra damage while allowing you to evade opponents' attacks. Original and unique music and art. Deeply emotional characters and rich humorous stories. Meanwhile, Golden Star, wow, fourth brother, you really are a piece of work. Gunka tried playing a segment of the new game Lobotomy Corporation and walked out grumbling. Are you sure players can endure this kind of torture? Guchang shrugged. In Brain Leaf Company, it's like this for new managers. Just because you participated in the design doesn't mean you can breeze through it. In the game, players will play as a supervisor of a monster management company. These monsters can produce a new type of energy, and the player's responsibility is to collect this energy while minimizing employee losses. In the game, players can continuously unlock new departments, develop new technologies, and encounter all kinds of bizarre creatures. This means players will experience the game in an atmosphere of tension and terror. And there's a very interesting, yet frustrating setting in the game. If you mess up, the game can restart the day's work process at any time. If mismanagement leads to too many casualties, players can only restart it during the novice period. Every bizarre entity is a first-time kill. Even if Gung, who plays with the database, some difficult-to-handle entities can still break containment if he isn't careful. The restarts happen very frequently. So he was frustrated. Damn it. One day of wasted effort isn't enough. Even after 10 or 20 days, it still might be wasted. Investing so much energy to start from scratch. If I were in the game, I'd want to stab you. It's fine. Gu Changa waved his hand nonchalantly. The game has other various interesting settings. Wasting effort is just a minor torment. Fortunately, you didn't understand the plot. As Gu Changa enthusiastically spoke, he noticed Gung looking all serious. But thinking about it, players will definitely be tortured in the game, and I instantly feel happy. Gu Changa scolded, "You little brat, how dare you say that to me? Are you sure players won't curse? What if they really can't hold back and come and gank us offline?" Gu Changa shrugged. As everyone knows, Gu Changa am the top torturer. Besides, don't underestimate the endurance of Longwool players, you bastard. Escape is so terrifying, but didn't you enjoy playing it? Hearing Gu Changa's analysis, Gung nodded seriously. That's true, and generally such games have more positive feedback than frustrations. You're really a genius. Stop taking pictures. If you keep it up, you'll end up on a donkey statue. Gu Changa asked, "What about those two guys? They should be doing the final testing work. If all goes well, it'll be online tomorrow." While talking, Bianjiang and Li Jiarong strolled out of the server room, resting their heads on their hands. "Fourth brother, check if there's an issue with this pricing. If not, we can go online on the Steam platform." Gu Changa took the tablet. Pricing 80, discount 30 off for the first week of a new game production and distribution. Golden Star game introduction. Manage a variety of bizarre creatures. Everything exceeds your imagination. It might be a bit high, but there's no choice. We need to create a game that stands out at the national exchange competition, and the accumulation of funds in the early stages is very important. Gu Changa pondered. "Don't worry, brother. There's still some time before the main competition." Just then, Li Jiarong suddenly took out his phone and exclaimed, "Damn, we collided with Ling Jing. They just released a new game under the legend announced on Weibo. Escape is currently very popular. Should we avoid the limelight and delay a few days to go online?" "No." Gu Changa shook his head. "Go ahead. We'll go online today. I know you don't like cliched show-offs, so I skipped ahead a bit. Do you like this rhythm, babe? I might have something to do tomorrow during the day. So I'll keep the manuscript and won't release it just in case something unexpected happens. I can still maintain the usual 2 updates per day. I swear to you all, today Ian Z will not utter a single sound." In before the camera, brother, Ian declared with unshakable conviction. And I shall press forward without hesitation, completing the Escape DLC in one life." As he spoke, brother Ian continued down the pitch-black corridor. In ahead lay absolute darkness, so dense he could not see his own hand. Raising his camcorder, a deranged patient crouching just half a meter before him suddenly shot upright. And he flung off his headphones and dove beneath the desk. The desk trembled violently, sending the live stream's camera into frantic, disorienting shudders. The dramatic impact was explosive, and another faceta-face jump scare, and the music hit so abruptly, and this soundtrack is unbearably tense. Even through the screen, it chills me to the bone. Brother, seriously, let's not push it if it's too much. And maybe we switch games? I heard Platinum Star just released a new indie title. Viewers reveled in the spectacle. Chat flooded the screen. And after over 2 weeks of abstinence, Brother Yin's fingers itched once more for escape. This time he'd learned his lesson and opted for the DLC. And surely the DLC can't be scarier than the main game, he reasoned. In truth, he had gravely underestimated Escape's power. The DLC wasn't weaker, it was stronger. And I'm absolutely done. What a beast. This studio Ling Jing. And Brother Ian crawled out from under the desk, cursing under his breath. He uninstalled it on the spot. In 2.5 weeks of courage training, 2.5 minutes online before uninstalling. And no more. Not playing this again. Let's try something else. Thank you to Seeker of Divinity, Gazing, let's haunt together on Shi and Mr. Yuheng, Destiny Seat, and Lord Duanfeng for your generous gifts. Thank you, sponsors. NAFTA thanking his patrons, Brother Ian opened Steam and instinctively navigated to Ling Jing's developer profile. Since Escape's release, Ling Jing's tarnished reputation had gradually recovered. In the studio had become a darling among console streaming hosts, and Brother Ian was no exception. It's been over 6 weeks since Escape launched. Surely Ling Jing must have crafted a new title by now, even by hand. Non-Blue Star releasing nothing within 14 days signaled professional negligence, unless one was quietly developing a AAA or a virtual reality title. In Longwood, AAA titles were out of the question. In major studios lacked the ambition, independence lacked the capability, and players held little expectation. NAS for virtual reality games, though Neuralink capsule technology had seen revolutionary advances years earlier, playable VR titles remained exceedingly rare. Ultimately, Blue Star's game designers lagged far behind hardware evolution. A formidable technical chasm separated VR designers from conventional ones. To ascend from conventional to VR design demanded rigorous systematic study. After all, PC gaming and virtual reality gaming existed on entirely different dimensional planes. Applying traditional PC development methods to VR inevitably produced jarring dissonance for players. Hence the extreme scarcity of polished, immersive VR titles in recent years. By contrast, players favor mature, technically refined AAA experiences. And yet VR gaming remains the inevitable future. Once legions of designers master its craft, a new golden age will dawn. In lost in reverie, Brother Ian noticed, astonished, that Ling Jing had uploaded a new video after 6 weeks of silence. And look at this, and look what I've stumbled upon. What is this? Undertale. Shall we give it a go? And though he posed a question to his audience, his body moved with unwavering certainty. Purchase, download, launch. All in one seamless motion. A sub-gigabyte file downloaded in 3 seconds. And, another pixel art indie title. NAS, he spoke, his phone rang. Moshi, no. Brother Shu, and yeah, I just saw it. I'm about to dive in, and what? Platinum Star also dropped a new game. Alright then, we'll tackle them one by one. And he hung up. And Brother Shu called to tell me Ling Jing had launched a new game. But he didn't know I'd already booted it up. Platinum Star's new title also just launched. First come, first served. Ling Jing first, then Platinum Star. And he delivered this line as though commanding an exclusive sold-out premiere. The theatrical effect was electrifying. And then the background score swelled, and once upon a time, Brother Ian entered the game. The scene shifted. And long ago, Earth was ruled by two races, humans and monsters. One day, war erupted between them. After a protracted conflict, humanity emerged victorious. Many years later, in MT, they bought 20 Execs, nostalgic sepia-ing narration, reminiscent of vintage photographs, painted the game's lore with vivid, cinematic eloquence. And Brother Yin's eyes lit up, such a richly evocative retro aesthetic. Then again, given the pixel art style, it made perfect sense. Exactly how it should be. And suddenly, child in the frame stumbled, ensnared by mountain vines, and plummeted, launching the story. At that moment, the BGM shifted, lighter, buoyant, whimsical. Inuadical and black screen. White title. Then, tutorial prompts for controls. Brother Ian retained only one phrase. When HP reaches 0, you lose. And named the fallen human Ikeyuan. After confirming the name, the screen cut to the protagonist, fallen deep underground, into a sunflower garden bathed in golden light. And Brother Ian guided the character forward, crossed a doorway, and beheld a single sunflower. Strangely, the flower wore an expressive, almost human face, and greeted him warmly, and hello, I'm Flowey, and just a flower named Flowey. In Flowey's exuberance eased Brother Yin's tension. Finally, Ling Jing did something humane. You're new to the underground. No one's taught you the rules yet, have they? In Flowey, I may be humble, but I'll step up and ready. Let's begin. In with barely a pause for thought, Flowey ushered him into an interface. On screen, a red heart enclosed in a white square with LV and HP displayed beneath. Universal indicators for level and health points. Brother Ian muttered, I know all this. No need to over-explain. Yet Flowey persisted, earnest and effusive in, see this heart. It's your soul, your very essence, and raise your LV and grow stronger. And LV, of course, it stands for love, and you want LOVE, don't you? And Brother Ian nodded, instinctively gazing at the dialogue box. As if reading his mind, Flowey said, don't worry, I'll gift you some friendship pellets. Ready? Move! And catch as many as you can. Inning Z, steer the red heart left and right, lunging toward the pellets, and this flower's oddly kind. So this is a uniquely stylized healing game. Ling Jing must have, since players grew too grim after escape and decided to flood us with sunshine. Bong. NHP 19, 120 in Brother Ian. And, am I being treated like an idiot? The music died mid-note. In Flowey's demeanor twisted, Fang's bared eyes blazing with malice, and, in this world, it's kill or be killed. Who would pass up such a golden opportunity? And he summoned countless friendship pellets encircling Brother Ian, who clung to a single point of HP. Die! In bold, jagged text pulsed with venom, searing through the screen, piercing the player's heart. And the shift arrived too fast. Brother Ian remained utterly stunned. The first NPC in the tutorial zone pulls a prank. And is there no law, no justice left? The pellet ring tightens, crushing my space. Flowey looms above, grinning with chilling delight. And all hope is lost. Brother Ian watched the shrinking circle close in on his last sliver of HP, cursing under his breath. And at the very brink, and Biayu, na fireball erupted. Whoosh! The fireball struck Xiaohua, sending her flying off the screen. The friendship particles surrounding the red heart instantly vanished. Are there still experts? At this moment, a kind-looking woman with beast ears and horns walked into the frame. Her head resembled that of a Nubian goat, with long ears drooping naturally and short cute horns. She also had two prominent fangs with large eyes and long eyelashes. Due to the black and white nature of this interface, it was difficult to discern the color of her irises. Yet amidst the stark black and white, there was a unique sense of beauty. Why call her kind? It was the kind of warmth that made one feel at peace just by looking at her. Dressed in a long robe adorned with a triangular pattern, she had a human-like form, but her limbs ended in claws. As soon as the kind woman appeared, a warm background music began to play. What a cruel person to torment such a weak and helpless child. Don't be afraid, child. My name is Toriel, the caretaker of the ruins. I come to this place every day to see if anyone has fallen. It has been a long time since a human has come here before you. Although Toriel had a kind face and spoke without any hostility, Inga did not fully let down his guard, his fingers tense and ready to act at any moment to escape. However, Toriel did not give him that chance. She led Inga back to the room where he first met Xiaohua, exiting the battle interface. Inga could clearly see that Toriel's irises were slightly dark red. Her robe was a light purple. For some reason, Inga sensed a unique beauty from Toriel reminiscent of the pixelated art style. It was that kind of striking beauty that one could easily notice even among her kind. Damn, what am I thinking? A person shouldn't. At least not like this. Inga shook his head wildly, trying to dispel the strange thoughts in his mind. Compared to Ing's restraint, the bullet comments were much more unrestrained. Damn, after being single for so long, even a goat looks charming. I feel my XP rising again. I feel a strange sense of guilt. Actually, it's not impossible. Shy, this is outrageous. Audience discussion time was in full swing while Inga followed Toriel through several traps. Toriel meticulously explained the rules of the ruins, to Inga personally traversing the traps before allowing Inga to pass. Such attentive care reminds me of how my mother took care of me when I was young, though my mom wasn't as kind and gentle as Toriel. But the feelings they convey to children are the same. I can feel that this Toriel is a truly benevolent NPC towards players. Inga followed Toriel crossing pits and walking over small bridges, arriving in front of a training dummy. Toriel turned to Inga and explained, because you're a human, you might be attacked by monsters in the underground, and you need to know how to handle such situations. But don't worry. When you encounter monsters, you will enter battle. During the battle, talk to them kindly, and try to stall for time. I will step in to resolve the conflict. Toriel's words planted a seed of kindness in Ing's heart as he followed her instructions to approach the training dummy. You encountered a training dummy. A battle interface appeared. Below the white dialog box were Fight, Act, Item, Mercy. Inga dragged the red heart, placing it over the action button, and the dialog box displayed the options Check and Talk. He chose to talk. You speak to the training dummy. It doesn't seem very talkative. Toriel appears to be very happy with you, won. You gained 0 XP and 0 gold. Inga looked at the screen, feeling a headache. If the dummy were talkative, that would be truly bizarre. The designer has a bit of dark humor in him. Inga commented as he had basically grasped the game rules. In the underground world, traps and monsters abound, dragging players into battle interfaces. You can choose to talk or to fight. It's a turn-based game. You act, then it's their turn. Soon, they arrived at the practical combat session. The first special guest for practical combat was a little creature named Frogget which looked very much like a frog. After dragging Inga into the battle interface, it immediately launched an attack. Frog had attacked you. It was Ing's turn. The action buttons had three choices: check, threaten, compliment. He chose to repay evil with kindness, saying, "I compliment you." Frogget didn't understand what you were saying, but it seemed to become a bit elated. Just then, Toriel burst into the battle interface, giving Frogget a sidelong glance, and it immediately scurried off the screen. Inga achieved victory. Look at that benevolent gaze. The benevolence keek sounds like a hen's clucking death gaze. For Frogget feels the survival crisis. Inga initially thought the audience would find it boring, but unexpectedly the bullet comments were quite lively, allowing him to follow Toriel's lead all the way to her home. Along the way, he received some advice on battling monsters in the underground world. If you act or fight in specific ways or battle until you are about to defeat them, they might not want to continue fighting, and you can show them mercy. At that moment, Toriel had prepared some cream candy. Earlier, when Inga ventured into the ruins alone, Toriel had asked about his taste. Inga was comfortably resting and wandering around in Toriel's castle, uncertain of what to do since there were no main quests. In short, he was just being a slacker, simply wandering around. Meanwhile, in Moses' livestream room, she was also playing Undertale, currently standing in front of a pillar filled with candy. "You picked up another piece, you feel like a scoundrel, TCH. Mosey pouted. "I just took a few more candies, you stingy person. I'm not playing with you anymore." "But these candies should be supplies, right?" She opened her item menu. "What's this phone doing here?" "Alright, it's from Toriel." Selecting the phone, several options popped up: greet, about yourself, call her mom, flirt. The first two were quite normal, but Mosey looked at the latter two options with a mix of amusement and exasperation: call her mom. It doesn't seem impossible her caring throughout this journey has indeed been as warm as a mother's love. But she shifted her gaze to the last option, complaining. What the heck is flirting? Could it be the designer's bad taste? Mosey tentatively chose the second option. Beep, beep, beep. After a busy tone, the image of mom appeared in the dialog box. "Do you want to know more about me?" "Well, I'm afraid there's nothing much to say about myself. I'm just a foolish old lady who worries too much." Ding. At this moment, only three options remained. Hee, why does there seem to be a hint of melancholy? Haha, mom is really cute, Mosey said, and then selected the call her mom option and dialed out. Beep, beep, beep. Toriel's image appeared again. "Did you just call me?" "Mom, well," she panicked, "I meant to." "Does that make you happy? Can I call you?" "Mom, then it's fine, you can call me whatever you like." The audience was captivated by these amusing interactions, and the volume of bullet comments surged. "Mom is so cute. Sorry, I think." "No, you don't. You want to corrupt filial piety, don't you?" "Brothers, actually, I also." Mosey wore a sly smile, unconsciously shifting the selection to the flirt option. Beep, beep, beep. Young Emma Said. "Huh. Oh, hey. Hey. Ha ha ha." Young Ma was stunned and helplessly remarked, "So adorable. I really want to pinch your cheeks. You can definitely find someone better than an old woman like me." Beep. Yang Ma was quite emotionally intelligent, using self-mockery to diffuse the awkwardness. She maintained her child's dignity while avoiding ethical misunderstandings. Emoji discovered that there was a flirty option while making a phone call. Playfully, she dialed again. Beep, beep, beep. "Oh heavens, are you serious?" Yang Ma blinked her big expressive eyes, stunned. "I really don't know if this is pitiable or adorable." Beep. Yang Ma finished speaking and hung up the phone, showing that she was serious. Emoji suddenly felt that her actions were somewhat offensive. A sense of guilt crept up her spine. She unconsciously shivered and stopped playing with the phone. Leaving the candy room, Emoji came to a fiery red maple tree. At this moment, the perspective shifted to Yang Ma, who looked at her phone with a worried expression. Heavens, this took longer than I anticipated. Seeing this scene, a wave of sincere apology surged in Emoji's heart. Yang Ma, such a kind mother, and here she was flirting with her. "I was born, am truly doomed." Just as she was thinking, Emoji's phone rang. Beep, beep, beep. Yang Ma came out from behind the maple tree and quickly walked towards Emoji. At that moment, the background music began to play. The cheerful melody of the piano created a warm atmosphere. "How did you get here, my child? Are you hurt?" It was as if a mother had seen her child returning from play covered in dust, squatting down with concern, then soothingly said, Good, good, let me help you heal. I shouldn't have left you alone for so long. Trying to surprise you in this way is quite irresponsible." Saying this, she took Emoji's hand and led her to a small house. Do you smell that? Surprise. With a flourish, Yang Ma produced a plate from behind her back, revealing a steaming cake. This is a cream sugar cinnamon pie. I think we should celebrate your arrival. I hope living here brings you happiness. Looking at Yang Ma's eager eyes, Mo, Ji felt a warmth in her heart and sighed. To be honest, when I first opened the game and saw such a retro art style, I was ready to quit. But then I remembered this was a game developed by Lingjing, so I endured it. Now I am very grateful for Lingjing's brand effect, which allowed me not to miss such a heartwarming game. It seems to always be able to gently soothe the restlessness in your heart and bring you emotions. Lingjing must have made money and hired a master with strong control over the script, combining several fragments with a few small details to bring the character of Yang Ma to life. I highly recommend you give it a try. I'm not just saying this, I genuinely feel this way. Emoji's words resonated with the comments. Yang Ma is just amazing. That is a passionate and intense maternal love. Children without mothers can't watch this. What a dark joke. The one above might mean that children without mothers might be unable to hold back their tears upon seeing this. Honestly, that's true. Streamer, don't feel too guilty. Flirting with Yang Ma is just acting cute. Actually, with a bit more attention, you can catch glimpses of the story from the escape narrative. The fragmented narrative paired with a horror art style is quite innovative. Is Lingjing about to rise? In the game, Yang Ma finished speaking and took Emoji to see her second surprise, a room that belonged to her. Yang Ma reached out and touched Emoji's head. I hope you like it. It appeared, the head pat. At that moment, Emoji's heart had completely softened. However, after Yang Ma left, her expression quickly cleared. Wait a minute, didn't I come here to play a game? She searched through all the rooms. She saw Yang Ma's sock cabinet, Yang Ma's diary, the circled passage. Why do skeletons want to make friends? Because she was feeling bone lonely. As so cold, she then went to the kitchen and saw a large pie chocolates in the fridge and white fluff blocking the drain. She went to the living room and saw some history books, a roaring fireplace, and Yang Ma reading with her reading glasses. But Emoji always felt something was off. When she chose to talk to Yang Ma about how to leave the ruins, Yang Ma made an excuse that she had something to do, telling her to stay put while she went down to the hidden room. The scene Emoji dreaded the most finally appeared. Yang Ma was the boss of the current map. Only by defeating Yang Ma could she witness the underground world outside the ruins. If you ask if Emoji wanted to see the outside world, of course she did. She came here to play a game, but the thought of having to fight Yang Ma made her hesitate. Especially when Yang Ma told her that every fallen human had suffered the same fate and Yang Ma had witnessed it time and again. They come, they leave, they die. Mozi suddenly understood Yang Ma's good intentions. Yang Ma just didn't want a guy named Ice-Gore to kill her. The audience empathized and did not urge Emoji to hurry to the next level. On the other side, the more carefree Ingu was much more decisive. At that moment, he was dragged by Yang Ma to the battle interface, needing to prove to Yang Ma that he had the ability to survive alone. Toriel blocked the way. Inga chose to talk, but he couldn't think of a topic. Yang Ma had no choice but to strike, and it was the first time Ingu witnessed a boss attack. Various flaming magical fireballs surged towards the red heart in the white frame, and Ingu dodged with all his might. So, it's a bullet hell game, and the way to clear it is to avoid the barrage of attacks as much as possible. Yin Yi analysed. His keyboard clattered, but he still couldn't escape the dense barrage attacks. 4. Toriel kept staring at Ingu expressionlessly. When it was Inge's turn, he consistently chose to spare. Sizzle. A salty sheep hand cleared a circle of magic balls, and Inge's health instantly dropped below half. At that moment, a strange scene occurred. The red heart, which should have been bleeding profusely, suddenly halted its decline, even turning away from the fireball that was about to hit it. Toriel deliberately avoided you letting you off. After Ingu chose to spare, the battle resumed. After several touches with the fireballs, the heart was left with only 2 HP. Toriel remained silent, expressionless. But in the next battle, an even more peculiar scene occurred. All the fireballs seemed to have been equipped with positioning crews. In an instant, they smashed down, but distinctly avoided the red heart, preventing contact. This repeated several times. Toriel asked, "What are you doing?" She was somewhat puzzled by Inge's continuous sparing. Finally, Ingu was very bold, dragging the red heart to deliberately crash into the fireballs, which scattered like startled rabbits. Toriel was somewhat angry. If you don't want to fight, go back. No. Ingu pouted, looking like he had discovered a weakness and was unafraid of the boiling water. Please go back upstairs now. No. Ultimately, young Emma reluctantly compromised. Isn't it sad, isn't it? Young Ma seemed to be self-mocking. I can't even save a little child. Like watching her child grow up wanting to venture out knowing the risks outside, but having to let go. I shouldn't have let you grow up in such a place. My expectations, my loneliness, my fears. For you, my child, I will put them aside. Exiting the battle interface, Yang Ma bent down to embrace her child. Goodbye, my child. After a moment of watching the unwilling child, the lonely figure gradually disappeared into the narrow corridor. Ingu did not know that after walking out this door, there would be no Yang Ma-like NPCs showing him mercy. The true challenges of the underground world were just beginning. Bang! Luli slammed his fist on the keyboard. There's a saying, those who walk by the river often get their shoes wet. He had always been the one creating torturous flow games to make players suffer. Today, he actually got played in a game. Played. Damn. Cursing under his breath, Li exited the screen and searched for information on Lobotomy Corporation. Golden Star. Quite a character. Old Lu. I brought you the information on Golden Star. I heard they launched a new game today, too. Who else but Zhang Yiming could barge into Lu Li's office so recklessly? For the 101st time, Lu Li rubbed his forehead, his fists clenched. This brat. He had contributed at least half of the numbers in this. Originally, Lu Li didn't know who his competitors were nationwide. He thought that the small spiritual realm was just getting started. Currently, the goal was to establish a solid foothold in Magic City. Step by step, he aimed to grow the company stronger. Now, there was South Linlong North Golden Star, and a web of wings in between a Lu Li could recite them all. Passive. Anyone would know their competitor is XXX after hearing it several times a day for half a month. After Undertale went live, Lu Li thought it might be better to check the efficiency of the Southern Emperor and Northern Beggar. Thus, he went online to look up information on these companies. Aside from Linlang and Webwings, which have the presence of two major companies, Golden Star has been gaining significant momentum recently. While searching for information on Golden Star, he happened to discover that they launched a new game today, Lobotomy Corporation. With a learning attitude, Lu Li opened the game, and then he walked down a dark path. 10 minutes later, this is so simple. 20 minutes later, let's just restart this day. Oh, I can't get through it. 30 minutes later, no problem, just restarting. An hour later, damn it, parasitic tree. Half a day. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Li's defenses crumbled. Just like an ordinary player playing Slay the Spire or Dead Cells for the first time, his mindset was completely shattered. In fact, the core gameplay of this game is quite simple. Essentially, it is a simulation management game, but instead of managing a restaurant or a hotel, you manage monsters. Monsters in the game have an official name, aberrations. Players essentially run a company that raises aberrations, assigning employees daily to collect energy from these aberrations while ensuring they don't escape their containment units. Employees can perform 4 types of work on the aberrations: instinct, insight, communication, and suppression. Completing tasks allows employees to gain corresponding attribute boosts, which enables them to contain stronger aberrations. A repeat cycle. The game progresses day by day, and each day players must choose at least 1 aberration from 3 randomly selected most of the time to contain. At first, Lu Li thought this is simply straightforward. In theory, if I try all 4 types of work, one of them should be what the aberration likes, right? Normally, as long as the corresponding attributes of the player's employees meet the standards, they can successfully complete the tasks. It just takes a few tries. Open the bestiary and see which management method suits this aberration. Anaive. Once in the game, Lu Li discovered that aberration interactions varied significantly. They have their own mechanisms. Moreover, every time an employee enters a containment unit, the red bar representing the meltdown meter rises by 1 notch. When a meter is full, 2 unexpected events will occur. 1. A random aberrations containment unit triggers a meltdown alarm. If the player does not send an employee to complete a task on that aberration within a set time, the reverse Kabbalah counter will reset to 0-2. A random trial occurs within the company, and the player must suppress the aberration that appears during the trial to restore normal operations. Goodness, various settings came one after another, and Lu Li felt his brain almost explode from the tutorial tasks. Finally, he began the game and officially contained aberrations. Unexpected events happened frequently, Either the employees were devoured by aberrations, or they met a brutal end physically. Too many to enumerate. Almost every initial containment of an aberration requires sacrificing employee lives to fill the gaps and learn from mistakes. If too many employees die, the day's energy collection task cannot be completed and they can only restart. A day wasted. The first few days of the game were fine. Luli was breezing through, moving into the second day of the energy collection task last night, then the third day. Gradually, he found himself struggling more and more. Employees had almost no means to defend themselves against the aberrations. Just a touch and they would die. It was as if the attributes of the containment targets became increasingly powerful over time, while the attributes of the employees remained stagnant. The disparity in strength was too great, and the game could not continue. They could only restart. Damn it. After playing for an entire morning, he was left feeling frustrated by the need to restart. Similar to Dead Cells and Slay the Spire, the more time and effort you invest, the more devastating the feeling of a wasted day. What are you thinking? So absorbed? Zhang Yiming shook Lu Li's shoulder. You are just in time. Lu Li smirked. Let me recommend a fun game to you. What game? Shh. Look. Lu Li pointed his head towards his computer. A monster management simulation game. The graphics are unique and the gameplay is interesting. Let me introduce it to you. After a 10-minute Hansen introduction, Zhang Yiming finally understood the gameplay of Lobotomy Corporation. So I can officially start containing aberrations now. Zhang Yiming glanced back at Lu Li, who was trying to hold back laughter, feeling a bit perplexed. What did he originally come to find Lu Li for? How did he suddenly end up at the computer playing a game? However, since the boss was giving him a chance to slack off, how could he refuse? He must slack off hard. 00303. It feeds on the sins manifested in words. Is this the first containment I'm preparing for? After confirming, Zhang Yiming noticed the screen flashed and a fair-skinned, beautiful girl with long legs appeared on the screen. Hello. The girl named Angel had a side ponytail and wore a black blazer with a white lab coat and a red tie, giving off a competent vibe. Despite the unique art style, Zhang Yiming immediately noticed her impressive bust. Welcome to the Brain Leaf Company. I am your secretary, AI Angela. Though I am just an AI, I am more than willing to answer any questions you may have. Zhang Yiming thought of two hunk of metal and immediately abandoned his fantasies, losing patience to read the dialogue content, quickly skipping it. The general meaning is that X is the supervisor, the player's code name, and the girl is the supervisor's AI secretary, referred to as a. The organization that created her is called Wings of the World. I was born for the Brain Leaf Company. She can only exist here. Activities like going out on dates, business trips, or having coffee together are impossible, completely shattering Zhang Yiming's fantasies. As for introducing the Brain Leaf Company, Lu Li had already mentioned it while explaining the gameplay. After bidding farewell to A, the head of the control department, Mark Cook, who walked over, referred to as M. From the conversation, it became clear that this energy company named Brain Leaf harbors unspeakable secrets. This is a common trope in games. Zhang Yiming, being a game developer, understands it well. M issued a task. Obtain energy from aberrations 03. Zhang Yiming saw the task objective, crossed his legs, relaxed, and said, is that all? In the beginner period, only the control department is open. The security department, intelligence department, and training department below are all locked. M warmly reminded Zhang Yiming before he was about to undertake a task. Supervisor, you can expand one department every day. Now, let's open the control department and prepare to start management. Management Manual Day 1. Maximum level test for the day none. LOB 2. Employee Zhang Yiming. Seeing this, Zhang Yiming turned his head and exclaimed, damn it. Isn't it enough that you make me work for you in real life? Now you want to enslave me in the game too. Damn, it's not cleaned up. Lu Li exclaimed in surprise. Don't mind these details. Go on, play the game. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yiming turned his head and scoffed. I'm not a dead fish eye either. Look at this employee with a dead fish eye, as if the supervisor owes her wages. The red, white, purple, and blue correspond to the 4 attributes of courage, caution, discipline, and justice. Each attribute emphasizes different aspects. For example, courage corresponds to maximum health, caution corresponds to mental state, and attributes increase with level advancement. Zhang Yiming spent LOB and named the employee Lu Li. Today I will also become a slave master. He placed the 2 employees into the control department and began his first day of management. Then he started collecting data on the 00303 anomaly. There are 4 commands: instinct, insight, communication, and coercion. Zhang Yiming dispatched the employee Lu Li to perform instinctual tasks. Inside the containment unit, a skull wearing a crown of thorns was connected to a cross, quietly floating in midair, emanating a strange holy light. Is this the anomaly? It's not quite what I imagined. I thought it would be something more intense. As Zhang Yiming complained, he operated the employee to perform the tasks. After about 10 seconds, the employee Lu Li completed the task with mediocre quality, earning only 5 points of P-Box energy. To improve the quality of work, one needs to unlock the corresponding illustrations to fully understand the anomaly and apply the right remedies. However, unlocking requires P-Box energy. Zhang Yiming spent 2 points of P energy to learn that communication is the best method for this anomaly, and then he sent his own body, Zhang Yiming, to communicate for exploration. This time, the communication was extremely effective. He earned 8 points of P-Box energy. With a substantial amount of energy, Zhang Yiming prepared to unlock the basic information of the anomaly. 1 sin and 100 virtues damage type, white maximum P-Box output, 10-5 chance to obtain G. O accessory repentance, 2 maximum mental value, increasing the success rate of working with this anomaly by 10. Only writing the template once for the convenience of those who haven't played the game to understand intuitively soon. The 15 points of P-Box needed for the first day of collection were completed. The second day begins. At this time, there are 3 coded anomalies for Zhang Yiming to choose from F0483. As long as the blessings of the little spirits are present, all disputes will calm down. 00112. A person, no matter how many stories they could tell in life and death solitude, is the only listener. F0552. Somewhere in the distance you hear the call of a seagull. Sorry, but I'll be conservative in the face of loneliness and distance. Zhang Yiming hovered his mouse over F0483. I choose the little spirits. This is getting interesting. It feels like a guessing game with blind boxes. If couples master this skill, there won't be such things as divorce anymore. Then, there was a conversation with Demi, before the task, this time, a multiple-choice question: face fear or create the future? Which do you choose? Zhang Yiming chose to create the future. Then there was a bunch of convoluted words, but they were also very informative. Zhang Yiming was just slacking off, not here for a game tutorial, so he didn't read very carefully. He directly jumped to that day's task. Complete 4 tasks with excellent results, then he molded a character, naming her Gao Yusen. At that moment, inside the containment unit, a blue little spirit fluttered its wings and floated in midair. From a distance, this little spirit looked fine, but up close it had a beer belly. This instantly shattered Zhang Yiming's fantasies about the little spirit. He decided to let employee Lu Li investigate inside the containment unit. Then he sent others to communicate with 1 sin and 100 virtues. For unknown containment entities, he first dispatched an employee to scout and then slowly exploit them. Zhang Yiming felt like a genius. Lu Li must not have thought of this great idea. A few seconds later, employee Lu Li emerged from the containment unit, seeing the tiny spirits surrounding her. Zhang Yiming exclaimed in delight. Look, you brought a special effect when you came out of the containment unit. Lu Li nuda parfumturidi. Are you being perfunctory? Zhang Yiming protested indignantly. Then it's my fault as a capitalist to exploit you. Go on and continue working. Saying this, he sent employee Lu Li to communicate with the 1 sin and 100 virtues containment unit. However, just as Lu Li stepped into the containment unit, an unexpected event occurred. Crack, crack. A group of tiny spirits seemed to go mad and frantically gnawed on employee Lu Li. A few seconds later, only remnants of Lu Li remained. Damn. Zhang Yiming was horrified by the sudden scene. Although the game had a humorous style, seeing an employee being devoured was still shocking. Is this a dark fairy tale? After spending PE points to unlock the information on the little spirits, he learned that when work is of good or excellent quality, spirit feast will appear around the employee who just interacted with it. For a period, the spirit feast will continuously restore the employee's health, but during this time the employee is assigned to other anomaly containment units. Then that employee will be eaten immediately by the spirit feast. Damn. After reading this, Zhang Yiming commented, what a pathological possessiveness. A staff member was lost. Work efficiency slowed down, but Zhang Yiming still completed the work. On the 3rd day, Zhang Yiming chose from 3 blind boxes T0627. This is a record of that day that we absolutely must not forget inside the containment unit. T0627 is a mass of intangible material, like a television with no signal. Its form is unclear. Zhang Yiming decided to send Gao Yusin forward. This anomaly is formless, covering the entire room, and employee information cannot be seen. Gao Yusin, hold on tight. Zhang Yiming gritted his teeth. Beep, beep, beep. Just after he finished speaking, Gao Yusin collapsed. Emerging from the containment unit, Gao Yusin held a metal rod bearing her teeth and readied, walking towards employee Zhang Yiming. Without saying a word, she swung the metal rod and struck Zhang Yiming. Hey, what's going on? Gao Yusin, calm down. No, don't. In the employee hall of the spirit realm, everyone turned to look. Damn, on a clear sunny day in broad daylight, the two leaders actually did this in the office. Huh? Luli, you damn it, come help me get her. Get her. The crowd silently glanced at the bucket in the corner. I can't stay in this company for another day. What's up, have you finished your maintenance work? Gao Yusin walked out of her office, coldly reprimanding the newcomer, secretly cursing what nonsense these two idiots were up to again. Why am I being mentioned? Damn, a whole day wasted. After a flurry of chaos, Zhang Yiming collapsed, helplessly onto his chair, looking at the mess in the office. Let's restart. 2 hours later. Damn, how did a tombstone fall out of nowhere? Damn, how did that bastard suddenly appear? Wow, it swallowed Zhang Jinshin in a few bites. A few hours later, Zhang Yiming's eyes turned crimson. You bastard. Overtime. Wasted. Bang, bang, bang. Ach. My newly bought keyboard. Luli was about to stop the frenzied Zhang Yiming, who had already transformed into a keyboard destroyer. Looking at the remains of his recently replaced keyboard, Luli sighed and walked to the cabinet to grab a new one. Forget it. Thinking about how he had introduced Zhang Yiming to this game, Luli suppressed a smile. There was a certain satisfaction in witnessing someone else experience the feeling of ruining a rain-soaked umbrella. No wonder this type of tormenting game could become so popular. Why did you come in all sulky? Zhang Yiming's mind finally caught up. You know how this game works, don't you? No, I don't. Then why are you smiling? I thought of something happy. What is it? My wife is pregnant with our third child. Huh? You bastard. Zhang Yiming raised the keyboard, ready for a real-life showdown. The onlookers outside whispered, let's get ready to rumble. Stop it. Enough already. Luli stopped smiling and said seriously, do you know why I wanted you to play this game? What? Do you know which company's game this is? Golden, what about it? Do you know what golden means to us? An opponent, what about it? Zhang Yiming, confronted with repeated questions, began to lose his temper, gradually falling into a weaker position. Don't you understand my good intentions? Luli wore a look of disappointment. Oh, I get it. Zhang Yiming's epiphany came. You want me to feel the strength of the opponent. To understand the opponents in the national competition in advance, so I can be humble and not complacent. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy one can win 100 battles. Zhang Yiming looked invigorated, his face slightly flushed with excitement. Bullshit. I just stumbled into this game and wanted to find someone to share the blame. Young people are so easy to deceive. Luli thought to himself. Outside, the crowd was internally saying sorry, we were narrow-minded and misunderstood the good intentions of the two leaders. It seems the success of Ling Jing cannot be separated from the guidance of both leaders. Listening from the wall, Gao Yusin thought, phew. You scared me. I thought these two were really role-playing in the office. Zhong Jinsi looked up. What happened? Why is everyone gathering around Li's office? How should I approach him? Inside the office. To be honest, this game is truly engaging. Zhang Yiming said earnestly, leaving aside everything else, just this gameplay allows me, a player spoiled by Ling Jing games, to immerse myself for 4 to 5 hours without feeling tired. It's truly worthy of a platinum status. There are fragmented pieces of information for players to explore the story, and the containment units in blind boxes constantly bring freshness. Each containment unit not only has basic information, but also profound background details, with each having its own independent backstory, all quite moving upon careful exploration. Not to mention the various novel settings, diverse gameplay, unique punishment mechanisms, and the positive feedback delivered in real time. It encompasses almost all the qualities of a high-quality game. My assessment is formidable opponent. Saying, the Zhang Yiming stroked his chin and said solemnly, I feel like the level of independent game studios in the domestic scene has improved quite a bit in recent years. Just take my City Magic City, for example. Besides our Lingjing, the strength of art game, and Tianyu is also quite solid with a very stable foundation. Looking across the country, East Evil and West Poison, South Emperor and North Beggar, many young independent game studios are emerging. As the head of Lingjing's publicity department, he lived up to his position. He often did his homework. Only in front of Luli did he occasionally reveal his youthful side. When he got serious, he could indeed present himself quite well. No wonder I chose him. Luli Braija Inwarli. Zhang Yiming's words also reminded him that even though he had the talent to absolutely dominate, he was not the strongest game designer on Blue Star. There are always people better than you, and there are always skies beyond the skies. This principle has remained unchanged through the ages. He discovered that this world is similar to Terra, yet has significant differences. It was as if long-repressed emotions erupted all at once, surging uncontrollably. Various designer talents were developing explosively, not only abroad, but now it seems that domestic talent is also benefiting from significant blessings. This generation of young game designers influenced by the older generation has grounded their ideas in independent games earlier than in his past life. Even if the overall gaming level on Blue Star is declining, once it reaches a certain critical point, it will erupt explosively. Such is the law of development. He still had to keep working hard. The road to becoming a top game designer is still very long. At the very least, he should first aim for a global championship to contribute his share to the development of games. Be humble and not complacent. Avoid anger and obsession. Avoid lust. Avoid lust. That's impossible in this life. Luli shook his head, dismissing the strange thoughts. He patted Zhang Yiming's backside. Since you know the opponent is formidable, why aren't you studying harder instead of just standing there? Get lost. Saying this, he kicked him out of the office. Then he quietly opened Lobotomy Corporation. Meanwhile, Golden, Old 4 don't say it. This Lingjing is really quite strong. They just made a horror game. Then they quickly made a warm and healing minigame. Gung chattered in front of Gu Chang'e while holding a tablet. Gu Chang'e was operating a small level set for the Skeleton Brothers in Furico. Li Jiarong, who was eating noodles beside him, looked up and said, "For what you're saying, Lingjing seems quite good." First scare the players, then use a sunny minigame to soothe their wounded hearts. Indeed, although this minigame is small, it gives me a feeling of playing a AAA masterpiece. Its world setting is quite interesting and the character design is appealing. Gu Chang'e turned his chair back with a sad expression, saying, "To this day, I still can't forget the shock when I accidentally attacked Mother Sheep during our battle, instantly defeating her, and the feeling of mixed guilt." "What did you say?" Gu Chang'e stopped his actions, looking incredulous. "Mother Sheep treated you so well, caring for you so thoroughly. You actually killed her." "Killed Mother Sheep?" Gung Ku and Li Jiarong spoke in unison. "You really are something." The image of Mother Sheep as a caring figure deeply ingrained in the hearts of the 4 brothers led to a strong condemnation of Bianjiang's actions. Unknowingly, Mother Sheep had come back to life. On the other side, Ingo looked incredulous. "What did you say, Shu Gu? You killed Toriole." Bullet comments, "Brother Shu, you really deserve to die." "Wait, even Mother Sheep is being killed. It's just a game, why are you reacting so strongly?" Exactly. The game design has this element, which means it's permissible to kill. How others play doesn't matter, but I want kill. Saintly vibe. The bullet comments were quite intense. Brother Een remained silent. Brother Shu talked with enthusiasm. I didn't expect her to be so easy to kill, not resistant at all. That frog Jite couldn't withstand a single blow. On the phone, Brother Shu's voice was a bit excited. My level is already quite high, and my health is thick. Many monsters are one-hit kills, and I'm currently fighting a tall skeleton. You think it's funny? I defeated him, and he was left with just a skull, still trying to persuade me to be virtuous, saying he believes in me, ha ha ha. So funny. Oh, Brother Een said, lightly, "You killed Toli, you're really born to be a killer." "What?" Brother Shu replied, "Can't she be killed?" "Didn't you see the dialogue?" Brother Een asked. "Who looks at the dialogue when playing a serious game?" Brother Shu responded. Brother Een, "Then it's fine. I skipped all of it." "Skipped?" Brother Een asked, puzzled. "As far as I know, there shouldn't be a skip button in the game." "How did you skip it?" "I just kept clicking the keyboard rapidly. The text flashed past my eyes without registering." Brother Shu explained. "You're impressive. Oh, I encountered a Cyclops fish. This guy is a bit tricky. I won't talk to you for now. I have to focus on the gameplay." Beep. Brother Shu hung up. We chat. Putting down his phone, Brother Ian looked at the battle interface where Papyrus was constantly letting off steam and sighed. Fortunately, the text in Undertale isn't too much or lengthy. I have a bit of patience and read through the dialogue content. Otherwise, I might end up like Brother Shu, blasting away and missing out on so many interesting friends. Of course, if Brother Shu feels guilty later, he can always delete his save and restart. Brother Ian shrugged. I'm not blaming anyone. It's perfectly normal to have different play styles in the same game. I just feel that after going through so much with Mother Sheep, I personally don't want to swing the knife at her. The audience expressed understanding and sent a lot of gifts to encourage Brother Ian to speed up. Thanks to the gifts from nothing but Jade will harm you, who's calling the fleet user 92763440. In short, and just not getting famous, my pen name I remembered was Taken Veed, who loves stir-fried squid with onions. Brother Ian clasped his hands together, waved at the camera. Let's not mention Mother Sheep anymore. We have new friends now. At this moment, there was a tall skeleton adorned with a red shawl, red gloves, blue underwear, a golden belt, and red boots. This was Brother Ian's new friend, Papyrus. It's hard to imagine that this guy would still choose to forgive Brother Shu, even while facing his murderous rampage in the underground world, still trying to persuade Brother Shu to put down the knife until his last moment. Some might think Papyrus is a saint. If one can maintain their saintly heart unwavering at all times, even in the face of death turning to ashes, so be it. Then Brother Ian would call him a saint with divine brilliance. Meanwhile, Papyrus was blocking his advance while crazily letting off steam in the battle interface. You're now blue, which means that's my attack. This tall skeleton, was consistently flamboyant, always smiling, and had a super loud voice. Compared to that short guy, wearing a hoodie looking lazy and laid-back, Papyrus was clearly more enthusiastic and optimistic, right? Don't make me use my special attack. The vertical bones came rushing like a roller coaster towards the red heart, while Brother Ian maneuvered the blue heart left and right, dodging through the bone gaps. He confidently proclaimed, "Isn't this simple? Papyrus, you underestimate me, huh? Let me show you what a big guy can do." The roller coaster speed increased while other colors of bones appeared. After taking a few hits, Brother Ian realized that staying still with the blue bones was different. Just like the techniques Papyrus transmitted while they played mini-games in Snowtown, blue is still orange is moving. If one doesn't follow this rule, they will lose health. These were all techniques gathered from playing mini-games with Papyrus and the Brother Sands before. Those mini-games were all carefully prepared by Papyrus for humans. Damage 0. Fun level 100. It's worth mentioning that most of the friends encountered in Snowtown are quite friendly. There were also some who unceremoniously dragged Brother Ian into the battle interface, but the difficulty was generally low and the small bullet attacks didn't pose much threat to Brother Ian. Though there were occasional deaths, there was always something called determination that allowed him to resurrect and continue fighting. Just a little bit of backing off, and he easily passed through. And now, Papyrus, who had taken out the big guy, had forced Brother Ian's health down to the last drop. Just as he was about to restart, Papyrus stopped. "You're too weak. Papyrus, I caught you easily. It'll send you straight to the little black room. Or Sans would call it, the garage. You're about to be put in the doghouse." In a room filled with bones, Brother Ian sat there in shock. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. Shame. Shame. To be stuffed into the doghouse by Papyrus. Weaklings only deserve to live in doghouses. Humiliation. The weak should be harshly humiliated by the strong. The god of war returns and finds his child stuffed into a doghouse, sending hundreds of thousands of soldiers to build a luxurious doghouse. Papyrus is really funny, ha ha ha. Emerging from the doghouse, Brother Ian was filled with determination. The determination to overcome everything. 3 minutes later, Papyrus looked at Brother Ian, who had only 1 drop of health left. "All right. Although you cleverly escaped from prison just now. This time I've upgraded the facilities. You won't just be trapped, you won't even want to leave. Back to the doghouse again." Brother Ian, brothers, do you believe him trying to challenge Papyrus' bottom line? Because I think even if he's a saint, he can't tolerate me this time, right? Easily escaping from the doghouse. For the 3rd time, the final showdown with Papyrus. Brother Ian, with barely any health left, was back online this time, intentionally low on health. "Papyrus, you're very persistent, but this is of no use to me. I'm the most persistent. If you think you're more persistent than the most persistent, then you're wrong. It doesn't even make sense grammatically. Brother Ian, what the hell? I hope you enjoy this grammar lesson. No more wasting time this time, I'll finish it quickly. Brother Ian had enough fun and was ready to leave Snowtown for the next destination. In the storm, he encountered that tall skeleton again. "You're back." Surprised by Brother Ian's persistence, Papyrus' mind raced. "I know the reason. You just really want to see my face again." Brother Ian hardened. His fist hardened, silently noting in his little notebook flamboyant kind, and optimistic, blindly confident, and narcissistic 10,086. Papyrus gave a choice to continue fighting. Brother Ian decisively rejected. "All right, I think I should accept my defeat." Papyrus turned his back to Brother Ian, tears falling like rain. "Woo-woo. I can't even stop someone as weak as you. And Nine must be disappointed in me. I can never join the Royal Guard. And my friends will forever be stagnant. What should you say? Let's be friends, what a waste." Brother Ian decisively chose, "Let's be friends."